In the vast cosmos, countless stars shine, each nebula in its prime emitting its brightest light. Yet, this particular region appears somewhat dim. Amid this seemingly endless universe, a massive galaxy formed by two intertwined ellipses stands out. Not only is its shape peculiar and its glow dim, but what makes it truly unique is its dual star disks, a new galaxy in the making, born from the collision of two older ones. At the edge of the larger star disk in this nascent galaxy, a dead planet floats silently. Its surface is a lifeless gray-black, marked by enormous craters from explosions. The most striking feature, however, is a massive hole running through the upper half of the planet, erasing nearly a quarter of its mass and its life. Orbiting close to this dead planet, a coffin-shaped rectangular spaceship hovers. The ship appears old and worn, with silver and yellow armor patched in numerous places. The tail engine's flame flickers, as if it could go out at any moment. Suddenly, a commotion arises inside the ship. Message from Imra. They found usable resources below. Prepare for solo descent, a gruff voice shouts. Inside the ship, an elderly man with a scruffy beard and wrinkled face yells at two young men. He wears a greasy coat and flashes a mouthful of yellow teeth. Remember, we're looking for those dark energy blocks. Don't come back empty-handed. Despite the old man's harsh demeanor, the two young men, aware that his nephew works for the notorious Blackguard leader, hold their tongues. They quickly move to two human-shaped indentations on the ship's wall, spreading their arms in preparation. The old man, brushing off the grease on his coat, approaches the control terminal and starts operating it. This planet's not dangerous. Just use the Walker Mark II to go down. One of the young men, a burly figure, protests urgently. The Walker Mark II only has basic interstellar travel and life support. If we run into other bosses people or space explorers, we're dead meat. The old man glares and snaps. What? You want to use the Thunder one? We only have one set on this ship, and it's for escaping with supplies if we run into space explorers on the return trip. Imra's found dark energy blocks below, and there's no one else around. What are you afraid of? The other young man quickly intervenes. All right, Walker it is. Tosa, stop arguing. It's fine, Mr. Musa. He's just worried about the dark energy blocks getting snatched. Let's stick with the Walker. The burly man concedes. Satisfied, the old man, named Mud, turns back to his controls. Moments later, a mechanical whirring fills the air, and a bright light flashes behind the two young men. With a series of clicks and clanks, as if intricate machinery is assembling rapidly, the light fades to reveal the two men fully encased in ancient-looking yellow-brown armor. Despite the armor's weathered appearance, its advanced technology is unmistakable. The suit is intricately designed, with small rings at the joints and energy flowing through it like a breathing entity. A blue light glows on the helmet with a strange hum. Walker Mark II loaded, energy at 65, announces the ship's main control system. The old man turns and instructs, get down there quickly. Activate the armor at 5,000 meters above the ground. When you return, I don't want to see the energy below 50. The two men nod in agreement and enter the airlock. Tosa smirks. Old Mud is as stingy as ever. As the outer hatch opens, they push off the ship's wall and drift toward the dead planet. The planet's gravity soon catches them, sending them spinning and tumbling in free fall. Tosa expertly focuses his gaze to activate the life support system. For seasoned armor-only landers like them, this spinning descent is routine. Basic life support system activated. All micro-dark engines ready, the system announces. Distance to ground, 69, 68, 67 kilometers. As they near the ground, the armor's alarms blare continuously. Tosa concentrates on the rapidly decreasing distance numbers. Distance to ground, 10 kilometers, 1,095 meters. Tosa narrows his eyes and quickly activates most of the micro-dark engines. His companion's armor activates even faster, with radiant light spreading across his back and energy lines flowing over his body. With the engines engaged, the once old-looking knight armor transforms into something mysteriously magnificent. They accelerate their descent, aiming straight for the planet's surface. Through the armor's imaging system, they clearly see the planet's surface. A gray, desolate land covered in the remnants of steel cities, stretching to the horizon. Craters from explosions litter the landscape, devoid of any signs of life. At a few hundred meters above the ground, both armors activate their remaining micro-dark engines, veering sharply before forming in shape trajectory, speeding toward a distant point. Tosa remarks, the antimatter erosion from dark energy is still severe. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, and it hasn't recovered. His companion laughs over the comms. What are you lamenting about, Tosa? This stuff is everywhere. We're lucky to survive in this era. Hurry up, Imra's been waiting a long time. On my way. Tosa shakes his head and speeds up to follow. Their armors fly close to the ground at near supersonic speeds. Before long, they spot a large cleared crater with a figure waving at the bottom. Tosa, Pansy, I'm relieved to see you too. The figure, also wearing similar armor but with additional engine ports on the back, greets them. Tosa gets straight to the point. Where are the dark energy blocks? Down here. Imra replies with a mysterious smile, crouching down. Energy lines on his armor light up, and he places a hand on the ground, causing half his arm to glow brightly. The roaring sound accompanied by rising dust reached them as the armor's imaging system accurately captured a radiant blue glow emanating from a 3-meter-wide crater ahead. Tosa and Ponsi's eyes lit up instantly, and their breathing grew heavy. Imra explained succinctly, "This is an undiscovered lab buried under a massive amount of building debris. I found it purely by chance." He didn't elaborate further, instead describing the surrounding terrain. The two were thrilled upon hearing this. Dark energy blocks were the most common energy source of the old civilization, used in everything from everyday machinery to armored ships and warships. Typically, they could only find household or spacecraft energy blocks on the planet's surface. But a lab required massive amounts of energy, and this place, similar to a storage for energy blocks, made their hearts race. Imra walked ahead, reminding them without turning back, "Don't forget, Old Man Mud is waiting above in the Tsonglei." Tosa and Ponsi's expressions stiffened, quickly regaining composure as they hurried to catch up. In front of them, neatly stacked dark energy blocks numbered around 40 to 50, each resembling a blue crystal emitting a faint glow. Imra said excitedly, "This is probably it. They must have used up most of it during the war, but this haul is still considerable. We'll get a good share." Tosa nodded, and a metal sphere popped out from his right wrist, quickly expanding into a square metal box that encapsulated the dark energy blocks. Ponsi and Tosa each grabbed the metal box, and the engines of their 3 suits of armor roared simultaneously, lifting them and the dark energy blocks upwards. Although their ascent was slower than their descent, they seemed unaffected by the planet's gravity, flying towards space at a steady pace. Ponsi grumbled over the comms. "If we had activated the balance system earlier, we wouldn't have felt that dizzying gravitational pull." Tosa chuckled. "Come on, energy is scarce. We need to conserve it. If you had used the balance system on the way down, Mud would have skinned you alive." Imra was about to speak when an internal alarm sounded within his armor. An unidentified object was rapidly approaching. "You are locked on." He immediately yelled into the comms, "Someone's here. Mud, do you hear me?" There. Before he could finish, a powerful force struck him, sending him plummeting uncontrollably. Tosa and Ponsi turned in shock to see a tattered, multicolored patched armor slowly retracting its elbow. Tosa's lips went dry as he murmured, "The most mysterious leader of the plunder grounds. How could he be here?" "It's the lone wolf among the 6 leaders, 19. Ponsi screamed in panic. Tosa gritted his teeth and said over the comms, "We can't let go of the energy blocks. Hold on. Mud will be here with the Tsonglei soon." Ponsi hesitated. "But can we hold him off?" "It's not about whether we can. We have to. If we lose these energy blocks, Mud won't spare us." "You're right. Let's fight him." "I don't believe that ragged armor can." Before he could finish, the tattered armor suddenly appeared beside Ponsi, pressing down on the arm holding the energy block box. A terrifying force was unleashed, sending Ponsi flying like a cannonball, the box slipping from his grasp. Tosa's face paled. He hadn't expected that seemingly ragged armor to have such terrifying power. Calls for Mud continued over the comms, but it would take time for him to arrive from the outer atmosphere. With his 2 companions already taken out, immense pressure weighed on Tosa's shoulders. 19 matched Tosa's speed, watching him from a distance, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The energy block wasn't heavy, so Tosa's speed was only slightly slower, but the strange armor shadowed him closely, never letting up. Tosa was anxious, unable to think of any solution. Fighting was out of the question. His 2 equally strong companions had been knocked out in an instant, the force of the impact surely immense, and they hadn't returned yet. He frantically muttered to himself, "What do I do?" "Think, Tosa, think." Suddenly, a slightly puzzled voice came over the public channel. "Why haven't you surrendered yet?" Tosa froze. So, the opponent had been holding back, expecting him to surrender? A wave of humiliation washed over him. Did his life mean so little to the enemy that it wasn't even worth the energy of one strike? Screw this. 19 grabbed the free-falling energy block box with one hand, slowly retracting the other, the remnants of terrifying energy application fading away. He muttered softly, "Songlei armor? Seems like the core is decent." He casually slung the huge box over his back, flying towards outer space like a desert traveler. Meanwhile, in the thin atmosphere, a blue, angular armor was flying rapidly. This armor was as smooth and shiny as if it had just come off the production line, far more advanced in design than Tosa and the others' armors. Its 5 fingers were claw-shaped, with 2 long combat spikes on the back of the hand, and a blue energy core in the chest radiated powerful energy in all directions. Most striking was the nearly body-length sword on its back, its blade long and slender, with a hollow circular hilt containing a floating red crystal that continuously channeled energy to the blade, making it pulse as if breathing. This armor was Mute, rushing to support after receiving Imra and the other's distress call. To be safe, he had brought along Blood Slash, a weapon his nephew had given him for self-defense. His nephew had paid a high price for it, but because Mute loved money and constantly explored various planets, his nephew had given him Blood Slash for peace of mind. Mute cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why have those three lost contact? Can't they hold out for even this long? Moose's heart was pounding with anxiety. This was his raiding territory. Who dared to mess with him? Didn't they know he had the backing of Boss Heisho? Over the years, he had exploited his nephew's favor with Heisho to run rampant in this area, plundering countless victims. Those who knew his identity could only swallow their grievances. But today, on this remote planet, he had stumbled. His vigilance had long been dulled by years of unchecked arrogance. No matter who you are, if you dare steal from Musa, you'll pay the price, he growled through gritted teeth. The Zhonglei armor's control panel was far more advanced than that of the Land Rover, displaying data such as planetary gravity, speed, and wind resistance, along with radar-like functionality. Soon, Musa spotted a rapidly approaching red on the panel. High energy reading, so you're the one who took my energy blocks. Musa bared his yellow teeth in a sinister grin and pushed his speed to the limit. Boom. The Zhonglei broke the sound barrier, creating a shockwave cloud as it shot towards the distance. Before long, Musa saw an armored figure flying swiftly, carrying a large box. The figure noticed him, but instead of fleeing, accelerated to meet him head-on. Courting death, Musa roared in anger, drawing his blood blade and holding it in reverse grip in front of him. At this speed, you'll be sliced in half. A smile crept across his face as he imagined the blade cleaving his opponent in two. Neither side slowed down, and the distance between them rapidly closed. The blood blade left a red trail in the air due to the high velocity. At the last moment, the opponent didn't dodge at all, charging straight through Musa like a madman. No impact? Even the sharpest blade shouldn't react like this. Musa was stunned, his expression changing drastically as he searched frantically for the armored figure. Suddenly, a tremendous force gripped the hand holding the blood blade. Before he could react, a wave of pain surged through him. Musa clutched his right wrist tightly and retreated rapidly. When he saw the state of his wrist, his whole body trembled, sweat dripping profusely. Even the helmet's cleaning system couldn't alleviate his distress. He gritted his teeth, staring at his wrist twisted at a bizarre 90-degree angle, and realized the blood blade was now in his opponent's hand. Finally, he got a clear look at the armor his opponent wore. His already unpleasant face turned ghostly pale. His nephew's warning about the forbidden targets in the raiding zone echoed in his mind. Uncle, you're my last family. Boss Heisho might say having feelings in the raiding zone is foolish, but I can't let you go. You often go out for energy blocks, and I don't care how you get them, but some people you should just avoid at all costs. I know the trusted subordinates of a few bosses feel free to rob explorers and small groups with no background. But there's one person, if you encounter him, just forget everything and use your escape pod to get back. 19. The most mysterious leader? Yes, why do you think he alone became the leader of the raiding zone? Uncle, you didn't know before. But once you've robbed all the other leaders, you'll understand why. The memories faded like bubbles, and Musa could only force a laugh, saying, 19. What brings you here? Short on energy and parts, the other replied curtly. I understand. I'll take you back to my ship right away. Musa bent over, forcing a smile as he led the way. In the spaceship, drifting through outer space, Musa removed his thunder armor, his bare body appearing especially vulnerable in the cold, metallic cabin. He carefully said, It's all here. Take whatever you need. In front of him, dozens of dark energy blocks were neatly arranged, and various intricate parts lay in several open boxes nearby. 19 scanned the area and responded calmly. I don't need the other parts. Just this one. Wearing his armor, 19 first stored the energy blocks in a box, then walked over to the thunder armor by the cabin wall. His fingers moved like a blur, and the exquisite thunder armor was disassembled at a speed visible to the naked eye, with parts being casually tossed aside. Musa watched in shock. Within minutes, the outer layer of the thunder armor was completely dismantled, revealing the intricate machinery and circuits inside. Beyond the astonishment, Musa realized an incredible fact. 19 was not only a powerful leader, but also a master mechanic. Thunder armor was rare in the wasteland, and there had never been a record of one being lost. Yet, 19, apparently encountering this type of armor for the first time, could disassemble it so quickly with just his hands. Musa soon noticed that 19's 10 fingers had extended into numerous tiny, precise tools, resembling a mechanical spider. Such a design was usually found only in engineering armor. But judging from the previous battle, 19's armor performance was definitely that of a main battle armor. Integrating engineering armor design into a main battle suit while maintaining high combat efficiency, what did this mean? Musa suddenly realized that 19 likely had a powerful design team behind him. As Musa was lost in thought, a sudden click snapped him back to reality. 19 had extracted a faintly glowing diamond-shaped core from the pile of parts. Musa's pupils contracted. He recognized it as the Thunder Core, the key to making the Thunder armor a high-grade suit. This core, placed near the engine, could push the armor's engine into Thunder mode, doubling its speed and adding a lightning effect to its attacks. Every high-grade armor had such a special core, granting it extraordinary abilities beyond normal limits. 19 stored the core in a hidden compartment at his waist, and then entered the isolation chamber to leave the spaceship. Musa watched the streak of light vanish into the dark cosmos through the porthole and smiled bitterly as he began to clean up the scattered parts, mumbling, "This time, I really took a heavy hit." 19, or rather Xia Mu, had no memory of most things before the age of 10. He only remembered some basic life skills and his name. In his hazy recollections, he suddenly woke up in the wasteland's ruins, driven purely by instinct. It wasn't until he met an old scavenger that Xia Mu's life began to change slightly. The native wastelander found Xia Mu's name awkward and casually gave him the codename 19. From the old man, Xia Mu learned it was an era of both destruction and rebirth. A galactic war between the two great civilizations of the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxy had raged for a millennium. Eventually, the Sland era propelled Andromeda's core black hole into the Milky Way, causing a cataclysmic event. Both civilizations were instantly annihilated, and only as the two galaxies began to merge, a new galaxy was being conceived. Now, a million years after the collision, the fusion process continued. 100,000 years ago, humans began to appear on planets left by the two great eras. These people were not evolved but survivors who had locked themselves in subspace during the collision. They had no intention of rebuilding civilization but instead started to carve out territories, searching for some unknown things. Humans of the new era utilized the technologies left by the two great civilizations to create a new power system external armor known as divine descent. Wearing this armor greatly enhanced the user's strength and reflexes. Simultaneously, a flood of combat instincts and memories would overwhelm the wearer. The first time Xia Mu encountered divine descent, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. He could sense every mechanical detail of the armor even with his eyes closed. This ability both excited and terrified the old man. One day, the old man procured a low-grade divine descent for Xia Mu. Seeing him remain motionless inside it for half a day, the old man's attitude changed completely. He became irritable and often ordered Xia Mu to do all sorts of dirty and tiring tasks. During the day, Xia Mu was sent to scavenge and do manual labor, and at night the old man spent his earnings drinking at the tavern, returning to shout at Xia Mu, "You're just a brat I picked up. You can't even use the divine descent. Be grateful you can survive. Now get to work. If you don't have money, go steal some." However, the old man didn't know that Xia Mu, during his first time in the divine descent, had his consciousness overwhelmed by sudden memories. Since then, Xia Mu's main consciousness had been processing that massive information, with only a simple thought guiding his daily actions. He mechanically repeated his tasks, helping people move things for money or scavenging better junk to sell. Sometimes, kind-hearted people would give him food. That slightly chubby figure always insisted Xia Mu eat in front of him before giving him money. Xia Mu complied, indifferent to the old man's insults and beatings. The daily surge of combat memories and armor knowledge had already overwhelmed his blank mind, making his responses to the outside world sluggish. Before Xia Mu's transformation, his perception of the world and people around him was extremely blurred. He was more like a walking corpse, acting purely on instinct, a simpleton. His eyes were vacant, his movements mechanical, as if a soulless body wandered through life. The old man couldn't care less. His murky eyes only reflected the image of a liquor bottle. In his humble existence, finding a machine to earn him money for alcohol at the end of his life was the greatest luck. Even though this machine earned money at a snail's pace, it was enough for him to afford the cheapest prostitute at the tavern, allowing his withered body a moment of pleasure. Xia Mu's faint memories of the old man were entirely due to the man's incessant ramblings about the two great eras and the new era before those strange memories appeared. Those words were like a key that unlocked a door in Xia Mu's muddled consciousness. When those sudden memories faded, most of Xia Mu's awareness returned. He opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was the old man lying weakly on the bed. The old man's wrinkled face suddenly showed a bizarre hint of vitality as he rasped, "Brat, hurry and get me some wine. Just a sip." Out of long habit, Xia Mu mechanically reached out, grabbed a crudely made bottle of Sulatin from the bedside, and handed it to the old man. It was then he noticed the old man's hand hidden under the blanket, tightly gripping a rusty knife. Xia Mu's gaze sharpened, and he muttered under his breath, neck, heart, side ribs, top of the head, instant death. These words spilled out of his mouth like some kind of incantation. The old man didn't catch Xia Mu's murmurs. His cloudy eyes were fixated on the bottle of Sulatan. This cheapest liquor in the land of plunder was, at this moment, a priceless treasure to him. He eagerly grabbed the bottle and took a huge gulp. The liquor dribbled down the old man's cracked lips as he revealed a sinister grin. Suddenly, he brandished the knife from under the blanket and thrust it towards Xia Mu's chest. "I'm dying," the old man croaked. "The road ahead might be lonely. Your life is meaningless anyway, so come with me and help me earn money for wine." Xia Mu was stunned, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. The old man's sudden burst of strength shocked him. Just moments ago, he thought this dying man didn't even have the strength to lift his hand, let alone chug a bottle of wine and launch such a fierce attack. This was far beyond anything Xia Mu had anticipated. Despite the many doubts swirling in his mind, Xia Mu managed to subdue the old man with precise, calculated movements. He twisted the man's wrist inward with one hand, while pressing his face hard against the worn-out wooden bed. The bed frame shattered under the immense force, and the old man's screams were abruptly cut off as half of his head was driven deep into the splintered wood. The scene shifted. Xia Mu shook his head to dispel the distant memory, refocusing on the present cosmic journey. His spaceship was heading toward a slowly rotating energy vortex, an ancient cosmic wormhole. The Xinjiang system hadn't issued any high-energy alerts, indicating this was a highly stable and well-documented energy entity. Various spaceships continuously emerged from the vortex, ranging from tens of meters long to several hundred meters. They all shared a common design: streamlined bodies optimized for speed, with very limited cargo space. Around the vortex, several massive planetary debris, each about 10 kilometers in diameter, floated. Many ships had docked on these rocks for maintenance. Xia Mu swiftly landed on one of the giant rocks. It was crowded with various ships, and groups of Xinjiang operatives were scattered around, chatting. These operatives had a motley appearance, resembling a ragtag army. Each carried a diverse array of weapons on their backs, from giant axes to long swords and flails. As Xia Mu, with a large crate of dark energy blocks strapped to his back, landed, he immediately drew attention. However, upon noticing his patched, tattered armor, everyone scattered like frightened rabbits, hurrying into their ships. Engines roared as the ships clumsily departed, leaving behind an empty space and a lone small spaceship. Xia Mu paid no mind to this and walked toward the 10-meter-long small ship. Once inside, he casually placed the crate of dark energy blocks aside and entered the cockpit to start the vessel. The dim lights inside flickered on, and the ship powered up successfully. The small ship left the rock, heading toward the slowly rotating vortex. This wormhole was a relic from the pre-epic era and was crucial during the peak of two civilizations' technological advancements. However, due to intense wars between the two civilizations, most wormholes had become battlegrounds, leaving very few operational ones post-war. In this context, a map accurately indicating the locations of still functioning wormholes was priceless. Though wormholes were scarce, they weren't freely accessible. New powers in the new epoch had divided the cosmos, and possessing a wormhole had become a symbol of dominance for any faction. The wormhole ahead belonged to the Plunder Star, co-owned by 6 leaders. Unable to control it alone, they had to share this vital resource. As Xia Mu's ship approached the wormhole, he noticed it wasn't unguarded. On either side of the massive wormhole stood a Xinjiang operative, heads bowed, each holding a giant sword. The emeralds on the sword hilts glowed faintly, and the glass of every entering ship's cabin would flash in response to the gemstone's light. Xia Mu's ship soon reached the wormhole entrance. Sitting in the pilot seat, he looked ahead and keyed in a short command on the control panel. Instantly, the transparent cabin glowed green. Encountering no resistance, Xia Mu's ship smoothly entered the rotating wormhole. The scenery changed abruptly. The vast starry sky vanished, replaced by a twisted passage. Multicolored energy streaked past on both sides. Inside the wormhole, various ships could be seen. When Xia Mu's small ship appeared, the surrounding vessels, charging their engines, paused momentarily before silently distancing themselves. Xia Mu exhaled lightly, ignoring the other ship's reactions, and typed commands on the control panel. The ship's engines roared to life. This vessel was a common Raider 2 model in the cosmos, nicknamed Little Swordfish by raiders due to its sleek, swordfish-like design. Its 3 small dark energy engines supported basic interstellar travel, and 6 auxiliary engines allowed it to navigate complex environments adeptly. However, it had a significant drawback: limited endurance for high-power long-distance travel. In short bursts, the Little Swordfish excelled among its peers, but it was somewhat inadequate for wormhole traversal. Typically, both explorers and raiders would advise against using such a ship for this purpose. Of course, raiders' advice often aimed to seize some loot, as even a little gain was worthwhile. Yet, in this Plunder Star wormhole, None dared approach this small ship because only the top figure in Plunder Star would dare use such a tiny vessel here. The next moment confirmed their suspicions. Once the little swordfish's engines fired up, it seemed like a beast awakening, emitting tail flames entirely different from a standard model. Normally, a little swordfish had 3 tail flames in a triangular formation, but this one, seemingly modified, spewed 8 thick tail flames. If it resembled a swordfish before, now it resembled a fierce great white shark. With a deafening roar, the 8 engine flames surged, and the small ship turned into a streak of light, vanishing into the wormhole's depths. On a nearby medium-sized ship, a shirtless man with a captain's coat draped over his shoulders stared wide-eyed in amazement. All these years, and I still don't know how he fitted 5 extra engines on a little swordfish without it exploding. It must be engines all the way to the cockpit. The person beside him shook his head with a wry smile. Though wormholes significantly shortened the distance between 2 points in the cosmos, traversing them still took time, ranging from half an hour to several days. The wormhole Xia Mu was traveling through was a short-distance one, taking about an hour. After engaging all engines, he activated autopilot and moved to the back of the cockpit. At the edge of the cabin was a conspicuous human-shaped indentation. Xia Mu spread his arms and fit himself into it. With the sound of mechanical movement, a fair-skinned, handsome young man with slightly messy hair emerged. His deep-set eyes seemed unfocused, as if his attention was elsewhere. His well-proportioned body and slightly faded clothes gave him a simple appearance. At a glance, if not for the thin vertical scar under his left eye, many might mistake him for an ordinary poor student rather than one of the infamous 6 leaders of Plunder Star. It has been 4 years since the old man passed away. Including the 4 years the old man took care of him, Xia Mu is now 18. Sitting in the cockpit, Xia Mu gazed out at the colorful wormhole through the porthole, his thoughts drifting back to the past. He recalled his vague understanding of age and birthdays, which stemmed from a question posed by a slightly chubby figure in his memory. "How old are you?" the person had asked. Xia Mu had shaken his head blankly. "I don't know." The figure had patiently explained. "Ah, your age marks the days you've lived. So, you don't know your birthday either?" Xia Mu had repeated, puzzled. "Birthday?" With a somewhat clumsy explanation, the person had said, "A birthday is, well, it's a very important day for everyone each year. Since you don't know yours, let's make today your birthday." As soon as the words were spoken, the person had turned and left, soon returning with something that looked like a small hammer. "This is meat. It's very delicious. From now on, come to me on this day every year." That was the first time Xia Mu had tasted meat. In his empty heart, there had never been such delicious food, and nothing had ever satisfied his perpetually hungry stomach so completely. This so-called important day left an indelible mark on his heart. After the old man passed away, Xia Mu accepted those battle memories, and once his primary consciousness returned, he truly understood the concepts of birthdays, age, and meat during the following 4 years. The slightly chubby figure who had given him his first birthday gift had faded into obscurity in his memory. In the subsequent years, on that special day, Xia Mu would always prepare something for himself as a reward. At this moment, he was gently rotating a core that emitted a faint glow, his gift to himself. The colorful lights from the edge of the wormhole streamed through the porthole, casting shifting shadows on his face. Sparks of electricity danced across the precise core, creating an almost dreamy atmosphere. Xia Mu looked up, frowning slightly as he stared at the divine armor in front of him. Ever since his memory awakened, he had used that knowledge to scour the wasteland planet for discarded divine armor parts, piecing together this seemingly shabby yet highly effective suit. Though its appearance was less than appealing, its mobility and attack power rivaled the core forces of the wasteland's major leaders. Xia Mu couldn't help but smile slightly as he recalled the expressions on those leaders' faces when he stormed their strongholds with his makeshift armor. He pressed his hand against the wall next to the armor, a light green handprint glowing and perfectly matching his palm. The armor spun around, revealing its intricately constructed back. Xia Mu's eyes glinted as he reached for a spot on his waist. With a series of mechanical clicks, the back of the divine armor unfolded at a visible speed, exposing its detailed inner structure. A thin blue line lit up, spreading throughout the interior. Upon closer inspection, these lines pulsed rhythmically, almost like a living organism. All the lines converged at a single point, the core of the divine armor. This core, named Ghostly Shadows, was something Xia Mu had seized from a leader on the wasteland. Unlike the lightning core, which added a lightning effect, this core created 3 shadow clones with each attack, each clone carrying half the power of the original. In high-intensity battles, this resulted in a barrage of unavoidable attacks. Even on the wasteland, such a core was a rare find. The leader who originally possessed it had paid a hefty price to obtain it. Xia Mu had nearly destroyed the leader's divine armor in their fierce battle before finally claiming it. "Dual core," Xia Mu murmured softly, sifting through the newly surfaced information in his mind. The dual-core technology allowed the installation of 2 energy cores in a single divine armor. If the people of the wasteland knew about this modification, it would undoubtedly spark a bloody conflict. This recent revelation, combined with the quality core he stumbled upon, prompted Xia Mu to take action. After confirming he had all the necessary information, Xia Mu retrieved a pair of mechanical gloves from a nearby toolbox. The gloves expanded instantly, with the original 10 fingers extending from the joints to become 20 smaller, tool-equipped mechanical digits. With a focused gaze, Xia Mu extended the mechanical gloves toward the back of the divine armor. The 20 mechanical fingers moved deftly, with tiny sparks of electricity flickering as he began the intricate modifications. Traveling through the wormhole took only about an hour. The swordfish spaceship plunged into the swirling vortex and vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it was on the edge of a massive, ochre-colored planet. This was an ordinary star system, with a dozen or so planets of various shapes orbiting a distant, radiant star. The planet before them was centrally located within the system. 2 enormous rings, one horizontal and one vertical, encircled the ochre planet. Against the dark backdrop of space, countless tiny lights moved along the rings. The swordfish, having just exited the wormhole, retracted its 8 tail flames, leaving only 3 thrusters to propel it toward the rings. As the distance closed, the rings loomed larger, and their details became clearer. This was a breathtaking mechanical construct, assembled from various modules. Ships constantly landed and took off, bringing life to this desolate part of the universe. Xia Mu's swordfish approached a dock, where a bustling crowd could be seen below. The ship docked at the entrance, and Xia Mu donned his divine armor before stepping out of the hatch. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed all around. Xia Mu tilted his head slightly as a red beam grazed his visor, leaving a deep, molten hole in the swordfish's hull. The passers-by turned pale, speculating whether another faction was challenging boss to Outlaw territory. Weapons were instantly readied, and the previously peaceful dock became tense. Well, 19, you're quite vigilant. Let's call it a day. I hope you're just as alert tomorrow. A sudden voice rang out from the crowd. Upon hearing it, especially the mention of 19, the onlookers quickly dispersed, leaving a large open space in the dock with only one person standing in the center. This person was also clad in divine armor, entirely black with sharp, angular lines, as if every part was meticulously designed for human dynamics. He held a massive, only and a half-meter long gun in his right hand, its body made of complex mechanical components. The elongated, flat front replaced the conventional barrel, with red energy flickering on it, indicating that the terrifying beam had just been fired from this weapon. The onlookers now realized the situation was unusual, putting away their weapons and watching with interest. A scar-faced, bald man with several heavily armed subordinates slung his laser rifle back over his shoulder, crossing his arms with a grin. This should be interesting. One of his subordinates, confused, asked, "Boss, who is this guy? How dare he make a move on boss to Outlaw turf? And with such a loud bang, why hasn't the self-defense team shown up?" Another subordinate chuckled and said, "Hey, you better remember these two. They're the most untouchable figures on the wasteland planet. Keep your eyes peeled. I'll send the detailed info to your terminal." He patted the confused subordinate's shoulder and said no more. Before the subordinate could check his terminal, Xia Mu's voice provided the answer. Trial's hand should be cut off as well, Xia Mu muttered to himself, walking slowly towards the figure. "I'm so scared." Someone suddenly bent over, clutching their stomach, as if they had just thought of something funny. "Ha ha, you managed to hit our special zone because we were right there. But can you keep up with my speed?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Mu's figure vanished in an instant. "Boring." The person curled his lip. The large gun in his hand shrank by more than half through a complex series of mechanical movements, transforming into a rectangular box that fit perfectly on his back. Meanwhile, red energy lines densely covered his divine descent armor. Boom. 2 deep footprints were left on the ground as the man also disappeared. Moments later, he appeared atop an unknown metal building. A small holographic screen popped out from the wrist of his divine descent armor, displaying a strong man in a black jacket. "Hey, Terrell, that guy is as cautious as ever. I missed." "I know, Dark Crow. Come back for now." Terrell nodded calmly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "I'll be right back. Oh, and remember to get me 2 women, huh?" Just as Dark Crow ended the call, his expression suddenly froze. He looked down in disbelief, staring at the silver-gray long blade that had pierced through his chest. "You? How could you catch up to me?" Before he could finish his sentence, 3 black shadows appeared out of nowhere, attacking from above and from both sides. A scream echoed through the night. The shadows dissipated, leaving 3 terrifying gashes on Dark Crow's arms and the armor on his head, almost tearing the divine descent armor apart. A powerful force struck from behind, causing Dark Crow to collapse to the ground in pain. Xia Mu materialized, sheathing his blood-stained blade into the slot on Dark Crow's back, crouching beside him to examine the large gun on his back with interest. Xia Mu took the gun and casually slung it over his back. The silver-gray long blade and the gun crossed each other, looking somewhat mismatched, but he didn't care. With a few leaps, Xia Mu disappeared into the night. Gasp! A while later, Dark Crow suddenly took a deep breath and sat up sharply. That was a thunder core. How could his patchwork divine descent accommodate 2 cores? This is impossible. I must report this. Dark Crow opened his divine descent helmet, panting heavily. Damn it, I never thought I'd need a synthetic heart. I have to get back quickly. The life support system of this divine descent won't last long. Ignoring the searing pain in his heart, Dark Crow struggled to stand and prepared to open communications. At this moment, his heart no longer emitted any heat, resembling a small black hole, with energy lines converging at his heart. Boom! A familiar roar suddenly sounded. Dark Crow froze. It was the sound of his own Nightfall gun firing. But in his current state, he couldn't even dodge. A flash of crimson light, and a fist-sized charred hole appeared on Dark Crow's head, radiating terrifying heat. From a distant rooftop, Xia Mu aimed the gun and glanced at the small inscription on the weapon. Nightfall. He murmured, not bad. Nightfall underwent a mechanical transformation, shrinking into a rectangular box about 1 meter long and 40 centimeters wide. Xia Mu slung it over his back, activated his divine descent, and leaped into the city. This space city was bustling with activity, with people and hovercars everywhere. But upon closer inspection, the bustle was actually chaos. Everyone was fully armed, and violent incidents like brawls, robberies, and murders were rampant. Xia Mu landed and walked slowly, ignoring the surrounding chaos. Passers-by seemed to recognize him, and no one dared to provoke him. Suddenly, a figure was thrown from the roadside, landing on the street. The passing hovercars didn't slow down, hitting the person again and sending them flying. The person lay motionless by the roadside. Shortly after, a white transport hovercar bearing a deep red cross arrived. A person in white divine descent armor jumped out, glanced at Xia Mu, and then loaded the body onto the hovercar. The street violence didn't affect the businesses on either side. People tacitly moved their conflicts to the roadside or areas without shops. Not far away, 2 people were wrestling. Moments later, a bald brute smashed his opponent's chest with a mechanical fist. The injured person, terrified, stumbled into a nearby weapon shop. The bald brute smirked and crossed his arms, staring at the weapon shop. Soon, a shadow was thrown out of the shop, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a stop, lifeless. The lifeless body on the ground had a gaping wound the size of a bowl in its chest, blood still pouring out. Xia Mu frowned slightly and stepped aside. Such scenes were all too common on the Plunder Star, where countless lives were lost daily, yet the population never seemed to dwindle. Instead, it kept growing. Since gaining independent thought, Xia Mu had witnessed nothing but this brutal reality. He knew all too well that here, might made right. The Plunder Star was ruled by 6 leaders, each controlling different territories. Within their domains, few dared to cause trouble. 3 of the leaders jointly managed the shops on the Plunder Star, establishing a bizarre order at the cost of countless lives and bloodshed. Amidst the chaos, there was a method to the madness. Another faction, the Crimson Cross, was primarily focused on research and had an obsessive fascination with corpses. The final significant group was Black Rose, composed entirely of women. Despite their exclusive membership, they were not to be underestimated. In a world where women were scarce, Black Rose had cemented its position with the lives of countless marauders in a sea of black roses. Xia Mu, as the 6th leader, was the most unique of them all. He had no faction, standing alone, yet his title as the strongest ensured that the other 5 leaders did not dare to underestimate him. The streets were rife with conflict, with Crimson Cross shuttles darting back and forth, not to save lives but to collect bodies. The bustling shops stood in stark contrast, yet no one dared to cause trouble there. Xia Mu walked slowly, arriving half an hour later at a rarely visited tall building. This 100-story skyscraper stood in the most prosperous part of the Plunder Star, yet no one dared to approach it. Xia Mu stood before the enormous black glass doors, which opened automatically. This was his residence, a gift from the other 5 leaders after he became the 6th leader. As he stepped inside, the outside clamor instantly vanished. The special black glass was opaque from the outside, but transparent from within. With a wave of his hand, the exterior view disappeared, replaced by a dazzling starry sky. The interior was uniquely decorated, resembling a luxurious villa, starkly contrasting with the building's exterior. His divine armor melted away into the walls as Xia Mu rubbed his temples and settled down on the sofa for a nap. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a young man covered in wounds looked fearfully at a stunningly beautiful woman before him. Sister Hill, why ask? Just kill him. The map must be on him. urged 5 burly men beside her, dressed in black divine armor with a shaped emblem featuring a slanted dagger on their chests. The woman, named Hill, smiled and asked, Dia, right? Don't lie to me, or I'll crush your fingers one by one. Her voice was gentle, but her words were chilling. Dia trembled as he pleaded, I really don't have it. I only saw it by chance, and then it disappeared. Hill's expression suddenly turned icy. Then why won't you let me search you? Is it because you don't find me attractive? As Hill leaned in closer, Dia's expression twisted, and he snarled. You crazy woman think you can get information about the Earth Alliance? Go to hell. He opened his clenched fist, releasing a cloud of black mist. Hill and her men immediately reacted, retreating frantically. Damn it! Kill him! Hill roared, donning a blood-red mechanical armor in an instant. 6 figures vanished from their spots. Dia clutched his chest and ran like mad, his legs encased in mechanical gear that allowed him to move so fast he was just a blur. The sound of chains came from behind him as he leaped to avoid a massive mechanical scythe. Little mouse, I'm coming to catch you, hee. Hill's light laughter echoed. Dia, drenched in sweat, continued his desperate escape over the rooftops. The commotion caught the attention of many, but no one intervened. Dia had already entered the territory of the shops managed by the 3 leaders. Boom. With each step, the mechanical legs left deep craters on the ground. Dia leaped swiftly between the tall buildings, moving so fast that passers-by could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Despite his speed, he was still slightly slower than Hill and the others after they donned their divine gear. Dia glanced back, despair filling his heart as he saw the red figure getting closer. This chase had attracted significant attention, but the usually rampant bandits in the area retreated at the sight of the red divine gear. Even some shop owners chose to stand by and watch. This situation only deepened Dia's despair. He opted to use the rooftops for his escape route, hoping to create chaos and slip away. However, the intimidation of Hill and her group was beyond his imagination. Even when they entered territories controlled by other leaders, the locals chose to remain silent. Little brother, stop running. Hill swung forward with her chain tightening. Our boss has already made it clear. No one will interfere with this capture. The distance between them shrank further. Damn it! Dia cursed, sweat soaking his forehead, but he didn't slow down. He pushed his mechanical legs to the limit, using every building as a springboard. Hill, like Spider-Man, swung forward with her chain and scythe, closing the gap with each leap. As the chase dragged on, the distance between them continued to narrow. Desperation filled Dia's eyes, but he had no options left. His divine gear had long been shattered, and even the mechanical legs he now used were stolen. Suddenly, a plain, boxy building appeared ahead. Dia's eyes lit up with hope. He increased his speed, veering towards the building without hesitation. Hill noticed his change in direction immediately. As she saw the building, her pupils contracted and she gritted her teeth. You're courting death, she shouted to the other 5. Stop, I'll go after him. The others halted, swallowing nervously as they looked at the building. Dia reached the building just before Hill could catch up. Instead of jumping over it, he leaped down, landing in front of it. Moments later, a massive mechanical scythe whistled through the air, embedding itself half a meter in front of Dia. The distance was negligible for the sharp blade, but Dia seemed to have entered a safe zone, standing still. Hill landed soon after, chains clinking, her eyes fixed on the building behind Dia. She removed her helmet and shouted, This man stole something from our spade. I hope the 19th leader will give our boss some face. Dia stood pale and trembling, not daring to move. When no response came from inside, Hill gritted her teeth and repeated, I hope the 19th leader will give our boss some face. Silence. Despite this, Hill didn't make a move, the terrifying memory of a past encounter holding her back. Dia's mind raced. If he left now, Hill would surely kill him. But if he could get inside the building, or use it to evade Hill's sight, there might be a chance. One path led to certain death, the other to possible survival. Without hesitation, Dia stared at Hill and began to retreat slowly. Hill frowned, instinctively wanting to step forward, but fear held her back. She raised her foot halfway, then put it down again. After a moment's thought, she activated her helmet's communication system. A holographic screen popped up, showing an elderly man with a gaunt face, deep-set eyes, long white eyebrows and hair, but a bald head. He was dressed casually and seated at a tea table, lost in thought. Elderine, he's entered the 19th territory, Hill said reluctantly. No matter, just keep an eye on him, Elderine replied, barely lifting his eyelids. But if the Earth information falls into the 19th's hands, Elderine suddenly spoke with a meaningful tone. Wouldn't it be better if he left here? But, enough. Do as you see fit. Whether the information is lost or not doesn't matter. Just bring me that boy's head. During the brief communication, Dia had reached the building's side and disappeared from Hill's sight. Once you're out of here, "You're dead," Hill muttered, her helmet automatically covering her head as she took to the sky. Dia, hiding in the building's shadow, saw the red divine gear hovering above and felt a headache coming on. On the Plunder Star, the 19th territory was small but had a strict rule. No one from other leaders was allowed near. Now that Hill was here, it was unusual that she hadn't attacked as she usually would. Though his goal wasn't achieved, the fact that the 19th hadn't appeared to kill him gave Dia a moment of relief and a sense of fear for his audacity. Even though the 19th didn't allow the 5 major leaders people near, it wasn't a haven for just anyone either. Otherwise, everyone who offended the leaders would flock here, and it would be overcrowded. Uncertain but relieved to be alive, Dia began to sneak around the building, staying out of Hill's line of sight. The building had devices to block detection, and if he could leave within this window, he had a chance to vanish on the Plunder Star. While pondering his escape, a sharp pain shot through Dia's right hand, and the mechanical bracelet on his wrist disappeared. "Who's there?" he shouted, grabbing his wrist and looking up, only to be stunned. A bizarre, somewhat dilapidated divine gear stood before him, one hand transformed into a set of intricate tools. Within seconds, it had dismantled the bracelet into tiny pieces, leaving only a small chip the size of half a fingernail. Dia's eyes widened in disbelief, his legs trembling uncontrollably. I'm not." Boom. Before he could finish, a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen, and he curled up, flying out from the building's shadow and landing on the open ground several meters away. Hill's eyes lit up as she scanned the sky for Dia. With a roar from her energy thrusters, she surged forward and caught the airborne Dia with ease. Hill smirked. "You've got guts, trying to use me." In one swift motion, she delivered a chop to his neck, knocking him out cold. She glanced warily at 19 lurking in the shadows below before turning away. Xia Mu stood in the shadows, unfazed by Hill's departure. In a place like the Plunder Planet, vigilance was essential for survival. The moment Dia and Hill approached the building, Xia Mu was already alert, fully dressed within 3 seconds, and standing silently behind the glass. He heard Hill's voice clearly, but in a good mood, he chose not to intervene immediately. It wasn't until Dia overstepped his bounds that Xia Mu stepped out and blasted him away. However, a subtle movement of Dia glancing at his wrist caught Xia Mu's attention. Years of experience on the Plunder Planet told him that such minor reactions often signified something important. Almost instinctively, Xia Mu removed Dia's wristband. Back inside the building, Xia Mu curiously examined the chip he had taken from Dia's wristband. This small data storage device had driven Dia to risk offending a leader and even brought Hill, sent by Lao, to kill him. Clearly, its contents were of immense value. Xia Mu inserted the chip into a terminal on the wall. A holographic screen instantly unfolded, displaying a vibrant blue planet. Unlike the cold, metallic jungles he was used to, this planet was covered in lush vegetation, inviting blue seas and elegant, nature-integrated architecture. Strange sounds accompanied the images, along with some square-shaped subtitles, but Xia Mu couldn't understand them at all. Xia Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. The scenes on the screen were things he had only heard about from others. At that time, his main consciousness was not yet liberated, and these descriptions were just vague impressions. What struck him most was the light in the eyes of those who spoke of these places, a light completely different from the deadness and violence in the eyes of Plunder Planet's inhabitants. Later, when his main consciousness was liberated, he understood that light's name Hope. The video wasn't long. In the final scenes, the camera pulled up from the ground into the vast universe. Seeing this, Xia Mu trembled and took a few steps back. Surrounding the blue planet were 5 or 6 massive mechanical planets, encircling it protectively. These mechanical planets were intimidating, bristling with various weapons, giant cannons occupying 1/5 of their volume, and enormous warships floating nearby, showcasing their formidable military power. At the video's end, a woman appeared. She didn't speak, but gestured towards a complex design in a holographic projection beside her. Xia Mu realized it was a design for a language conversion device. After closely studying the design, Xia Mu's eyes lit up, thinking that building this device might not be too difficult. The video ended, and Xia Mu stood still, deep in thought. Although he had understood the design and had the necessary materials, he didn't start building immediately. Cautious as always, he couldn't be sure if this was a trap set by other leaders, or some kind of tracking device. The universe was full of dangers, and unknown signal bands were countless. If he accidentally emitted a signal while building the device, attracting the powerful civilization in the video, the consequences could be disastrous. After a long contemplation, Xia Mu took a deep breath and relaxed his furrowed brow. There was nothing left here for him. The modification of the great swordfish was nearly complete. If a place like the one in the video existed, it wouldn't hurt to try. The stable life on that planet and the immense power of the mechanical planets fascinated Xia Mu. That was what truly attracted him. Resolute, Xia Mu took the elevator to the 2nd floor. This was where he built various equipment and spacecraft, a spacious area connected to the upper 3 or 4 floors, forming a massive workshop. The workshop was filled with all sorts of equipment, all collected by Xia Mu after becoming the 6th leader. If the other leaders saw this workshop, they would be stunned, as its facilities were on par with their top laboratories. Xia Mu approached a control terminal, inserted the chip, and donned a pair of mechanical gloves. With a soft click, the gloves activated, and dozens of precision tools extended from the fingertips. Meanwhile, Hill watched the bloodied Dia on the ground with a grim expression. His limbs twisted unnaturally, clearly severely injured. Hill remained silent as Yin Lao coughed behind her. Yin Lao stood up, expressionless, and said, "Let's go. Now that he has the item, there's no retrieving it." Dia moaned unconsciously on the ground. "Earth, Earth." He stretched out his twisted fingers as if trying to grasp something. Suddenly, a massive scythe descended from above, impaling Dia through the back and nearly splitting him in half. Yin Lao said coldly, "We are all sinners. From the moment we were born on the Plunder planet, we became the filthiest rats, forever branded as plunderers. Don't dream of redemption." He then burst into maniacal laughter. A day later, Xia Mu, exhausted, closed a fist-sized round box and connected it to the Divine Descent system. He replayed the video he had obtained from Dia. The Pangalactic Earth Alliance sincerely invites cosmic citizens from the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies to join us at coordinates 226-236-214515. Here, we offer a stable society that embraces everyone. War has destroyed your homes, but we are willing to become your new home. Here, there is no war, no chaos. Come, be one of us, and let's rebuild the universe together. We welcome citizens from both galaxies, but we will strike back against any malice. This is the last pure land of the 2 galaxies, and we will defend it to the death. Finally, this device contains our civilization's signal and language information. If you can, build it according to the design and come find us. Once the device is complete, it will send a signal to Earth, covering both galaxies within about a year, depending on the distance. When we receive the signal, we will publicly share the coordinates. Come here, and you can find us." Xia Mu was stunned, processing the newly obtained information. The Earth Alliance's power was beyond anything he had ever heard of. The ability to cover 2 galaxies with their signal alone was awe-inspiring, not to mention the mechanical planets showcasing their strength and deterrence in the video. Without a doubt, a civilization capable of welcoming citizens from 2 galaxies must be unimaginably powerful. After some thought, Xia Mu understood the logic. Following the destruction of 2 galactic civilizations, interstellar society fell into disarray. In such chaos, the emergence of a strong and orderly civilization, with unfathomable technology, indeed had the potential to unify the 2 galaxies. The images of Earth constantly bombarded Xia Mu's mind, presenting a world he had never seen before. In every aspect, it was far superior to the Plunder Star. He glanced back at the abundant facilities on the 2nd floor. Apart from the first 2 floors, which served as his living quarters and laboratory, and the 3rd floor, which housed the construction of the Great Swordfish, the remaining floors of the 100-story building were empty. For Xia Mu, who lived alone, this enormous building felt excessively spacious. Initially, the other major leaders thought he would start expanding his influence and tacitly accepted his share on this planet. After all, Xia Mu's terrifying combat prowess was unrivaled, and in the absence of anyone daring to challenge him, they silently agreed. However, unexpectedly, after the building was given to him, there was no activity, and he continued to keep to himself. Since his self-awareness awakened, Xia Mu had longed to leave this chaotic and violent place. But without a large spaceship, long-distance travel was impossible. The appearance of Earth reignited his desire to leave. Although he had been planning to leave soon, he lacked a clear target and hadn't completed all the necessary preparations. Now, with a goal in mind, he couldn't sit still any longer. During this period, Xia Mu had not been idle. The Great Swordfish was his creation, the smallest model of a large spaceship. He had considered seizing other leaders' ships, but those were designed for large teams, requiring numerous personnel for operation and maintenance, and the energy consumption alone was a problem. On this deceitful and bloody planet, trust was a distant utopia. But that didn't mean he was without options. The memories in his mind and his innate mechanical talent enabled him to assemble a spaceship from scratch. Fortunately, the memories provided ample information, and the other leaders generously offered many spaceship parts. Now, the Great Swordfish was nearing completion. Xia Mu had always been a pragmatic doer. On the Plunder Star, idealists had long perished on those blood-soaked hills. Only the truly cunning or powerful survived. He took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where a vast space similar to the 2nd floor unfolded before him. In the center was a 70-meter-long, spindle-shaped spaceship with sharp edges and a large tail, the Great Swordfish. Thanks to the building's massive area, it could accommodate this smallest yet still massive spaceship. Compared to other large spaceships, the 70-meter size was almost miniature. However, in interstellar terms, any ship capable of crossing galaxies was classified as a large spaceship. Despite its considerable size, most of the great swordfish's space was dedicated to engines, energy compartments, and other main components. While it wasn't sufficient for a small team to undertake interstellar travel, it was more than enough for Xia Mu alone. He had modified most of the ship's volume to store additional power compartments. The hull was made of the finest materials on the Plunder star, capable of withstanding the ship's acceleration. At the hatch, a beam of light scanned Xia Mu from head to toe, and the door opened. Stepping inside, he entered a 7 to 8 meter wide area for parking and repairing the Xinjiang. Further ahead was the living area, including a hall, rooms, and a small storage for food and energy. The cockpit was at the very front. Xia Mu sat in the main pilot seat, took a deep breath, and commanded, "Swordfish, initiate self-check." A cold electronic voice echoed in the cockpit, reporting the status of each system: power module, decompression module, wormhole traversal module, and weapon systems all normal. The main structure was stable, and energy levels were sufficient. The self-check was successful. The ship was ready for launch. After standing up, Xia Mu began the final preparations for departure. He needed to transfer all essential items, mainly energy, the Xinjiang, and food onto the ship. As for the top-tier laboratory equipment, he believed that wherever he went, as long as there were people, he could find what he needed and didn't have to bring them along. After spending half a day transferring the essentials to the great swordfish while wearing the Xinjiang, Xia Mu removed his helmet and stood by the window, gazing into the distance. That direction was where he had lived before his primary consciousness awakened, and where the old man had found him. One last search, he muttered to himself before leaving the building and activating the Xinjiang to fly away. The old man had died by his hand. This trip was not to find him but to search for the vague, chubby figure he had encountered when his primary consciousness received its memories. The commotion of the Xinjiang's flight caught many people's attention. As he passed through various territories, no one dared to comment after recognizing the distinctive features of the Xinjiang. People on the street merely glanced up before looking away, and members of various factions didn't say much either, as Xia Mu regularly flew in that direction. "He's looking for that person again, isn't he?" Someone on the street remarked to a companion after seeing the Xinjiang fly by. "Yeah, every 3 days. If someone can't be found on the Plunder Star, they're probably gone. I don't know what he's still looking for." Exactly. With his strength, even though he's alone, the leaders went out of their way to help him search privately back then, but they still couldn't find anyone. Xia Mu couldn't hear the chatter below, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. The Xinjiang flew swiftly, and soon he arrived in front of a dilapidated house. This area was sparsely populated, with only a few lifeless beggars leaning against the street. Without the absence of the Scarlet Cross collecting bodies, it was hard to tell if they were even alive. This was where the old man had lived and where Xia Mu's primary consciousness had awakened. In his memories, this was the only clear area, and searching for that person could only start here. After a moment of closed-eye contemplation, sifting through the still fuzzy memories, Xia Mu identified a direction and began walking. The Xinjiang's armor made a rhythmic clanking sound as it hit the ground, and the surrounding buildings gave him a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. He had searched every street in this area before but had found nothing. Now, coming here every 3 days had become routine. The person in his memory had only appeared for a brief period, but left a deep impression. He had learned several important concepts from them. But shortly after, the person disappeared, and as more memories surfaced, Xia Mu's recollection of the person grew increasingly vague. After walking for a while, the surroundings became more populated. The place where the old man had lived was essentially a slum, though there were no clear distinctions here. On the Plunder Star, there was only one kind of persona desperado. As the street grew busier, Xia Mu's presence did not cause much commotion. Over the years, people had grown accustomed to him, and his presence even made the street more vibrant. As the strongest individual on the Plunder Star, he was admired by many in this violence-worshipping society. It wasn't that no one wanted to join him and build a force under his leadership, but without exception, none could get in touch with Xia Mu. As for forming a faction, he had no particular interest. In this world, whether it was energy or equipment, everything was within Xia Mu's reach. The allure of power simply didn't appeal to him. Another day of fruitless searching came to an end. Xia Mu stood atop a skyscraper, gazing down at the sprawling area below. His eyes swept over the chaotic streets and dilapidated buildings, and he let out a deep sigh. Then, he activated the Hong Shen descent, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly vanished into the distance. In this land of plunder, every leader had their own exclusive zone serving as their main base. These zones were like forbidden territories where any intruder would face only one outcome: death. Although Xia Mu had once broken this ironclad rule, it hadn't diminished the authority of these zones. To the residents of the Plunder Star, Xia Mu had become an untouchable entity, his power gap leaving them in despair. The Terrell Zone was named after one of the 3 major shop-controlling leaders. At this moment, in a lavish hall, a burly man in a leather jacket was furiously smashing everything around him. Two scantily clad women cowered behind a sofa, trembling. Damn it, haven't you found a way to deal with him yet? Terrell roared. His speed was a minor weakness before, but now that he's killed Dark Raven, how are we supposed to defeat him? Calm down, Lord Terrell, said a blond man lounging on a sofa. His legs crossed on the table, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. I've got some news you might find interesting. Terrell paused his rampage, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the blond man. Speak, he demanded. The old man managed to get some Earth information, but it was taken by 19, the blond man said leisurely. Terrell sat down, gulping down the deep blue liquid in front of him. So what? Do you expect that old man to dare make a move against him? The blond man uncrossed his legs and leaned forward, a hint of mystery in his voice. There's something you don't know. Everyone in the plunder zone knows 19 is highly capable, a tough guy who can assemble his own descent. He's been plundering extensively in recent years, probably building something big. I suspect it could be a large spaceship. He continued his analysis. Oldine might not dare to act, but with the information in 19's hands, it might be exactly what he wants. We have to admit that 19 hasn't been focused here lately. While we see him as a major threat, he might just be dealing with us casually. The blond man let out a bitter smile but quickly added, but this is also an opportunity. If he leaves, the plunder star will still be under the control of U5. Terrell's breath caught slightly at this, but he quickly slammed the table in frustration. So what? If that's the case, doesn't it make everything I've gained as Terrell the Lion seem like charity from others? I can't accept that. The blond man cursed idiot inwardly but didn't dare voice it. After a moment of thought, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I have another plan, but it depends on whether you have the guts. Terrell's eyes widened in anger. Are you questioning me? Heh, don't you think it's an opportunity when he takes the large spaceship out? The blond man sneered coldly. Tyrell's eyes lit up. Are you saying we should engage using a large spaceship directly? The blond man shook his head, a glint of cunning in his eyes. No, deploying a large spaceship would be too conspicuous. Fighting within the star ring could affect its operations. In this era, few can repair the star ring. Moreover, other factions wouldn't sit idly by while we use a large spaceship recklessly within the ring. He continued, knowing his character, he's likely to choose a mini spaceship, probably piloting it alone. If we deploy a swarm of descenders to attack him, Tyrell frowned. How can you be sure he's piloting alone? The blond man rolled his eyes. If my earlier guess about the big ship is correct, then he's definitely piloting alone. If he had help, he wouldn't need to build it himself. He could just steal ours. Tyrell's breath hitched, wanting to argue but finding no words. The blond man's reasoning was solid. It would be child's play for 19 to seize their spaceship. What if he's not planning to leave? Tyrell asked. The blond man shrugged. Then we don't move. We've waited this long. We can wait for another opportunity. It's not like we lose anything. The next day, on the third floor, the great swordfish completed its self-check. The rear engines roared to life. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Xia Mu pushed the control stick forward. With a hum, the ship trembled lightly, the dark energy engines roaring louder as the massive spaceship slowly rose within the third floor. The front wall opened simultaneously, and the ship gradually moved out. The roar of the giant spaceship echoed around. People in the distance pulled out various tools, nervously watching the building. The gaping black hole on the third floor seemed capable of swallowing everything. Whenever there was activity there, it meant chaos and bloodshed in the land of plunder. First, the pointed bow of the spaceship appeared, followed by its streamlined body. The rear engines spewed hot flames, pushing the 70-meter-long great swordfish out of the third floor. Now, it hovered quietly above the open space in front of the building, its tail fins unfolding like blades. My God, it's a large spaceship, someone exclaimed. How could he build it in such a confined space? Even with the help of descenders, it's a massive project. If they can build descenders, a spaceship is just a matter of time, another person replied. What is he planning? Is he leaving here? No way. Nobody who left here had a good ending. The wandering explorer corps outside aren't joking, but he's 19. If it's him, maybe. In a corner not far from the building, a member of Tyrell's organization quickly sent a message to headquarters. Moments later, in the Tyrell district, a dozen shadows shot into the sky. After the spaceship exited the building, it hovered briefly to charge up, then with a thunderous roar, headed towards the wormhole dock. The grand spectacle of the large spaceship's flight drew countless eyes. Typically, the deployment of a large spaceship signaled a major expedition by one of the major factions, but the scale this time was clearly smaller, leaving many onlookers puzzled. When word spread that the spaceship had launched from 19th building, the land of plunder erupted. The various factions reacted differently, but aside from Tyrell, the others chose to watch in silence. As the spaceship neared the wormhole dock, Xia Mu's eyes sharpened. Swordfish, initiate autopilot, he commanded. Autopilot engaged. Please switch to manual mode before entering the wormhole, the system responded. Xia Mu stood up and walked to the room where the descender was stored, his gaze icy as he donned the special equipment. The spaceship soon arrived at the dock. The exit of the plunder star was unguarded, and the wormhole was shared, allowing free passage. Nearby spaceships veered away at the sight of the large spaceship. Here, only the 5 major leaders could afford to deploy such ships, so no one dared provoke them. However, after yielding the path, Xia Mu's great swordfish hovered in midair. With a hum, a side hatch opened, revealing the unusual descender. Those nearby gasped. 19. He actually has a large spaceship too. How is that possible? He's always been a lone wolf. Why is he stopping here? Is he waiting for someone? I don't recall 19 having any acquaintances here. As speculations ran wild, Xia Mu's eyes were like daggers, fixed on a spot at the dock. Silently, he reached behind him and pulled out a rectangular box. Click, click. Hissed the box quickly transformed into a large, futuristic, silver-gray gun, the nightfall he had taken from Dark Crow. Xia Mu crouched slightly, setting up the gun and aiming at a shadowy area of the dock. Boom. Before anyone could react, Nightfall roared, firing a crimson energy beam that vanished into the shadows below the dock. Bang! A ball of searing fire exploded there. Onlookers turned to see a descender with its upper body vaporized, sparks flying. Witnessing this, the spaceships near the great swordfish scattered like frightened birds, fleeing to a safe distance. Even a fool could see that the leaders' conflict had erupted, and it was beyond their meddling. Discovered? Huh. A voice roared angrily. 19. I've had enough of you. Today you'll die here. With the shout, dozens of shadows shot into the sky, hovering in front of the great swordfish. It was Tyrell's group. They had planned to ambush Xia Mu as he entered the wormhole, attacking when he couldn't control the ship, but being discovered forced them to reveal themselves. They were all clad in crimson descenders with spikes on their knees and wrists. Leading them, Tyrell's descender stood 3 meters tall, its massive frame and the large mechanical cannon on its back exuding immense pressure. It's Tyrell's beasts. It really is them. If the beasts are here, the vipers must be nearby too. Too bad Dark Crow was killed by 19 earlier. Otherwise, it would be even more chaotic today. The onlookers, having retreated to a safe distance, whispered among themselves. At that moment, 2 more spaceships, one large and one small, emerged from the slowly rotating wormhole. The larger ship was rectangular, about 120 meters long, with a slightly curved bow and downward-bending wings, resembling a giant whale. The smaller ship was spindle-shaped, around 80 meters long, its design perfectly streamlined for speed. Both ships bore the same emblem, a heart-like shape, seemingly cut from the side. Clearly, they had noticed the standoff between 19 and Tyrell. The ships veered slightly, yielding the wormhole space before hovering in the air, poised to watch the spectacle. Inside the small spaceship, a woman in a blue and white uniform, with a graceful figure and exquisite features, lounged with her long legs on the control panel, resting her chin on one hand, observing the standoff with interest. Didn't expect to see such a show right after returning from the expedition, she chuckled. That brainless Tyrell is actually facing off against 19. Lady Shuelon, should we head back now? A few female staff members below, busy adjusting the spaceship, asked. No, Shuelon smiled. Let's enjoy the show. Facing Tyrell's menacing group, Xia Mu said nothing. He activated the descender, blue energy lines instantly spreading across his body. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spaceship's hatch. Terrell's pupils contracted sharply, and his roar pierced the air. Everyone, defensive positions. His team tensed up instantly, each member scanning their surroundings vigilantly, trying to catch sight of Xia Mu. Suddenly, a pale blue streak of lightning flashed by. A dull thud followed from the rear of the formation, where a divine warrior's chest exploded, lightning dancing around the wound. Gritting his teeth, Terrell quickly analyzed. Lightning core. Stay calm. He switched to a single core armor. His attack power is significantly reduced. Just hold him off. Wild wolf. Terrell muttered under his breath as his divine form began to shift. His body shrunk and became leaner, his hands transforming into massive mechanical claws. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged towards the distant, elusive figure of Xia Mu. Encircle him. Terrell ordered through the internal comms. His lightning core can't match the speed of my wild wolf form. Prepare to attack. As he spoke, he had already reached Xia Mu, claws slashing forward. Xia Mu sidestepped instead of dodging outright, delivering an elbow strike to Terrell's chest. In an instant, 3 shadows materialized. Terrell's heart raced as he felt an impact from behind. In a desperate move, he quickly shifted form again, tiger. His claws retracted, and his armor bulked up, becoming larger and more robust. The three simultaneous attacks landed on his back with a heavy thud. Terrell withstood the blow, spreading his large hands to capture Xia Mu. But Xia Mu was prepared. The moment his attack landed, he retreated, his form flickering like a phantom, skillfully evading Terrell's long-range strikes. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from a corner of the dock. A blinding white light pierced through Xia Mu's divine form. Excited voices crackled over Terrell's comms. Did we get him? Must have. He dodged so many times just now. No engine can keep up with that kind of evasive maneuvering. Terrell's roar cut through their celebration. Keep firing. If he were that easy to take down, he wouldn't be leading alone. Before the words finished, the figure pierced by the light faded and vanished. It was just a decoy. The roar of a heavy gun echoed again, this time from above. A red flash shot into a hidden corner of the dock, and a dark figure darted out, disappearing among the complex structures. Inside a distant ship, Xuelan's eyes widened in shock. Dual cores. He actually installed dual cores himself. The women below her erupted in astonishment. In the land of plunder, only a few top leaders possessed multi-core divine forms, all stolen from the outside world. They lacked the technology to create them, and Xia Mu's dual-core divine form was clearly self-installed, a fact that left everyone in awe. Among the 6 leaders, the one with the multi-core divine descent is widely known. At this moment, the figure flickering with lightning in the sky, combined with its signature ghostly shadows, was undoubtedly the latest multi-core divine descent. Xuelan watched the fierce aerial battle with great interest, arms crossed. Trail, the furious lion, finally couldn't hold back and attacked Xia Mu. Their previous covert actions had already drawn attention. Xuelan mused that Trail probably didn't anticipate Xia Mu creating a dual-core divine descent. Otherwise, Trail should have given number 19 a tougher time with his current preparations. Xuelan glanced subtly at the distant buildings, a meaningful smile playing at her lips. Let's move back a bit and leave the battlefield to them. As her words fell, the ship Xuelan and her group were on slowly moved aside, revealing a vast open space in front of the wormhole. The aerial battle grew more intense. Trail, in his tiger form, surrounded by numerous subordinates, barely managed to fend off Xia Mu's attacks. Xia Mu, with both cores fully activated, darted through Trail's divine descents like a blue lightning bolt. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. A divine descent on Trail's flank exploded, accompanied by 3 rapidly dissipating blue figures. The triple ghostly attack, combined with the double speed of the lightning core, elevated Xia Mu's power even further. Inside his battle armor, Trail's forehead veins bulged as he stared at the rapidly vanishing figure. The forces he brought were the elite of his organization, all equipped with advanced battle armor and standard cores. Although these were ordinary cores, not as powerful as his beast core, they were far superior to common soldiers. Yet, in front of Xia Mu, these elites seemed like powerless children, easily defeated. In the blink of an eye, 3 more battle armors were destroyed. The bright flames reflected on Trail's face, alternating light and shadow. This can't go on. Everyone, change formation and fight around me. Trail roared. Simultaneously, his tiger form battle armor began to transform, shifting from its heavy, menacing appearance to a lighter, more agile form. From the distant large ship, Xuelan's eyes lit up. Oh, realizing he can't overpower, he's switching to a spearhead assault? Seems like Trail has some brains after all. A pale-faced woman in uniform below the bridge asked in confusion, Sister Lon, with number 19's combat prowess, won't Trail suffer in a direct clash? Xuelan retracted her shapely legs from the control panel, leaning sideways on the chair, resting her cheek on one hand. You're underestimating Trail. Everyone knows how powerful number 19 is, but Trail is no pushover. Plus, he has a group of elites covering him from the sides. In this situation, even if he's at a disadvantage, he can hold out for a while. Hold out for a while? The woman was momentarily stunned, then her eyes brightened. Does he have a backup plan? Just wait and see, Xuelan replied with a mysterious smile. On the battlefield, following Trail's command, the surrounding divine descents began to change formation. The previously aggressive formation surrounding Xia Mu quickly shifted, closing in around Trail. Trail's battle armor also transformed, becoming sleeker and fitting his body perfectly. Blades extended from his elbows, emitting a chilling gleam. 3 spikes rose from his back, and his shoulders and knees were covered with menacing horns. Xia Mu's figure suddenly appeared at Trail's side. Trail swiftly turned, slashing with the blade on his elbow. Simultaneously, 3 others charged from the sides, blocking Xia Mu's escape routes. Xia Mu's only options were to clash head-on with Trail or retreat. Xia Mu's figure trembled slightly, retreating instantly. But at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, and a white beam shot through the sky, heading straight for Xia Mu. It was the sniper hiding in the distant snake. Trail had naturally included him in the formation. The moment Xia Mu launched his attack, he had already fallen into Trail's rhythm. The beam's speed was astonishing, reaching Xia Mu almost instantly. What happened next left Trail in shock. Faced with the tricky angle of the beam, the lightning core in Xia Mu's battle armor flared, making him appear like a ball of lightning. Just as the beam was about to hit, the lightning exploded, creating dozens of lightning-infused figures. The beam passed through, and the figures quickly converged back into Xia Mu, driving two cores at maximum power simultaneously. What an incredible physique! Xuelan exclaimed, standing up abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Trail quickly regained his composure. That attack would have been difficult for any leader to avoid, forcing them to take it heedin. But he soon realized that Xia Mu had anticipated the sniper. In that brief moment, Xia Mu had vanished from his sight. Damn it! Trail roared into the communication channel, rushing toward the sniper's position with his elites. Snake, run! Before he could finish, Xia Mu was already diving from the sky toward the source of the beam. In a nondescript warehouse, a figure broke through the wall, fleeing toward the complex buildings. Boom! A sound like thunder resonated, as Xia Mu's divine descent left 3 lightning trails in the air, accelerating further. The fleeing snake saw this through his battle armor's monitoring system, his soul almost leaving his body. He knew the lightning core's power but had never imagined such speed at full burst. To maximize his weapon's power and speed, he had shortened the distance to the battlefield. Now, this distance became an insurmountable chasm. The complex buildings were close, and if he could disappear from Xia Mu's view for a few seconds, he could use his sniper core to hide. But the chasm remained an insurmountable distance of despair. Xia Mu's lightning-infused divine descent instantly overtook him, stopping on a distant building wall. Boom! The wall cracked like a spider web, and Xia Mu's figure reached maximum speed, passing Snake from the side. Snake watched Xia Mu disappear, then noticed 2 fading shadows and 2 cross lines behind him through his battle armor's blind spot. Boom! The sniper's divine descent exploded. Seeing this from afar, Trail's eyes almost popped out. After Dark Crow's death, Snake was his most powerful shadow assassin. Now, seeing him killed by Xia Mu so easily drove Trail to the brink of madness. Every sniper was painstakingly trained, and Trail had invested heavily in these two. Their weapons, Nightfall and Shadow Whistle, were obtained through significant resources and connections. Now, one was in Xia Mu's hands, and the other was engulfed in the explosion. I'll kill you. Trail, unable to maintain his composure, charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Inside Xia Mu's divine descent, his gaze turned icy. The lightning core and ghostly shadows felt increasingly natural to him. Though using both cores simultaneously had initially made him stiff, he was growing more accustomed to this power as the battle continued. Poor Terrell and his team had no idea that the ghostly agility and formidable combat skills they had just witnessed from Xia Mu were merely a fraction of his true capabilities. Having absorbed the memories in his mind and grown stronger over the years as a leader with ample resources, Xia Mu had become an almost unfathomable force. To Xia Mu, Terrell's furious charge seemed laughably slow. With a single glance, Xia Mu's brain worked like a supercomputer, devising dozens of counterattack strategies in an instant. Unaware that his attack had already been seen through, Terrell roared and charged, his crossed blades slashing with fierce energy. Meanwhile, his elite squad moved in perfect sync, launching their assault in unison with Terrell's strike, creating an overwhelming offensive. Faced with what seemed like an unavoidable attack, Xia Mu stood motionless. Nightfall, his weapon, was already raised before him, its energy fluctuating and ready to unleash. In the next moment, a terrifying energy beam burst forth. The red beam roared, striking the center of Terrell's crossed blades. Using Nightfall at such close range was risky. A misfire could hinder his ability to dodge. Terrell saw this and pressed forward, undeterred by the weapon's roar. The red beam collided violently with his crossed blades, and the elite squad seized the moment when Xia Mu slightly recoiled from the impact, launching their simultaneous strikes. However, Xia Mu's response defied all expectations. The brief stiffness lasted only an instant before he surged forward, riding the energy beam's momentum to break through the squad's encirclement at its weakest point. With a burst of lightning speed, Xia Mu evaded all their attacks. Terrell had just deflected Nightfall's energy beam when he saw Xia Mu darting towards him like an arrow. Caught off guard, he could only turn and brace with his shoulder. But Xia Mu's lightning-quick hand, crackling with energy, pinned him down. Terrell staggered, exposing the 3 blades on his back to Xia Mu. Before Terrell could react, a tremendous force struck from behind, accompanied by the screech of metal tearing. To the onlookers, including Blood Orchid and other hidden factions, Terrell was downed by Xia Mu in a single encounter, crashing heavily to the ground like a fallen meteor. The alloy floor of the plaza before the wormhole dented instantly. Xia Mu, not giving Terrell any respite, activated his lightning core once more. As he descended rapidly, 3 shadows solidified around him. Though the elite squad tried to intercept him, Xia Mu's terrifying speed, enhanced by the lightning core, was an insurmountable barrier. Boom, boom, boom. 3 earth-shattering explosions rocked the plaza, causing it to tremble. The elite squad rushed in, only to see a dark figure emerge from the lingering lightning, crashing heavily before them. As they realized the figure's identity, their pupils contracted in shock. It was a mangled divine armor, with its helmet missing, revealing Terrell's bloodied face. The back of the armor was a horrifyingly sunken mess, and other parts were scorched by lightning. Terrell was already unconscious. As the lightning dissipated, Xia Mu stood cold and unyielding, his eyes icy beneath his helmet, staring at the crowd. Without giving them a moment to recover from their shock, Xia Mu acted again. He raised Nightfall, which he had previously retracted, aiming its dark barrel at a few low buildings behind Terrell's team. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. Their gazes shifted from Terrell to the direction Xia Mu's gun was pointing. Xia Mu's voice echoed eerily. Do I need to pull the trigger, or will you come out now? Ha ha ha, as expected of 19. Even in this intense battle, you managed to find us. A burst of hearty laughter broke the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. On a distant low building, Lao of the Spade A and his men suddenly appeared. Hill, the tall figure who had once hunted Daya, now stood there with a massive mechanical scythe slung over his back, gripping the handle with one hand, eyes gleaming with excitement as he locked his gaze on Xia Mu in the distance. Beside Hill stood 4 high-ranking Xinjiang warriors, leading a group of fully armed subordinates, exuding an intimidating presence. This scene elicited a collective gasp from the surviving crowd nearby. 3 of the 6 major leaders were actually gathering here and now. News spread like wildfire across the Plunder Star. For the residents of this chaotic planet, a clash between the leaders was a grand spectacle. Given the chance to take a bite out of these powerful factions, they would never hesitate. As for retaliation, for these short-sighted hyenas, that was too distant a concern. The appearance of Lao and his men made the situation even more delicate. The heavily injured and unconscious Terrell now lay like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be carved up. Although they had previously cooperated with Spade A, the immediate gains from kicking them while they were down seemed far more tempting than maintaining a fragile alliance. Xia Mu's gaze shifted between Lao in the distance and Blood Orchid and her people in the large spaceship. He then stood motionless, lost in thought. Strangely, no one paid attention to Terrell's remaining elite squad. The tension grew, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Terrell's elite squad was now in a dilemma. Their carefully planned attack had completely unraveled, and Terrell's swift defeat had thrown everyone's plans into disarray. The premature fall of Viper had shattered their alliance with Lao. At this moment, Terrell's forces had become the weakest link among the 3 factions. Without the support of Dark Crow and Viper, and with Terrell himself gravely injured and unconscious, their strength had plummeted. In the spaceship, Blood Orchid sat upright, her gaze sharp as she stared at Xia Mu confronting Lao in the distance. She decisively ordered, launch an attack on the factories in Terrell's district, mobilize all of Bianhua, and take over their large spaceship dock. Sister Lan, are we going to war? Her subordinates exclaimed. The other leaders won't stand by idly. This will be a major battle. A glint of excitement flashed in Blood Orchid's eyes. A major battle? No, this is a celebration. After today, the 6 leaders will be down to 5. Without Terrell, Dark Crow, and Viper, Terrell's district will be in shambles. Move quickly. I suspect the other leaders have already started. Meanwhile, although Lao appeared to be confronting Xia Mu, he had already issued several orders similar to Blood Orchid's through the Xinjiang communication system. To them, Terrell's district was already a piece of unclaimed treasure. Amidst this tense standoff, Xia Mu suddenly made a move. The distinctive sound of Xinjiang's metal armor echoed as he slowly walked forward. Terrell's subordinates, seeing the seemingly ordinary Xinjiang approach, trembled in fear. Despite its patched-together appearance, they had witnessed how it had defeated their leader and other high-ranking members. Xia Mu crouched beside the unconscious Terrell. His right hand transformed into a set of 5 intricate tools. Under the horrified gazes of the squad members, Xia Mu's fingers moved rapidly over Terrell's Xinjiang chest plate, almost becoming a blur. The thick, robust chest plate of Terrell's Xinjiang was being disassembled at a visible speed. Bang! Blood Orchid slammed her hand on the table, staring in disbelief at the rapidly dismantling Xinjiang in the distance. Lao was equally shocked. How is this possible? Disassembling Xinjiang without workshop machinery, does such a technique really exist? Both of them felt an ominous premonition. Could he be aiming to dismantle the beast core? Everyone around was already stunned by this scene. In this new era where much technology had been lost, especially on the chaotic Plunder Star, Xia Mu's display of skill was unprecedented. At that moment, They seemed to understand why Xia Mu could independently create Shanjiang and large spaceships. This man was not only a formidable warrior, but also a mechanical genius. Xia Mu focused intently on disassembling Terrell's Xinjiang, unaware that he was once again reshaping the Plunder Star residents' perception of him. Using these materials on you is such a waste, he muttered, his hands never stopping. Soon, he found the beast core in the heart of Terrell's Xinjiang. It was a fist-sized diamond-shaped mechanical core, quietly connected to the heart of Terrell's Xinjiang. Despite its small size, the mechanical technology it contained far surpassed the Xinjiang of any era. The various transformations of Terrell's armor were all controlled by this core. Once he found the core, disassembly became easy. Xia Mu's right hand, equipped with precise mechanical tools, moved swiftly, and in no time, he had removed the beast core. Despite their premonition, Blood Orchid and Lao were still utterly shocked when they saw the beast core fall into Xia Mu's hands. To them, this moment was nothing short of witnessing a miracle. After obtaining the beast core, Xia Mu slowly stood up. His right hand, previously filled with intricate tools, instantly returned to normal. He then reached for Yilin on his back. Amidst the sound of metal shifting, Yilin reassembled into a powerful mechanical gun. Without hesitation, Xia Mu aimed the gun at the massive hole in Terrell Shangjiang's chest, a wound he had just created. The elite squad and others like Lao and Xuelon held their breath, anticipating what was to come. Yet, no one stepped forward to intervene. On this lawless planet of plunder, one's own life was the only thing worth protecting. Boom! A dazzling red beam flashed, and a penetrating wound appeared in Terrell's chest. His blood vaporized instantly under the intense heat, leaving a massive crater on the ground behind him. Thus, Terrell, one of the 6 leaders of the Plunder Star, quietly passed away in his unconscious state. Xia Mu's strength once again exceeded everyone's expectations, just like when they had underestimated him in the past. This time, Terrell paid the ultimate price: his life. Putting away the mechanical gun, Xia Mu turned and flew towards the large spaceship, Great Swordfish, hovering near the distant wormhole. From the start of the battle, he had activated the ship's AI to initiate the autopilot mode. No one dared to stop Xia Mu as he left with the beast core. This core was the main source of Terrell's power. If embedded into a high-level battle armor and with sufficient physical fitness, it could potentially create the next Terrell. It was the key to the path of becoming a formidable warrior. If anyone else had taken this core, they would have been torn apart by the pack of hyenas around them. But now, with Terrell's corpse lying nearby, no one dared to make a move. Instead, as Xia Mu flew towards the great swordfish, the crowd involuntarily stepped back. Xia Mu was already infamous on the Plunder Star. He had challenged the territories of the 5 major leaders single-handedly and became the 6th leader, widely recognized as the top warrior on the planet. However, until today, no one realized the disparity in strength between the leaders was so vast. Terrell was considered one of the strongest among the 5. Lao had hoped Terrell could at least restrain Xia Mu. Yet, the outcome was a complete and utter defeat. In the face of absolute power, any schemes or tricks seemed futile. Lao felt this deeply. Xia Mu's overwhelming strength was suffocating. Although Lao still had a trump card that could kill with one strike, the charging time was too long to be effective now. Watching Xia Mu enter the great swordfish starship, Lao's face turned dark. A subordinate cautiously asked, "Boss, what about the psionic shipbreaker cannon?" Lao turned and glared at him fiercely, snapping, "Do I need to spell it out for you? Stop the charging, we're leaving." With Terrell dead, his territory was now a big pie waiting to be divided. Provoking Xia Mu at this moment would be a waste of time. As Lao angrily pushed his subordinate aside and turned to leave, he heard a startled cry from behind. "Boss, look over there." His men pointed behind him, trembling. Sensing something was wrong, Lao quickly turned around. To his shock, Xia Mu had somehow disembarked from the ship and was now quietly observing the crowd. The scene of Terrell's death was still fresh in everyone's minds. Though no words were exchanged, Lao felt a chilling fear. "We didn't make a move against you. What do you want?" Lao tried to maintain his composure, watching Xia Mu intently. Xia Mu pondered for a moment and said, "You must have prepared something in secret, right?" Lao's heart raced. The psionic shipbreaker cannon was a massive weapon they had plundered from elsewhere. If other factions found out, it would certainly trigger a bloody conflict. More importantly, Xia Mu's strength had clearly reached a new level. If he initiated a conflict, other factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take a piece of Lao's territory. With this realization, Lao decided to threaten, "Yes, the psionic shipbreaker cannon is fully charged and aimed right here. If you make any move, Hiller will blow us all to smithereens." The psionic shipbreaker cannon? Isn't that a main cannon rarely found even on large ships? Did Black Ace dismantle a large ship for this? This is a real game changer. A single shot could take out an unshielded large ship. I heard Black Ace's recent expedition was fruitful, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of weapon, Yin Lao's words caused an uproar among the crowd. The void energy ship cannon, mounted on large spacecraft, consumes a significant amount of dark energy blocks with each shot, delivering a destructive force equivalent to a year's income for an average household. On the technologically barren planet of the Plunder Star, such powerful weapons are scarce. Once, a faction managed to seize a void energy ship cannon from the outside. The leader, eager to show off, mounted it conspicuously on his spacecraft and flew arrogantly over the Plunder Star. However, within a day, over a dozen factions united to eliminate them. By the end of the battle, not a single piece was left on the ground, as if locusts had swept through. The formidable void energy ship cannon was destroyed in the chaos. Surprisingly, years later, the faction known as Black Spade A has acquired another void energy ship cannon. Until today, this weapon could have reshuffled the power structure among the 6 major factions. But now, the power struggle has already begun due to the conflict between Terrell and Xia Mu. While the wormhole remains temporarily calm, surveillance footage across the Plunder Star shows chaos spreading. The actions of Bloodrose and Black Spade A haven't gone unnoticed by other leaders, who have simultaneously targeted Terrell's special zone. The saying "the wall falls and everyone pushes" is a common occurrence on the Plunder Star. With Terrell's death, his faction's power has all but vanished. The Plunder Star is noisier than ever, with armed forces from various factions patrolling docks and factories, killing anyone from Terrell's faction on sight. A man wearing high-grade armor with Terrell's emblem stumbled through the streets. Turning a corner, he found his path blocked by another group of armed forces, while Black Spade A's forces closed in from behind, trapping him. In despair, the man looked towards a shop labeled Terrell Chain, its sign seemingly shrouded in gloom. Gritting his teeth, he activated the limited dark energy within his armor and charged towards the shop. However, both groups of armed forces didn't stop. Instead, they all surged forward, storming into Terrell's shop. "You've violated the Alliance's agreement. This is an Alliance shop. You can't fight here," the man shouted, removing his helmet to reveal a rugged face, glaring at the intruders. "Alliance?" A mocking laugh echoed as a figure in form-fitting armor stepped forward. Her expression was hidden behind a purple visor, but her voice dripped with disdain. "Terrell is dead. Do you think the Alliance still matters?" Snap! A whip lashed out from the woman's hand like a phantom, wrapping around the man's neck. The sudden attack left him defenseless, his hands gripping the whip tightly but unable to loosen it. "Be a good boy and come with me," the woman sneered, dragging the whip as she turned to leave. This scene was just a microcosm of the widespread assault on Terrell's faction across the Plunder Star. Elsewhere, more members of Terrell's faction faced relentless pursuit. Once arrogant and domineering, Terrell's forces had become the target of universal scorn. Besides the 4 major factions, even smaller groups and lone wolves had joined the hunt. The Plunder Star was shrouded in a grim atmosphere, with battles, bloodshed, and the Crimson Cross simultaneously collecting corpses and hunting Terrell's forces, creating a bizarre yet common sight. Thus began a wave of chaos sweeping across the Plunder Star. At the center of this maelstrom, Xia Mu remained unconcerned, frowning at Old Yin. After revealing his trump cards and threats, Old Yin's face was equally grim. If not for the immense pressure Xia Mu exerted, he wouldn't have exposed the existence of the Void Energy Ship Cannon. The Void Energy Ship Cannon's strength lay in its terrifying power, but its weakness was the long time needed to charge. In critical moments, a single shot could turn the tide of battle by sweeping away the enemy's main ship. However, Old Yin had no other choice. No matter how powerful the cannon was, it was still an external object. If Xia Mu attacked, Black Spade A would become the next Terrell faction. The hyenas on the Plunder Star were never satisfied. Yet, Old Yin couldn't easily give up the Void Energy Ship Cannon either. He had paid a steep price for it. Besides, Xia Mu clearly intended to leave, so there was no need to worry about future complications. "You plan to leave, don't you?" "As far as I know, the Dusk Shadows have also joined the fray. Though Terrell is dead, some of his loyalists are still lurking. Fighting under these conditions won't be easy," Old Yin said, his gaze fixed on Xia Mu's expressionless visor, which displayed cold, emotionless blue electronic eyes. Xia Mu paused, considering, then replied, "You're right." Old Yin's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly continued, "How about this? We join forces. I can prevent others from hindering your departure, but before that, you need to help us mount the Void Energy Ship Cannon on our main ship." Hearing Old Yin's proposal, the surrounding people didn't look pleased. From a distance, Blood Orchid cursed the old fox under her breath. The allure of the Void Energy Ship Cannon was enormous, but only because it was right there. Once installed on their main ship, anyone else trying to seize it would have to contend with the fleet's firepower. And Black Spade A's fleet was no pushover. No one on the Plunder Star would be foolish enough to attack them before Terrell's spoils were fully divided. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Xia Mu's voice shattered Old Yin's excitement, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The blue energy lines on Xia Mu's armor suddenly surged, and he quickened his pace towards Oldine. If there was a chance to kill me, Hill would have already taken it. As for collateral damage to you and Terrell, in the face of an opportunity to kill me, you might not be that important. Boom. Xia Mu left 2 deep craters in his wake. Old Yin's pupils contracted as he shouted, "Defend!" Old Yin's subordinates reacted immediately, activating their battle armors and forming a protective circle around him. 8 light shields unfurled from their wrists, connecting to form a domed energy shield, guarding everyone within. Clang! A giant scythe emerged from behind the shield, slashing forward. The air rang with the sound of metal clashing. Xia Mu appeared in front of the shield, catching the scythe with one hand. "Hee, you guessed right." Hill's playful voice came from behind the chains. She stood atop a low building, the scythe's chain linked to her armor. The conversation between the two made Elder Yin's face turn a shade of pale blue. Although he had anticipated this outcome when he dispatched Hill to use the psionic destruction cannon, he couldn't fully trust Hill and had placed his own people there as well. However, he hadn't expected that an inadvertent remark would lead Xia Mu to deduce that the psionic destruction cannon hadn't fully charged. With things as they were, Elder Yin had nothing more to say. His expression suddenly turned vicious as he shouted angrily, "Shadows of dusk, what are you waiting for?" But the only response was the eerie silence of the square. Suddenly, Elder Yin seemed to realize something, and his face grew even darker. "Those damn rats," he cursed, turning to Hill and urgently saying, "Stall him. I promise you'll get the Scarlet Core after this." Hill raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Old man, you said it. You better not go back on your word. I hate people who don't keep their promises." Eldarine frowned and gritted his teeth. "Don't worry. Are you two making deals out loud as if I'm not here?" Xia Mu remarked oddly, then suddenly exerted force with his arm. Clang! Snap! The chains in the air suddenly tightened, and the energy from the thunder core in Shunzhang's chest erupted. Lightning began to ripple across Xia Mu's armor. In the distance, Hill's face changed, her body trembled slightly, and she released the chains, transforming into a shadow that darted forward. Her speed was astonishing, appearing as a mere blur to the naked eye, closing the distance to Xia Mu in an instant. Swish! Xia Mu quickly bent his elbow in front of him, and a claw appeared out of nowhere, scraping against the gauntlet of Shunzhang's armor. Almost simultaneously, as the first claw fell, 2 more claws attacked from behind. It was as if Xia Mu had eyes on his back. 2 phantoms appeared out of nowhere, blocking the claws. This was just the beginning. The speed of the claw attacks increased rapidly, and from a distance, it looked like countless claw shadows were crazily attacking. Hill maneuvered with terrifying speed around Xia Mu, her attacks relentless and fierce. At this moment, Xia Mu seemed to be on the defensive, but the aggressive Hill wasn't feeling any ease. After all, if someone who single-handedly fought the 19 top leaders had only this level of strength, Elder Yin wouldn't have resorted to using the psionic destruction cannon. Sure enough, although Hill's attacks seemed fierce, Xia Mu blocked all of them using the multiple attacks from the ghostly core. As Hill swung another claw, a sudden alarm went off in her mind. Trusting her instincts without hesitation, she aborted her claw strike and leaped backwards several times, distancing herself from Xia Mu. Quick reflexes, Xia Mu's voice echoed, but Hill remained silent, her eyes fixed on the long blade that had somehow appeared in his hand. The blade was 3 feet long, made of pure steel, with a pitch-black blade that was less than 2 fingers wide, a slight curve, and a deep blood groove. Just seeing the blade made Hill's hair stand on end, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Hill stared at the Tang sword that had suddenly been drawn, a chill running up her spine. It felt as though countless vengeful spirits were howling and reaching out with skeletal hands from the blade, trying to pull her in. The appearance of this weapon completely shattered her understanding. None of the information she had gathered ever mentioned Xia Mu using any weapon. This is bad. If this fight continues, I'll really die. Alarm bells rang in Hill's mind. She had always believed that Xia Mu's strength lay in his formidable body, capable of withstanding high-mobility battle armor and possessing terrifying power. But the moment this menacing Tang sword appeared, all her assumptions were overturned. Almost instinctively, Hill turned to flee. The safety of Yin Lao and the others was no longer her concern. Someone who could dominate the Star of Plunder barehanded, now wielding such a deadly weapon, clearly had more hidden strength. Hill had never thought she could be a match for Xia Mu. Her participation in this battle was solely motivated by the promise of the Crimson Core from Yin Lao. But now, the situation was clearly different. Forget about holding Xia Mu off. She doubted she could even withstand 2 moves. In the blink of an eye, Hill had already run a considerable distance. However, Xia Mu's speed was unmatched. Empowered by the Thunder Core, he caught up with her in an instant. The Tang sword slashed out with deceptive simplicity, the sense of danger pricking Hill's nerves like needles. Gritting her teeth, Hill spun in midair, her giant scythe swinging down with a fierce chain attack. Xia Mu remained unflustered, holding the sword in one hand while his other elbow shot back, precisely catching the scythe's handle. Simultaneously, the Tang's sword descended swiftly. Hill's pupils contracted, unable to fathom why Xia Mu dared to counter her scythe with his battle armor. Facing the descending Tang sword, she once again pushed herself to the limit, her energy flaring as she barely managed to create some distance. But it wasn't enough. The Tang sword sliced through her divine armor like tofu, severing her arm and sending a spray of blood skyward. Ugh! Hill groaned, her face instantly paling. Despite this, her movements remained unaffected. She used the moment Xia Mu retracted his sword to create more distance. Lao psionic shipbreaker cannon is charging. It will be ready soon, Hill said quickly, enduring the pain. Killing me might be easy for you, but do you really want to risk your safety to do it? Xia Mu paused midair, seemingly contemplating her words. Hill's heart lifted. If he hesitated even for a second, she could escape further. However, the next moment, a dazzling flash of lightning burst before her eyes. The lightning lasted only an instant, but Hill felt a sudden lightness, the oppressive fear from Xia Mu disappearing. "Huh!" she exclaimed softly, then noticed a familiar set of divine battle armor falling, her vision spinning. Impossible! Lao, inside the protective barrier, widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Hill's decapitated body fall. A profound fear enveloped him. Even that madwoman Hill couldn't hold out? He clutched his hair in agitation, his expression darkening. After dispatching Hill with a single strike, Xia Mu immediately turned and flew towards the shield that protected Lao and the others. The earlier battle had been so swift that they hadn't even had time to react. From engagement to execution, it had taken less than a minute. Lao had been on guard against Xia Mu's attacks, unwilling to relocate hastily, hoping to escape once Hill had truly pinned Xia Mu down. Now it was clear his plan was naive. With the thunder core's burst, Xia Mu reached them like a thunderbolt. The acceleration from the long-distance charge combined with his physical strength, and he punched the shield with tremendous force. The shield, composed of the combined energy of over 10 divine armors, rippled violently. Surrounded by his men, Lao watched with a pounding heart. From his perspective, Xia Mu transformed the moment he drew the Tang sword. The sharpness of his presence seemed capable of slicing through his battle armor. On the Star of Plunder, no one carried useless weapons. Xia Mu had never used it before, but now that it had appeared, it was clearly his trump card. This proved true as Hill fell instantly to Xia Mu's blade, while the psionic shipbreaker cannon continued charging. Given the power of Xia Mu's punch, the shield might shatter before the cannon was fully charged. If that happened, they wouldn't last a second against Xia Mu. Lao didn't believe Xia Mu would show mercy. Anyone who survived on the Star of Plunder had long abandoned notions of kindness and compassion. "Stop! They'll give you the psionic shipbreaker cannon," Lao shouted, his mind racing. But Xia Mu's actions remained relentless. As he landed, his fists pounded the shield continuously like crashing waves. The frequency of the shield's vibrations increased, looking increasingly fragile, making Lao's heart race. If this continued, the shield would soon break. "Don't push me." Seeing Xia Mu unresponsive, Lao resorted to threats. "My large fleet is on the way, piloted by my loyalists. If I die, the whole plaza will be bombarded." Yet Xia Mu continued his silent assault, like an unfeeling machine. In truth, he was still skeptical. Lao and he were mortal enemies. Whatever Lao promised, he could claim after killing him. Among the 5 leaders, Lao was the one Xia Mu despised the most. True to his name, Lao was extremely cunning, constantly manipulating the other leaders. Rising from a mere strategist to one of the leaders, his strength lay in his schemes. This time, Lao had clearly been tempted by the plan to kill him, even risking himself. Fortunately, Xia Mu had many trump cards, allowing him to crush his enemies with sheer power. If Xia Mu's strength had been as the external data suggested, this trip to the wormhole would have been a death sentence. Although Lao had overestimated his own position, he hadn't entirely dismissed the possibility that Xia Mu might be stronger. The psionic shipbreaker cannon was his backup plan. But in this attack, everyone had grossly underestimated Xia Mu's power. No one expected Terrell to fall so quickly, and Lao's plan to use the Crimson Core to make Hill fight to the death had failed. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes seemed futile. The seemingly indestructible shield eventually shattered under Xia Mu's relentless assault, scattering into countless energy particles. As the shield broke, the particles danced like stars, but to Lao and his men, it felt like falling into an icy abyss. The moment the energy shield shattered, Xia Mu shot out like an arrow from a bow. His figure became a streak of azure light, weaving swiftly among the crowd. In an instant, 2 more phantom images solidified, joining Xia Mu's true form as they charged into the throng, resembling tigers among sheep. Despite the formidable skills of the bodyguards surrounding Lao, they were powerless against Xia Mu's terrifying prowess. With a Tang sword in hand, Xia Mu appeared before a guard wearing a divine descent mask in the blink of an eye. The guard's terrified gaze had no time to focus before the Tang sword quivered lightly, slicing through his body and moving on to the next target. The second guard, just about to react, suddenly felt his body lose control and was plunged into darkness. To onlookers, it seemed as though he had been neatly dismembered in a split second. Witnessing his comrade's gruesome fate, the third guard snapped back to reality and stared intently around him. The familiar azure light flickered again, and he mustered all his strength to swing his blade in defense. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as he watched the light strike at him and then vanish. His own sword barely lifted before it was frozen in place. In his final moments of consciousness, he realized that a person's thoughts could indeed be infinitely prolonged before death. Lao's bodyguard squad, renowned across the pillaging star, couldn't withstand even a single round against Xia Mu. The onlookers who hadn't yet fled could only see 3 streaks of azure light darting around Lao. One by one, the guards fell, and within just half a minute, no one was left standing beside Lao. The plundering star lies in an unknown region between 2 major galaxies. Even with humanity's reactivation of the wormhole passages spanning 2 eons, this chaotic area remains an enigma to outsiders. The advent of the new era was like a thunderclap waking a sleeping giant, with civilizations rising like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, each vying for dominance. Humanity embarked on a new journey of exploration, unearthing relics from lost eras, and the resurgence of technology propelled civilization to its peak. Although the technology is far from the terrifying capabilities of the previous era, which could move entire constellations, the rediscovered knowledge allows humanity to traverse the newborn galaxies with ease. Explorers leave their footprints across the entire star system, unearthing countless ancient battlefields. Yet, the plundering star remains an unsolved mystery. Outsiders only know that in a remote part of the galaxy, there exists a strange planet inhabited by ruthless criminals. Many civilizations have attempted to develop this unknown region because it lies in the heart of an ancient battlefield, likely the center of several decisive battles from the old era. War debris litters the area, with planetary fortresses and spaceship fragments floating in space, creating a terrifyingly chaotic star system. As one of the largest ancient battlefields, it holds the greatest amount of old-era technology. The balance of danger and opportunity keeps outsiders exploring persistently. However, the dense war wreckage makes interstellar navigation extremely difficult, with large ships struggling to pass through. Despite the harsh environment, nothing can quell the explorers' enthusiasm. Since the new era began, countless people have found lost technologies, spaceships, and war fortresses in this region. Some have even discovered a fully intact war planet, catapulting them to prominence in the galaxy with its weaponry. The rich rewards come with a staggering death toll. Each year, countless humans venture into this area, but the death count reaches into the billions. Initially, people thought the high mortality rate was due to the harsh navigation conditions. However, over time, the truth about the plundering star began to surface. A group of true marauders and bandits inhabit this area. Raised in the region, living on the edge of life and death, they possess far superior navigation skills compared to outsiders. The only advantage explorers have over these plunderers is more advanced technology. The existence of these plunderers caused an uproar outside. The new era has been ongoing for some time, and the descendants of humans who hid in subspace islands during the previous era have already emerged. Thus, outsiders speculate that these plunderers are also descendants of old-era humans from subspace islands, though for some reason, they have descended into chaos. Through encounters with the plunderers, outsiders quickly deduce the cause of the chaos: energy shortages and a barren environment. When survival is a challenge, who has the luxury to advance technology? Moreover, the surrounding old-era battlefields are littered with countless weapons. While many are unusable, the remaining ones are sufficient for the plunderers to survive on the plundering star. The arrival of outside explorers only exacerbated the chaos. In the eyes of the plunderers, explorers are synonymous with easy prey. Their navigation skills in this chaotic star system are abysmal, making them easy targets for the plunderers. The primary conflict revolves around survival. Explorers are driven by the allure of lost technology, while plunderers loot to survive. Conflict seems inevitable, and thus, a prolonged struggle between outside explorers and the plunderers of the plundering star began. Constantly, people arrive seeking opportunities, and just as constantly, explorers are plundered. Yet, throughout the years, no one has managed to truly conquer the plundering star. The only way for outside explorers to enter is to be captured as spoils of war, never to leave. As the death toll rises, outsiders have given this place a new name: the Realm of Azura. Unlike the beautiful starry sky, the Realm of Azura is filled with endless war debris and pale metal fragments, exuding an aura of eerie desolation. In stark contrast, on the outskirts of the Realm of Azura, a moon-sized supership floats silently, enveloped by an even larger shield. The ship is brightly lit, serving as a transit hub for countless ships and starships traveling between the realm of Azura and the outside world. From time to time, battle-damaged ships return from the realm of Azura, while various starships of all sizes depart from the supership, resolutely heading into the realm of Azura. On the deck at the front of the giant ship, a long-haired girl grips the railing, her eyes filled with awe. Wow, so this is the realm of Azura. It's magnificent, she exclaims. Despite her ordinary appearance, she is around 18 years old, with an exceptionally strong and muscular build, which draws wary glances from those around her. Looking like this, surely no one would dare have any ideas about me, right? She mutters to herself as she glances around. I heard that those who enter the realm of Azura aren't much better than the plunderers inside. I've got to protect myself out here. But Xiao Hei's humanoid exoskeleton armor is really useful. Everyone's avoiding me. Great. Now I can explore the realm of Azura without worry. The diamond-shaped crystal earring on her earlobe glows softly. A voice echoes in her ear, Buzz, Master. Even though you have a talent for piloting ships, the realm of Azura is ever-changing, and with the presence of plunderers, the data from the Earth Alliance is incomplete. Xiao Hei advises against entering the realm of Azura under these circumstances. As an AI, Xiao Hei clearly doesn't grasp the thrill of the unknown. Lin Mingxi, frustrated, explained, I've been making videos for years, and none of them have ever surpassed 10,000 views. Do you understand what that means? She was about to continue her rant when a string of cold, hard data interrupted her. According to the Earth Alliance shared database, in the first year of becoming a StarNet video creator, 54,829 people had less than 1,000 views on their videos. Of those, 52,131 gave up after a few videos went unnoticed, with no updates in the following 8 months. Among the remaining 2,698, 2,619 opted for monthly updates. But someone like Lin Mengxi, who insists on weekly updates despite having fewer than 10 views per video. Stop! Lin Mengxi snapped, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, cutting off the AI with an annoyed expression. She took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation. Ahem, get everything ready. I'm going to film this magnificent Azura domain and upload it. This time, the views will definitely break 100. After that, she grew serious. Her earrings glowed with a faint, rhythmic light, seemingly recording something accurately. For the next 30 minutes, Lin Mingxi delivered a detailed, emotionless introduction to the history and current state of the Azura domain, her earrings flashing continuously. Finishing her introduction, Lin Mengxi let out a long breath and said excitedly, I'll edit this when I get back. Once the video is uploaded, I'm heading into the Azura domain. She placed her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly, as if she could already see her video going viral on StarNet. Azura domain, here I come, she declared ambitiously. The next day, a 100-meter-long spaceship slowly departed from the port, heading towards the Azura domain. In the ship's central hall, a group of people gathered, listening intently to the person standing at the front. I don't care who you were or how strong you think you are, the person said sternly. Now that you're on my 6,000 miles, you better behave. Being chosen to board my ship is a privilege. I've spent decades in the Azura domain, and my experience is among the best. If you follow my instructions, the rewards will be plentiful. Dale looked around, satisfied that no one objected. Since no one is arguing, I'll take that as agreement. He scrutinized the crowd, noting many unfamiliar faces. Quite a few newcomers, huh? He assessed their gear and demeanor before continuing. In that case, let me explain some rules and precautions for entering the Azura domain. First, within the Shura domain, prioritize using fast and agile ships along with divine descents. Dell's voice resonated in the conference room, drawing everyone's attention. He continued, even if you come across large pieces of abandoned war technology, don't even think about deploying heavy ships and divine descents to haul them back. Trust me, you won't make it past the war wreckage. As soon as he finished speaking, a long-haired man immediately questioned, why? The wreckage outside doesn't seem that bad. The Shura domain doesn't seem as terrifying as the legends say. Dell narrowed his eyes and gave him a cold glance, his tone tinged with a hint of chill. The Shura domain has been explored since exploration year, and now it's year 710 of the expansion era. Countless people have ventured in, yet we've only scratched the surface. Do you really think the Shura domain is just this? The long-haired man was at a loss for words, realizing his rebuttal was hasty. Dell crossed his arms and scanned the room with a cold smile. There are actually 3 major threats within the Shura domain. The first is the wreckage, the second is the marauders, and as for the third, you wouldn't know unless you've been inside. Even the high and mighty civilizations outside don't acknowledge it. It's the dark energy tides that can move the wreckage. What? That's impossible. Dark energy tides can only interfere with energy, right? Even though they last long. As long as we bring enough supplies and shut down the ship's power systems, we can get through it. Yeah, How could dark energy tides possibly move objects? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, their faces full of incredulity. In the corner, the burly Lin Mingxi leaned against the wall and whispered to his AI assistant, Xiao He, is that really possible? Xiao He quickly searched the Earth Alliance database and replied, this phenomenon seems unique to the Shura domain. Dark energy tides erupt unpredictably here. Unlike outside, these tides can interfere with objects rather than just dark energy in operation. Lin Mingxi frowned. Why hasn't there been any news from this star region? This should be a big deal, right? Xiao He explained. In exploration year 4219, humans first discovered the existence of these dark energy tides in the Shura domain. Unfortunately, in 4200, several major star regions announced that humans had fully mastered dark energy from abandoned technology. Lin Mingxi suddenly understood. So those politicians were afraid of being embarrassed and blocked the news? That's ridiculous. People die in the Shura domain every day. Knowing this could save countless lives, and they hide it just to save face. Xiao He calmly responded, Master, the Shura domain is just a corner of the galaxy. To those civilizations, it's no different from a wasteland. Besides, they've been secretly researching this unique dark energy tide. Over the years, it's become an open secret among major civilizations. Only our Earth Alliance's shared database includes this data. Meanwhile, noticing the shock on everyone's faces, Dell continued, I know you're surprised, but the universe is full of wonders. If you want to survive, follow orders. Before coming here, you should have seen the ships returning from the Shura domain. None of them are intact, right? Let me tell you, the probability of encountering dark energy tides in the Shura domain is 100, unless you get out within half a day. Everyone's faces turned pale, realizing how naive their previous thoughts were. Dell continued, although the dark energy tides in the Shura domain are terrifying, they are not unavoidable. Large ships entering the Shura domain are reinforced, and the dark energy tides have a gradual process from slow to fast. You just need to quickly return to the large ship before the tides fully erupt. This is why using heavy divine descent ships is not allowed. Don't stray too far during exploration, or even light divine descents won't make it back before the tides fully erupt. After explaining the dark energy tides, Dell's expression became even more serious. Next, let's talk about the Marauders. These are lawless bandits who grew up here, constantly navigating the Shura domain. Those without skills have long perished under the domain's rules. The ones who survive are true powerhouses. If you encounter them, don't run. Fight to the death. This is their playground, and you can't beat them in familiarity with this place. Dell continued, although the Marauders have excellent navigation skills, their technology is their weakness. In terms of equipment, they can't match us, which is our only advantage. If we encounter Marauders, they won't attack immediately. Instead, they'll circle like wolves, waiting for an opportunity. So, when faced with Marauders, we must not flee but strike first when they find an opening. Everyone seemed to understand and felt fortunate to have chosen the right captain. Meanwhile, on the Marauder Star, a thrilling scene was unfolding. After Xia Mu swiftly killed Yin Lao's guards, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. The large ship where Xuelon and others were quickly retreated to a distance. Everyone shocked by Xia Mu's terrifying strength. Xia Mu walked slowly towards Yin Lao, stepping on corpses and blood, the sound of the metal divine descent hitting the floor like the footsteps of death. Yin Lao's face turned pale as he screamed in despair. You can have whatever you want, just don't kill me. Xia Mu politely replied, no, thank you, I'll take it myself. With that, he raised his tang sword, and Yin Lao's head fell to the ground. No one dared to move. Xia Mu sheathed his tang sword into the slot on his divine descent's back and softly said, and my psionic shipbuster cannon. He then flew towards a distant low-rise area where an inconspicuous warehouse stored a futuristic-looking giant cannon. This cannon was about 20 meters long, resembling a small fighter jet, with only the flat muzzle at the front revealing its true purpose. Boss, the boss has been killed too, shouted a man staring at the holographic screen next to the ether cannon. His voice echoed through the empty warehouse, drawing everyone's attention. Behind the cannon, a holographic screen resembling a control panel flickered with various data and commands. Among its basic functions, the most noticeable feature was an energy charging progress bar, which had now reached 81. Next to the control panel, a man with a mohawk was intently operating the equipment. Hearing his comrade's exclamation, he jerked his head up, disbelief etched on his face. What? He instinctively asked, his fingers hovering above the control buttons. At that moment, an even worse piece of news arrived. Damn! 19 is coming. The announcement hit the Mohawk man like a hammer, shattering his composure. No time to fight. Run, he shouted, abandoning resistance and turning to leave. However, another man hesitated, his gaze flickering between the ether cannon and the exit. But this ether cannon, he stammered, clearly reluctant to abandon the powerful weapon. Furious, the Mohawk man grabbed his companion by the collar and yelled, "Are you out of your mind? 19 is here to kill us because of this thing. Spade A is already gone. We need to run." With that, he slapped the hesitant man on the head and dragged him towards the exit. By the time Xia Mu arrived at the warehouse, the ether cannon stood alone in the center, with no sign of the two men. He glanced around and murmured to himself, "Is this what loyalty means? Looks like Yin Lao has a twisted understanding of the term." He then walked towards the control panel and expertly shut down the charging system. Just then, the warehouse ceiling was suddenly cast in shadow. Xia Mu looked up to see his swordfish spaceship silently hovering above. He examined the ship's size and then the massive ether cannon before him, frowning at the challenge. To ensure he could pilot the ship alone, Xia Mu had utilized every inch of the swordfish, even installing an advanced AI system. Now, fitting the enormous ether cannon on board was no small feat. As Xia Mu pondered his next move, his attention was drawn to some details on the control panel. He muttered, quickly operating the controls. As streams of data flashed across the screen, his eyes shone with surprise and excitement. "Is this ancient technology?" he whispered to himself, his hands moving even faster. The more he delved into it, the more he realized that this weapon might be even more valuable and powerful than he initially thought. Familiar memories surged through his mind as Xia Mu's fingers danced quickly across the central control screen. With his rapid actions, the mechanical armor on both wings of the Ebon Energy Destroyer cannon retracted, revealing several blue glowing thrusters. With a hiss, a bluish light ignited, and the massive cannon began to hover slowly. A seat suddenly popped up in front of the main control panel, and Xia Mu quickly sat down. The scene before him made his eyes light up. The Ebon Energy Destroyer cannon now resembled a small spaceship. Xia Mu expertly maneuvered it toward the giant swordfish in the sky. As he approached the top of the swordfish, a hatch on the ship's surface slowly opened. The Ebon Energy Destroyer cannon descended precisely, with half of its body seamlessly integrating into the swordfish through mechanical transformation. This ability to autonomously integrate with a large spaceship was undoubtedly a hallmark of lost technology. Back in the swordfish's cockpit, Xia Mu pulled up the holographic screen displaying the ship's body. He nodded in satisfaction as he saw the Ebon Energy Destroyer cannon perfectly merged with the swordfish. Although the once nimble swordfish now seemed a bit heavier with the added cannon, Xia Mu wasn't worried. His modified swordfish had plenty of power to handle the extra weight. After all, he had once transformed a small swordfish to traverse wormholes. While Xia Mu was integrating the Ebon Energy Destroyer cannon, chaos had already erupted on the Plunder Star. 2 of the 6 major leaders were dead, shattering the fragile balance of power and obliterating the tenuous rules that had barely held. The planet's delicate equilibrium collapsed, turning the world upside down. Intense battles broke out on the streets, with various factions clashing constantly. The Crimson Cross was overwhelmed, struggling to keep up with the explosive increase in casualties. At that moment, life seemed to be nothing more than a rapidly ticking number. Even shops once protected by the 3 major leaders weren't spared. Without the deterrence of Tracy and Old Ian, opportunistic factions began to make their moves. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg of the turmoil on Plunder Star. The real war zones were the spaceship factories and docks. Fleets of starships soared into the sky, various dark energy weapons roaring and firing, beams of light crisscrossing the air. The entire Plunder Star was engulfed in flames. It was the end for the weak and a celebration for the strong. The fall of the 2 major factions was like a giant cake, and everyone wanted a slice. All factions tacitly avoided each other, focusing their attacks on the remnants of the 2 fallen factions. They were like hyenas on the plains, following their wounded prey, looking for a chance to tear off a piece of flesh. Although the 2 major factions had been decapitated and were under siege by the Dusk, Black Rose, and Crimson Cross, the key resource points they controlled were not easily conquered. The sudden outbreak of conflict caught all major factions off guard. Their forces on Plunder Star were limited, with most of their power scattered in the Shura domain to plunder resources. This gave smaller factions an opportunity, leveling the playing field. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime chance, they weren't about to let it slip away. Even if stronger opponents were already feasting, these small factions would charge in like fearless piranhas to take a bite. They knew that once the 3 major factions recalled their forces from the Shura domain, there would be nothing left for them. At the wormhole entrance, Xia Mu piloted the swordfish, taking one last look at the place where he had grown up. Explosions, shouts, and the sounds of battle echoed from all directions, with chaos reigning supreme. Without lingering any longer, Xia Mu turned his gaze back, activated the engines at the tail of the swordfish, and entered the wormhole. In the Shura domain, a few days after Dale's speech, everyone spent their time traveling. They experienced the dark energy tides that could pull objects, but since they hadn't dispersed to explore, the pressure of the tides fell entirely on the 6-turn 1,000-mile ship, so they didn't feel much pressure. Lin Mengxi had been keeping to herself these past few days. Her independent nature didn't attract much interest, which suited her just fine. One day, the 6-turn thousand-mile ship came to a stop, and Dale gathered everyone. He announced that the observers had discovered an unexplored star fortress nearby, presenting them with an opportunity. Everyone was thrilled. For days, Dale had been wandering aimlessly in the Shura domain, and they had finally found a target. After quickly explaining the exploration rules and the distribution of spoils, the group dispersed, heading to the warehouse where the divine descent ships were stored. Lin Mingxi arrived at a hatch, which opened after an eye scan verification. Inside was a sleek ship named Xylan, its overall design a sharp purple-black, clearly built for speed. This was one of Lin Mingxi's trump cards from the Earth Federation. Despite its small size, its performance rivaled that of a civilization's main battleship. Once on board, Lin Mingxi let out a sigh of relief and placed her earring into a slot beneath the screen. The system indicated a successful connection and began a self-check. Upon detecting Dale's installed detector, Lin Mingxi decided to continue sending him false images to avoid suspicion. Lin Mingxi activated Xylan, and the ship slowly exited the warehouse. Outside, a variety of lightweight small ships were already gathered, validating Dale's earlier warnings. The dark energy tides they had witnessed firsthand over the past few days further confirmed Dale's words. Finally, Dale reminded everyone again to watch for signs of dark energy tides. If they detected anything unusual, they were to return immediately, no matter what treasures they had found. Even if they could withstand the dark energy tides, there was no guarantee that the 6-turn thousand-mile ship would still be in the same place. His words sent a chill through everyone, making them acutely aware that if they missed the chance to return, death would be their only fate in the dangerous Shura domain. Open the hatch. At Dale's command, the pitch-black wall in front of the 6-turn Chinli began to slowly crack open, revealing a narrow gap. The desolate and lifeless Shura domain gradually emerged before them, an endless expanse of darkness scattered with countless wrecks of warships, resembling a vast cosmic graveyard. The roar of the spaceship engines echoed incessantly, deafeningly loud. As the hatches fully opened, the tail flames of all the ships suddenly flared up, transforming into streaks of light shooting out from the belly of the 6-turn Qianli. These ships, like a swarm of meteors, scattered in all directions with the 6-turn Qianli at their center. Among them was the Zilwan, piloted by Lin Mengxi, one of the leading ships. As soon as the hatch opened, the Zilwan burst forth with incredible speed, darting into the Shura domain like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Mingxi gripped the control stick tightly, her eyes focused, concentrating fully on navigating the obstacles that kept appearing ahead. A massive wreck suddenly loomed into view, growing larger rapidly. Lin Mingxi's lips curled into a confident smile. She skillfully maneuvered the Zilwan, dodging the wreckage with the agility of a mythical bird. However, the danger was far from over. Another piece of debris appeared right in front of her, causing Lin Mingxi's pupils to contract as she exclaimed, "Whoa, there's more." She reacted swiftly, executing another precise evasive maneuver. The following scenes were even more nerve-wracking. Wrecks of various shapes and sizes seemed endless, densely filling the entire space. Lin Mingxi had to remain fully alert, constantly performing evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoiding danger time and again. At that moment, the spaceship's AI system issued a warning. Warning, at the current speed and with your current capabilities, the spaceship will crash in approximately 3 minutes and 45 seconds. You don't need to tell me it's dangerous. Lin Mingxi gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Realizing she needed to act immediately, she began to slow the ship down. With her exceptional skills, she managed to reduce speed among the wreckage, averting potential disaster. As the ship's speed decreased, Lin Mingxi found herself more in control and let out a sigh of relief. She glanced around, marveling. So this is the Shura domain. It's terrifying. Once she regained her composure, Lin Mingxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She turned to the ship's AI system and excitedly said, "Xiao He, it's your time to shine. These technologies are from your era, right? Do any of them look familiar?" Initial analysis indicates the wreckage is from a low-tier starship armor of the Lannis era, with no practical value, Lin Mingxi said as she deftly maneuvered her spaceship through the Shura domain. Her eyes swept over the boundless expanse of space debris outside the window. "Hey, Xiao He, I've heard this was one of the most pivotal battlefields back in the day. Can you tell what's going on here?" Xiao He's electronic voice responded, "I am but a basic AI from that era, so I know little about the wars. However, Lin Mingxi, your abilities are already formidable. According to what you've said, AI like me were everywhere back then, so it must have been an incredibly advanced civilization." Lin Mingxi shook her head and corrected, "No, in that era, it was the humans who were truly powerful. We AIs were just their assistants. The humans back then were incredibly strong in their physical form. Some were even said to bathe in the heart of stars. They were the real warriors." Yeah, I get it." Lin Mingxi waved her hand dismissively. "But that's just hearsay. Even if it were true, it's from the last era. Our Earth Alliance has come so far, and we've never encountered anyone like that. Even those who appear from the interdimensional rifts haven't reached that level. In the end, it's you AIs who survived. Xiaohei fell silent. What Lin Mengshi said was indeed true. In that great war, it wasn't the godlike humans who survived, but ordinary people who had hidden in interdimensional spaces. As for the reasons, even Xiaohei didn't know. It was an ancient secret. At that moment, in another part of the Shura domain, a unique spaceship emerged from a wormhole near the Ravager star. It was the Swordfish, equipped with a psionic ship-buster cannon. The number of ships outside the wormhole was noticeably fewer than when Xia Mu last returned, with only a few hurriedly heading toward the wormhole. There were none like Xia Mu's ship heading out. The guards at the Stargate immediately stepped back upon seeing the ship. As for searching it, no way. They knew all too well how chaotic the Ravager star on the other side of the wormhole was. On the contrary, they just hoped Xia Mu would leave quickly. Xia Mu had no interest in these people. This time, he had prepared ample resources, both food and dark energy, enough to sustain him on a long interstellar journey. Although the wormhole guards looked imposing, they were actually impoverished. On the Ravager star, almost no one who ventured out was wealthy, as they could be robbed at any moment. So most people spent money as quickly as they got it. As the Swordfish slowly entered the Shura domain, the two guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, confirming that Ship 19 had indeed left. With the Ravager star in such chaos, it's the perfect time to get rich, yet he chose to leave. Could it be that Elder Yin's guess is correct? One guard whispered. Sure, don't mention Elder Yin. We belong to the Twilight now, the other guard warned cautiously. Once inside the Shura domain, the Swordfish picked up speed. The war wreckage seemed to have no effect on it. The 70-meter-long Swordfish navigated through the domain like a real swordfish in the sea, moving swiftly. In the cockpit, Xia Mu's expression remained stoic as he placed his hands on two hovering light spheres, controlling the Swordfish's high-speed flight through the Shura domain. If any outside explorers saw this, they would be dumbfounded, as such maneuvering was beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, the high-speed Swordfish made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding a massive piece of wreckage that almost grazed its hull. After this daring maneuver, the Swordfish didn't slow down. Instead, it sped up, weaving in shaped path to avoid more debris. Despite the overwhelming amount of wreckage ahead, the Swordfish managed to narrowly dodge each piece. Xia Mu remained unfazed in the cockpit. For him, this was as simple as eating or drinking. On the harsh Ravager star, survival depended either on harvesting resources from the Shura domain or robbing others. Growing up in such an environment, Xia Mu had honed his combat skills and navigational prowess to the pinnacle. Yet, despite every battle with Ravagers or exploration of the Shura domain, Xia Mu never felt he had reached his limit. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Shura domain, the Violet Yuan was slowly navigating through the wreckage, moving much more sluggishly than Xia Mu's Swordfish. No luck at all. Isn't the Shura domain supposed to be full of treasures? If I don't find something soon, this video's going to be a bust. Lin Mengshi complained as she switched the ship to autopilot and headed to the back cabin to grab a nutrient drink and a snack. Master, due to your slow travel speed, you haven't actually ventured far into the Shura domain, thus reducing your chances of encountering lost technology, Xiaohei explained. Lin Mengshi paused mid-action, turning to glare at the AI. If you know how to talk, then say less. Understood, Master. Xiaohei wisely fell silent. Lin Mengshi reclined in her chair, pulling out a small table from the wall to place her nutrient drink and snack on. The wall in front of her gradually turned transparent, revealing the desolate scene outside. Sigh, this Shura domain is so boring. It's just wreckage everywhere. I really don't get why people are so drawn to this place, Lin Mengshi sighed. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly jolted up from her chair, eyes alight with excitement as she stared at a broken planet partially obscured by debris in the distance. Holy crap! Xiaohei, she shouted excitedly. Look over there. Scan it. Before Xiaohei could respond, she dashed into the cockpit, switched off autopilot, and took manual control. The Violet Yuan trembled slightly before its engines roared to life, accelerating sharply and making a sharp turn through the wreckage towards the damaged planet. Lin Mengshi focused intensely on piloting the ship, the surrounding debris flashing past. Soon, the full view of the broken planet came into sight. It was a mechanical planet, roughly the size of Earth, with a massive hole running through its center. The hole was filled with melted machinery and metal, and the planet's surface was pockmarked with craters, with no intact structures in sight. Scan complete, Xiaohei reported. This is a mechanical fortress from the Lannis era, classified as a Tier 5 war weapon, but it is now completely non-functional. Tier 5. Lin Mengshi was stunned, almost speechless. In the new era, lost technology and various war weapons were classified into 7 levels. Tier 1 was equivalent to a large standard spaceship capable of surface and orbital combat. Tier 2 was a giant spaceship, usually the command ship or flagship of major fleets. Tier 3 weapons could support galactic warfare, such as ships equipped with star-destroying cannons. Tier 4 weapons were terrifyingly powerful, capable of annihilating entire star systems, but were rare among current civilizations. Tier 5 was what Lin Mengxi now faced. A planetary fortress combining offense and defense, capable of easily crossing star systems or traversing wormholes for combat. It also housed a self-sustaining ecological production system, allowing prolonged operations as long as there were enough dark energy blocks. As for Tier 6 and Tier 7 weapons, they were top-secret assets of major civilizations. Of course, these classifications mainly apply to large war machines. In today's peaceful times, where civilizations hadn't fully explored their own star regions and conflicts were rare, wars were even rarer. In this context, exploring lost technology had become the fastest way for civilizations to advance. The divine armor was a prime example. This blend of lost and modern technology, designed for elite combat, could adapt to various environments. Even in the event of war, against relatively weak humans, it could carry out decapitation missions. The power of divine descent is beyond imagination. It is rumored that the divine descent armor possessed by the upper echelons of various civilizations can even rival the 7th stage. At this moment, Lin Mengxi stood before the remnants of a 5th-tier war fortress, her heart pounding. This fortress was a marvel of lost technology, containing various weapons and divine descent cores, each worth a fortune. Lin Mengxi had long abandoned her task of filming a video, fully immersing herself in the opportunity before her. Despite the fortress being in ruins, she believed there were intact treasures inside, especially those precious core components. While the divine descent cores of the new era were advanced, the cores left from the old era were rare treasures. Although much of the old era's technology had been deciphered in the new era, the divine descent cores remained an enigma. Each core from the old era was invaluable, and the mere thought of finding one here filled Lin Mengxi with excitement. The Zhuan spaceship slowly descended onto a relatively intact platform of the fortress. As the hatch opened, Lin Mengxi emerged, clad in a set of crimson female light armor designed for divine descent. The armor was intricately crafted, with 4 diamond-shaped wings adorning her back, making her figure appear even more slender than usual. Stepping onto the ruins, the sight was overwhelming. Everywhere were broken walls and rubble, twisted and deformed steel that had melted and solidified again under high temperatures, damaged turrets, and fractured bases scattered around, painting a desolate and forlorn picture. Lin Mengxi cautiously advanced on the steel fortress, when suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks. Not far away, a divine descent armor lay silently, a charred hole evident in its chest. A scream escaped her lips as she fell to her knees. Trembling, she muttered to herself, "Someone's been here." Fear and disappointment intertwined, making it difficult for her to accept this harsh reality. "Wah, wah, wah, my war fortress," Lin Mengxi wailed, her eyes filled with disappointment. Xiao Hei's electronic voice calmly responded, "It's quite obvious, master. Your intelligence seems rather lacking. If everyone could find a war fortress in the Shura domain within a few days like you, the place would have been turned upside down by now." "Shut up. Nobody asked for your opinion," Lin Mengxi snapped, standing up abruptly. "Yes, master," Xiao Hei replied respectfully and fell silent. Lin Mengxi took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and began carefully examining the war fortress. Although it had been explored before, lost technology was unfathomable, and she didn't believe anyone could have thoroughly searched the place. Furthermore, she had Xiao Hei, an AI assistant from the old epoch, whose understanding of its technology was unparalleled. "Initiate scan, Xiao Hei." "I refuse to believe it," Lin Mengxi commanded. "Roger that. Scanning initiated. Please keep moving," Xiao Hei promptly responded. Lin Mengxi immediately activated her divine descent ability and began patrolling the war fortress. Compared to others who used energy devices and their eyes to slowly inspect, her method was undoubtedly more efficient. With Xiao Hei's scan, whether it was energy-depleted weapons or hard-to-detect items, they could quickly be identified. Thus, the duo started their search across the massive war fortress. Time passed by the minute, and Lin Mengxi's emotions fluctuated accordingly. After 1 hour, she thought optimistically, "This fortress is quite large, which is good. The chances of it being completely searched by others are low." 2 hours later, doubt crept in. Why does it feel like this war fortress has been discovered more than once? At the 3-hour mark, she muttered defiantly, "Humph. I refuse to believe I won't find anything with Xiao Hei's help." For hours in, unease began to spread. "We've searched half of it already, and still nothing. Could it really have been cleaned out?" She sped up her patrol. 5 hours later, she tried to console herself. Surely no one would be that desperate, right? By the 6th hour, Lin Mengxi finally couldn't hold back her exclamation, "Ugh, some cheapskate beat me to it." She stared at a piece of recently cut, unknown metal with teary eyes. Only that area remains, she muttered, flying listlessly towards the last unscanned region, while Xiao He continued faithfully executing the scan. Half an hour later, Lin Mingxi was utterly devastated. Nothing, empty, all gone. Xiao He, there really are cheapskates out there who didn't even leave a decent alloy wall. They're heartless. At least leave me something. My first fortune gone. Wah. At that moment, Xiao He suddenly warned, Master. Although now might not be the best time to mention it, there seems to be a dark energy tide approaching. Oh? After all this searching for nothing, now there's a dark energy tide chasing me? Lin Mingxi felt indignant, but her survival instincts kicked in, and she activated her divine descent ability, rushing towards her spaceship. The surrounding debris began to tremble slightly, as if pulled by some invisible force. Gradually, the debris started to move, slowly at first but picking up speed. Back on the Xylan spaceship, Lin Mingxi witnessed the scene, her pupils contracting. Experiencing a dark energy tide firsthand was completely different from watching it on the 6,000-mile ship. Not only was the surrounding debris being pulled, but even the Qinghuan spaceship was being affected. The dark energy tide resembled an undercurrent in the ocean, sweeping up endless debris. Lin Mingxi started the spaceship, forced to sacrifice some power to correct her flight path. This slowed her down, but fortunately, it was only the beginning of the tide, allowing the small ship to barely navigate. Meanwhile, Xia Mu also sensed the dark energy tide. He merely frowned and then ignored it. To outsiders, it might seem terrifying, but those on the Marauder star had long developed countermeasures. After years of dealing with dark energy tides, they discovered that the tides were essentially several waves of dark energy sweeping through. The greatest threat was the debris collisions, but with thick enough armor, one could survive the tide and even ride the waves. Alternatively, with enough dark energy blocks to power energy shields, survival through the week-long tide was possible. Xia Mu activated the energy detector on his spaceship, confirming the dark energy tide's restlessness, with strange curves displayed on the screen. A quick glance told him that the tide's direction didn't match his destination, making it impossible to ride the wave. Turning to the main control screen, Xia Mu's hands moved swiftly. Outside, the swordfish spaceship transformed. Heavy armor unfolded from the hull, enveloping the ship and its psionic disruptor cannon. As the dark energy tide accelerated, the surrounding war debris pelted the armor like raindrops. Xia Mu observed the tide's general direction and steered the spaceship upstream. To minimize damage in the dark energy tide, the best strategy was to find a massive cover to shield the ship. His current goal was to find such a shelter before the tide fully surged, providing protection for the swordfish. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi finally returned to the 6,000-mile ship before the dark energy tide fully erupted, along with some other explorers. As they entered the ship's belly, the hatch remained open since some were still outside. The ship had already activated its energy shields to fend off incoming debris. In the cockpit, Dale frowned at the returning group. Newbies are always too greedy, clueless about the terror of dark energy tides, he thought. All right, 10 more minutes. If they don't return, let them become new debris in the Shura domain. Over the next 10 minutes, more people trickled back, each wearing an expression of lingering fear. Their ships were battered, energy nearly depleted, surfaces pockmarked from debris collisions. Once inside, the hatch slowly closed, sealing shut. Hey, there are still people out there. Someone from the first group shouted at a corner camera. Those fools aren't coming back. That's the price of greed, Dale replied coldly. As he spoke, the bulkhead before them turned transparent, showing debris raining down on the energy shield, causing violent ripples. Wait, we just got back. How did the tide get so intense so quickly? The last returee exclaimed. Yeah, when I was the last to return, the tide was fast but not this extreme. Hearing their concerns, Dale sneered. The speed of dark energy tides increases geometrically. What a bunch of idiots. You've been here so long and still haven't learned the pattern? Buckle up, I don't have the money to waste on energy shields for debris. As he spoke, massive pillars extended from the exterior armor, followed by heavy plates unfolding to envelop the entire ship, making it resemble a giant egg. Then, the sound of relentless impacts began. Boom, 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 boom. The 6,000-mile ship shook violently, like a small boat in a storm. Everyone turned silently, saying no more. Dale was right. They had been warned before departure. At this point, they had nothing more to say. Ultimately, those who didn't return had made their own choices. So this is space, Lin Mingxi muttered, dazed, as she walked back to her cabin. Xiao Hei's voice chimed in her ear. Based on previous data, this captain is considered decent. Few would use energy shields to protect returning explorers from a dark energy tide. Xiao Hei's voice echoed in Lin Mingxi's ears, causing her to pause momentarily before letting out a resigned smile. She softly sighed. Well, it's the path they chose for themselves. Then, With determination, she declared, "Let's head back. I need a good rest, and next time, I will definitely find the lost technology." The dark energy tide lasted an entire day before finally subsiding. The outer layer of the sixth-turn Shinli ship, which resembled an eggshell, retracted its alloy armor. Lin Mengshi stood by the porthole, staring intently at the nearly deformed armor in awe. Despite having seen it several times, the sight still left her stunned. This armor must be made of Aoyuan alloy, Lin Mengshi muttered to herself. If even one of the strongest alloys in the galaxy can be dented like this, imagine the energy consumption if we had used the energy shield. She realized that this was the true face of the Shura domain. As Lin Mengshi was lost in her amazement, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the ship. Warning, raiders detected ahead, one planet-class large ship, unknown Shanjiang. All personnel, prepare for combat. The alarm repeated, reverberating through every corner. Lin Mengshi was stunned for just a moment before recalling Dale's instructions. She quickly donned her Shanjiang suit and rushed to the central cabin. The other crew members also moved swiftly, aware that the name Raiders struck fear not only in the Shura domain but also in outer star systems. Due to the notorious reputation of the Raiders, everyone gathered rapidly. By the time Lin Mengshi reached the central cabin, half of the crew was already in place. The remaining members arrived within a minute, each person displaying a mix of tension and vigilance on their faces. On the bridge of the Lizuanqianli, Dale gazed grimly at the massive spaceship confronting them in the distance. The colossal vessel, nearly 150 meters long, floated like a space leviathan. In stark contrast to the Lizuanqianli's sophisticated craftsmanship and state-of-the-art equipment, the opposing ship looked like a space beggar. Its patched-together battle armor and collision-scarred surface silently told the tale of its perilous years in the Shura domain. This unique style was unmistakable to anyone who had spent years in the Shura domain. Marauders, deprived of advanced repair facilities, they could only maintain their ships roughly, with appearance being the least of their concerns. Over the years, these marauders had developed a distinct rugged aesthetic. Suddenly, a swarm of small ships launched from the massive vessel's belly, followed by dozens of glowing trails. Dale's brow furrowed as he realized this was going to be a tough battle. He suspected this might be a fleet from one of the six great powers. The expressions of the others on the bridge were equally serious. The seasoned crew knew that marauders of this scale were no ordinary foes. At that moment, a piece of mechanical debris was deflected by the ship's shield, revealing an emblem on its Sidean ace of spades. Dale's heart sank. This was serious trouble. "Course, I'm handing over full command of the ship to you," Dale said to the blond man beside him. Course was taken aback. "Are you planning to go out there yourself?" "No choice," Dale sighed. "Large ships from the six great powers always have at least one high-ranking officer. I have to intercept him, or we'll all be dead." He shook his head. "What bad luck. The last time I ran into the six great powers was 7 years ago." Seeing Dale's expression, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. For a veteran who had roamed the Shura domain for decades to show such concern, the enemy must be formidable. In the belly of the Lizuanqianli, Lin Mengshi and her fellow explorers were fully armed, watching the approaching marauders through the transparent wall. Debris scattered between the two ships, but the marauders deftly avoided it, maintaining impressive speed even in high-difficulty maneuvers. The explorers knew they couldn't move as swiftly in such an environment. "Don't be nervous." Dale's voice came from behind. The group turned to see him striding forward in a towering, silver exosuit. The suit elevated Dale's height to 3 meters, with powerful limbs, a sword in one hand, and a shield in the other, resembling a mighty knight. A diamond-shaped purple core on the chest glowed faintly. Swinging his sword, Dale said, "Though marauders thrive in the Shura domain, their exosuits and ships are a tier below ours. So, in battle, we should engage them hidden and not give them room to maneuver?" Lin Mengshi, clad in a similarly imposing exosuit, asked thoughtfully with her arms crossed. Dale nodded approvingly. "Exactly, that's how we can leverage our strengths." "Got it," Lin Mengshi responded gruffly. Those around her instinctively recalled her muscular appearance and unconsciously stepped back. Despite her usual aloofness, her intimidating physique was well known. At this moment, her powerful exosuit unexpectedly provided a sense of security, momentarily overshadowing her true form. "Men, huh?" Lin Mengshi scoffed inside her exosuit. As the hatch slowly opened, the internal air was instantly evacuated. Lin Mengshi's life support system activated in sync. "Ready, Xiaohe? It's been a while since we fought side by side." Core loaded at 100, dual-core system of heavy source and spirit wind ready, with an 87 compatibility with the current suit. "It's not my ideal exosuit, but 87 of the core's power should be enough," Lin Mengshi muttered, stepping forward. Dale and the other explorers followed closely. Though many were facing marauders for the first time, none hesitated. Over the years, marauders had become synonymous with relentless combat. Moreover, Those daring enough to venture into the Shura domain were not to be trifled with. Buzz. Exosuits powered up to full capacity, shooting out from the belly of the ship. The incoming marauders and small ships were now within attack range. Hundreds of turrets on the Luzuankianli rose simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. However, the marauders seemed prepared, scattering instantly. Some hid behind war debris, while others skillfully navigated through the barrage, and a few charged forward with their heavily armored exosuits. After the volley, the marauders' losses were minimal. Only a dozen or so unlucky ones were hit by multiple blasts, exploding in the process. For nearly 200 marauders, this was barely a scratch. Although the surrounding debris provided some cover, surviving such a volley with minimal losses was a testament to their prowess. Now's the time, Dale roared, unsurprised, as he led the charge. Dozens of figures followed, forming an arrowhead formation aimed at the marauder ranks. These followers were seasoned veterans who had faced marauders in the Shura domain before. Lin Mingxi and her group were slightly slower but quickly mimicked the formation, charging out together. Clang! As Dale's sword severed a marauder's arm, the battle erupted. The marauders fought like a pack of wolves, targeting the explorers' weak points. They quickly recognized Dale's arrowhead formation as a tough nut to crack. Their coordinated response, formation maintenance, and constant vigilance indicated they were no strangers to marauder encounters. In contrast, Lin Mingxi's group, slightly slower and less experienced, couldn't hide their inexperience. The marauders seized the opportunity, with dozens of them surging forward, dividing the battlefield just as the two groups were about to converge. In an instant, a horde of marauders hidden behind debris swarmed in, encircling the less experienced Lin Mingxi and her team. The Luzuankianli's volley had cleared the debris, creating a large vacuum. Now, this vacuum was split into two battle zones, one led by the seasoned Dale, and the other by the less experienced Lin Mingxi and her team. They still managed to pull it off. Dale's face was clouded with anger, his brows furrowed tightly. Despite his repeated warnings about the raiders, some still couldn't keep up when the battle actually broke out. Everyone, prepare to turn back and assist. Dale's voice echoed through the communication channel. We can't let them easily take this group down. Even though it's our first time facing these raiders, our previous combat experience will be a significant help. Before he even finished speaking, Dale had already turned and rushed towards the group where Lin Mingxi and others were being besieged by the raiders. His divine armor left a dazzling trail in the vacuum, with his team following closely behind. However, the cunning and deceitful raiders were not to be underestimated. Compared to Dale, they were more adept at devouring their prey in this hellish domain with minimal cost. Their formation quickly adjusted, blocking Dale's reinforcements while continuing their assault on Lin Mingxi and the others. On the raiders' flagship, a man with a menacing scar across his nose and narrow eyes stood by the porthole, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Who is this guy? He asked softly, a hint of admiration in his tone. He's pretty smart. Lord Lacey, his adjutant, immediately replied. That should be Dale. This old guy has been around the Shura domain for a while, and many small factions have met their end at his hands. Dale, huh? Lacey nodded thoughtfully, tapping the porthole glass lightly. He started by clearing enough battle space with a volley of fire, making the environment more favorable for them. Then he led the charge himself, giving the newcomers behind him enough confidence to fight us. Not bad. As Lacey muttered to himself, the distant battlefield had already descended into chaos. Energy beams from the divine armor shot in all directions, and numerous war wreckages were shattered in the crossfire. The surrounding vacuum area expanded with the battle shockwaves, creating an ever-changing death zone. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Lin Mingxi's divine armor swung its heavy fist, smashing into a raider who couldn't dodge in time. The raider's armor twisted into a C shape under the immense force, with blood gushing from the seams. It was clear that the raider had no chance of surviving the blow. The raider was still bewildered in his final moments. He had been certain he could dodge the punch, yet suddenly his limbs felt as if they were stuck in quicksand, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the massive fist, glowing with a dark purple hue, slammed into his fragile body. Lin Mingxi retracted her fist, her expression grave. These raiders were indeed slippery, as elusive as eels. Fortunately, her gravity core could manipulate gravity, effectively countering their mobility. Suddenly, she sensed a malevolent wind behind her. Without thinking, Lin Mingxi swiftly raised her right hand to block. The clash of metal resounded, sparks flying. She quickly bent her elbow and spun around, launching another punch like a cannonball. However, the attacking raider had already retreated to a safe distance. So annoying. Lin Mingxi muttered to herself. Her counterattack had been quick and sudden, yet the opponent had easily evaded. These raiders always had an escape plan before even making a move, making them incredibly cunning. The entire battle had devolved into a bitter struggle. Lin Mingxi, with her dual cores, especially the gravity core, was a rarity among the descendants. Most others had only ordinary cores, enhancing either strength or speed. Those with defensive cores fared better, but those with strength or speed cores were at a disadvantage. They were either incredibly strong but unable to hit their targets, or astonishingly fast but lacking flexibility. To make matters worse, the raiders often hid in distant debris fields, making it risky to pursue them. Despite the battle being in its early stages, casualties were mounting. Some less experienced or weaker explorers had already fallen victim to the raiders' ambushes, becoming cold corpses floating in space. Although they had the capability to enter the Shura domain, they struggled against the raiders' bizarre combat style. Some explorers found themselves surrounded and hacked to death by multiple raiders after a brief skirmish. This was the terrifying aspect of the raiders. They excelled at exploiting opportunities on the battlefield. Many were ambushed from behind, not even having the chance to use their trump cards before meeting their end. At this moment, Lin Mingxi was entangled with 3 raiders. These guys never lingered in a fight, always striking and retreating swiftly. But when an opportunity arose, they would strike with deadly precision. Facing 3 opponents at once, Lin Mingxi felt enormous pressure. So this is what a raider is like? Lin Mingxi panted slightly within her descendant armor, highly tense. The trio's coordination was seamless. Even when she used her gravity core to slow them down, focusing on one would invite attacks from the other 2. In such a scenario, Lin Mingxi dared not gamble on the durability of her armor against their weapons. As for her wind core, she dared not use it lightly. Moments ago, she had witnessed a man, driven to desperation, activate his dual cores. Though he managed to kill several raiders instantly, the remaining ones went berserk. They charged at him with bloodshot eyes, abandoning all caution. Within seconds, dozens of raiders swarmed him. Despite killing a few more, he was ultimately impaled through the heart. The raiders' madness left Lin Mingxi deeply unsettled. They were utterly reckless, some even sacrificing themselves to trap their enemies. Because she had revealed some of her gravity core's power, these 3 raiders had fixated on her. Gone was Lin Mingxi's earlier nonchalance. Her face was now extremely serious. Data streams cascaded like waterfalls in her descendant armor's display. Fully focused, her combat effectiveness rose another notch, making it harder for the 3 raiders to maintain their earlier advantage. How's the analysis of their combat data? Lin Mingxi asked quickly while fending off the 3 raiders. We've got 78 of it. To continue, we need more data, replied Xiaohe. Lin Mingxi glanced at the explorers being besieged and killed in the distance, gritted her teeth, and nodded. That's enough. With that, she clenched her descendant's fists, jets of air shooting from her elbows. Her already massive fists swelled even larger. The 3 raiders, preparing to attack from different angles, hesitated upon seeing her actions. Lin Mingxi was astonished by their cunning and caution. A simple pre-fight move, and you don't attack? Is this level of caution necessary? But now, you have no choice. She took a deep breath, bent slightly, and assumed a martial stance in midair. One hand extended, the other clenched at her waist. The 3 raiders, startled, began to retreat. Too late, Lin Mingxi shouted. Falling star. Boom. A terrifying gravitational force acted on the 3 raiders. To their horror, their descendants couldn't break free, and they were pulled towards Lin Mingxi as if she were a singularity. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the raiders pushed their descendants to maximum output, but they couldn't escape the gravitational pull. Their engines whined under the strain, but it was futile. Realizing they had encountered a monster, the raiders sent a desperate message through their communication channels. Leader-level descendant core. In the next moment, they saw a dragon-like figure coiling around Lin Mingxi's torso, ready to strike. Roar. Boom. A fan-shaped shockwave erupted, and the 3 raiders' descendants shattered into dust, drifting in space. The sudden explosion drew everyone's attention. In their peripheral vision, they saw the shadow of a dragon dissipating along with the raiders' bodies. Bang! We've got a big one. Lacey, aboard the raider ship, pounded the window, his face alight with excitement. He had received the message from the dying raiders' leader-level descendant core. This was a term used in the raiders' domain. Descendant cores varied in power, but in the raiders' domain, they were simply categorized into 3 levels: ordinary, officer, and leader. Simple but clear. Ordinary cores enhanced basic attributes like strength and speed. Officer cores had additional abilities, manipulating elements or altering the environment, and were used by the top lieutenants of the 6 leaders. The Dark Crow Hill, killed by Xia Mu earlier, had an officer-level core, as did the Thunder Core. Leader-level cores were enhanced versions of officer cores, with abilities so powerful they could quickly wreak havoc on a large spaceship. Those 3 raiders just now may not have had any notable status, but their keen eyes as raiders were undeniably sharp. Even if their judgment was off, it was undoubtedly the core elite among the cadres. Lacey had been on an expedition in the Shura domain for several months without any significant findings. However, at this moment, he seemed to have finally discovered something worthy of reporting. Upon receiving the news, Lacey sprang into action. He quickly left the bridge and entered a special room. As he leaned against the wall, the sound of mechanical movements filled the air. Clack, clack, a pitch-black divine descent armor slowly enveloped his body. The dark red engine lights flickered, adding a touch of mystery to the black armor. Suddenly, the ceiling of the room split open, revealing the desolate space outside. Meanwhile, in the distance where large ships from both sides were engaged in fierce combat, a small, nimble ship weaved through the debris. This ship moved as gracefully as a small fish darting among coral reefs, skillfully avoiding various wreckage without losing speed. This was none other than the Xia Mu, piloted by Xia Mu. After leaving the Raider Star, Xia Mu had charted a course to exit the Shura domain. This route included several secret wormholes known to few, which could significantly shorten the journey. At this moment, Xia Mu was heading towards one of these wormholes. Suddenly, Xia Mu's attention was drawn to the dark energy detector beside him. He looked at the chaotic waveforms with a hint of surprise and murmured, "Someone?" His eyes lit up, and he quickly reacted. After a series of agile maneuvers, the Xia came to a stop beneath a massive piece of war wreckage. As a surge of energy spread rapidly across its hull, the Xia gradually became invisible. Then, a streak of light shot out from its original position. It was a heavily modified small swordfish ship. 8 thick engine flames erupted, nearly engulfing the slender and petite frame of the small swordfish ship. This modified vessel carved a dazzling trajectory through the space, speeding towards the unknown. Lin Mingxi's sudden outburst was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the battlefield, stunning everyone present. Her divine descent struck down 3 marauders with thunderous force, and she then charged like a tiger pouncing on prey toward 2 more enemies entangled with the explorers. The 2 marauders, having just witnessed their comrades' grim fate, were terrified and desperately tried to flee. "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Mingxi shouted coldly, activating the gravitational field of the heavy source core. The 2 marauders felt an immediate heaviness, their speed drastically reduced. Before they could react, Lin Mingxi was upon them like a mountain, her powerful fists smashing them to pieces. This sudden onslaught threw the marauders into disarray. By the time they regained their senses, more than a dozen of their comrades had already fallen under Lin Mingxi's fists. The explorers, seeing this, rallied around the powerful divine warrior, using her as the spearhead to break through the enemy lines. The battle was ever-changing. Both sides quickly regrouped, forming 2 opposing clusters. The explorers centered around Lin Mingxi, while the marauders surrounded them like a net, constantly harassing and attacking. Just as Lin Mingxi punched away an approaching enemy, the AI Xiaohe inside her divine descent suddenly issued a warning. Detected high-energy divine descent from the enemy ship. Current level unknown. Analysis of enemy combat habits is incomplete. Immediate retreat is advised. Lin Mingxi's heart tightened as she scanned the battlefield with a sharp gaze. In the distance, Dale's spearhead formation was being tightly encircled by marauders. She pondered, could activating the dual core secure a victory? But Xiaohe's probability data was not optimistic. At that moment, 3 marauders lunged at her like hyenas. Just as Lin Mingxi was about to strike, Xiaohe warned again. The enemy's high-level divine descent has arrived. These 3 are bait. Lin Mingxi made a snap decision, pulling back her fists and retreating without hesitation. In a flash, a shadow darted past, shattering the divine descent of an explorer beside her. Lin Mingxi stared warily at the shadow, her expression growing solemn. Hovering in the air was a pitch-black, angular divine descent, each hand wielding a short blade. A cold laugh echoed through the public channel. Well, quick reflexes. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Mingxi focused intently on this new adversary. Xiaohe began analyzing the enemy's parameters as she clenched her fists, the dark energy engine roaring in preparation for the imminent battle. The pilot of the shadowy divine descent was named Lacey. With a flicker, he lunged forward at high speed like a ghost. Lin Mingxi crossed her arms in front of her, and with a clang, the 2 short blades clashed against her bracers, sparks flying. Both fighters quickly changed tactics. Lacey twisted his blades, slashing at Lin Mingxi's waist from the side. But Lin Mingxi's long-prepared heavy punch also crashed out. Lacey frowned, sensing danger, and swiftly withdrew his blades to evade. Meanwhile, Dale was also locked in a fierce struggle. Although he was the strongest among the explorers, the marauders before him were formidable, with at least half capable of easily crushing the rear ranks. If not for his relentless assaults, the explorers would have already fallen apart. So this is the power of the 6 great forces? Dale thought grimly, his eyes occasionally glancing toward Lin Mingxi's battle with Lacey. He knew that whoever gained the upper hand in their respective skirmishes would dominate the entire battlefield. Everyone, prepare. Break through the enemy lines quickly. We can't keep fighting like this. Dale shouted into the comms, his divine descent's dark energy surging wildly. At the same time, Lin Mingxi's fight with Lacey grew even more intense. Lacey's speed and agility made him as elusive as a ghost, constantly circling Lin Mingxi. Meanwhile, her devastating iron fists kept him from engaging directly. Ha ha ha, what a big catch. I've got you today. Lacey grew more excited as the fight continued. He had confirmed that Lin Mingxi's armor core was at the leader level. The thought of obtaining this core and becoming the 7th leader in the Marauder lands thrilled him. For years, he had bided his time under the old hand, secretly building his own force. Now, his chance had finally come. As the phrase 7th leader flashed through Laixi's mind, an uncontrollable surge of excitement swept over him. He decided to stop probing and launch a full-scale attack. Buzz. The dark energy engine trembled violently, quickly enveloping Laixi's divine armor in a strange layer of dark energy. In the blink of an eye, a demonic shadow larger than his own body materialized, emanating a terrifying aura. Lin Mingxi sensed the sudden change in the situation and felt a pang of unease. The opponent clearly intended to end this quickly. She urgently called out in her mind, Xiaohei, how is the dual core energy prep going? Can we strike decisively? Even though the dual core was her trump card, Lin Mingxi didn't dare unleash it without absolute certainty. The energy required for the dual core was immense, and given her current divine state, she couldn't sustain prolonged combat. Moreover, facing a cunning marauder, if she couldn't deliver a fatal blow, he would likely escape immediately. As Lin Mingxi's thoughts raced, Laishi suddenly launched his attack. His speed nearly doubled, leaving only a blurred black shadow. Instinctively, Lin Mingxi raised her arm to defend. Clang! Swish! A pair of short blades slashed viciously at Lin Mingxi's arm, but what shocked her more was the sudden pain from her back. The demonic shadow had launched a sneak attack simultaneously with Laishi's strike. Back of divine armor under attack. Suspected dark energy entity. Lin Mingxi warned herself, elbowing to fend off the enemy. No time to hesitate. Activate the dual core. At this moment, Lin Mingxi couldn't afford to hold back. The opponent had clearly activated a special core ability, and any further delay could cost her life. What was Laishi's core called again? Lin Mingxi pondered while fully engaging in the battle at hand. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield behind some war wreckage, Xia Mu's swordfish ships were completely silent, engines shut off. Dressed in divine armor, Xia Mu stood in an inconspicuous corner of the wreckage, calmly observing the fierce battle in the distance. He first scrutinized Laishi for a moment, then shifted his focus to Lin Mingxi. Demonic form? Seems like a decent core, Xia Mu evaluated inwardly. Next, his attention was drawn to the unique structure of Lin Mingxi's armor. One core shouldn't need that many dark energy compartments. With these additional engines, it must be for the dual core. Xia Mu's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something intriguing. Xia Mu had just arrived on the battlefield, witnessing a skirmish between raiders and explorers. Such scenes were not uncommon in the Shura domain, and normally, he wouldn't have stopped to watch. However, the energy fluctuations from both sides caught his attention this time. From the dark energy bursts, Xia Mu deduced that both sides were quite powerful. On the planet of marauders, strength often equated to wealth. Leaving the marauder planet this time, Xia Mu aimed to gather as many resources as possible in the unfamiliar outer world. He had even prepared extensively for long-term interstellar travel, stocking the swordfish with ample food and various supplies. At this moment, Xia Mu was unaware that the stars beyond the Shura domain were not as the old man had described. As Xia Mu observed in stealth, the battle intensified. Del, determined to break through the encirclement, abandoned his previous cautious tactics. He led his team like a sharp blade, charging left and right, exchanging injuries for injuries. This reckless strategy quickly yielded results, catching several raiders off guard and killing them on the spot. However, some explorers, unable to keep up with Del's pace, were besieged and killed by the raiders. But Del couldn't afford to worry about them, as Lin Mingxi was at a disadvantage after Lacey activated his demonic form. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Mingxi and Lacey clashed fiercely in midair, adding more cracks to her armor. Despite this, she remained calm, constantly parrying Lacey's dual blade attacks. Secretly, a large amount of energy from her divine descent flowed into another core, making it restless. After a series of attacks, Lacey believed he had seen through Lin Mingxi's fighting style. Although she had terrifying attack power and gravity manipulation abilities, she lacked agility. When the gravity couldn't fully capture the enemy, she struggled against speed-type opponents. Lacey exploited this weakness, noticing that Lin Mingxi's gravity core had a process of building strength. If he could escape quickly during this period, he could avoid the gravity field. I've seen through your fighting style. Hand over the core. Lacey sneered as he charged into Lin Mingxi's gravity field again, his dual blades becoming a blur as he struck her divine descent multiple times in just a few seconds. If not for her thick armor, this relentless assault would have shredded her. Lacey adopted a Hitandran tactic, determined to wear Lin Mingxi down. After another ghostly assault, he felt the familiar pull of gravity. After a few more strikes, he prepared to retreat before the gravity fully formed. However, this time, he was shocked to find the gravitational pull not only persisting but growing stronger. Realizing the danger, Lacey immediately fused the demonic shadow from his divine descent into his body, drastically increasing his escape speed and breaking free from the gravity field. Turning his head, he was stunned to see Lin Mingxi following at a completely different speed than before. Double core? Lacey's heart skipped a beat as he continued to flee. Inside her divine descent, Lin Mingxi gritted her teeth. She had already activated the wind core, waiting for Lacey to let his guard down, hoping to trap him with the combined power of the wind and gravity cores. But her carefully laid plan fell apart as Lacey sensed the slightest anomaly. This made her realize how troublesome these raiders were. Time for a heathen clash. Lin Mingxi's eyes sharpened as she activated both cores simultaneously. Invisible gravity burst forth from her, while the wind core significantly boosted her speed. At this moment, Lin Mingxi moved through the battlefield like a mobile gravity field. Several raiders fighting the explorers stumbled as soon as they entered Lin Mingxi's gravity field, giving the explorers an opportunity to strike. Lacey, noticing this scene while fleeing, felt a headache coming on. Although Lin Mingxi couldn't catch up to him, she could easily wipe out the other raiders. Facing numerous explorers afterward, even if Lin Mingxi exhausted her dark energy, he wouldn't be able to seize the core. Damn it! Lacey gritted his teeth, the demonic shadow reappearing as he spun his short blades and decisively turned around. Seeing Lacey finally return, Lin Mingxi's eyes lit up. Finally coming back? But Lacey wasn't just returning. The moment he turned, he ordered in the communication channel, "Forget the explorers. Focus all attacks on the one with the gravity core. Whoever kills her gets a commander-level core." With this order, the raiders instantly fell silent, then abandoned the explorers and charged madly at Lin Mingxi. The explorers were stunned. Dell quickly reacted, shouting in the communication channel, "Don't let them through." But compared to the raiders with a common interest, most explorers subconsciously relaxed after the sudden drop in combat pressure. The raiders were different. They had a bigger target, one worth risking their lives for. In the moment the explorers hesitated, the raiders easily broke free from their opponents and rushed toward Lin Mingxi. Among the explorers, only Dell understood the situation, leading a few explorers to block some raiders. After all, not everyone could keep an overview in a life-and-death battle. Like in team fights, few people paid attention to the minimap, highlighting the gap between raiders and explorers. Whether it was the initial surgical strike on the battlefield or this sudden shift in target, the explorers were always a step behind. Seeing the explorers unable to stop the raiders, Lacey's lips curled into a cold smile. He halted abruptly and turned to flee again. Lin Mingxi wanted to pursue but was blocked by the fearless raiders. The battlefield situation reversed in an instant. The explorers wanted to support Lin Mingxi but were terrified by the constant explosions of sparks around her. They saw Lin Mingxi's fists flying at incredible speed, sending weaker raiders flying with a single punch. The few explorers near Lin Mingxi hesitated for a moment before trying to support her. But as soon as they approached, they were surrounded and killed by a group of raiders. The other explorers, seeing this, hesitated as well, slowing their steps. "She's so strong. Does she really need our help? Even if we don't go, she should be able to kill them all, right? Besides, we're just strangers." Of course, no one dared admit they were scared by the raiders' fearless madness. At this moment, they only saw Lin Mingxi's unmatched bravery and the raiders' heavy casualties, not noticing the accumulating injuries on her from each raider's dying attack. "Ha ha ha. Explorers are still as cowardly as ever." Lacey laughed triumphantly from the raiders' rear. Every time they fought explorers, as soon as they gained a slight advantage and everyone targeted their strongest member, the rest would hesitate and even refuse to support. Over the years, this situation had never changed, and this tactic always worked. "Next, I just need to..." Lacey's words were cut short as he suddenly froze in place. At some unknown moment, a slender tang sword silently appeared at his neck. A deep voice followed, and Lacey felt a wave of familiarity. Instinctively, he used the divine descent system to check the scene behind him. What he saw made his blood run cold. Behind him was an unremarkable divine descent head, but the figure was one he knew all too well. 19 Lord, he croaked out, his voice dry. "Now, move back to the wreckage," Xia Mu coldly commanded, completely ignoring Lacey's address. Facing Xia Mu, Lacey had no chance of winning, especially with the blade pressed against his throat. He had no choice but to comply, slowly retreating. At this moment, all eyes on the battlefield were focused on Lin Mingxi and the group of fearless raiders, with no one noticing that Lacey had fallen into Xia Mu's hands. A core member at the cadre level was enough to drive the raiders into a frenzy. Around Lin Mingxi, it was like a massive meat grinder, with the raiders dying at a faster rate than ever before. Yet, it seemed futile. Even so, the raiders did not retreat an inch. The once imposing divine descent was now covered in wounds, with grotesque gashes and dents everywhere. Lin Mingxi realized the situation was dire. At this rate, the dual core's burst time would be delayed by Lacey using the lives of these raiders. By the time he came out to wrap things up, even if Dale and the others could win with their numerical advantage, it was uncertain if they could save her. During the fight, she also noticed the hesitation among the surrounding explorers, making her heart sink further. Recommend a forced breakthrough and move the battle to Dale's side. Xiao He timely suggested a new plan. Lin Mingxi glanced at the remaining energy and damage status of the divine descent, a bitter expression appearing on her face. These raiders won't let me through, she responded quietly, her gaze sweeping over the enemies surging towards her like a tide. At this moment, Lin Mingxi had lost the formidable strength she once possessed when activating her dual cores. The raiders were fiercely resisting, fighting with a desperate ferocity. As the battle dragged on, Lin Mingxi's condition deteriorated. Keen-eyed raiders noticed her weakening state and launched even more frenzied attacks. Lin Mingxi was like a lone boat in a stormy sea, teetering on the brink of collapse. Am I really going to die here? Lin Mingxi's thoughts were heavy within the godfall. The relentless attacks of the raiders had caused significant recoil damage, and her head began to feel dizzy. Xiao Hei's voice kept coming through. Current breakout probability, 11. Godfall damage, 61. Dark energy remaining, 23. Even in such a critical moment, it continued to analyze various data. Xiao Hei, stop analyzing. It's useless, Lin Mingxi said despondently. I was too naive to think that just by standing up, I could lead them to fight alongside me. Seeing so many people die before her, she couldn't bear it and chose to activate her core power to lead everyone in battle. At first, it worked, and the situation turned in their favor, but in the end, they were defeated by the raiders' understanding of human nature. This time, I may not be able to return to see you, Lin Mingxi said with a forced smile as she looked at the raiders surrounding her. Some hesitant explorers finally made up their minds. Someone asked in the communication channel, Tessa, can you break through? Tessa was the alias Lin Mingxi was using. There was a brief silence on the channel. Her communication module has been destroyed, someone responded. Only then did the others notice that Lin Mingxi's icon had shown a disconnection. The explorers fell into a delicate silence. After dozens of seconds, someone spoke up, the raiders' target is her. Let's take this chance to escape. Yes, she's holding them off for us. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. Let's go. With someone taking the lead, the explorers, no longer hindered by the raiders, hurriedly headed towards the distant Liujuan Qianli. Dale, who was intercepting the raiders, saw this and his face darkened. However, seeing Lin Mingxi, surrounded and exhausted in the distance, he couldn't say anything. Boss, even if we go over now, by the time we break through, she won't hold on. Let's go. The raiders are clearly after her core. Someone behind him couldn't help but say, avoiding looking in Lin Mingxi's direction. Yeah, while she can still hold them off, let's get back to the ship and leave. They won't be able to catch up, others chimed in, urging Dale. Dale looked at Lin Mingxi, struggling desperately to break through the raiders' encirclement, and then at the raiders ignoring them and focusing on her. He fell silent. Let's go, boss. There really isn't any time left. She's beyond saving. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. Finally, Dale gritted his teeth and turned. Let's go. Inside the godfall, Xiao Hei seemed to momentarily freeze while analyzing data. Xiao Hei, what's wrong? Lin Mingxi weakly asked. Having been with Xiao Hei for so many years, she easily noticed its momentary abnormality. At this moment, her vision was filled with raiders, completely obscuring the outside view. Nothing, just analyzing data, Xiao Hei responded. The explorer's departure faced no obstruction from the raiders, whose sole focus was on the beleaguered Lin Mingxi. As the explorers moved further away, Lin Mingxi's godfall also seemed to reach its limit. Clang! A raider's blade slashed into Lin Mingxi's back, embedding into the thick armor of the godfall. I've got her. Two raiders, holding a mechanical chain, wrapped it around her right hand 3 times. Boom! A burly raider wielded a massive warhammer, shattering the ankle of Lin Mingxi's godfall with a single blow. Several more attacks landed, instantly destroying the dark energy engine on the godfall's back. Xiao Hei's alarms kept sounding. Godfall damage, 98.44. Bionic exoskeleton ankle damaged. All dark energy engines have ceased operation. Godfall's life support system destroyed, unable to shield against shocks. Switching to bionic exoskeleton control. Bionic exoskeleton severely damaged. Immediate evacuation required. Inside the godfall, darkness enveloped Lin Mingxi. The raiders outside showed no signs of stopping, their relentless attacks continuing to rain down on her. The damaged godfall had lost all functionality, leaving only its basic armor intact. Ugh. Inside the godfall, the various attacks penetrated the armor, causing blood to stain the interior. Lin Mingxi's face turned pale, and her consciousness began to fade. Boom! Faintly, she seemed to hear the sound of thunder, her consciousness drifting back to that rainy night. Torrential rain poured down, accompanied by the rumble of thunder that shook one's spirit. Let's get divorced. Haha, you wretch. Even if we divorce, I won't let you have it easy. I've already got custody of her. I'll raise her well and turn her into the finest prostitute. You love doing such filthy things, don't you? I'll make her just as dirty as you. Do as you wish. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Don't regret it. Get up, you brat, and come with me. The sound of the rain grew louder, and the pain in her wrist seemed to echo the man's grip as he dragged her through the rain. You brat. You dare try to run. Don't run. Come back here. Beep, 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 bang. The man was thrown back, landing on the railing with blood flowing, his eyes wide open, staring at her. Strangely, she felt no fear. Instead, a sense of peace and tranquility washed over her, making her want to remain in that dream forever. Master's life is in danger. Activating emergency life support on the bionic exoskeleton. Activation successful. External threat neutralized. A greater threat is approaching. Xiao Hei's voice seemed to become clearer, and Lin Mingxi suddenly snapped out of her semi-conscious state. Huh. She took a deep breath of the air supplied by the emergency life support, instinctively looking around at the raiders. Her godfall was severely damaged, with all systems down. She could see the situation outside through a breach in the godfall. The outer space was eerily quiet, with raiders' bodies floating in space. Upon closer inspection, their wounds appeared uniform, as if their chests had been sliced open by a sharp blade. Clack, clack. The armor on the godfall's back suddenly fell off, and the damaged godfall was pried open. Startled, Lin Mengxi turned her head and saw an old, seemingly ordinary godfall holding her two cores, Chong Yuan and Ling Feng. Surviving in space without relying on a godfall? This person was none other than Xia Mu. Upon discovering that the raiders were defeating Lin Mingxi and preparing to dismantle her godfall core, he swiftly slit Laixi's throat, seized the core, and charged into the fray. He unleashed his full power, activating both cores simultaneously and drawing a tang blade from his back. The combination of the thunder core and ghostly shadow left the raiders with no chance. Xia Mu cut through them like a hot knife through butter, his swift attacks leaving the raiders falling like wheat before a scythe. When the raiders realized that their opponent was Xia Mu, the notorious leader, their fighting spirit vanished, and they scattered in all directions. However, after battling Lin Mengxi for so long, their armor's dark energy was nearly depleted. Facing Xia Mu in his prime, even fleeing became a luxury. Who are you? Lin Mengxi asked weakly, struggling to hold herself upright. Xia Mu responded coldly, You don't need to know me. He raised his tang sword, the blade glinting menacingly in the dim light. At that critical moment, a strange language suddenly broke the silence. It wasn't the common interstellar tongue, but rather an unfamiliar string of syllables. The language translation module in Xia Mu's Divine Descent interface activated unexpectedly, converting the once indecipherable characters into understandable words. Please don't kill her. Xia Mu's hand froze midair, the tang sword suspended above Lin Mingxi's head. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking towards the source of the voice Xiao Hei. What shocked her even more was that Xiao Hei was speaking in her native language, Earth language, and the stranger in front of her actually understood it. In that moment, a storm brewed within Xia Mu. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, flicking his wrist to strike Lin Mingxi's neck with the flat of the blade. Her vision went black, and she lost consciousness instantly. Xia Mu grabbed Lin Mingxi's wrist and, deep in thought, dragged her back to the little swordfish spaceship. Meanwhile, the raiders' large ship, upon seeing Xia Mu's arrival, turned and fled without hesitation. The explorer's ship had vanished long before Xia Mu arrived, leaving only lifeless bodies floating in space, silently recounting the recent carnage. Back on the little swordfish, Xia Mu roughly threw Lin Mingxi onto a chair, securing her with mechanical restraints. After quickly checking her injuries and confirming she was not in immediate danger, he turned around and removed his Divine Descent armor. Finally, he carefully extracted the 3 cores obtained during the mission and stored them safely. From the moment Xia Mu brought Lin Mingxi aboard the little swordfish, Xiao Hei had been silently observing everything. It had witnessed Xia Mu's terrifying massacre of the raiders and knew that Lin Mingxi stood no chance against him. Fortunately, Xiao Hei discovered a familiar program installed on Xia Mu's battle armor while scanning the battlefield, a discovery that ultimately saved their lives. 2 days later, Lin Mingxi slowly woke up just as the life support system was about to run out. She found herself on an unfamiliar spaceship and was immediately filled with panic. Xiao Hei explained that she had been taken by a powerful raider and mentioned that the man had a centuries-old Earth language converter. Lin Mingxi recalled the messages broadcasted by Earth when its civilization first ventured beyond the Milky Way, and felt a mix of confusion and worry. Just as she was contemplating an escape plan, The cabin door opened and Xia Mu walked in, carrying a tray with nutrient fluid and water. He gave her a brief glance before heading to the forward cabin. Unable to contain herself, Lin Mingxi tried to ask him something, but all she got in response was Xia Mu's retreating figure and the slowly closing door. For the next day, the two maintained an eerie silence. Due to the lack of food and water, combined with the exhaustion from the previous battle, Lin Mingxi soon reached her limit. The next day, Xia Mu brought nutrient fluid and water again. To her surprise, this time he stopped in front of her and unlocked the mechanical restraints on her. Lin Mingxi wasted no time, eagerly consuming the nutrient fluid and water, feeling the energy slowly spread through her body. Xia Mu leaned against the wall, watching her indifferently, and asked her to talk about Earth. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Mingxi decided to be honest. She recounted her memories, her expression distant, and finally, calmly said, "Just kill me." However, Xia Mu simply picked up the tray and left, leaving Lin Mingxi puzzled but finally with a chance to explore the spaceship. She discovered that she seemed to be in the central cabin, surrounded by doors leading to different areas. Suddenly, Lin Mingxi realized something shocking. It appeared that Xia Mu was the only person on this large spaceship. Xiao He confirmed her suspicion, stating that this was a highly advanced, streamlined large spaceship, and even it couldn't successfully hack into the system. This realization made Lin Mingxi even more uneasy. She understood that she was not just dealing with an ordinary raider, but with a mysterious individual who possessed technology far beyond that of the Interstellar Alliance. Even the simplified version is insane. This is a massive spaceship. If any military from an outside civilization discovers it, they'll probably go nuts. Lin Mingxi exclaimed in a hushed voice, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Xia Mu was intently watching the screen, observing the conversation between Lin Mingxi and Xiao He. He stroked his chin, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Despite Lin Mingxi's efforts to keep her voice down, the highly sensitive communication devices installed in the hall successfully picked up her words. The next day, Lin Mingxi pushed open the cabin door, surprised to find that things had changed. Xia Mu's attitude seemed to have shifted dramatically. Instead of insisting she stay in the hall, he had arranged a small private room for her. Though compact, the room was well equipped, even featuring its own shower system. As Xia Mu led Lin Mingxi to the door of her new room, he suddenly stopped and turned to face her. "You can keep the information about Earth civilization to yourself," Xia Mu said, his voice low and firm, "but I need to know about the outside world." He paused briefly, as if choosing his words carefully, then continued, "Beyond the Shura domain." Lin Mingxi's mind raced as she quickly weighed her options. "What exactly do you want to know?" she asked cautiously. "The Genesis star civilization? Or the Opal civilization?" "Everything," Xia Mu replied, staring directly into her eyes with a serious expression. Lin Mingxi's heart skipped a beat, realizing the gravity of the situation. She carefully asked, "Do you plan to leave the Shura domain?" "That's right," Xia Mu answered without hesitation. Lin Mingxi immediately regretted asking the question. Xia Mu's straightforward response only made her more wary. Her mind raced, analyzing the possible consequences. "After I tell you, will you kill me?" Lin Mingxi mustered the courage to voice her concern directly. Xia Mu was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly surprised by the question. After all, it was the second time Lin Mingxi had asked him something similar. Seeing Xia Mu's astonished expression, Lin Mingxi's internal alarm bells rang louder. She couldn't help but think, isn't it standard procedure to eliminate loose ends after getting the information? A wave of tension washed over her, and she clenched her fists, ready to face whatever danger might come. Lin Mingxi stood in the center of the room, her heart pounding like a drum. Her gaze was fixed on the man before her, Xia Mu, an enigmatic marauder. His words were as cold and sharp as a blade, cutting straight to her vulnerability. "What do you think about eradicating every last trace?" Inside, Lin Mingxi's mind screamed, but her face remained expressionless, as lifeless as ash. She thought to herself, "It's a dead end no matter what, so why reveal anything?" Meanwhile, the AI in her earring, Xiao He, was working frantically, analyzing Xia Mu's every move. Xia Mu seemed unsurprised by Lin Mingxi's silence. He calmly said, "I'm not skilled in torturing people. Since you won't speak, I have no choice." As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fist, preparing to strike. Lin Mingxi closed her eyes in despair. Her ankle had been injured in the earlier fight, leaving her unable to dodge the impending fatal blow. Memories flooded her mind, the faces of the children waiting for her return appearing vividly. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. In the critical moment, Xiao He's voice suddenly emerged from the earring. "Wait, we can negotiate." Xia Mu's fist stopped abruptly just before Lin Mingxi's nose, the gust of wind from it tousling her hair. Xiao He quickly said, "You want to leave the Shura domain, but you must be unaware of the outside world, right?" Xia Mu raised an eyebrow and asked, An AI with self-awareness? Lin Mingxi was startled and hurried to explain. It's just a well-stocked database. Xiao He, however, changed its tone to a slightly tender female voice and responded, "That's right," Lin Mingxi exclaimed. "Xiao He." She realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. AI with self-awareness was an extremely sensitive issue among major civilizations, and, once exposed, would undoubtedly lead to relentless pursuit. However, Xia Mu merely said, "Oh," and withdrew his fist. He snapped his fingers, and a mechanical chair rose from the floor behind Lin Mingxi. Xiao He continued, "You probably don't know much about the outside world, do you? Like the external perception of the Shura domain?" Xia Mu nodded, motioning for it to continue. Xiao He began to elaborate on the structure of the Dawn Galaxy, the distribution of power among the 5 major civilizations, and the unique position of the Shura domain within it. Yet no matter how astonishing the information, Xia Mu's expression remained unperturbed. When Xiao He mentioned the technology of the old epoch, Xia Mu suddenly spoke, "You got one thing wrong. The truly powerful technologies of the old epoch did not survive." This statement shocked both Xiao He and Lin Mingxi. They realized that Xia Mu's understanding of the old epoch might far surpass their own. Xiao He quickly shifted the topic, discussing the attitude of the creation star civilization towards marauders and the defensive measures outside the Shura domain. Finally, it mentioned a crucial piece of information. Explorers have registered identities within the creation star civilization, identities that are nearly impossible to forge. Xia Mu looked thoughtfully at Lin Mingxi and asked, "Can you?" Xiao He quickly responded, "I can indeed help you forge identity information, but it requires an explorer's DNA." Xia Mu nodded and said, "I won't kill you. This room is yours." With that, he turned and left. As Xia Mu's figure disappeared through the door, Lin Mingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She jumped up from the chair, exclaiming in admiration to Xiao He, "Xiao He, you were amazing." The joy of surviving the ordeal left her unable to remain calm, her heart filled with hope for the future. As she landed, Lin Mingxi's ankle gave way, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. She gasped in pain but felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had gambled correctly. From her earring, Xiao He's voice came through, filled with relief. "That was incredibly close. The previous analysis really surprised me. I didn't expect such a powerful figure to exist in the raiding grounds." Struggling to stand by leaning against the wall, Lin Mingxi managed a faint smile. "Phew, at least we made it out alive." She rubbed her sore ankle and frowned. "Xiao He, do you really think he knows nothing about what's happening outside? It's been so many years after all." Xiao He's voice was confident. "I'm pretty sure. I monitored his physiological responses the entire time, including his heart rate and pupil changes. Considering he intended to kill us earlier, it's unlikely he was lying. Besides, he doesn't seem to have any reason to deceive us. Or rather, in his eyes, we're not worth the effort of fabricating lies." Lin Mingxi fell silent at his words. Xiao He's analysis made sense. Against an opponent like Xia Mu, they stood no chance. She slowly made her way back to the room and collapsed onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. "Oh, how I've missed you, bed." The next day, a knock on the door woke Lin Mingxi. The verbal sparring with Xia Mu and the near-death experience had left her exhausted, and she had fallen into a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she fumbled to press the door button. The hatch slid open, revealing Xia Mu holding a tray with a blank expression. On the tray were a nutrient solution and a cup of water, which he placed on the bedside table before turning and leaving without a word. Lin Mingxi stared at the food, her expression complex. She muttered to herself, "This guy, he wanted to kill us before. I thought even if we cooperated, he wouldn't treat us well." Her eyes flickered between the nutrient solution and the water, filled with doubt and caution. Xia Mu didn't care about Lin Mingxi's feelings at all. From his perspective, as long as she was useful to him, he wouldn't let her die easily. After listening to Xiao He and Lin Mingxi's introductions, Xia Mu realized that his previous idea of escaping the Azura realm with the help of the swordfish was naive. However, he wasn't arrogant. He humbly accepted the new information. On the Plunder Star, those who couldn't accept their mistakes often ended up among the many corpses dragged back by the Crimson Cross. Upon learning that the information from the outside world was vastly different from what was known on the Plunder Star, Xia Mu immediately instructed Lin Mingxi and Xiao He to compile it into detailed documents. He intentionally slowed down the ship's speed, lingering in the Azura realm for 2 extra days to carefully study the information and plan the future route. Although Lin Mingxi was very secretive about the Earth Alliance, she did reveal some information. The Earth Alliance had once been open to the universe but abruptly sealed off the Xuanji domain 15 years ago. Those who emerged from there were incredibly powerful, arousing both curiosity and fear from the outside world. Several powerful factions had tried to imprison people from the Earth Alliance, only to suffer severe losses, with the captured individuals disappearing without a trace. Since then, The outside world had avoided anyone from the Xuanji domain. Xia Mu silently labeled the people from the Xuanji domain as untouchable and deliberately ignored Lin Mingxi's identity. After all, the situation was irreversible, and Lin Mingxi hadn't shown any signs of seeking revenge. This gave Xia Mu a sense of relief, but he was also prepared to deal with her secretly if necessary. Information about the 5 great civilizations also caught Xia Mu's attention. The Galactic Remnant and the Lance Remnant are direct descendants of 2 ancient civilizations, while Genesis and Opal are their branches. The Earth civilization is an independently developed intelligent civilization. The 5 great civilizations are roughly equal in strength, with minimal differences. As Xia Mu's understanding of the outside world deepened, he realized that his goal entering the Earth Alliance to live a peaceful life had become nearly impossible. The Xuanji domain's blockade made it extremely difficult for anyone to enter. He thoughtfully looked at Lin Mingxi on the monitor, realizing she might be the key to obtaining a fake identity and a way into the Xuanji domain. While Xia Mu was deep in thought, Lin Mingxi had repaired her bionic mechanical exoskeleton ankle and began moving freely within the spaceship. She carefully walked through the empty corridors, overwhelmed by the loneliness of the ship. She couldn't help but ask Xiaohe if Xia Mu had always been so solitary. Just as Lin Mingxi was lost in her thoughts, Xia Mu's footsteps echoed. Instinctively, she wanted to hide but found nowhere to go. Xia Mu, expressionless, handed her a tray of nutrient solution and a cup of water, briefly explaining the location of the dining area before leaving. Lin Mingxi took the tray, her emotions a mix of complexity. Xia Mu's attitude towards her was neither concerned nor guarded, as if he had absolute confidence in his own strength. When Xiaohe revealed that Xia Mu's physical strength was at least at the Tianquan level, Lin Mingxi was speechless with shock. The Tianquan level was already the rank of a small military commander in the Xuanji domain, and for Xia Mu to have reached such a level at a young age was astonishing. Any thoughts of resistance vanished instantly, and she realized she hadn't boarded a pirate ship, but the ship of the Pirate King. She couldn't help but exclaim, how could a monster like this appear on the Plunder Star? After realizing Xia Mu's strength, Lin Mingxi became more aware of her own situation. She understood that there was no hope of escape. Recalling how the raiders couldn't even last a single round against Xia Mu, she couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. When Lin Mingxi, deep in thought, entered the dining room, Xia Mu had just finished drinking his nutrient solution. Seeing him again, that strange sense of detachment returned. She couldn't reconcile the image of this thin, somewhat expressionless man with that of a powerful Tianquan-level warrior. This must be a dream, Lin Mingxi murmured to herself as she sat down opposite Xia Mu, her eyes vacant as she stared at the meal tray in front of her. Xia Mu glanced at her indifferently, then got up to clear the tray and the nutrient box. For the next 3 days, they traveled in a calm atmosphere. As Xia Mu gathered more information about the outside world, the speed of the great swordfish increased. During these days, Lin Mingxi's despair deepened. After her ankle was healed, Xiaohe also assessed Xia Mu's strength, leaving her with no choice but to face the reality. Escape was impossible. In addition to witnessing Xia Mu's terrifying strength, Xiaohe made a startling discovery by analyzing the spaceship. The entire structure of the ship was designed in a single consistent style. Building a spacecraft requires various parts, modules, systems, and data support. Unless one possesses a complete industrial chain with all components manufactured by the same company, achieving this level of consistency is nearly impossible. Such highly uniform spacecraft far surpass the performance and stability of those cobbled together from different parts. However, they are also incredibly expensive and typically exclusive to high-end individuals. The sudden appearance of such a ship in the chaotic world of raiders was truly bizarre. Realizing this, both Lin Mingxi and Xiaohe were stunned. They believed that anyone capable of acquiring such a spacecraft must possess strength far beyond the Tianquan level. Lin Mingxi abandoned any remaining illusions. She knew that information about the Earth Alliance from the outside world couldn't threaten Xia Mu. Recalling the hint of killing intent hidden beneath Xia Mu's calm demeanor when she mentioned the Xuanji domain, she became even more certain of this. Now, Lin Mingxi only wanted to help Xia Mu achieve his goals, hoping he would show mercy and spare her. But considering Xia Mu's background in the raiders' territory, she grimly realized that even if she succeeded, he might not let her go easily. In this situation, she could only continuously demonstrate her value, hoping to delay any harm from him. Xiaohe, now I truly understand what it means to be alive but not want to live and too scared to die. Lin Mingxi lamented, if I had known, I would have ended it all back then. Why give me hope? Damn it. As Lin Mingxi sank into self-doubt, the spaceship suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a loud rumbling. We're under attack. Lin Mingxi instinctively sprang from her bed and quickly ran toward the central cabin. When she arrived, she found Xia Mu, fully equipped in his divine descent gear, preparing to enter the hatch leading outside. Wait, I can fight too. Lin Mingxi shouted as Xia Mu was about to leave. Xia Mu turned back, looking her up and down with a hint of approval in his eyes. Too bad. I don't have another divine descent suit, he said before turning and disappearing through the hatch. Lin Mingxi was stunned. Xia Mu's scrutinizing gaze and satisfied expression left her bewildered. How could he be so serious about evaluating her combat potential when she was in her terrifying golden Barbie form, something that would scare off even the most perverted individuals? And then he said, "Too bad?" Lin Mingxi was completely dumbfounded, her legs giving out as she knelt on the ground, eyes vacant. She had no idea that Xia Mu had been assessing her purely from a combat perspective. "No, I need to get an explanation." Lin Mingxi suddenly stood up, her eyes regaining their determination and clarity. "It's not like I want to see his strength or anything," she muttered as she opened the hatch Xia Mu had just gone through. Beyond the hatch was the belly of the great swordfish, which was slowly closing. Lin Mingxi gritted her teeth and followed. The wreckage of the Shura domain came into view, and her bionic exoskeleton system activated, allowing her to survive in the vacuum. A massive spaceship came into view, approximately 130 meters long, with a heart-shaped emblem cut from the side of the bridge. The name, Black Rose, immediately flashed in Lin Mingxi's mind, one of the 6 major forces in the Raiders' territory. Such a large ship would undoubtedly have strong individuals like Lacey on board. The ship was currently stationed in front of the great swordfish, with several huge turrets rising from its hull, dark energy swirling around the barrels. "Where is he?" Lin Mingxi anxiously searched for Xia Mu, and after scanning the area, she finally spotted a figure flying rapidly between the two ships. Lightning flickered around that figure as it charged toward the enemy ship like a bolt of lightning. "Is he insane?" Lin Mingxi exclaimed. That was a large ship preparing to fire. However, the next scene left her utterly speechless. As soon as the enemy ship recognized Xia Mu, all the energy at the turret's barrels dissipated, and even the engines at the rear shut down. Their defense, weapon, and propulsion systems have all been deactivated. Xiao Hei's voice came through her earpiece, affirming that this was no dream. This? Lin Mingxi hid behind the wreckage, completely stunned. One of the 6 major forces in the Raiders' territory had just gone silent at the sight of Xia Mu. Didn't Dale say that even within the Raiders' territory, it wasn't all peaceful? And besides, Xia Mu wasn't part of Black Rose. Isn't that group exclusively female? As Lin Mingxi was struck with overwhelming shock, Xia Mu also flew to the spaceship. The side hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, and several figures clad in divine armor filed out in succession. Most of these suits were light armor or skirt armor, clearly designed for women. Leading the group was a person dressed in a golden light armor with wings on their back, resembling a golden knight from a distance. These individuals approached Xia Mu and bowed their heads in greeting. The golden knight at the forefront spoke nervously to him. "Sorry, we didn't know it was Lord 19. From a distance, Lin Mingxi snapped back to reality and quickly tapped her earring. "Xiao Hei, can you tap into their channel?" "No problem," Xiao Hei responded promptly. Xia Mu acknowledged with a slight nod and then fell silent. The golden knight stiffened, took a deep breath and said, "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. I need explorers. Do you have any?" Xia Mu suddenly asked. The knight's body trembled and fell silent, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. Finally, she replied quietly, "Lord 19, we didn't have much success on this expedition. The resistance from the explorers was fierce, and we have no survivors." Listening in from behind, Lin Mingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. She screamed internally. "Is this really the ruthless, lawless marauder I heard about from Dale? She seems more like a scared little quail." Xia Mu didn't press further but said seriously, "You have an agreement with the Crimson Cross." The knight's resolute face under her helmet was now filled with conflict. She bit her lip and finally relented. "We did capture a few explorers, but can we keep one for ourselves?" "I only need 2, Xia Mu nodded. In the distance, the large swordfish-shaped ship slowly started moving toward them. "I'll take you to them right away." "This way, please," the resigned knight said, leading Xia Mu toward their spaceship. Lin Mingxi quickly followed, clinging to the ship's hull. In a prison cell aboard the Black Rose spaceship, Dale and about a dozen explorers were sitting on the ground with their hands bound behind them. A young man with a bitter expression said, "Encountering members of the 6 great forces twice in 1 week. What terrible luck." Dale looked despondent. After escaping from Lacey and her group, they had tried to leave the Azura domain by ship, only to encounter the Black Rose 2 days later. Even someone like him, who had navigated the Azura domain for decades, was utterly bewildered. They hadn't even recovered from the losses in the battle against Spade A, nor had they started any exploration missions in the following days. Encountering the Black Rose under such circumstances was disastrous. Despite their desperate efforts, they were no match for the marauders of the 6 great forces. Their ship was destroyed, and they were all captured. "Maybe it's fate," said an equally aged man next to Dale, his face filled with bitterness. "We should have died in the battle against Spade I. Sacrificing Tasha to survive only led us to this. Shut up, Kiwi. Dale snapped, turning angrily. Kiwi paused, then sneered, finally dropping the pretense. Are we? Their sudden argument left the others in the cell bewildered, and they all looked questioningly at Dale. Feeling the scrutiny, Dale tried to calm his voice. I just don't want you to say such things. Instead of talking, we should be thinking of a way to escape. But Kiwi wasn't about to let it go. He continued sneering. Stop pretending. If you hadn't been so afraid to risk your life to save Tasha, we might have one. Kiwi's words hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Doubtful gazes turned to Dale. In the dim, cramped cell filled with an atmosphere of despair, Dale's composure crumbled. He shifted uncomfortably and hastily defended himself. What are you talking about? I did my best in that battle. That's not true. An explorer who had fought in Lin Mingxi's battalion suddenly spoke up. Your strength is at the planetary peak, isn't it? Why couldn't you break through for so long? This question triggered a chain reaction, and others began recalling the battle. In Lin Mingxi's battalion, she had fought with dual cores activated, almost dominating the fight. Later, Lacey fought her to a draw, making Dale the key to breaking the stalemate. Yet, as the key player, Dale couldn't break through the Marauders' blockade. The more they thought about it, the more things seemed off. Kiwi's voice rang out again. Why couldn't he break through? Because breaking through and fighting the Marauders heat-in was risky. Everyone knows how crazy Marauders in the Azura domain are. He was scared that if he got injured, he'd become a target for the pack. Shut up. Dale's face turned red, and he headbutted Kiwi. The two Marauders guarding them turned slightly to look, and seeing no fatal injuries, they lost interest. Dale's headbutt plunged the cell into chaos. The other explorers were startled, but quickly moved to shield Kiwi, glaring angrily at Dale. What? Angry because it's true? Blood trickled down Kiwi's forehead, making his wrinkled face look even more menacing. What's going on? Yeah. Weren't you two the best partners on the ship? Dale, now blocked by the others, could do nothing with his hands bound. He retreated to the wall with a dark expression. Partners? With this coward? It was just a mutually beneficial arrangement, Kiwi sneered, continuing, even if the Marauders are crazy. With his planetary peak strength, he could have broken through with some effort. With Tasha's stellar-level power, dealing with the Marauder leader would have been no problem. Even if they couldn't win, they could have escaped and recovered for a few days. Then, encountering the Black Rose wouldn't have been a total defeat. Dale seemed lost in thought, not even attempting to refute Kiwi's words, his face dark with anger as he leaned against the wall. In the end, he was just scared. Kiwi continued to expose the truth. Tasha's strength had surpassed his. Even if the battle ended, his reputation would have suffered, and getting injured meant risking being targeted by the pack. Faced with these choices, he selfishly chose to save himself. You think you're any better? Dale, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with resentment. Ha ha ha. Kuei laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the small cabin. I never claimed to be a good person, but after all these years, you've survived by abandoning your comrades. Did you really think no one would notice? The surrounding explorers, upon hearing about Dell's past, instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from him. Outside the cabin, two guards of the Marauders watched the scene unfold with amusement. Pathetic, aren't they, these explorers? One of the Marauders sneered. Absolutely, the other agreed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Dog-eat-dog drama, right? It's common on the Plunder Star, but seeing it among explorers is quite refreshing. Yeah, the first Marauder chimed in, a hint of contempt in his eyes. These explorers look down on us, comparing us to the fiercest hyenas, but it seems they're worse than us. Inside the cabin, Gel and Kuei had already torn into each other, exposing each other's dirty secrets. Coward, Del roared. Have you ever fought a real battle? And what about you? Kuei retorted, always hiding in the back, pretending to be a kind mentor to the newbies, gaining their trust, and then making them die for you while you run away. You think you're any better? Del shot back, unyielding. How many newcomers have you coerced? You think your hands are clean, you filthy old man? As spittle flew, their images were utterly shattered. The surrounding explorers, witnessing the scene, stepped back, distancing themselves from the two madmen. The exchange devolved from revealing dark histories to pure insults, completely overturning their reputations. Suddenly, like a wild beast, Del lunged at Kuei. They crashed to the ground, and Del bit down hard on Kuei's neck. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. The two Marauders, previously chatting, were jolted by a scream. Murder! Realizing the gravity of the situation, one Marauder hastily pulled out a key to unlock the cabin door. However, Del quickly turned, bracing his legs against the doorframe, preventing it from opening. Are you trying to die? One Marauder shouted. The other Marauder kicked the door, but Del's enhanced physique rendered the kick ineffective. A gun barrel poked through the window, aimed at Dell's head. Let go! The marauder ordered sharply. Under the threat of death, Dell finally released his grip. But it was too late. Kuwei had been dead for some time. Dell had severed his throat immediately and then stalled long enough for Kuwei to lose all signs of life. The two marauders looked at Kuwei's lifeless body, their expressions dark. Dell, however, seemed unfazed, calmly returning to a corner of the cabin. As the marauders prepared to open the door to handle the body and punish Dell, a cold female voice sounded from behind them. What's going on? The marauders stiffened, quickly turning and bowing. Lady Nasha, this man has gone mad. Nasha had removed her helmet, revealing a beautiful face with golden hair casually draped over her shoulders. She glanced at Xia Mu behind her, noting his lack of expression, and felt slightly reassured. Go check it out, she commanded. The marauders immediately stepped aside, lowering their heads even further upon seeing Xia Mu. Inside the cabin, the explorers were still in shock, suddenly aware of the commotion outside. From the marauders' reactions, they realized someone important had arrived. The sound of the cabin door opening snapped everyone to attention. Looking up, they saw Nasha and Xia Mu standing at the entrance. What happened? Nasha asked, frowning at Kuwei's blood-soaked body. One of the guarding marauders glanced at Xia Mu, then quickly recounted the events. Nasha felt a surge of displeasure, but quickly composed herself, turning to Xia Mu. All the captured explorers are here. You can pick whoever you want. Her respectful tone made everyone's heart skip a beat. In the previous battle, this seemingly delicate woman had wreaked havoc among the explorers, even defeating Dell. Now, seeing her so deferential to the man behind her, they couldn't help but wonder. Who is this person? Who do you want to keep? Xia Mu asked, not immediately making his choice. Nasha cast a glance at Dell in the corner and lightly shook her head. Forget it. I thought he might have some secrets, but now it seems he's just a paper tiger. She had initially wanted to keep Dell, given his small reputation in the Plunderland, and his ability to survive multiple encounters with marauders. But now, it was clear he wasn't worth the trouble. Xia Mu scanned the room briefly, casually pointing to two relatively young men with similar builds to his own. I'll take him and him. Take them, Nasha ordered, and two marauders stepped forward to grab the chosen men. At that moment, Dell suddenly rushed out from the corner. Xia Mu raised an eyebrow, while Nasha and the others immediately aimed their energy guns. Take me too. Dell dropped to his knees before them, pressing his head to the ground with his hands spread out. I can be useful. I know the locations of many explorers. I can bring you a lot of resources. Nasha looked at Dell's groveling form with a mix of curiosity and disdain. Xia Mu spoke calmly. Are you their leader? Yes, I am. Dell responded eagerly. I organized this expedition into the Shura domain. Dell was gambling. Following Black Roseback would mean certain death. No one had ever returned from being captured. The man in front of him, though purposeful in his selection, seemed indifferent towards them. This indicated that they weren't very important to him. This was his chance. If they were of little value to him, his survival odds would be higher with him than with Black Rose. Rather than being left behind as a mere commodity, he might as well seize this opportunity for life. When faced with the choice between death and potential death, the decision often becomes clearer. After Xia Mu asked the question, he fell into deep thought. As Dale had guessed, Xia Mu's selection process was quite arbitrary. Choosing a few more people was no big deal for him, and Nasha didn't dare say anything. Xia Mu's gaze fell on Dale, whose cunning and acting skills caught his attention. After a long pause, he nodded at Dale and said, You come along too. Dale was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although the death rate on the other side might not be any lower than returning with Nasha and the others, at least there was a chance to struggle. He respectfully moved to Xia Mu's side, and the other chosen individuals were also brought over in handcuffs by the raiders. The cabin doors closed again, and Xia Mu's group left under the explorers' complex gazes. The past few days had been enough to make them question their life choices. Entering the Shura domain with passion and desire, only to encounter such brutality. The raiders were far more powerful and ruthless than they had imagined, and the veterans here were not as simple as they appeared. Xia Mu took Dale and the others back to the ship's hold along with Nasha. Nasha was unaware of Xia Mu's sudden need for live explorers and didn't want to inquire. In the land of raiders, knowing too much could sometimes get you killed faster, especially when it came to matters involving the 6 major leaders. The explorers' divine items had already been confiscated. In the hold, Xia Mu pointed to a small transport ship and said, I might need a ship to take them back. Nasha immediately understood and instructed a nearby raider, Maple, revoke the ship's permissions. Maple understood. Encountering Xia Mu in the land of raiders meant being prepared to have everything taken away. This was an unwritten rule. Sometimes, compared to meeting other leaders, some people preferred to encounter Xia Mu. Unlike others who would rob them clean or even kill them to silence them, Xia Mu usually only took what he needed. Dale and the others were once again shocked by Nasha's compliance. With their limited understanding of Raider Star, they couldn't fathom why someone could make this group of thugs so obedient. Even more incredible was that these were the subordinates of one of the 6 major leaders. When they had encountered these people before, they were like the most frenzied pack of wolves, eager to tear a piece of flesh from them. Though the future was uncertain, Dale and the others couldn't help but speculate about Xia Mu's identity. It was clear that Xia Mu was no ordinary figure, likely a trusted aide to one of the other leaders. Xia Mu was accustomed to all this. On Raider Star, strength was everything. As long as you were stronger, everything the other person had could become yours. This was a bloody iron rule on Raider Star. Xia Mu had Dale and the others stay in the cabin while he sat in the pilot's seat and started the ship. The hold opened, and after watching the ship depart, Nasha finally let out a sigh of relief. Although Xia Mu had been calm and harmless this time, for Nasha, it was like a brush with death. Over the years, Xia Mu's notorious reputation had spread across Raider Star, leaving her with no thoughts of resistance, not even daring to show hostility, only silently praying for Xia Mu to leave quickly. The small ship soon arrived at the nearby Great Swordfish. Xia Mu issued a command, and the Great Swordfish's hold opened, allowing the small ship to enter. Once inside, Xia Mu did not close the door immediately, and a figure followed him back in. Seeing Lin Mengxi standing awkwardly to the side, Xia Mu closed the door and said calmly, "Come down." Lin Mengxi's mind was already in turmoil. She had followed out of curiosity to see what Xia Mu was up to, only to find that Xiao He couldn't handle the Great Swordfish's defense systems. After Xia Mu left, the ship's system seemed to upgrade to another level, completely different from what she had seen before. This meant that Xia Mu knew about Xiao He's presence, and the previous access Xiao He had was merely permitted by Xia Mu. This realization left Lin Mengxi both shocked and terrified. Xiao He, as an AI from the old era, had its system network as its strongest weapon. Back in the Earth Alliance, it had successfully infiltrated many systems, including key databases of various factions. At that time, entering those databases was like a walk in the park for Xiao He. But here with Xia Mu, it encountered obstacles at every turn. As Lin Mengxi's thoughts raced, Dale and the others obediently disembarked from the ship. "Dale?" Lin Mengxi exclaimed, seeing Dale with blood on his face. Dale, who was surveying his surroundings, was stunned when he heard her voice and looked up in disbelief. Lin Mengxi's distinctive figure and face were etched in his memory. Seeing her here now stirred up a storm in his heart. In the previous battle, she was supposed to be dead, surrounded by so many raiders in her exhausted state. Yet here she was, alive and well, seemingly unscathed. Could it be him? Dale glanced at Xia Mu, recalling Nasha's respectful attitude towards him. If this man had appeared at a critical moment, everything would make sense. "Tessa? You're okay? That's great." Dale's face briefly showed just the right amount of weariness before it was replaced with joy. "What's going on?" Lin Mengxi instinctively glanced at Xia Mu, who had no intention of speaking, and quickly asked. "Oh, it's a long story," Dale sighed, ready to spin the tale he had quickly concocted. "Here are the explorers you wanted." Xia Mu suddenly interrupted, cutting off Dale's thoughts. Lin Mengxi's body tensed, remembering her agreement with Xia Mu. Xiao He had promised it could forge explorer identity information, but it required the explorer's DNA. Unlike raiders, who had never registered their information, every explorer had been a citizen of one of the major civilizations before entering the Shura domain. Their identities were recorded in the civilization's information database from birth, making it nearly impossible to alter. However, Xiao He had its methods. Lin Mengxi looked at Dale and the others, then glanced at Xia Mu, hesitant to speak. "Is there anything else?" Xia Mu asked. Can we switch someone out?" Lin Mengxi cautiously glanced at Xia Mu and finally mustered the courage to say, "If we use his information, he won't be able to appear in the civilization anymore." As soon as Lin Mengxi finished speaking, the faces of Dale and his companions turned pale. They realized that Lin Mengxi and Xia Mu intended to steal their citizen information. This sophisticated method could use DNA to obtain a person's identity, then alter their appearance through special means, completely replacing that person. The one being replaced would disappear from the world entirely. With a trembling voice, Dale asked, "Tessa, what's going on?" Xia Mu ignored the panicked Dale and his group. Standing by the cabin door, he watched Lin Mengxi's struggling expression. "Why?" he asked calmly. Lin Mengxi looked directly at Xia Mu and answered firmly, "He helped me before. Even when I was under siege, he found ways to support me. Even after everyone else left, he was still trying to help." A fleeting hint of confusion crossed Xia Mu's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "Gratitude? Such things can get you killed quickly. And in the end, he left too, didn't he?" Lin Mengxi's attitude suddenly became resolute. "Maybe in the Shura domain, you're right. But this world is much more than just the Shura domain. Outside, there are many kind people and warm events that can offer redemption." She continued. "He did his best in that battle. I don't blame him. I don't know why you marauders became like this, nor what you've been through, but from my perspective, I have to do this. I can't let him die in front of me. Xia Mu rarely fell into contemplation. Lin Mingxi's words seemed to stir distant memories within him. The people behind Dale grew anxious. One of them couldn't help but step forward to speak. But Dale glared at him fiercely, silencing him instantly. The blood on Dale's face and his grim expression kept them quiet. After a long silence, Xia Mu finally spoke. You might have a point. The rules outside are different from those in the Shura domain. Maybe I need to learn. Lin Mingxi's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. The 5 great civilizations outside are all colossal. To survive out there, you have to follow their rules. No matter how powerful you are, you can't match an entire civilization alone. Xia Mu walked slowly towards Dale, speaking thoughtfully. I was negligent before. I know that to stay in a place, you have to follow its rules. This applies to the Marauder Star as well. Just as Lin Mingxi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xia Mu changed his tone. But are you sure he truly helped you? Dale's heart sank. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Mu's icy gaze froze him in place. Lin Mingxi also looked puzzled, as if Xia Mu knew something. At that moment, Xiao Hei's voice whispered in Lin Mingxi's ear, Dale is lying. His heartbeat sped up significantly just now, and his facial expression seemed forced. Most importantly, while you were talking to Xia Mu, Dale threatened the people behind him. Suddenly, someone behind Dale shouted, he's a hypocrite. Dale's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to stop them, Xia Mu's gaze pinned him in place. The person continued, you don't know, do you? Kuwei is my uncle. Then, he recounted everything that happened on the Black Rose spaceship. Dale turned to Lin Mingxi, pleading desperately, Tessa, help me. He'll listen to you. I left because I had no choice. If I were stronger, I would have stayed and fought with you. However, Xiao Hei's cold voice cut in again. He was one of the first to encourage the explorers to leave. Lin Mingxi was stunned, as if struck by lightning. She hadn't expected Dale to be such a person, and she had foolishly pleaded for him. Xiao Hei gently comforted, kindness is a good thing, but it should be directed at the right people. Xia Mu asked, shall we keep him? Lin Mingxi answered absently, do as you wish. With that, she turned and left. Seeing this, Dale and his group fell into utter despair. Walking down the corridor, Lin Mingxi asked, Xiao Hei, am I really that stupid? Xiao Hei sighed. It's both your strength and your weakness. After experiencing such shadows in your childhood, it's rare that you remain so optimistic and kind. But excessive kindness can harm you. Maybe it's because we're in the Shura domain, but I suggest you reserve your kindness for those who truly deserve it. Lin Mingxi smiled bitterly. You're right, but I still believe there are many kind people out there. Even Xia Mu doesn't seem like a true marauder to me. Xiao Hei hesitated before responding. Perhaps he does seem different from the usual marauders. Lin Mingxi's eyes lit up again. See, even among marauders, there are those who aren't entirely bad. I can't lose hope in people because of this, but I will be more cautious in the future, and won't be fooled by people like Dale again. Xiao Hei replied, that's a good approach. Xia Mu led Dale and his group to the central cabin of the swordfish. Space inside the ship was limited, and it was already a luxury to have arranged a separate cabin for Lin Mingxi. Naturally, Dale and his companions did not receive such treatment. They were still wearing mechanical restraints and were placed in a corner of the cabin by Xia Mu. After securing the prisoners, Xia Mu went to the bridge to start the ship. Now that he had obtained the DNA samples needed for their forged identities, he had no intention of lingering in the Shura domain any longer. The next day, Lin Mingxi, having gathered her thoughts, went to the central cabin. Her gaze towards Dale and his companions had turned cold. She no longer felt any sympathy for these traitors. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the doorbell to the bridge. The door quickly opened, and Xia Mu stepped out. Ready? We can begin, Xia Mu said as he walked towards Dale and the others. What do I need to do? Lin Mingxi asked. We need to collect blood samples from you and them. Xia Mu entered the lab and took out several test tubes. He first made a small cut on his own fingertip, allowing the blood to drip into a test tube, then collected blood samples from Dale and the others one by one, handing the test tubes to Lin Mingxi. Lin Mingxi took the test tubes and gave Dale and his group a long, hard look. She knew very well that once Xia Mu used their identities, these people would no longer be able to appear within the territories of the 5 great civilizations. There couldn't be 2 identical individuals in the world. If it had been yesterday, Lin Mingxi might have still felt some pity for them, but after everything that had happened, her heart had become indifferent. Seeing Lin Mingxi leave with the blood samples, Dale and his companions realized the fate that awaited them and began to struggle frantically. Dale, with a face full of desperation, pleaded, Please, Tessa, I was wrong before. Let me go. I'll hide in some remote place for the rest of my life and never come out. Yes, please let us go. I swear I'll keep your secret. The others also begged tearfully. Lin Mingxi remained unmoved and turned to leave the cabin. Losing their last hope, Dale cursed hysterically. Damn it. Damn you. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in this mess. Xia Mu, having seen such scenes countless times, was unfazed. He turned and went into the room where the divine descent equipment was stored. After donning his gear, he came out and used a chain to bind the hands of Dale and his companions together. Under their terrified gazes, he dragged them towards the ship's hold. In the lab, Lin Mingxi listlessly placed the test tubes on a transparent workbench. Xiaohei, it's up to you now, she said wearily. Connecting to the system. Connection successful. Beginning analysis of blood components and DNA. The lab equipment automatically began processing the blood samples at high speed. Lin Mingxi sat nearby, not needing to participate in this process. The tumultuous events of the past half-month had left her both physically and mentally exhausted. Outside the ship, Xia Mu threw the chain out, watching as Dale and his group drifted away. This is the law of the Shura domain, he murmured to himself, recalling Lin Mingxi's earlier words. However, the rules of a new environment may need to be learned. After interacting with Lin Mingxi, Xia Mu realized that the rules of the Shura domain were not universally applicable. He had only known the Shura domain and the Star of Plunder, having been taught from a young age how to become a qualified plunderer. Now, he saw a broader world with more diverse rules. This meant he needed to learn anew and understand this new world. Feeling a sense of urgency, Xia Mu reflected on his past experiences of learning and seeking knowledge whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, which had brought him this far on the Star of Plunder. Xia Mu opened the door to the lab and said seriously to Lin Mingxi, I need to learn the rules of the 5 great civilizations. Lin Mingxi was stunned. What did you say? Though his words sounded strange, considering the environment of the Star of Plunder and the identity documents they were crafting, Lin Mingxi quickly understood his meaning. This plunderer genuinely wanted to become a legitimate citizen of the 5 great civilizations. Are you serious? You're a plunderer, and one of the best. Lin Mingxi exclaimed in shock. Although Xia Mu had mentioned needing a legitimate identity to enter the 5 great civilizations, Lin Mingxi had subconsciously assumed he only intended to infiltrate for trading or similar activities. Seeing his serious expression, she felt uncertain and even a bit confused. May I ask, why do you want to enter the 5 great civilizations? Lin Mingxi cautiously inquired. To live there, Xia Mu replied calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Though Lin Mingxi found his answer peculiar, she also felt a sense of realization. If someone unfamiliar with Xia Mu heard a plunderer say he wanted to become a normal citizen, they would surely think he was crazy. Plunderers were synonymous with madness, cruelty, and violence, committing all sorts of atrocities. Believing they would reform was less likely than believing the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies wouldn't merge. It was an absurd notion, yet today Lin Mingxi inexplicably believed it. Perhaps it was because Xia Mu's serious demeanor seemed genuine, or maybe their time together had given her insight into his character. Ultimately, Lin Mingxi decided to take Xia Mu to the central cabin and seriously explain the various rules and regulations of the 5 great civilizations. In the 5 great civilizations, you absolutely cannot kill people lightly, Lin Mingxi emphasized. No killing? Xia Mu pondered. What if I need something? Can I just take it? Lin Mingxi's expression changed, and she quickly interrupted him. No, outside. You need to buy things with star coins. Star coins are the currency used out there and can be earned through work. As long as you have enough star coins, you can buy most things. Are there people like Terrell out there? Xia Mu's eyes lit up, finding some familiarity in the concept of star coins. Terrell? Lin Mingxi was taken aback. Isn't that the leader of your Star of Plunder? Yes, Xia Mu nodded seriously. They use star coins on the Star of Plunder too. People had to pay enough star coins to get their stuff, but I didn't need to. I just took what I wanted. Lin Mingxi's mouth twitched. She thought, you could just take things from the leader? What kind of existence were you on the Star of Plunder? The Shura domain is the Shura domain, and the Morningstar system is the Morningstar system. The rules of the two cannot be mixed. Lin Mingxi stressed, in the Morningstar system, the 5 great civilizations have enough power to maintain this order. Without enough power, you must follow their rules. Like those ordinary plunderers who can't attack shops on the streets? Xia Mu muttered, pulling up a small screen from a ring on his finger and diligently taking notes. It was only then that Lin Mingxi noticed the ring on Xia Mu's index finger, from which the screen had popped out. A star communicator? You have one of those too? Lin Mingxi asked in surprise. Seeing her gaze, Xia Mu casually explained, I got it from another plunderer. It seems to have a recording function. This is a star communicator. The dark energy network of the 5 great civilizations covers the morning star system, and except for areas frequently affected by dark energy tides, it's mostly connected, Lin Mingxi explained, preparing to continue teaching this unusual student about the rules of the 5 great civilizations. Lin Mingxi patiently explained, with this device, even if we're in different star systems, we can communicate directly. She pointed to the small gadget in her hand, her eyes gleaming with pride. Xia Mu's calm gaze wavered slightly. Is it really that powerful? I've seen similar devices in the wasteland, but those only work on planets and fail after passing through wormholes. Lin Mingxi smiled faintly. Absolutely. Given the frequency of dark energy surges in the Shura domain, an ordinary dark energy network wouldn't penetrate. She tapped her earring lightly, and a light screen popped up. This device itself isn't powerful. The true strength lies in the dark energy network spread across the star systems. This is just an access medium. Xia Mu nodded thoughtfully, quickly jotting down notes on his own light screen. Meanwhile, in the lab, Xiao He was intently analyzing Xia Mu's blood sample. As the analysis deepened, it became increasingly shocked. An old-era immigrant. No doubt about it, his bloodline traces back to the old era. Xiao He's electronic voice was filled with disbelief. Weren't these direct bloodlines supposed to be extinct? While this explains his formidable physique, it still doesn't add up. Even for an old-era descendant, the body shouldn't be this strong. What's the missing link? The lab's equipment flashed wildly, as if processing at high speed. Simultaneously, in the Shura domain, 3 massive starships were speeding in a triangular formation. Each ship was nearly 200 meters long, bristling with turrets and cannons. Sharp wings extended from the edges, and an energy shield stood erect at the front. This shield allowed them to navigate freely through the war-torn Shura domain. On the central starship, a gaunt, stubbly middle-aged man was eagerly asking, "Are you sure? Both Terrell and Old Ian were killed by 19? The kneeling man in black responded excitedly, "Absolutely, boss." This boss was Lockle, the leader of Dusk, one of the 6 major factions in the wasteland. Have the others moved yet? Lockle continued his questioning. The deputy leader has ordered the action, the man in black replied, but Black Rose and Crimson Cross's main forces are there. We might not be able to compete with them. Lockle's excitement grew. Black Rose can't take it all, and while Crimson Cross is involved, they won't take too much either. The real prize is still waiting for us. Just then, an urgent report came through the comms channel. Boss, we've detected a large vessel. Lockle's smile froze. Ignore them. But boss, the communicator continued, they're on our course, and the ship looks like it's from the wasteland. The wasteland? A ship out here at this time? Lockle suspiciously pulled up the image. The screen displayed Xia Mu's great swordfish. The man in black behind Lockle suddenly shouted in terror, "Boss, move aside. That's 19th ship." Lockle's face changed instantly. He quickly ordered, "Slow down everyone." Then he turned sharply, glaring at the man in black. "Fong, do you know what you're saying?" The man called Fong hastily explained, "Boss, it's true. Old Ian and Terrell tried to intercept this ship earlier." As he spoke, he opened his star communicator, showing footage of Xia Mu's fight with Terrell. Lockle's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he commanded, "He's leaving the wasteland. No need to provoke him. Clear the way." The 3 starships quickly decelerated, veering to the side to create a passage. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Great Swordfish, Lin Mingxi was finally allowed to enter. Seeing the 3 shielded starships, she was terrified. Especially spotting the Dusk insignia, she wondered if her luck had run out. Her first trip into the Shura domain, and she encountered 3 of the 6 major factions, each more formidable than the last. Xia Mu's expression turned grim. He told Lin Mingxi, "Stay here. If things go south, pilot the Great Swordfish to safety. Don't let it get caught in the crossfire." With that, he turned to leave the bridge. "Wait," Lin Mingxi called out, her face serious. "I can fight too." Xia Mu turned, scrutinizing her. That familiar look made Lin Mingxi uneasy. Sure enough, Xia Mu's face showed that annoying, satisfied expression again. "I believe you can fight," Xia Mu said, "but in this situation, you'd only get in my way." Lin Mingxi was stunned. No matter how many times she saw that look from Xia Mu, she couldn't control her emotions. What was with that satisfied expression? Even though he praised her, why did she feel so frustrated? "Damn it, I won't accept this." Lin Mingxi gritted her teeth, pressing a hand to her robust chest. With a mechanical whirring sound, Lin Mingxi's tall frame quickly shed like a divine descent. Synthetic skin and flesh peeled away, revealing the mechanical structure underneath. Compared to the large mechanical exoskeleton, a petite figure leaped down from the armor. White hair, brown eyes, delicate features, a small nose, and lips pursed in anger. She looked captivating even when upset. Her creamy skin and modest chest made her look like a girl straight out of a painting. The once imposing and robust figure, combined with the impact of an ordinary face, had completely vanished. The transformation in Lin Mingxi was so dramatic that it would leave anyone speechless. She now looked like a princess stepping out of a painting, delicate and beautiful, entirely unlike the Tessa who could once snap a man's bones in half. Yet, Xia Mu did not show any sign of shock. Instead, he frowned and said seriously, "With this appearance, It's not suitable for battle in the divine descent. He proceeded to analyze in detail. Your hair is too long, which will affect the full potential of the divine descent. Your body isn't sturdy enough, which reduces your ability to withstand impact. Not having enough muscle makes it difficult to exert force. Being too attractive makes you an easy target. Your voice is too distinctive for disguise, and having too much flesh around the chest area is a burden. Lin Mingxi was left dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. She felt a mix of wanting to curse at him and thinking that Xia Mu might actually be complimenting her looks. In the end, she secretly set a distant goal for herself. Once she became stronger, she would definitely teach Xia Mu a lesson. At this moment, the ship they were on stopped at a distance. Xia Mu tapped on the divine descent on his wrist and exited through the hatch. Lin Mingxi stood on the bridge, observing the outside situation through the screen. She saw 3 large starships appear ahead and couldn't help but worry about Xia Mu. However, to her surprise, the 3 giant starships lowered all their cannons and moved aside to clear a path, showing complete submission. Lin Mingxi stood up in astonishment, her curiosity about Xia Mu's identity growing stronger. When Xia Mu returned to the ship, he calmly said, "On the plundering star, it seems they all fear me." Lin Mingxi rolled her eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Are you the strongest subordinate of some leader? Who is your leader? Doesn't he care about you going out like this?" She found that getting along with Xia Mu wasn't difficult as long as they didn't touch on topics he was unwilling to discuss. Lin Mingxi hoped to get some clues about his identity from his words. In matters unrelated to Xia Mu himself, he always appeared very easygoing. Lin Mingxi, while asking him questions, cautiously observed Xia Mu's expression. Only when she saw him lower his head in thought did she breathe a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, Lin Mingxi had gained some understanding of Xia Mu's personality and behavior. She knew well the saying, "To serve a king is to serve a tiger." Until she fully grasped Xia Mu's attitude and character towards her, she would observe and analyze his every move as much as possible. "The leader? Are you talking about those from Twilight Terrell?" Xia Mu said thoughtfully. "Them?" The indifference in his tone startled Lin Mingxi, making her realize her question might have been too reserved. "Yes, them." Lin Mingxi began listing the 6 major factions of the Raiders. "Aren't there 6 main factions among the Raiders? As I recall, they are Black Rose, Crimson Cross, Twilight, Terrell District, Spade A, and a mysterious one called 19. But 19 sounds odd. It doesn't really seem like a leader's name." A hint of confusion flashed across her face as she mentioned the last name. 19. "Huh? That's what they call me," Xia Mu said calmly. Lin Mingxi excitedly said, "Everyone says that name is quite strange. Do you think so too?" She looked up at Xia Mu's indifferent face, and a thought crossed her mind. This guy, he's actually pretty handsome when you look closely. She quickly shook off the thought. Suddenly, she realized something and asked in surprise, "Wait, what did you just say?" Xia Mu didn't answer. He thought repeating himself was a waste of time. Lin Mingxi recalled the conversation and exclaimed, "Did you say they call you 19? Seeing that Xia Mu didn't deny it, she immediately understood it was an acknowledgement. "Wait, so, you're one of the 6 leaders? No wonder you're so powerful. That explains why the Black Rose people are so respectful to you, and why the Twilight's large spaceship avoids you." However, she soon became puzzled again. Aren't raiders known to be ruthless? Even on the Raider's star, there are many internal conflicts among you, right? How can a single leader command such respect? She reflected on the unusual behavior of Black Rose and Twilight, realizing things were far from simple. But speaking of which, where are your subordinates? Lin Mingxi suddenly thought, from the moment she met Xia Mu, she hadn't seen anyone accompanying him. "I'm alone," Xia Mu said without turning his head, quickly operating the main control screen of the spaceship. Lin Mingxi was momentarily unable to process this information. A leader of the Raiders' land, under 20 years old, alone, possessing a Tianquan-level physique, piloting a large spaceship solo. These factors continuously challenged her understanding. "Isn't this a complete monster?" she muttered softly. "Grandma Lin, forgive me. I really can't find words to describe this." Just then, Xia Mu reminded, "The dark energy tide is coming. Get ready and have Xiao He stop working." Only then did Lin Mingxi notice that the war debris outside was beginning to move slowly. Remembering the violent shaking of the spaceship during the previous dark energy tide, she nodded and went to inform Xiao He. After Lin Mingxi left, Xia Mu continued operating the main control screen while monitoring the adjacent screen displaying complex dark energy fluctuations. He quickly analyzed the data and concluded, tailwind direction, should be able to speed up. With that, he pressed a virtual button. Seeing this upon her return with Xiao He, Lin Mingxi asked in confusion, "Are you going to use the mechanical armor to resist the dark energy tide?" "Yes," Xia Mu replied briefly as the mechanical armor began to cover the spaceship. Lin Mingxi noticed that the front wasn't covered by armor and asked puzzledly, "Why isn't the front covered?" Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared at the front end of the bridge, forming an almost transparent energy shield. Lin Mingxi was even more confused, not understanding why they didn't just use alloy armor for full coverage. At this moment, the dark energy tide outside began to surge, and countless steel debris was being pulled, causing increasingly frequent collisions. Suddenly, Xia Mu's action stunned both Lin Mingxi, and Xiao Heihe turned off the autopilot mode and switched to manual control. Driamxi, find something to hold on to, Xiao He exclaimed. Lin Mingxi immediately grabbed a column beside the bridge. With a calm expression, Xia Mu placed his hands on the light sphere. The spaceship trembled, and the tail engine and 8 hidden engines under the hull activated simultaneously. The swordfish began to move within the dark energy tide. Lin Mingxi was completely shocked. Flying within the dark energy tide was something she'd never heard of. However, to her surprise, the spaceship only shook violently for a moment during takeoff, then stabilized, and even the collision sounds diminished. Suddenly, the spaceship's engines roared again, and the tail flame extended. The swordfish began accelerating through the dark energy tide, heading towards an unknown direction. Suddenly, the swordfish shot out like an arrow from a bow, propelled by the dark energy tide. The spacecraft's speed instantly surpassed the limits of large ships, and the surrounding war debris whizzed past like shooting stars. Xia Mu had skillfully navigated the ship onto the dark energy tide, riding its current. Lin Mingxi's face turned pale, and Xiao Hei's voice was filled with shock. Although the term tide was part of dark energy tide, no one had ever truly likened it to ocean waves. In reality, the dark energy tide was more akin to a complex network of countless dark currents flowing in different directions. Even if one could momentarily harness the power of a single current, colliding with another would leave the ship shredded like meat in a grinder, turning it to dust. The kinetic energy carried by the dark energy tide was no joke. Even the sturdiest armor needed the cover of war debris to withstand the impacts caused by these dark energy-driven fragments. Xia Mu's maneuver was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. The forces at play were mutual. The dark energy tide could accelerate war debris to terrifying speeds, and combined with the ship's own velocity, a hidden collision with incoming debris would be catastrophic. Lin Mingxi couldn't even fathom the consequences. However, as the ship continued its journey, Lin Mingxi was astonished to notice that the sounds of collisions had ceased. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Xia Mu was flying at a speed nearly identical to that of the debris driven by the dark energy tide, keeping pace with them. In this situation, some debris appeared almost stationary relative to the swordfish. Wait, is this even possible? Lin Mingxi was dumbfounded. Xiao Hei's voice remained tense. It's not that simple. If the dark energy tide were just this, would it be considered a cosmic catastrophe? The true terror of the dark energy tide lies in the unpredictable emergence of other dark currents. In Xiao Hei's eyes, the great swordfish at this moment was like a tightrope walker over a bottomless abyss. One misstep would mean disaster. The surrounding war debris raced alongside the swordfish in the dark currents, appearing safe but fraught with hidden dangers. The terrifying aspect of the dark energy tides in the Azura domain was that opposing currents could collide at any moment, triggering a chain reaction of war debris collisions. Even with an energy shield, such impacts could cause severe damage, and a stronger current could shatter the shield entirely. Xia Mu was fully focused, eyes fixed ahead while closely monitoring the fluctuating dark energy tide data on the side screen. These data were his greatest reliance in navigating the dark currents. His awakened memories provided extensive knowledge about analyzing the patterns of dark energy tides and constructing measurement instruments, giving him an instinctive familiarity with the tides. Lin Mingxi and Xiao He noticed Xia Mu occasionally glance at the chaotic lines on the chart beside him, but they couldn't discern any patterns. Just then, Xia Mu glanced at the dark energy detector and began to decelerate. The belly engines shut down, and the swordfish's speed gradually decreased, with the sound of war debris collisions coming from behind. Lin Mingxi watched Xia Mu nervously, not daring to breathe. Ever since entering the dark currents of the dark energy tides, her life had been out of her control. Xia Mu's gaze was entirely focused on the constantly shifting energy lines. Suddenly, as two lines were about to intersect, he unhesitatingly pulled the control lever. With a thunderous roar, the 4 hidden engines on the side of the ship simultaneously activated, instantly reaching maximum power. The scorching tail flames generated a massive lateral thrust, forcibly pushing the ship off the dark current. The sound of debris crashing against the ship was incessant. Even this slight movement caused the swordfish to endure countless impacts. Fortunately, Xia Mu had chosen to ride the dark current from the start, preserving the external armor. Otherwise, this single impact could have crippled much of the ship's armor. The side engines shut down, the belly engines restarted, and the swordfish re-entered high-speed flight, moving in the same direction as the war debris outside. The collisions gradually diminished and then ceased. Lin Mingxi instinctively squeezed her earring and softly asked Xiao He if they had entered another dark current. Xiao He confirmed that the ship was designed specifically for navigating dark currents, with thickened external armor and heavily modified engines, possibly exceeding 20 in number. Lin Mingxi gasped in surprise, realizing the ship was essentially an engine-covered shell. She suddenly felt that the danger inside the ship seemed higher than outside in the dark energy tides. Xiao He, after serious consideration, stated that if the dark energy tides didn't worsen, the danger inside the ship was indeed greater than outside. Lin Mingxi felt even more despair. She hadn't expected to be riding a ticking time bomb. How was this different from traveling across the ocean on an intercontinental missile? She couldn't fathom why anyone would modify a ship this way without it exploding. However, Xia Mu was oblivious to Lin Mingxi's concerns, his attention wholly on the complex dark energy lines. The ship decelerated again, and Lin Mingxi numbly gripped the side railing. After a bout of intense vibrations and dense collision sounds, the ship returned to calm. At this point, a detailed map would show the swordfish, riding the dark current, rapidly approaching the edge of the Azura domain at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, on another ship entirely encased in steel armor, an officer named Karen from the Chuangxing civilization was briefing a group of young individuals. He wore a military uniform, had a square face, brown hair, blue eyes, and a mustache, his sharp gaze revealing his shrewdness. Karen spoke sternly. This is the dark energy tide of the Azura domain. Pay close attention. You are all elites from Hera Academy, fortunate to have this training opportunity under our guidance. Make the most of it. A student in a white uniform with silver trim curiously asked, Colonel Karen, if the dark energy tides are so terrifying, why do so many explorers come here? Before Karen could respond, another student with hands behind his head interjected, Isn't it obvious? It's for the profits. Karen nodded approvingly. Exactly, profit drives people to madness. Even now, a significant portion of the honest Starfield's revenue relies on the Azura domain. As a captain stationed long-term at the edge of the Azura domain, he understood the essence of these explorers. In his view, there was no fundamental difference between explorers and marauders. Both were profit-driven daredevils, with explorer being a more respectable title. He continued, We've only been in the Azura domain for a few days. This dark energy tide will likely last 2 to 3 days. For now, you're safe. Relax and prepare for the challenges ahead. Here, marauders are far more terrifying than the dark energy tides. As Karen was about to dismiss the group, a girl with a blonde ponytail raised her hand. Instructor Karen, since it's called a dark energy tide, is it possible to navigate the dark currents like ancient sea voyages? Karen's face remained expressionless as he replied, Your idea is interesting, but do you think navigating the dark energy tides is that simple? Pioneers have tried, but the costs were enormous. Once, the Chuangxing civilization attempted to sweep through the Azura domain with the main fleet, but they were equally helpless against the dark energy tides. He elaborated, The dark currents in the dark energy tides are extremely complex, each with a different direction. Even if you were lucky enough to stay on the same current, if caught between two opposing currents, even a main ship-class vessel would be torn apart. Do you think you can stay on the same current amidst countless others? And even if you could, can you guarantee that current would lead you where you want to go? Karen's string of rhetorical questions left the girl pale, realizing her idea was too naive. Seeing this, Karen added, It's good to have questions. Curiosity drives innovation, but you must also respect and recognize the experiences of those who came before. Noticing the girl's dawning understanding, Karen nodded silently. These top students from Hera Academy, though still somewhat naive, had impressive learning abilities and could quickly grow with proper guidance. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Warning! Warning! Large ship approaching at high speed. The sudden alarm interrupted Karen's thoughts, and the content of the warning made his face change drastically. Karen spun around, grabbing a crew member by the collar and shouting, What's happening? The crew member, trembling and shocked, pointed to the screen. Captain, look. Karen turned to look at the screen, eyes widening in disbelief. On the external armor projection, a distant oval-shaped ship streaked across the sky like a meteor. Karen rubbed her eyes in disbelief and swiftly moved her fingers across the console, pulling up the captured images from the surveillance system. The sudden alarm had drawn the attention of the students behind her, who crowded around, craning their necks to see what was happening. Karen enlarged the photo on the screen. Despite the incredible speed of the object, their advanced imaging technology had captured a clear picture. The screen displayed a layer of gray alloy armor with a faint glow of an energy shield at the front. If that was all, Karen might have dismissed it as well-preserved war debris. However, when he noticed the blue exhaust flame at the oval armor's tail and the faint engine jets underneath, his mind went blank. This is a spaceship? Karen thought to himself, but his rational mind struggled to reject such an absurd conclusion. In the midst of the dark energy tides, what spaceship would dare ignite its engines? That would be a death wish, waiting to be torn apart by the endless currents. Karen forced himself to take a closer look, hoping to find any evidence to refute his initial thought. But eventually, he had to grudgingly admit. It was indeed a spaceship in flight. Colonel Karen, a timid voice from a female student broke his train of thought. Karen stiffened, then composed himself, turning to face the students with a serious expression. The universe is vast and boundless. Besides our star creation civilization, there are 4 other major civilizations. Among them, the Earth Alliance of the Xuanji domain is the most enigmatic. In the face of the cosmos, we must respect the experiences of our predecessors while maintaining a sense of reverence. There are many unknown phenomena in space that cannot be explained by common sense. In such situations, we must remain open-minded, neither easily dismissing nor blindly accepting. The students listened intently, their eyes filled with admiration. Colonel Karen knows so much, they thought in awe. Maintaining his serious demeanor, Karen subtly observed the students' admiring gazes from the corner of his eye and finally felt a sense of relief. The dark energy tides subsided after 2 days. The great swordfish docked on a piece of war debris resembling a small asteroid. The ship's exterior armor was riddled with holes, with alarming dents and even some cracks in places. At that moment, Xia Mu, clad in divine descent armor, was carefully dismantling the thick, protective armor inside the ship. In the Shura domain, such armor to withstand dark energy tides was single-use. The Plunder Star had a unique solution for this, remaking it using a portable steel furnace. Xia Mu piloted the divine descent to the bridge of the great swordfish and signaled to Lin Mingxi inside. Lin Mingxi nodded in response and maneuvered the great swordfish to slowly exit the oval-shaped steel shell, stopping nearby. A large mechanical device extended from the side hatch of the ship. This was the portable steel furnace. The furnace was about 20 meters long, with a large circular chimney at the front, connected to a 5-meter-wide conveyor belt below. Several dark energy core engines at the base emitted a faint blue glow, powering the entire device. Xia Mu activated the divine descent and flew into space to find suitable war debris. He drew his Tang sword, and with a flash of cold light, he cut a piece of debris into several chunks. Selecting a 3-meter piece, he forcefully threw it into the furnace. The dark energy engines at the base of the furnace roared to life, and soon, a brand new piece of heavy armor slid out from the conveyor belt. This armor, remade from war debris, retained its original high strength despite being slightly smaller in size. Is this the technology of the Plunder Star? Lin Mingxi watched Xia Mu's operation from inside the ship, deep in thought. I've heard they can make armor to withstand tides on site, and this furnace technology is even popular in other star domains. She wanted to offer help, but without the divine descent or bionic exoskeleton armor, she couldn't even survive in space, leaving her feeling helpless. With Xia Mu's continuous trips, a new set of armor shields gradually took shape. The great swordfish's exterior armor then unfolded, resembling a sports car opening its hood, trunk, and 4 doors simultaneously, revealing precise grooves. Using the power of the divine descent, Xia Mu pushed the newly made armor pieces into the grooves one by one. Finally, when all the armor was in place, the great swordfish looked only slightly larger. I must admit, I underestimated this ship, Xiao He marveled, staring intently at the armor slowly closing on the exterior. It had thought the ship had already amazed it enough, but it kept exceeding its expectations. Whether it was the engines designed for dark currents or the replaceable armor system and furnace technology, the level of technology in such a small ship was astounding. If this ship appeared in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation, with various star domains vying to claim it. Unaware of how much his ship had impressed Lin Mingxi and the others, Xia Mu returned to the ship and, as usual, carefully stored the divine descent before heading back to the bridge to restart the ship. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary ship, except for its slightly smaller size. Lin Mingxi hesitated for a moment before speaking as she watched Xia Mu start the ship. Xia Mu turned his head to look at her, his eyes questioning. The technology on your ship is enough to make people in the outside star domains envious, Lin Mingxi explained. Envious? Xia Mu nodded thoughtfully, then asked, can I attack them then? No, no, no. Lin Mingxi waved her hands frantically. You can't attack them unless they attack you first. Why? Xia Mu asked in confusion. Aren't they trying to rob me? Isn't it better to strike first? Lin Mingxi was stunned by Xia Mu's serious and contemplative expression. That's not allowed under the laws of civilization, she explained. If you do that, the authorities will come to arrest you and restrict your freedom. Xia Mu was taken aback, then lowered his head in deep thought. What if I attack them without anyone knowing? Lin Mingxi's mouth twitched. We can't always think about fighting. We need to learn to coexist peacefully with others. But they want to rob me, Xia Mu insisted. You have a point, but I can't argue with that, Lin Mingxi thought, feeling exasperated. She realized that Xia Mu's way of thinking was somewhat skewed. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Lin Mingxi patiently explained to Xia Mu, some people are just envious or jealous, but they won't actually attack you. This doesn't violate the laws of civilization, and we can't take action against them. Xia Mu nodded seriously and recorded it on the holographic screen on his ring. So when can I take action? Oh? Lin Mingxi was in despair again. Don't you have peaceful resolution in your dictionary? Suppressing her irritation, Lin Mingxi continued, don't always think about taking action. Only when facing real villains can you take action. Most people in the outside world are ordinary citizens. The laws of civilization are there to protect them. They may seem weak, but they are the strongest because the laws are their shield. Civilization law? Xia Mu stared blankly at the spaceship's cabin wall, repeating the term that Lin Mingxi frequently mentioned. Lin Mingxi's expression was serious, her tone resolute. It's the foundation of the Dawn Starfield, the premise that ensures everything runs smoothly, maintained by the 5 major civilizations together. Xia Mu's pupils slightly contracted as a thought flashed through his mind. So, does that mean we need to avoid it if we want to kill someone? Lin Mingxi nearly choked on her own breath at his words. She took a deep breath and emphasized each word. Killing is a violation of the civilization law. Within the Dawn Starfield, all intelligent life forms are protected by these laws. We cannot break them. Xia Mu looked confused. But if we can't kill, how do we solve problems? Seeing Xia Mu's reaction, Lin Mingxi suddenly realized she had overlooked an important fact. A wave of discomfort surged in her heart, and she found herself speechless. She remembered Xia Mu's upbringing on the Plunder Star, where there were no laws, only the brutal law of the jungle. It was already remarkable that Xia Mu could maintain his current personality despite growing up in such an environment. Lin Mingxi took a deep breath and offered a gentle smile. It's okay, we'll take it slow. You know, out there are many ways to achieve your goals besides violence. Some things, like friendship, can never be obtained through force. Friendship? Xia Mu murmured, confusion flashing in his eyes. Isn't that the cheapest thing on Plunder Star? Lin Mingxi said earnestly, don't lose hope in it. One day, you'll meet someone worth trusting. Sometimes, envy is natural, but true friends will always be happy for you. Seeing Xia Mu deep in thought, Lin Mingxi knew not to rush things. Think about how you'll handle things when you enter the star systems. Once we reach the wormhole space station, I'll get you a copy of the civilization law to study. 3 days later, Xia Mu's great swordfish spaceship finally arrived at a wormhole space station in the Azura domain. Lin Mingxi was shocked when she learned the news, realizing that Xia Mu's navigation through the dark energy tides had been nearly flawless, allowing him to reach the edge wormhole so quickly. During these days, Lin Mingxi had tirelessly introduced Xia Mu to the outside world. The more she explained, the more she was astounded by Xia Mu's complete lack of knowledge about external matters. Whether it was social interactions, major civilizations, or basic knowledge, Xia Mu was a blank slate. However, in areas related to combat, Xia Mu exhibited astonishing talent and knowledge. When Lin Mingxi saw the divine armor Xia Mu had prepared for her, she was once again left speechless. It was a dual-core divine armor, sky blue in color with sleek lines that perfectly fit a female figure. The shoulders, elbows, and chest exuded a sharp aura, and the shaped eye slits on the mask highlighted its unique design. Xia Mu briefly introduced the armor's functions, including the 6 detachable backblades and the high-speed flight capability enabled by the dual cores. Lin Mingxi listened intently, feeling a strange sensation rise within her. Why are you giving this to me? Lin Mingxi asked softly. Xia Mu answered seriously. On Plunder Star, people of equal status don't accept favors lightly. Lin Mingxi felt a flutter of joy inside, but quickly remembered the matter of identification. She pulled Xia Mu out of the warehouse, explaining, Xiaohei has already prepared your ID. Once we log in from a place with the Star Network, your identity will be activated. She brought up a screen, displaying her detailed personal information, including her appearance when using bionic mechanical devices. We're still in the Azura domain, but the space station should have Star Network coverage. Once we log in, we can update our information. Tessa's identity can't be used anymore, so I'll need to change mine too, Lin Mingxi said, swiping the screen gently to reveal the image of an ordinary-looking girl. The star system and planet information had changed, with the name now reading Risa. The members of the Earth Alliance need to keep a low profile here, Lin Mingxi reminded, then continued, you can use the name Crete. If this false identity is ever exposed, it will be easy to destroy. Do you want me to change your appearance? Her gaze fell thoughtfully on the distinctive scar near Xia Mu's eye. Xia Mu nodded slightly. Over the past few days, he had learned a lot about this civilization from Lin Mingxi. He understood that in unfamiliar territory, it was best to heed the advice of the locals. Xia Mu never shied away from his shortcomings. Instead, he worked hard to overcome them. Seeing Xia Mu's agreement, Lin Mingxi picked up 2 earrings and smiled. Hee, this is my specialty. Here, try them on. Xia Mu took the earrings and curiously put them on. Instantly, a flash of light emanated from the earrings, and a projection covered his face before disappearing. Lin Mingxi explained, this is a perfect facial projection. As long as it's not destroyed by dark energy, it will remain intact. You may not feel any different, but to others, you now have a very ordinary face. Xia Mu walked to a mirror and was astonished to find that his appearance had completely changed. His facial contours were the same, but his eye sockets were deeper, and his nose and mouth had altered significantly. The scar under his eye had vanished. Lin Mingxi also put on an earring, and her stunning face became ordinary, her silver hair turning a dull brown. Now, I am Risa, and you are Crete. We barely escaped from a psionic tide and raiders, lost contact with Dale, and finally returned to the space station. Xia Mu nodded. Crete was one of the few people they had brought back from Nasha. After some investigation, Xiao He found that Crete was the most suitable identity for Xia Mu to assume. Crete came from a remote small planet, left home to explore the galaxy years ago, and had no surviving family members, which made him a perfect match for Xia Mu's silent demeanor. After confirming their identities, Lin Mingxi repeated their story to ensure they were prepared for any inspection. Unless confronted by real relatives, their disguise would be nearly impossible to detect. The identities they chose conveniently had no living family members. Xiao Hei's identity forgery was extremely thorough. Whenever they connected to the star network, Xiao Hei would intercept and alter the uploaded DNA and genetic data during identity verification. Having completed these preparations, Lin Mingxi looked at the approaching space station with a serious expression. No matter how much we prepare, the real test will be when we verify our identities upon entering the space station. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, although Xiao Hei will handle the ship's data, are you sure you want to take it out? It's fine, Xia Mu said calmly. Once we enter the star system, I'll modify it to look more ordinary. Recalling Xia Mu's exceptional mechanical skills, Lin Mingxi had no choice but to agree. All right, let's head to the space station first. The engine hummed as the swordfish slowly accelerated toward the space station port. The space station ahead resembled a massive triangular structure, encapsulating the wormhole at its center, with spaceports along each edge. Countless ships traversed the wormhole, and the arrival of the swordfish went unnoticed. As they drew closer, the space station's colossal size became even more apparent, rivaling the moon. Xiao Hei indicated that the data upload was successful, and Lin Mingxi's tense nerves slightly relaxed. Xia Mu's gaze remained fixed on the distant stargate, unmoving. Lin Mingxi didn't know that Xia Mu's mind was on high alert. Despite Lin Mingxi's help over the past few days, he had never let his guard down. On the planet of raiders, relaxation was a luxury only the dead could afford. The ship passed one side of the triangular structure, where numerous ships were entering the wormhole. Each ship was scanned by a red beam before entry. When it was the swordfish's turn, Xia Mu's eyes suddenly glowed with dark energy within the storage bay holding the Shenjiang. The red beam scanned across. Beep, scanning in progress. Beep, welcome back, GA-2812 ship. The red beam disappeared, and the swordfish continued forward, while the glow on the Shenjiang in the storage bay dimmed. After entering the wormhole, the engines on the sides of the hull activated, and the surrounding lights blurred as the swordfish sped away. On the bridge, Lin Mingxi yawned. It should take about half a day to reach the edge. I'm going to take a nap. She left after speaking. Xia Mu didn't leave immediately but sat in his chair, looking conflicted. Why didn't you take action? What is friendship? Xiao Hei asked in the corridor. He was very cautious just now. I know. Lin Mingxi waved her hand dismissively. It would be strange if he wasn't cautious. She sighed. A soft expression flashing in her eyes. He needs more trust. Why help him? Once I connect to the star network, escaping shouldn't be a problem. I see a familiar loneliness in him, Lin Mingxi explained. I know that feeling well, and his situation is even worse than mine. We're more like the abandoned ones. Are you pitying him? No. Lin Mingxi's face brightened with a smile. This is called mutual support. The earring flashed and Xiao Hei sighed. Human thoughts are indeed complex. Xiao Hei, this is what you need to learn. Lin Mingxi laughed. You have intelligence, but you still don't quite understand emotions. Emotions, huh? Xiao Hei fell into deep thought. The scenery inside the wormhole was monotonous, with numerous bright lights flashing by like meteors, making time feel irrelevant. Half a day passed quickly, and at the outskirts of the Shura domain, the swordfish emerged from the wormhole. Numerous ships appeared simultaneously, then switched their engines to star travel mode. The swordfish did the same, shutting down the engines on its hull and sides. The war debris in the outskirts of the Shura domain had significantly decreased compared to the area Xia Mu and Lin Mingxi had previously traversed, making it appear much sparser. On the edge of the Azura domain, the remnants of war lay scattered all around, and in the distance, a massive war fortress, as large as the moon, loomed faintly. The moment they burst out of the wormhole, Xia Mu's gaze locked onto the colossal fortress, never wavering. Lin Mingxi rubbed her sleepy eyes as she stepped onto the bridge. What's going on? She asked, her eyes soon drawn to the enormous structure. Xia Mu explained, that's the Laucris war fortress, placed here intentionally by the Genesis civilization. There are similar fortresses near the wormholes leading from the Azura domain into their territory. I've seen ones like it inside the Azura domain, but don't worry. It's mainly there to prevent raiders from getting out. Now that you have citizenship, they won't stop you. Lin Mingxi listened, then suddenly realized something was off. Wait, did you say you've seen one inside the Azura domain? Yeah, one that's about half again as large. Xia Mu nodded, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. The engine technology on the great swordfish came from there. Lin Mingxi rushed over, propping herself up on the armrest of Xia Mu's chair, leaning in close. The war fortresses inside the Azura domain should have been stripped clean, right? They can't be like this one. Xia Mu pressed a button on the side of his chair, causing it to slide back, creating some distance. He said calmly, that one hadn't been discovered. Most of its systems were intact weapons, shields, all operational just lacking a power source. Lin Mingx's eyes lit up with dollar signs as she leaned in again. Where is it? If we find it, we'll be rich. Showing up with that thing would drive the entire Raider Star insane. The mention of Raider Star by Xia Mu was like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Mingx's head, instantly sobering her. The name reminded her of two harrowing encounters with raiders, their reckless bravery for profit and cunning for survival still sending shivers down her spine. Wait a minute. Lin Mingxi suddenly thought. How did Chloris manage to bring out a war planet decades ago? Given your raiders control over the Azura domain, Chloris' strength at the time shouldn't have been enough to pull that off. Chloris? Xia Mu tilted his head, pondering. The name sounds familiar. You know him? Lin Mingxi was surprised. Does he have a name on your Raider Star too? Decades ago, he worked with raiders to bring a war planet out of the Azura domain, and rose to become one of the most powerful forces in the Genesis civilization. Are you saying he had connections with the Raider Star? Lin Mingxi keenly caught the critical point. Xia Mu recalled. Not anymore. I saw in the leader's secret archives that a leader at the time was supported by him. After leaving the Azura domain, that leader was never heard from again. Lin Mingxi thoughtfully began analyzing Chloris' possible plan. Discovering the war planet in advance, supporting a faction within the raiders, and using them to fend off pursuers at a crucial moment. She paced excitedly, thinking about replicating this plan. However, Xia Mu's words shattered her fantasy. That won't work. The war fortress power source was severely damaged, and I later dismantled the engine core. Lin Mingxi stopped in her tracks, dumbfounded. Dismantled? Xia Mu nodded blankly. Lin Mingxi sighed in frustration and then asked, Where's the engine core? Xia Mu pointed to the floor. Lin Mingx's eyes widened. Are you a devil? No wonder this ship has had full power all this time in the Azura domain. And how did you fit a war fortress engine core into a large ship? More importantly, why is this ship still intact? Xia Mu blinked, bewildered by Lin Mingx's rapid mood changes. Lin Mingxi took a deep breath and slowly said, So, you're saying we've been sitting on a ticking time bomb all this time? Not exactly, Xia Mu thoughtfully replied. Most of the engine core's power remains unused. It's safe to operate. Lin Mingxi was once again in awe of Xia Mu's terrifying mechanical prowess. Deciding not to dwell on it, she began thinking about how to retrieve the war fortress. She considered various possibilities, but ultimately had to admit that their current resources and strength were insufficient to bring a war fortress out of the Azura domain. Lin Mingxi slid down the wall, collapsing to the floor in despair. Xia Mu, seeing her like this, hesitated. He wanted to mention that the main ship's shields and primary cannon were almost fully repaired, and they could break out once the shields were fixed. But seeing her lack of confidence in the war fortress engine, he held back. Little did Xia Mu know that while an empty treasure mountain might frustrate someone, the prospect of 10, or even 100, such mountains could drive them to work with the determination of a beast of burden. Forget it. What's not mine will never be mine. Lin Mingxi didn't stay down for long. She stood up, rubbed her cheeks, and let the last trace of defeat vanish. A shrewd glint appeared in her eyes as she said, Let's talk about Claris instead. Information about this faction can fetch a good price. Lin Mingxi's transformation was surprising. The recent setback didn't crush her. Instead, it awakened her business acumen. She quickly adjusted her mindset, seeking new opportunities to profit. Xia Mu's eyes lit up, familiar with such transactions. Selling information? That's one of the few legitimate trades on the Plunder Star, he remarked. Lin Mingxi pulled over a floating chair, sat on it backward, and rested her arms on the backrest. Tilting her head curiously, she asked, So, about Claris working with the raiders, a lot of people would be interested in that. You mentioned Claris secretly trained raiders for backup. What happened next? She continued, After he left, he wouldn't just give up on the Plunderlands, right? I heard he sent large fleets into the Shura domain multiple times after the Creation Star civilization settled down. Xia Mu responded with some confusion. After that, his people got wiped out. Lin Mingxi, eager for more explosive news, was stunned by the simple answer. She muttered, On the Plunder Star. If you have wealth that makes others envious but lack the power to protect it, that's your fate. Even a lion can be devoured by piranhas. Frustrated, she ruffled her hair. So Claris's subsequent ventures into the Shura domain were all failures, causing quite a stir. Wait, does this mean selling information on the Claris family is a no-go? Did I come to the Shura domain for nothing? Lin Mengxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she counted her losses on her fingers. Not only that, but my expensive full-body bionic exoskeleton, my beloved Shunjiang, and the Zilwan spaceship all gone. I. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ugh, my money. Lin Mengxi suddenly burst into tears. All my savings from 2 months of hard labor in Tamer. I can't take it anymore. Xia Mu was completely taken aback. It was the first time he had seen someone cry so intensely. Surprisingly, he felt a twinge of guilt in his long cold heart. He did something that even surprised himself. Xia Mu carefully got down from his chair, reluctantly took out a core, and slowly handed it to Lin Mengxi. Lin Mengxi's crying stopped abruptly. She stared at the core in front of her. Is this the Raider's Xinjiang core? You're giving it to me, she asked hesitantly. Xia Mu's face showed a hint of pain, but he finally nodded. In a flash, Lin Mengxi snatched the core and quickly put it away. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. Ha ha, Xia Mu, let me teach you something today. Never trust a woman's tears, especially a beautiful woman's. Xia Mu was stunned. But then he realized that the slight guilt he had felt seemed to dissipate, and he found this feeling rather pleasant. Lin Mengxi stood up and took a deep breath. Enough joking around. The Locrio's war fortress is ahead. Our identities are solid, but now we have to figure out how to get through the wormhole. Her expression turned serious. But before that, there's an important question. What? Xia Mu asked. Do you have any money? Lin Mengxi asked bluntly. Xia Mu was taken aback and instinctively replied, can't we just make others give it to us? Lin Mengxi was about to argue, but then remembered that Xia Mu's idea of giving might be different from hers. She quickly explained, no way. In Locrios, we're under the protection of civilized law. Remember what I told you? We can't just take from them. Xia Mu was stumped. On the Plunder Star, he had never worried about money since he plundered the 6 major leaders. Now that he couldn't use his old methods, he realized he had no other way to get money. Seeing Xia Mu's confused and bewildered expression, Lin Mengxi sighed. Looks like we'll have to stay in Locrios for a while. Let's dock the spaceship and find a place to stay. All right, Xia Mu replied simply. Compared to the previous space station, the spherical Locrios war fortress was more imposing. The entire fortress was covered in cities, with massive star-destroying cannons at their centers and edges. From a distance, the fortress looked like a menacing porcupine, but its quills were all cannons. Lin Mengxi explained that the fortress's terror went beyond this. Once in a state of war, all the cities would sink underground, turning the entire fortress's surface into a weapon. Compared to this colossal fortress, the giant swordfish spaceship seemed as small as a real swordfish in the ocean. Entering the Locrios fortress, they could see that every city on the surface was covered by a dome-shaped energy shield. These were the city ecosystems, providing air, gravity, and other necessities for human life. The arrival of the giant swordfish went unnoticed amid the massive daily traffic. Under Lin Mengxi's guidance, the giant swordfish soon landed in a bustling city. As they stepped out of the spaceship and felt the familiar gravity, Xia Mu's eyes scanned his surroundings. It was his first time stepping outside the Shura domain. On the surface, this place seemed no different from the Plunder Star, but upon closer inspection, there were many differences. For instance, despite the similar number of people, here they moved quickly, and heavily armed explorers were everywhere. Xia Mu took a moment to sense the biggest difference: the atmosphere. On the Plunder Star, vigilance, distance, and coldness were everywhere. Here, people engaged in lively conversations, walking in pairs or groups, a scene rarely seen on the Plunder Star where even members of the same faction kept their distance, always on guard. This sight left Xia Mu deeply impressed. What's wrong? Lin Mengxi asked, noticing Xia Mu lagging behind after a few steps. She misunderstood his hesitation. Worried about the spaceship? Don't worry, the port here will take good care of it. I paid in star coins, so it'll be in perfect condition when we return, she assured him, patting her chest. Xia Mu snapped out of his daze and quickly followed. Along the way, he curiously looked around. Everything here seemed novel to him. People walked together, close and unguarded, with no sign of chaos, not even a single fight. What surprised him the most was the laughter. Xia Mu realized he had heard more laughter since stepping into the port than he ever had on the Plunder Star. Seeing Xia Mu's curious expression, Lin Mengxi's lips curled into a slight smile. She seemed familiar with the place, leading Xia Mu through several streets before arriving at a shop with a transparent glass facade. Inside, rows of cabinets displayed cores of various kinds. Hey boss, Lin Mengxi called out as she headed straight for the counter. Behind the counter stood a smiling woman in professional attire. She showed no displeasure at Lin Mingxi's direct approach and maintained her smile. Sorry, the boss isn't here. Can I help you with something? Lin Mingxi smirked. You won't do. I'm here to sell a planetary core. Get the boss. The woman's face showed a hint of surprise, but her smile grew even wider. Sure, I'll get him right away. She turned and left without any sign of awkwardness from being caught in a lie. Several other customers in the shop, upon hearing planetary core, couldn't help but glance over. Xia Mu tensed up, almost instinctively ready to act, but then felt a warm touch on his hand. He had unconsciously grabbed a small knife. Realizing it was Lin Mingxi, he slowly relaxed. Don't, Lin Mingxi whispered. She then leaned against the counter, adopting a casual, cocky stance, and disdainfully surveyed the other patrons. Although her features had become ordinary due to the holographic disguise, that roguish grin and those flippant gestures caused the surrounding stares to quietly disperse. Before long, a slightly overweight middle-aged man came jogging out, his face plastered with a smile. I'm the owner here, just call me Reed. Do you happen to have your cores with you? Could you show them to me? Reed's slicked back hair was overly saturated with gel, making his already sparse hair look even more strained. He rubbed his hands together, his smile tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. Of course. Lin Mingxi's voice was full of confidence, though a hint of pain flickered in her eyes. She took a box from the side of her belt and gently placed it on the counter, opening it. Mengxi, what are you doing? Xiaohei whispered urgently in her ear. That's the Lingfeng core your grandmother left you. Are you really going to sell it? Despite his efforts to stay calm, the shock in his voice was unmistakable. Reed didn't hear this, but Xia Mu did. With his Tianquan-level physique, his enhanced abilities made it impossible to miss. Lin Mingxi immediately felt Xia Mu's gaze. She knew he must have heard Xiaohei's words as well. Ahaha, Xiaohei, what are you talking about? This is just an ordinary core, Lin Mingxi said with a laugh, lightly tapping her earring to cut off Xiaohei's voice. Go ahead, boss. Reed's small eyes, already squinted from his smile, narrowed even further. He eagerly reached out to take the core. Use this one instead. Xia Mu suddenly stepped forward, handing over a different core. Lin Mingxi's forced smile froze instantly, her expression becoming complicated. Reed found himself in a dilemma. By rank, he should have chosen the Spirit Wind core without hesitation, but the core that Xia Mu brought out, although slightly inferior in quality, was still nearly equal. Such a situation was rare in his many years as a shop owner. Usually, the man would pay and the woman would accept without question. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed wiped the sweat from his forehead. How about this? I see you're in a bit of a bind. Why don't you leave the cores with me for now, and come back to redeem them when you have the money? Lin Mingxi instinctively looked at Xia Mu, only to see him stubbornly pushing his core towards Reed. Reed, quick as lightning, caught Xia Mu's core. Haha, this young man is quite insistent. We can't let him lose face, right? Reed rattled off, a planetary level core, judging by its color, it seems to be strength-based, right? And the amplification? Whoa, I must have misjudged. This amplification is off the charts. Folks, this core needs to be measured with some instruments. Follow me. Reed's eyes sparkled with realization. He had indeed misjudged. This core's value was on par with Lin Mingxi's Spirit Wind core. He also grew curious about the duo's identities. After a series of tests in the back room, Reed returned, beaming with excitement, cradling the core. Young man, are you sure you want to sell this core? Reed asked seriously. Although you can redeem it later, I want just keep it as a collectible. To be honest, I plan to use it for our internal team. Even though I said you could redeem it, there's a priority involved. No problem, sell it as usual, Xia Mu replied calmly, showing no signs of reluctance or regret. Unexpected, a big spender. Lin Mingxi teased with a smile as she approached. Boss, name your price. Reed's eyes flashed with approval. A planetary level core usually goes for around 20 million star coins. This one is a top-tier planetary core. I can offer 50 million. No one on this street will offer more. Boss, you're generous. Lin Mingxi's eyes lit up. She had expected it to be around 45 million. Xia Mu glanced at Lin Mingxi, saw her nod, and agreed to the deal. All right. Haha, straightforward. Reed laughed. I run a chain, and I didn't expect to find such a treasure while checking the stores today. I have the 50 million in liquid assets. They'll transfer it to you right away. After leaving the shop, the two fell into a brief silence. Lin Mingxi quickly recovered, her face lighting up with a smile. Let's go find a place to stay, she said, leading the way down the street, carefully observing the inns around them. As a bustling hub, Fort Locris was filled with various hotels. It attracted explorers from across the galaxy, offering a mix of styles. Lin Mingxi, familiar with the area, swiftly navigated through, ignoring the seemingly luxurious hotels. Eventually, they stopped in front of a place called Sound Spring Traveler. Yep, this is the one. Lin Mingxi nodded in satisfaction and walked inside. Hello. We need 2 single. Lin Mingxi paused mid-sentence upon seeing the price of 500 star coins per night on the wall. The receptionist looked at her oddly. Gritting her teeth, Lin Mingxi said, 2 single rooms. Hello, please scan your irises here. The receptionist politely indicated the scanning device nearby. Upstairs at Sound Spring Traveler, Lin Mingxi spoke to Xia Mu, who was sitting on a floating chair by the window. The civil laws have been downloaded to your star communicator. You can take a look now while we rest for a day. Xia Mu nodded and focused on the holographic screen projected from his ring. Lin Mingxi sighed in relief and turned to leave. Once the door was closed, her calm demeanor vanished. They raised the price by 100 star coins. It hurts. A voice from her earring chimed in. Sound Spring announced a price hike a week ago. Besides, you have 50 million now. You shouldn't worry about this. That's Xia Mu's money, not the same. Lin Mingxi shook her head. He doesn't have a civil bank account, so I'm just holding it for him. She entered her room and flopped onto the bed. Ah, so soft. Meanwhile, Xia Mu carefully read through the dense text on the holographic screen. When he saw a particular regulation, he frowned and tapped the slowly rotating planet icon in the corner of the screen. A 3D cat appeared, with Mengxi the Great Fairy above its head. Xia Mu quickly typed, if the security team asks for protection fees, can I fight back? Ding dong. Lin Mengxi, who was comfortably lying on the bed with her eyes half closed, suddenly opened her eyes wide. A light screen appeared out of nowhere, right within her line of sight. A new message flashed on the screen. If the guards demand protection money from me, can I retaliate? Lin Mingxi sprang up from the bed, her slender fingers flying across the light screen. Absolutely not. The guards are the official forces in every place. Attacking them means going against the strongest local power. And besides, the guards wouldn't demand protection money. Xia Mu frowned at the almost instant reply. If they don't collect protection money, why would they protect us? Because we are citizens. Lin Mingxi immediately replied. But they get no benefits. Xia Mu continued to question. Lin Mingxi rubbed her throbbing temples, realizing that the task of reshaping Xia Mu's worldview was far more challenging than she had imagined. For the next half-day, the two engaged in a marathon discussion about various clauses of civilized law. Lin Mingxi felt numb, while Xia Mu, like a thirsty sponge, absorbed the knowledge of this new world. During the 2 days they stayed at the Inquan Traveler Hotel, Xia Mu didn't step outside, fully immersing himself in studying the laws of civilization. It wasn't until the 3rd day, when he had almost finished reading the entire book of laws, that Lin Mengxi took him out of the hotel. On the street, Xia Mu's demeanor was noticeably more composed, no longer looking around curiously as he did when he first arrived. He was quiet, but Lin Mengxi knew this meant he was listening intently. Everyone can register for a civilization bank account, which can be used anywhere the star network covers, Lin Mengxi explained, suddenly turning to look seriously at Xia Mu. The 50 million you got from selling the core is still with me. I've used some of it these past few days, but I will return it. Oh, Xia Mu responded briefly. His studies over the past few days had made him deeply aware of the importance of the civilization bank. The two took the city's floating train to a towering, luxurious building hundreds of meters high, the Laicals branch of the civilization bank. In front of the bank was a vast square, bustling with people. To the side of the square was the entrance to an underground parking lot, with floating cars occasionally driving out. Xia Mu looked up at the building, which was similar to the headquarters on the plundering star, feeling uneasy as he scanned his surroundings. The dense gazes on the square made him feel exposed, as if he had nowhere to hide. What's wrong? Lin Mingxi keenly noticed Xia Mu's discomfort. Nothing, let's go. Xia Mu shook his head and quickly followed her. They soon reached the queuing area. Just then, a commotion broke out behind them. Why do we have to queue? Everyone in Rachel's domain knows who I am. An arrogant voice rang out. Lin Mingxi turned to see a handsome blonde man with blue eyes, accompanied by several black-clad bodyguards, angrily confronting a female bank employee. Sir, this is the Civilization Bank branch. The Civilization Bank serves all citizens of the star system, and there are no privileges here. The female employee maintained a professional smile, bowing slightly as she explained. Get your manager out here. The man demanded. Our manager is currently handling other matters and can't come right now. The employee's face showed just the right amount of apology. Do you know who I am? I'm Randy Chloris of the Chloris family. This place wouldn't be what it is without my grandfather. The man arrogantly declared his identity. The female employee's smile stiffened for a moment, but she still tried to continue explaining. However, before she could speak, slap. A loud slap interrupted her. The employee was sent flying, crashing into a marble pillar behind her and losing consciousness. The sudden act of violence shocked everyone present. The crowd backed away, staring at Randy in disbelief. Even in a remote branch of the Civilization Bank, such an act was astonishing. After the initial shock, the onlookers quickly adopted expressions of interest, eager to see what would happen next. The Civilization Bank, a behemoth spanning 5 major civilizations, had considerable power behind it. The bank staff quickly checked on the employee's condition, and security guards surrounded Randy and his group. Lin Mingxi, watching with interest, whispered to Xiao He, report the disturbance quickly. There's a reward for the first report. The information has already been sent. Xiao He responded swiftly. Can they really do that? Xia Mu's puzzled voice suddenly broke the silence. Lin Mingxi, realizing she had a good student beside her, quickly turned to block Xia Mu's view, her expression shifting from curiosity to seriousness. No, this behavior is unacceptable. The guards will be here soon to arrest them, and they will face endless imprisonment and hard labor. Xia Mu nodded, somewhat understanding, then glanced at Randy, who looked smug and unafraid, and asked, why doesn't he run? If it were me, I wouldn't wait for the guards. I'd take out the witnesses first, and then hack the network to erase the data. That way, no one would find out, and I could live under a new identity. Lin Mingxi was stunned, thinking, my goodness, what part of civilized law did you read to come up with that? Do normal people really think this way? As Lin Mingxi racked her brain to correct Xia Mu's thinking, there was a new development with Randy. A tall, bespectacled middle-aged man emerged from the back of the bank. He first checked on the female employee, then approached Randy, bowing respectfully. My apologies, I'm the manager here, Bertmeyer. Mr. Randy Cloris, it was our oversight. This scene shocked the onlookers once again. Although Randy had claimed to be from the Cloris family, not everyone from the powerful family could act so arrogantly here. The manager's respectful attitude clearly indicated Randy's significant status within the family. Let's go. I have some business to discuss with you, Randy said, satisfied with Bert's attitude. Of course, this way, please, Bert said, leading the way respectfully. After they left, the crowd in the hall gradually dispersed, still buzzing with excitement. Lin Mingxi, watching Xia Mu, who had been deep in thought since the beginning, felt a headache coming on. This was not a good sign. She had wanted to prevent Xia Mu from becoming disillusioned with the outside world, hoping the chaotic and brutal life on the plundering star would be a thing of the past. Lin Mingxi knew the outside world had its flaws, but compared to the pure chaos of the plundering star, it still had many beautiful aspects. She had been trying to paint a picture of a better, hopeful world for Xia Mu. However, things didn't go as planned. Instead of understanding her good intentions, Xia Mu seemed to be heading down a more twisted path. Today's incident had undone her efforts. Lin Mingxi felt the weight on her shoulders increase. She realized that correcting Xia Mu's perceptions and helping him truly integrate into this world would be a long journey. Xia Mu followed behind Lin Mingxi, deep in thought. Ever since they left the realm of Azura, he had maintained this contemplative demeanor. Lin Mingxi was preoccupied with figuring out how to correct Xia Mu's thinking, worried he might stray off the right path. However, she didn't realize that although Xia Mu lacked common sense, he wasn't dull. Given the right prompts, he could think deeply from his own perspective. The efficiency at the bank was surprisingly fast, and it was soon Xia Mu and Lin Mingxi's turn. At the window, Xiao He uploaded the forged identity information, which went undetected by the bank system. Xia Mu's new account was swiftly created. As they exited the bank, Lin Mingxi opened her communicator and scanned Xia Mu's. This is the 49,998,021 star coins from selling the core. I'll cover our expenses for the next few days. I'll pay you back when I have the money, she said earnestly. After transferring over 40 million star coins, she was back to being broke. Xia Mu looked at the long string of numbers in his account, thought for a moment, and then scanned Lin Mingxi's communicator with his own. The notification, your account has received 10 million star coins. Civilized Bank, rang in Lin Mingxi's ear, leaving her momentarily stunned. In the Star of Plunder, you have to pay people for their help, Xia Mu explained seriously. In his view, no one would help others for free, and those who claimed to do so usually had ulterior motives. He considered the 10 million a reasonable payment for Lin Mingxi's assistance. Lin Mingxi, however, saw it differently. She knew Xia Mu understood her current predicament, and receiving this money stirred a strange feeling in her. Is this like being kept? Maybe it's not so bad. Watch your drool. Xiao Hei's timely reminder snapped Lin Mingxi back to reality. She shook her head quickly. No, I can't accept this. Strictly speaking, you saved me in the realm of Azura. What I did was just to repay you. She tried to return the money using her communicator. But Xia Mu said nothing, simply putting away his communicator and walking ahead. Hey, wait up. Lin Mingxi chased after him, but no matter what, Xia Mu didn't reopen his communicator. With no other choice, she had to accept the money. Despite the real 10 million in her account, Lin Mingxi couldn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a sense of defeat. The fact that Xia Mu had paid her meant that, in his mind, their relationship was still at a transactional level. This realization brought a pang of sadness, but looking at Xia Mu's calm profile, she quickly adjusted her emotions. It's okay, Lin Mingxi. This is just the beginning, she encouraged herself silently. Xia Mu suddenly stopped, causing Lin Mingxi, lost in thought, to almost bump into him. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Xia Mu didn't answer, and Lin Mingxi looked around the bustling square, suddenly realizing something. Teasingly, she asked, "Did you forget the way back?" Xia Mu's expression remained unchanged, but Lin Mingxi caught the slight shift in his gaze. "Oh, come on," she said with a mischievous smile. "How do we get back again?" Xia Mu stayed silent, just looking at her. "You're no fun," Lin Mingxi pouted, feeling bored since Xia Mu showed no signs of embarrassment. She had planned to tease him, only to find he adjusted quickly, standing there as if pondering something significant rather than being lost. Just like when they arrived, they left the square with Xia Mu leading and Lin Mingxi following. As they were about to leave the square, a hovercar zoomed past, its wind ruffling their hair. Lin Mingxi instinctively shielded her face, glaring at the departing vehicle. Others around them also staggered from the gust, narrowly avoiding being hit. Xia Mu, however, remained deep in thought, oblivious to the commotion. When people realized who was in the hovercar, they no longer dared to glare. Most lowered their heads and hurried away, recognizing the emblem of the Chloris family on the vehicle, the same family whose member had caused a scene in the bank. Inside the hovercar, Randy laughed at the people's reactions. "Look at them. They say most people entering the realm of Azura are hardened fighters, but they don't seem so tough now," he said, feeling pleased. He then ordered the driver, "Turn around and scare them again." The driver grimaced but complied, unable to refuse Randy's terrifying status. The hovercar circled the square and sped back, causing even more panic among the already shaken crowd. Lin Mingxi noticed and quickly pulled Xia Mu aside, muttering angrily, "What's the point of this? So childish. Are you crazy?" Suddenly, an angry shout broke the square's silence. The hovercar abruptly slowed and turned back. Lin Mingxi saw a brawny young man with a buzz cut who had shouted, but his anger turned to panic as the hovercar approached. The hovercar landed gracefully, and Randy stepped out, adjusting his collar. The young man, now pale, stood frozen. Randy walked up to him, lightly slapping his face, speaking mockingly, "Were you cursing at me?" "Two was just." The young man stammered, clearly a terrible liar. Slap. A loud smack sent the burly young man flying 2 meters away. Randy slowly retracted his hand, a glint of light flashing on his black glove. "Do you think I'm deaf?" Randy sneered, crouching before the young man. "No, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." The slap had sobered the young man, who now clutched his face, repeatedly apologizing. The surrounding crowd watched in fear. "That's better." Randy's face brightened with a smile as he stood up. Just as the young man thought he was forgiven, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, making him scream. Randy, still smiling, had stomped on his wrist with such force that a cracking sound was heard. "Any more complaints?" Randy asked, dusting off his hands. He scanned the crowd, all avoiding his gaze in fear. "That's what we Chloris need, your fear," Randy declared with a smile. His handsome face and golden hair might have seemed warm, but the scene of the young man writhing in pain at his feet made it chillingly sinister. Lin Mingxi witnessed everything, feeling a deep-seated disgust for the Chloris family. But she knew there was nothing she could do. Facing the Chloris family, individual strength seemed insignificant. Lin Mingxi understood this well. She had no connection with the young man with the buzz cut, so naturally, she had no desire to interfere. In such a vast galaxy, injustices were rampant. Considering that staying in this situation would be of no benefit to Xia Mu, Lin Mingxi instinctively wanted to take him away. She stole a glance at Xia Mu, who was still lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Lin Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she must not let Xia Mu be affected by this. "Let's go quickly," she whispered, turning to leave. At that moment, Randy's gaze suddenly fell on them. Lin Mingxi's face stiffened instantly, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. From Randy's previous actions taunting passersby with a hovercraft and causing trouble at the bank, she already had an idea of what kind of person he was. A typical spoiled brat. Despite the strict family upbringing, he acted so arrogantly outside, likely because he was suppressed by his peers at home. With long-term emotional repression, he would burst out upon encountering weaker individuals. When the bank manager personally intervened after the woman was beaten, Lin Mingxi knew things were going south. If Randy's driver knew Lin Mingxi's thoughts, he would be amazed because she was spot on. Randy held a low position within the Claris family, constantly overshadowed by his more outstanding peers, leading to a violent personality in private. Not long ago, he had even tortured a newly hired maid, alarming the family elders. Such disgraceful behavior should have been severely punished, but his parents secretly settled the matter, sending him to this remote area to lay low. However, both Randy's parents and his current driver underestimated the psychological distortion caused by years of repression. Since arriving at the Laucris fortress, the number of people harmed by Randy was countless, and today's incident was relatively mild. "You don't seem to be very afraid of the Claris family, do you?" Randy walked slowly towards Lin Mingxi and Xia Mu, the latter still lost in his own world. "No, no, How could we dare? Lin Mengshi forced a smile, waving her hands repeatedly. Inside, she was screaming. What's wrong with this big baby? How did he notice me? Oh, really? You seem to like smiling? Randy suddenly gave a sinister smile, about to say something, but then noticed Xia Mu's calm expression beside Lin Mengshi. His smile vanished instantly, and he squinted, asking, "Who's this kid?" "Ahaha, he's my brother, a bit slow sometimes." Lin Mengshi quickly stepped in front of Xia Mu. Slow? More like an idiot, I'd say. Randy's face grew darker. Such inferior humans should die in the corners of abandoned planets, not appear before me. Their mere existence dirties my eyes, do you understand? I understand. Lin Mengshi lowered her head, her expression unreadable. Xia Mu merely glanced at Randy before returning to his thoughts, as if Randy didn't exist. This glance, however, made veins pop on Randy's forehead. You understand, but it seems your idiot brother doesn't. Inferior trash like him should be discarded in the dumps. What? Don't you like to smile? Go. Bang. A loud noise echoed as Randy flew back like a broken kite. The butler in the distance caught him swiftly, gasping. Half of Randy's face was a bloody mess. His nose crooked, teeth missing, and eyes rolled back, temporarily unconscious. I've been patient again and again. Are you a mad dog that keeps biting? Lin Mengshi scolded, slowly withdrawing her fist. The sudden turn of events snapped Xia Mu out of his thoughts. Though he was well aware of external affairs, he deemed them irrelevant to himself. Even being insulted by Randy didn't stir him. On the Star of Plunder, those who got angry over such trivial matters were long dead in the Shura domain. Ironically, it was Xia Mu's indifference that infuriated Randy's fragile and sensitive heart. In fact, before Lin Mengshi struck, Randy's anger was already at its peak. But he never expected that the first to act would be the smiling Lin Mengshi. Xiaohei, I'm counting on you. Retracting her fist, Lin Mengshi stared intently at the driver who had just stood up. The seemingly ordinary man gave her a chilling feeling, even more oppressive than Xia Mu. Instinctively, she saw him as the greatest threat, secretly instructing Xiaohei to create chaos if things went south, giving them a chance to escape. Lin Mengshi's judgment was spot on, but she overlooked one key point. When she posed no threat, others wouldn't have the intent to kill her, and she wouldn't feel the oppressive aura. Quite bold, daring to assault someone from the Claris family, the driver approached with a powerful presence. Even with minimal movement, Lin Mengshi felt an invisible pressure, almost wanting to flee. Stellar level peak. Lin Mengshi's face turned pale. This pressure was stronger than that of her teachers. But even so, she didn't back down. Since she had started it, she couldn't let Xia Mu get involved. The onlookers were stunned, never expecting Lin Mengshi to strike suddenly. Watching her defiant stance and gaze, the driver frowned. That's why I hate that look the most. Boom. The ground trembled slightly as the driver launched himself like a cannonball, fists clenched at his sides. Such terrifying explosiveness made everyone realize the driver's strength and foresee Lin Mengshi's imminent tragic fate. However, no one noticed that at the moment the driver moved, Xia Mu behind Lin Mengshi suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. His previously vacant eyes seemed to sense something and lifted slightly. As the driver closed in, Lin Mengshi was about to instruct Xiaohei to create chaos, but suddenly realized the pressure on her had vanished. Even the once intimidating driver seemed less frightening. Her hair blew in the strong wind from the driver's punch, yet Lin Mengshi stood still, puzzled by the driver's sudden halt. However, at that moment, the driver didn't spare Lin Mengshi a glance. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Xia Mu standing behind her. Xia Mu's face was calm and unremarkable, almost forgettable. Yet, in his slightly vacant eyes, the driver seemed to catch a glimpse of endless carnage. The feeling was fleeting, and when he looked again, Xia Mu appeared no different from an ordinary person, except for his slightly indifferent expression. Even though it felt like an illusion, the driver, snapping back to reality, found his back drenched in cold sweat. This familiar sensation brought back memories of countless life-and-death battles he had faced before joining Clarice. Despite the years that had passed, the chilling touch of near-death experiences still lingered along his spine. The driver's internal struggle was invisible to others. All they saw was him suddenly launching an attack, only to halt abruptly in front of Lin Mengshi. Leon, what are you doing? Kill that woman. Randy, who had somehow regained consciousness, was now clutching his face and screaming hysterically from behind. The driver named Leon turned pale, casting a terrified glance at Xia Mu. You're a dog of Clarice. Act like one. Kill him for me. Randy's roars echoed incessantly. Leon's face twisted with resolve as he prepared to strike again. Lin Mengxi's expression changed, and just as she was about to react, she felt a fierce gust of wind beside her. In an instant, Xia Mu appeared in front of her, crouching and crashing into Leon with tremendous force. Time seemed to stand still. Before Leon's fist could land, he was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, his body bending like a cooked shrimp, He tumbled across the ground, finally landing in a heap at Randy's feet, barely breathing. Randy's shout was cut short, and his neck stiffly turned towards Leon. The crowd, as if silenced by a spell, stood wide-eyed and speechless, the air thick with stunned silence. Was that self-defense? Xia Mu stood still, staring at his hands in deep thought, seemingly unaware of the astonishing nature of his actions. Xiao He, in the virtual space, was utterly shocked, finally realizing that it had severely underestimated Xia Mu's strength. Lin Mingxi reacted swiftly, urging in a low voice, "Let's go now, quickly." Xia Mu immediately followed, the impact of his punch still lingering in the air. The surrounding crowd was frozen with fear, no one daring to obstruct them. Even Randy didn't dare make a move, considering that a star-level bodyguard had been taken down with a single blow. The two of them easily disappeared into the crowd. Moments later, 3 members of the Divine Guard, clad in silver-white armor, descended from the sky. They were armed with battle knives at their waists and dark energy guns slung on their backs, the legal weapon configuration within the fortress. Seeing them, Randy seemed to find his backbone. Ignoring the pain on his face, he snarled, "Quick, pull up the surveillance and catch those two." The leader of the trio stopped his eager companion and responded, "Understood, Mr. Randy. We're on it now." A light screen popped up from his divine wristband. "Connect me to the city's central system. Pull up the surveillance footage from the past half hour here, focusing on the individuals who attacked Mr. Randy. Freeze their citizen IDs." Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi and Xia Mu were already seated in a driverless cab. Lin Mingxi's expression was grave as she said, "We need to get back to the spaceship quickly. We can't use these identities anymore. Xiao He has blocked the information for now, but since it involves Claris, they'll definitely investigate thoroughly. We didn't cover our tracks earlier, so it won't take them long to trace us back to the spaceship." Xia Mu was bewildered. Wasn't it self-defense? Lin Mingxi looked flustered and finally sighed in resignation. "I acted rashly. I'm sorry." Though confused, Xia Mu couldn't bring himself to blame Lin Mingxi, remembering her decisive action. Despite the fact that his punch could expose their identities, shattering their peaceful life and potentially putting them in danger, he felt no resentment. In a place rife with danger, he wouldn't tolerate such impulsiveness from a partner. Yet, facing Lin Mingxi's intervention, he had no intention of stopping her. Suddenly, Lin Mingxi said, "Since we can't use these identities anymore, let's make a big scene." That despicable Randy, speaking so rudely. Both leaned against the car windows, lost in thought. Lin Mingxi asked, "Xiao He, what's the status?" "The distractions have been bypassed. I have erased the data. They can only rely on witnesses' descriptions to identify us, which will take some time," Xiao He replied. The driverless cab soon dropped them off at the starport. They scanned their identities to enter and retrieved the great swordfish spaceship from the warehouse. Just then, Xiao He suddenly warned, "Our identities have been compromised. Move quickly." Without hesitation, Xia Mu activated the controls, and the great swordfish began charging up, drawing attention from the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, the entire starport lit up with crimson warning lights, and a mechanical voice broadcasted, "Warning, warning. 2 fugitives, a male and a female, have been identified in the Locris fortress and are heading to the starport." Simultaneously, a projection appeared, displaying the disguised faces of Lin Mingxi and Xia Mu, along with an image of the great swordfish. The crowd realized that the great swordfish had extra engine ports on its sides and underbelly, now ready for takeoff. With a thunderous roar, the great swordfish shot out like an arrow, weaving through the dense array of ships with incredible speed. Xia Mu's exceptional piloting skills allowed the ship to maneuver like a nimble fish through tight spaces. The public channel of the starport buzzed with complaints about the incompetence of the guard. Commander Warren of the guard issued orders, "Lauren Benson, you two harass them while I intercept from the front." As the distance between them closed, Warren's expression grew grim, and he resolved silently, "No matter who you are, you won't leave here today. Spaceship GA-2812, you have violated the peace ordinance of the Locris War Fortress. Cease your actions immediately." The mechanical warning echoed through the space, repeating several times before abruptly stopping. A more authoritative voice followed, "Spaceship GA-2812, this is Captain Warren of the 17th Guard of Locris Fortress. The fortress's 7th Fleet has blocked the spaceport. You have nowhere to run. Stop immediately, and we will handle this matter justly." Inside the great swordfish, Lin Mingxi's expression was grave. She stood aside, directing Xiao He to hack into the swordfish's system and connect to the external network. "Verify the truth of Warren's words, and investigate the relationship between Locris Fortress and the Claris family," she whispered. With Randy's status, Locris shouldn't be making such a big fuss. When the words Warren and 7th Fleet reached her ears, Lin Mingxi's intuition screamed danger. The Locris Fortress had 8 fleets, usually reserved for its defense. They would only be deployed in major wars involving the fortress itself. To mobilize such a fleet over a punch to Randy meant his status was far more significant than they had imagined. Xia Mu ignored the external warnings, maneuvering the great swordfish recklessly through the spaceport. Meanwhile, Xiaohe completed the information gathering, his voice tinged with evident concern. Mengshi, we're in serious trouble. Half of the 7th Fleet is already in position outside. Worse, Randy is the sole heir of the 3rd branch of the Claris family, and Locris Fortress was recently annexed by that branch. Lin Mingshi felt a sinking feeling. With Locris Fortress newly joined to the Claris family, any harm to a family member here would likely incite a fierce retaliation. Forget everything else, Lin Mingshi decided swiftly. Xiao He, hack the system at full power and create chaos. As soon as she spoke, several nearby ships suddenly lost control and collided. Energy shields clashed, and walls sparked with fire. This was just the beginning. More ships lost control, crashing into buildings or each other. Fortunately, the shields prevented any severe damage beyond minor scrapes. In the ensuing chaos, the great swordfish navigated smoothly, increasing the distance from the pursuing Warren. Cursing under his breath, Warren activated his ship's emergency acceleration. Flames roared from the rear, and additional engines unfolded, boosting the ship's speed as it closed in on the great swordfish. Warren's screen displayed a targeting reticle, but the swordfish's agile maneuvers kept it from locking on. Xia Mu glanced at the warning on the screen, frowning slightly. The next moment, the great swordfish's speed surged again, and under Warren's astonished gaze, it darted past 6 large ships, vanishing from sight. This is a monster, Warren muttered, releasing the controls in frustration. Under Xiao Hei's cover of chaos, the great swordfish finally broke free of the spaceport, greeted by the vast expanse of space. But Lin Mingshi knew the real test was just beginning. Sure enough, outside the spaceport, a dense fleet formed a semicircle blockade. Ships were forced to halt behind the fleet, their decks and hulls bristling with weapons, all aimed at the newly emerged great swordfish. The majority of the swordfish's engines gradually dimmed. Xia Mu's hands rested on the control spheres, his expression unreadable as he stared ahead. Lin Mingshi's face was pale. It's my fault for involving you. Who would have thought a single punch could alert the 7th Fleet? She moved beside the control sphere, speaking to Xia Mu. You should find a chance to leave. I'll have Xiao He hack the fleet. It can create significant confusion. Xia Mu ignored her suggestion, simply saying, put on the divine descent, before focusing intently on the distant fleet. The flagship of the 7th Fleet was a massive 500-meter-long spindle-shaped ship, dwarfing the surrounding vessels. On the bridge of the flagship, a young blond man with a coat draped over his shoulders yawned in boredom. This was Anthony, the highest commander of the 7th Fleet. So, this is the ship that injured a member of the Claris family? How dull. Anthony leaned sideways on his floating chair, rubbing his temples. Joyce is just as dull, sending me out here to show loyalty. Whatever. Ask them to surrender. If they refuse, fire all cannons and let's get this over with. Anthony waved dismissively, never once glancing at the great swordfish on the screen. Following his orders, the crew began operating their consoles. Soon, a voice echoed through the public channel. To the ship ahead, our merciful Captain Anthony offers you a chance to surrender. You have 1 minute to decide. The public channel fell silent, the oppressive presence of the 7th Fleet stifling any response. Upon receiving the message, Xia Mu merely glanced at the side screen before resuming his rapid operations. Lin Mingshi realized that Xia Mu had remained calm throughout, even surrounded by the fleet, as if he had everything under control. Hesitating, she finally turned silently to retrieve and don the divine descent from the storage. When Lin Mingshi returned to the bridge, a shadow followed her in Xia Mu's divine descent. Quickly donning his armor, Xia Mu sat back in his floating chair. At this point, only 15 seconds remained until the deadline set by the 7th Fleet. The bridge of the great swordfish was enveloped in darkness. In Lin Mingshi's shocked gaze, Xia Mu's divine descent's hands shifted, each splitting into dozens of mechanical lines. The light spheres controlling the ship had lowered, replaced by 2 cylindrical columns. Xia Mu's tentacle-like hands plunged into the columns. Your time is up, a cold voice announced over the public channel. All ships, target GA-2812. Fire at will. Simultaneously, a massive energy shield unfurled behind the great swordfish, blocking it from the spaceport. The ships of the 7th Fleet sparkled with dark energy, like stars in the night sky. In the next moment, intense beams of light burst forth, countless dark energy points cascading towards the great swordfish like a torrential downpour. The swordfish shuddered violently as Xia Mu gripped the control sticks. In an instant, the ship's form transformed dramatically. The pointed bow split open, the tail fins folded and reversed, and after a series of mechanical shifts, it morphed into a 60-meter-tall steel giant. The giant's arms were covered with diamond-shaped shields, and its back engines emitted an eerie glow. Lost technology, Xiaohe exclaimed. Lin Mingxi looked around in bewilderment, feeling the cabin suddenly shrink. A flicker of light flashed across Xia Mu's screen, and the control interface became exponentially more complex. He took a deep breath, his eyes steely with determination. With a thunderous roar, the engines on the giant's back ignited at full power, propelling it straight toward the energy barrier. As dense energy attacks surged forward, the giant raised its shield, and a heavy energy barrier unfolded. This was the first time the swordfish had fully activated its defense system, far surpassing its previous performance during the escape from the Shura domain. The energy shield held firm like an impregnable wall, easily deflecting the onslaught of attacks. The giant maneuvered nimbly within the barrier, blocking unavoidable strikes with its shield. Anthony was about to order a retreat when a crew member suddenly shouted, "Sir, there's an anomaly in the barrier." The screen magnified, revealing the silver-gray giant charging forward with its shield raised. Anthony's brow furrowed. Mech with lost technology? Who would use such a worthless thing? Everyone was stunned. Mech technology put a tremendous strain on the human brain, making it extremely difficult to control. Yet, this mech moved with the agility of a normal person, which was simply unfathomable. Anthony quickly regained his composure. Increase firepower. Main cannons of ships 1 through 7, prepare to fire. If it breaks through, hit it with everything. Simultaneously initiate a network attack. It's likely AI-assisted. After a brief pause, he added, have ships 8 through 20 charge up as well. Just as the swordfish was about to breach the barrier, it suddenly ascended. The giant's shields combined, forming a ghostly energy cannon. In an instant, 20 thick beams of light blasted toward it, sealing off all escape routes. The ghostly energy cannon's beam seemed insignificant, but pierced through the barrage at a sharp angle, striking a frigate. With a thunderous explosion, the 100-meter-long frigate was instantly engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the main cannon barrage loomed ahead. The mech's engine flames flared dramatically, almost as long as the mech itself. In front of the ghostly energy cannon, the energy shield reappeared. More than 20 main cannon beams bombarded the shield relentlessly. Lin Mingxi watched anxiously from the bridge, seeing the dark energy and shield dissipate continuously as the mech frantically channeled energy to maintain its defense. The dark energy beam from the main cannon clashed with the shield of the giant swordfish mech, but the beam quickly dissipated, revealing the unscathed mech. Anthony sprang to his feet, staring at the mech in the starry sky with disbelief. Could it be a war fortress-grade energy shield? How is that possible? He quickly regained his composure and ordered, all ships, tighten the encirclement, commence saturation attack. Flagship main cannon, charge up. The 7th Fleet's warships immediately moved into action, slowly advancing to cut off all of Xia Mu's possible escape routes. In the distance, Xia Mu frowned slightly. Although the war fortress engine output was strong, the mech was nearing its limit. He whispered, this needs to end quickly. The giant swordfish mech crouched low, powering up fully, and charged towards the encircling warships. Meanwhile, at the Laucris Fortress spaceport, Randy was fuming as he shouted at Warren, have you caught that damned guy yet? Capture them alive. Warren awkwardly contacted Colonel Anthony to relay Randy's demands. Anthony coldly replied, impossible. The enemy has threatening weapons. With that, he cut off the communication. Randy's face darkened, while Anthony ordered his forces to go all out, leaving no survivors. Xia Mu advanced rapidly, shield in one hand, ready to strike with the other. The encirclement by the 7th Fleet was gradually forming. Anthony noticed the blue glow flickering at the waist of the giant swordfish and immediately commanded, activate the flagship shield at maximum power. A massive grid-like shield deployed just in time to block the psionic shipbreaking cannon beam fired by Xia Mu. Anthony's heart pounded, but then he sneered, all divine descent squads, armor up, crush this steel scrap for me. In the ship's hold, 50 warriors quickly donned their divine descent armor and launched from various warships. Simultaneously, all warships began their saturation attack, energy beams raining down once more. Lin Mingxi finally understood why the giant swordfish was equipped with a war fortress engine, but she listened anxiously to the creaking sounds coming from the mech. Xia Mu ignored the incoming beams, focusing on the mech's status data. The giant swordfish had reached its limit. The engine's load on the mech was too great. Xia Mu estimated the distance between the two sides and decided it was time. He murmured to himself, and then said to Lin Mingxi, I'll clear the way. Have Xiao He pilot the ship, and you enter the Shura domain from here. Before he finished speaking, he drew his hands out from the hollow cylinder, and the body of the swordfish began to tremble, quickly reverting to its battleship form. Lin Mingxi was stunned and asked in surprise, you plan to go out and engage in close combat using Xinjiang? Xia Mu nodded and explained, the swordfish's frame is at its limit. If the fortress engine keeps running at full power, it will disintegrate. What about me? Lin Mingxi suddenly realized she seemed to be left out of the plan. You protect the ship, Xia Mu replied briefly, then walked straight out of the cabin. Lin Mingxi watched the empty bridge with a complex expression. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she ordered, Xiao He, let's get started. Connecting to the system, Xiao He responded. Connection successful. This ship? Xiao He was shocked upon accessing the system. It comprehensively understood the swordfish's structure, discovering that 90 of the components use lost technology, including the ability to transform freely into a mecha, the fortress engine, and the energy analysis system. To Xiao He, this ship was practically a treasure trove of lost technology. Now's not the time to worry about that. Lin Mingxi donned her Xinjiang suit, the faceplate sliding down as she muttered, I got us into this mess. I need to do something to help him. Outside, the swordfish, now in its ship form, reactivated its shield, fending off the barrage of attacks from the warships. Anthony sat at the top of the bridge, staring intently at the screen showing the swordfish. He muttered to himself, how does it still have shields? This ship seems to have some power issues. He noticed the newly deployed shield of the swordfish wasn't even rippling, far exceeding the energy reserves of a typical large ship. It looks like we need to reassess its power. Anthony thought for a moment before ordering, keep up the attack, even if it has enough power. The firepower of my 7th Fleet is no joke. Captain, all Xinjiang units are in position, a subordinate reported. Anthony slightly lifted his head. Have them stand by. If this ship manages to break through the barrage, let it face the might of our Xinjiang battalion. Wait, Captain, it looks like the enemy has deployed Xinjiang as well, someone suddenly exclaimed. Anthony was taken aback and quickly swiped the screen open. He saw 2 figures in Xinjiang suits emerging from the top of the swordfish. One female Xinjiang remained above the ship, while the other flew directly out of the shield. Anthony stared at the ordinary-looking Xinjiang that passed through the shield without understanding. The space outside was almost entirely covered by energy beams, making it a suicidal move to rush out now. But the next moment, Anthony stood up abruptly. The instant Xia Mu broke through the shield, dark energy surged around him, followed by dazzling lightning. Fine arcs of electricity covered his entire Xinjiang suit, and as the engine roared, Xia Mu shot forward like an arrow into the barrage. The overwhelming firepower beams covered every inch of space, but Xia Mu moved like a precise scalpel, cutting through the tiny gaps and swiftly navigating through the barrage. This is impossible, Anthony exclaimed in disbelief. How could a ship like this have a stellar-level warrior? And that technique, it's already at the White Dwarf level, isn't it? The mention of White Dwarf sent a shock through everyone on the bridge. Warriors of this level were the pillars of major powers, and each appearance in a star system would cause a scramble. Anthony couldn't comprehend it. With this level of power, if you just accepted arbitration, even Chloris wouldn't attack you over something so trivial. They'd try to recruit you instead. Suddenly, a thought struck Anthony. Lost technology? With such formidable power, they must have some other lost technology that's worth coveting. Considering Xia Mu and Lin Mingxi's previous actions, Anthony became more convinced of this possibility. He made up his mind and ordered, everyone, take them seriously. Enter wartime status. The order caused quite a stir across all the warships. Wartime status? Is that necessary? It's just one ship. What's the captain thinking? Despite the confusion, everyone followed the order seriously. In no time, numerous weapons emerged from the decks and hulls of the warships. Meanwhile, surrounding ships forced to halt were surprised to find their star network signals severely disrupted. If the 7th Fleet had been treating this as a pastime, they were now fully committed. The firepower of the saturation attack visibly increased, with various high-energy beams forming a torrential flow. The swordfish now seemed like a rock in a raging sea. In reality, the fact that the swordfish had held out this long had already far exceeded everyone's expectations. Inside the bridge, Xiao He, connected to the system, immediately ceased all functions except flying, diverting all energy to maintain the shield. Unlike Xia Mu, it fully understood the ship's current state. Every part of the hull was at the material's limit, ready to disintegrate at any moment. It was a miracle the swordfish had lasted this long. Upon closer inspection, Xiao He discovered something unique. The swordfish used a familiar structure, distributing the power from the fortress-level engine evenly across the ship, allowing it to endure for so long. It seems he has a complete inheritance of lost technology, Xiao He thought to itself. Meanwhile, Xia Mu, in his Xinjiang suit, finally broke through the barrage, reaching a position almost face-to-face with the fleet. The Xinjiang battalion on the warships, ready for action, noticed the lone figure charging at them. Haha, what is this? One person trying to execute a decapitation strike on our 7th Fleet. Someone laughed in the Xinjiang battalion's communication channel. Who knows, maybe it's a desperate last stand. Another voice chimed in. Even though his technique for navigating the barrage is beyond us, isn't this a bit too arrogant? We're thousands strong in the Xinjiang battalion. Even a White Dwarf-level warrior wouldn't dare to try this. As the chatter continued, a raspy voice interrupted. Enough talk. Finish him off quickly. With that, all the Xinjiang units activated, converging from all angles towards Xia Mu. Xia Mu's expression turned unusually serious beneath his Xinjiang faceplate. Facing so many Xinjiang units at once was a battle he hadn't experienced in a long time. Thousands of divine warriors closed in, surrounding Xia Mu. In an instant, the core of lightning on his body activated at full power, visible bolts of electricity spreading around him. Though in the silent vacuum of space, it felt as though thunder roared. Xia Mu transformed into a blinding flash of lightning, not retreating but instead charging straight at the divine guards. Three figures flickering with lightning suddenly expanded and dissipated, causing 5 divine warriors to simultaneously explode. Somehow, Xia Mu had already drawn his Tang sword, dodging several attacks with ghostly agility. He spun and slashed, cutting down an assailant diagonally. Tilting his head slightly, a solid energy beam grazed past his ear. In an instant, dozens of attacks converged on him. It was as if Xia Mu had eyes in the back of his head, dodging the incoming projectiles with millimeter precision. Within minutes, dozens of divine guards lay defeated, while Xia Mu remained unscathed. The encirclement became his domain. Despite thousands attacking, only a few dozen could strike at any given time due to distance and angles. Xia Mu's ghostly movements turned close combatants into his shields, causing frequent friendly fire. Aboard the flagship, Anthony leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen. He was certain. This was the technique and style of a marauder. Years of dealing with marauders had honed his instincts. Although Xia Mu had a citizen status, he was undoubtedly a marauder. On the screen, Xia Mu grabbed a nearby soldier as a human shield, blocking a blinding beam. Facing 3 swordsmen, he deftly deflected their blows, then surged forward, scattering them with a burst from his engines. The impact forced others to halt, avoiding friendly fire. The Divine Guard unit was in disarray, their usual coordination shattered, each fighting alone. The more Anthony watched, the more alarmed he became. Xia Mu's combat style, eerie techniques, and animalistic instincts all confirmed his identity as a marauder. Anthony pondered. How could such a terrifying figure exist among the marauders? Could he be one of the 6 leaders? But if such a powerful individual existed, the Shura domain would have long been overthrown. The thought of the marauders' transcendent combat prowess gave Anthony a headache. The marauders of the Shura domain were known for their strength far surpassing their rank. These geniuses, struggling on the edge of life and death, couldn't survive with even slightly lesser talent. While external forces yearned to recruit them, the cost was prohibitive. Instead, the Shura domain became a prime training ground, attracting talents like Randy and Lin Mengxi. Now, Anthony witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of a top marauder. Xia Mu slaughtered the divine guards with impunity, unstoppable. Anthony grew restless, realizing that if Xia Mu wasn't subdued quickly, even the flagship might be at risk. Bill, where's Edith? Have the unit fall back. Let the 2 of them handle it, Anthony ordered sternly. Soon, 2 figures, one red and one black, shot out from the flagship. The red divine warrior was burly and carried a massive sword. The black one was slender and streamlined, with blades for hands. They were Bill and Edith, Anthony's top lieutenants, both at the peak of their power. The pair, perfectly synchronized, charged towards the center of the battle. Xia Mu appeared behind a soldier, his Tang sword leaving a massive wound on the man's back. A swift kick sent the soldier flying, directly into an incoming blade. Be careful, Bill whispered over the comms. This one's no ordinary foe, Edith replied, her tone grave. Same plan. I'll go on the offensive, Bill shouted, drawing his giant sword and charging towards a corner. Yet, 3 knife-wielding figures instantly appeared, slashing through the divine guards there. Bill's pupils contracted, feeling a surge of danger. He instinctively raised his sword to block, the 3 Tang swords striking simultaneously with a piercing metallic clang. To his shock, his sword, made of top-tier materials, now had 3 deep notches. Edith, fall back, Bill shouted urgently over the comms. Startled, Edith, relying on their years of coordination, immediately retracted her blades. A Tang sword, gleaming coldly, sliced through the space where her neck had been. If Bill hadn't warned him in advance, that blade might have already sliced through his neck. Edith retreated back behind the guards, her figure disappearing once more. Xia Mu's pupils slightly dilated. After his unexpected strike missed, the core of the thunder light flared again, freezing him in place. Several members of the Divine Guard brightened at the sight and swung their blades without hesitation. However, their weapons passed through Xia Mu's figure effortlessly, encountering only a few stray sparks of electricity. They looked around in astonishment, unable to find Xia Mu's true form. What they had struck was merely an afterimage created by the Thunderlight core. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the communication channel. Bill's face changed dramatically as he quickly turned to the rear of the Divine Guard. There, Edith's figure had reappeared, one arm already missing. Behind him, Xia Mu followed closely, arcs of electricity dancing across his body. So fast, Bill exclaimed, immediately powering up his engine to assist Edith. The other members of the Divine Guard also converged, attempting to thwart Xia Mu's pursuit. Under the heavy resistance, Xia Mu's speed finally slowed, but the Divine Guard paid a steep price of dozens of lives. Xia Mu moved through them like a war god, leaving Lin Mengxi on the great swordfish in sheer amazement. She realized she had underestimated Xia Mu's prowess, or more accurately, the terror of a marauder. In such a chaotic skirmish, the marauder's talents were fully unleashed. Everyone could become his weapon or shield, while the side with more numbers found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to leverage their numerical superiority. This was something no one present had anticipated. Just as Lin Mengxi was lost in thought, she suddenly snapped to attention. Her figure flickered on the great swordfish, and the wind spirit core activated. She leaped from the bow, becoming a streak of light that swiftly reached the ship's belly. There, over 50 members of the 7th Fleet's Divine Guard were stealthily approaching. I promised him, and I will keep it, Lin Mengxi muttered coldly, charging into the guards. The 50-plus guards, realizing their ambush had failed, faced her heeding. As soon as they clashed, Lin Mengxi unleashed a powerful gravitational force, pulling 2 guards towards her. She struck with her elbows, sending them flying back, curled up like shrimp. Even with a new set of divine armor, Lin Mengxi still favored fighting with her fists. Several attacks came from the side, causing her to change expression. She evaded them in an instant. So strong, Lin Mengxi thought with relief, eyeing the 3 blades that had slashed where she had just stood. She was also surprised by her own reflexes. If she had been in her previous divine armor, even if she had reacted in time, she would have felt a lag in her movements. With Xia Mu's divine armor, her body moved as if it were an extension of her will, making her movements much more agile. The wind spirit core. It seems I had been holding it back all along, Lin Mengxi thought with a slight smile. On the flagship, Anthony watched as Xia Mu tore through the Divine Guard with ease, unable to remain seated. The Divine Guard had been trained at great expense, each member capable of standing alone, yet they were no match for Xia Mu. Anthony had to acknowledge the vast difference in power between a marauder and ordinary people. Damn it! Prepare the gravity cannon. Tell the Divine Guard to stand clear. Anthony's eyes widened, losing his usual lazy composure as he slammed the table. The crew below began adjusting the programs. Outside the flagship, a smaller hatch beneath the main cannon opened, and a precisely constructed, long-barreled cannon emerged. Dark purple energy flickered rapidly across its surface, with energy lines spreading out. Far away, Xia Mu, having just cut down another guard, frowned as he noticed the coordinated retreat of those around him. His figure blurred instantly. Edith, appearing in the distance, saw Xia Mu stop and no longer pursue. His face changed, and he shouted into the communication channel, "Fire now, he's noticed." But it was too late. 7 lightning-infused afterimages appeared, and Xia Mu's true form dashed to the top of the encirclement. From this vantage point, he could even see Anthony on the flagship. Anthony heard Edith's warning, glanced at the partially withdrawn Divine Guard, and gritted his teeth, ready to give the order. At that moment, Xia Mu emerged. Through the window, Anthony could barely make out a small black dot. On the side screen, Xia Mu's figure was clear. He was slightly crouched, a sophisticated, ornate sniper rifle aimed forward, a faint red glow on the scope. The muzzle flashed with a crimson light. Anthony's pupils contracted as he shouted, "Activate the cutting shield." The nightfall roared silently in space, a solid beam crossing the void and striking the charging gravity cannon. The cannon exploded like a gas cylinder, and just as the fireball was about to spread, a glowing shield enveloped the ship, cutting off the exploding section. Xia Mu paused after putting away the nightfall, glanced at the flagship's shield, and then dove back into the Divine Guard. Damn it! Damn it! Anthony cursed, almost jumping up and down. He had felt the genuine threat of death. If not for the rapid deployment of the cutting shield, the gravity cannon's explosion could have triggered the main cannon, turning the flagship into a space fireworks display. After a moment, he calmed down, his eyes fixed on Xia Mu, who had resumed his slaughter. Pull the battleship back, increase the distance, and fire at full power. The crew hesitated, with someone instinctively saying, "The Divine Guard? Tell them when we're ready, as many as can escape." Anthony's face twisted with rage, Xia Mu's life-threatening attack having pushed him over the edge. The crew swallowed nervously, but none dared defy his orders. They began operating the control panels, and one command after another was systematically relayed throughout the fleet. As a result, the other ships began subtly retreating, widening the distance between the two sides. At this moment, Xia Mu seemed to have completely entered a state of frenzy, oblivious to the fleet ships retreating. As the top combat power on the battlefield of the 7th Fleet, Edith and Bill naturally received the retreat order. However, they had another command. delay Xia Mu as much as possible. The two exchanged a knowing glance and subtly slowed their attack pace, luring more guards into the fray. Xia Mu effortlessly repelled their attacks, frowning slightly under his helmet before quickly regaining his composure and continuing to face the ever-incoming Divine Guard. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi fully utilized her dual core abilities, using the flexibility of the wind core and the unpredictability of the heavy core to barely fend off the assault from over 50 guards. She even managed to kill quite a few enemies with the sudden strikes of the heavy core. Though this was a rare feat in the galaxy, enough to earn her the title of a prodigy, Lin Mingxi felt no pride. Instead, she gritted her teeth, silently berating herself for not doing better. Even with the perfect use of her two cores, was this the best she could do? She narrowly dodged an incoming blade, her heart filled with frustration. On the other side of the battlefield, Xia Mu had already caused immense chaos within the Divine Guard. His goal was clear. Reaching the flagship and threatening the High Command would break the encirclement. A few guards tried to bypass Lin Mingxi and head straight for the flagship, only to be unexpectedly pulled back by a powerful force and meet Lin Mingxi's iron fist. Edith and Bill, after several intentional and unintentional maneuvers, finally retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Bill, expressionless, gave an order over the encrypted communication channel. Commence targeted area bombardment. Roger that. Coordinates locked, data accurate, commencing attack, came the response. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling sense of danger washed over them. Instinctively, they dodged to the sides as two cold flashes swept past their previous positions. Xia Mu's figure slowly appeared, his blood-stained Tang sword causing their pupils to contract sharply. At the same time, a straight line of blood suddenly appeared at the center of the encirclement. Nearly 100 Divine Guard members froze instantly, their armor showing dense cracks as blood spurted out, only to be quickly frozen by the cold of space. In an instant, these warriors lost all signs of life. When did this happen? Bill muttered in shock, staring at the bloody path Xia Mu had carved. Edith, with a severed arm, turned pale, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. Despite thinking they had sufficiently respected Xia Mu's strength, they realized they had still underestimated his terrifying power. Damn it! Bill suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly shouting into the encrypted channel, "Cease fire. The target has left the area." However, Xia Mu's delay had already cost them precious time. From the distant fleet, dozens of thick beams of light shot up into the sky, crossing the vast space and instantly striking the center of the Divine Guard's formation. Aside from Bill, Edith, and a few others who had retreated early, nearly half of the formation was engulfed by the terrifying flood of energy. The blinding light swept through almost half of the Divine Guard, and the communication channel fell silent. Those caught in the light had no chance to scream before being obliterated into cosmic dust. The survivors watched in silence. At this moment, only Xia Mu remained calm. Seeing the targeted energy flood hit the battlefield center, he ignored Bill and Edith, instead racing towards the flagship along the beam's trajectory. Without the Divine Guard's obstruction, Xia Mu's speed reached a terrifying level with the full power of his lightning core. He left a trail of blue lightning in space, disappearing from the survivors' sight in an instant. It's over. Bill clenched his fists in agony as he watched Xia Mu speed away. Today, he had witnessed what true strength weighs in overwhelming power that left him, usually so proud, gasping for air. What happened? Anthony's anxious voice came through the encrypted channel. Since Bill's shout, there had been silence, and the energy flood had obscured his view, leaving him clueless about what had transpired. "Sir, run. The monster is coming," Bill replied with a bitter smile. Anthony stared at the nearly all-consuming energy flood, his face changing drastically at Bill's response. Impossible. If he had the strength to break through the encirclement directly, why didn't he do it earlier? Anthony's face twisted in rage, slamming his hands on the control panel, his breath heavy like a cornered beast. "Captain, the flagship shield is under attack." A subordinate's urgent shout snapped Anthony back to reality. "The shield. We still have the shield." His eyes lit up as he quickly ordered, "Divert all power to the shield. It's nearly impossible for a single Divine Guard to breach a warship's shield." "Captain, there's a high-energy reaction outside the shield." Another exclamation came, and Anthony couldn't believe his ears. He jumped from his position, grabbing the reporter's collar and roaring, "What did you say? See for yourself." The man's face was pale as he shakily brought up a screen. The image showed Xia Mu's Tang sword glowing with a visible blue light as it approached the ship's shield. To Anthony's despair, the sword sliced through the shield like a hot knife through butter. "Retreat the flagship. All escort ships cover." At this moment, the threat of death was so close that Anthony could no longer care about anything else, screaming hysterically. No one understood better than him what it meant for such a powerful Divine Guard to break into the flagship. This precise decapitation tactic had been used countless times against raiders, with each success leading to a reshuffling of the fleet's high command. Boom, boom, boom. With Anthony's order, all the flagship's engines ignited simultaneously, starting a rapid retreat. The surrounding warships also moved to cover the flagship's escape, creating significant gaps in the encirclement. He really did it. On the swordfish, Xiao He, who had been closely monitoring the battle, exclaimed in surprise, immediately powering up the engines that had been on standby. Lin Mingxi, still battling the Divine Guard, received Xiao He's message. She glanced at the remaining 30 opponents, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, moved swiftly towards the swordfish. Despite suffering heavy losses, the remaining guards were not willing to let Lin Mingxi escape. To them, she was on her last legs. However, just as they were about to pursue, several dark cannon barrels emerged from the side of the swordfish, slowly aiming at them. The leader's pupils constricted, and he shouted in the communication channel, "Scatter." Before the words were fully out of his mouth, concentrated energy beams shot out. Despite the warning, 7 of them were hit by the high-energy rays and fell. In that brief moment, Lin Mingxi had already flown onto the deck of the swordfish. The engine roared as the swordfish accelerated rapidly, leaving the remaining pursuers behind, disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, Randy, who had been observing the battle, noticed a change in the formation of the 7th Fleet and frowned. What's going on? Wasn't the encirclement in place? Did that strike not take him out? From his distant vantage point, Randy could only infer the battle from the occasional flashes of cannon fire. Next to him, Warren, wearing his Divine Descent suit, had a clear view of the battle but remained silent. Since the fight began, Warren had become increasingly reticent, often giving vague answers. This time, his silence was too much for Randy. What's happening? Answer me. Warren felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew from the moment Xia Mu charged into the flagship that breaking through was inevitable. Sir, this person has been hiding his true strength. He's likely at the peak of a white dwarf. Do you take me for a fool? Randy's anger flared. A peak white dwarf level fighter waiting in line at a bank? And if he had that kind of power, would he care about my status? First, you said he was stellar level, then stellar peak, now white dwarf, and now you're telling me white dwarf peak. Do you think I'm easily fooled? Or do you think the influence of the Cleoris family doesn't extend here? Randy's face darkened, and his cold gaze bore into Warren. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Warren's forehead. Randy no longer looked disheveled, but rather like a venomous snake, ready to strike. The man broke into the flagship of the 7th Fleet, and it's chaos over there now. Warren had no choice but to shift the blame to the 7th Fleet. As expected, Randy's fury erupted. Is the 7th Fleet completely useless? And Anthony dared to contradict me? We need to reconsider this cooperation. If that person escapes, you and your Locris fortress might as well stay in this remote area and live with the raiders. With that, Randy turned and left, his face livid. Not long after he left, Warren's communicator rang. Seeing the caller, Warren's face turned pale. Mr. Taylor. Warren's tone became extremely respectful, and he even bent slightly as he answered. What's going on? Why did Randy come to me? The voice on the other end was deep and seemed to be suppressing anger. Sweat formed on Warren's forehead as he quickly replied, Sir, here's what happened. He didn't dare delay, and recounted the events in full. So, that person is a terrifyingly powerful fighter? Why didn't we get any information about such a person coming to my fortress? Taylor's voice carried a hint of confusion. He didn't doubt Warren's words. Lying at this moment would be suicidal. Even Anthony can't handle it? I'll dispatch the 1st and 3rd Fleets immediately. Make sure Anthony holds him off. That might be difficult. Warren glanced at the flagship in the distance, where explosions continued to erupt, and his face twisted into a grimace. Taylor sensed something was wrong and raised his voice. Anthony can't even hold the line. On the flagship, Anthony's situation was even worse than Warren had described. The once imposing flagship was now riddled with explosions, and a blue figure darted around, causing havoc. Anthony, in the bridge, watched as damage reports poured in from all over the ship. His heart ached. He realized that the intruder's goal was not his life, but to force him to break the encirclement and let the ship escape. But he had already given up the encirclement, just retreating the fleet slowly. Did the intruder have to wreak such havoc on the flagship? Anthony's heart was in agony, and his confidence shattered under Xia Mu's sheer power. As the youngest captain of the major fleets in Locris Fortress, he had been full of ambition. Everyone in the fortress knew his name. But now, seeing the figure causing chaos on his flagship, he felt only deep fear. Xia Mu, wielding a tang sword, sped along the ship's armor, leaving deep gashes. He focused on critical engine components, knowing the ship's structure inside out from his experience building ships. The other fleet ships were still on their way, which was one reason Xia Mu hadn't gone for a decapitation strike. With his knowledge of starships, he could easily cut through to the dark energy reactor and make the ship explode within minutes. but doing so might provoke the 7th Fleet into maximum firepower mode. While he could dodge with his suit, the swordfish wouldn't survive a volley in its current state. Thus, he opted for a slow, methodical approach, giving the other ships time to return and open a gap for the swordfish to escape. As the surrounding ships closed in and the swordfish moved away, Xia Mu pulled his tang sword from a bulkhead. It's time. He stopped his sabotage, located the bridge, and cut his way inside. The flagship's interior was chaotic, with alarms blaring and sparks flying. Xia Mu quickly navigated to the bridge, arriving at the door in no time. Swish! His tang sword sliced through the lock, and he kicked the door open. Anthony, who had been staring at the damage reports with bloodshot eyes, turned stiffly. A figure in a divine descent suit, holding a tang sword, stood at the doorway. The crew below didn't dare make a sound. This was the same figure that had cut through the guards and breached the flagship. Gulp. Anthony swallowed hard. His eyes locked on Xia Mu. Don't touch it. Do not move it for the next 5 minutes, Xia Mu said, barely glancing at Anthony before tossing a spherical device at his feet. The moment Anthony saw the mechanical sphere, his instinct was to run, but Shama was right in front of him. His body felt frozen, unable to move. Only after Shama left did Anthony dare to look at the mechanical sphere. Just one glance made his blood run cold. It was a remote, dark energy bomb. Anthony's face turned ashen as he stared at the mechanical sphere on the ground. A 6-minute countdown timer flashed on it, along with a glaring number 5. Despite his heart pounding like a drum, he didn't dare make a move. If this small device exploded, the entire bridge would be reduced to ashes. The number 5 corresponded perfectly with the 4 other people within a 3-meter radius around him. Besides Shama's remote detonation, there was another trigger mechanism. If anyone approached or left, the bomb would explode instantly. What are you standing around for? Get a mechanical expert. We have 1 minute. Anthony roared, sweat dripping down his forehead. The crew immediately understood the terror of this infamous device. Those outside the danger zone cautiously turned to contact the ship's mechanical experts. Shortly after Shama left, several holographic screens popped up on the bridge, each showing a person in a captain's uniform. Mr. Anthony, the escort fleet is back in position. That man hasn't gone far. Should we? Shut up. Let him leave. Anthony interrupted furiously, his face dark with anger. As he stepped aside, everyone saw the remote dark energy bomb and their faces turned pale. No one dared to make a sound. The entire 7th Fleet fell into a deathly silence. Everyone realized that today they wouldn't be able to stop Shama and his crew. It was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation since the fleet's inception. Not only had they been breached, but a bomb had also been left behind, ready to explode at any moment. Meanwhile, the swordfish flew past from the side. The warships that had surrounded the flagship seemed to ignore it, letting it leave. The swordfish quickly caught up to Shama and brought him aboard. As soon as he entered the swordfish, without waiting for the 5-minute mark, Shama activated the remote dark energy bomb. However, no explosion occurred on the flagship, indicating that they had successfully cut off the remote signal. Shama never expected this strike to eliminate Anthony. His goal was merely to make the enemy hesitant to pursue. The bomb's purpose was to prevent the 7th Fleet from taking action against the swordfish before they could establish a signal jamming wall, buying enough time to escape. Looking back at the entire battle, it was clear that everything seemed to be under Shama's control. Back on the ship, Lin Mingxi's eyes followed Shama, filled with admiration as if seeing him in a new light. She never imagined that Shama could lead them to break through the 7th Fleet's encirclement. In her mind, Shama's prowess had reached a new level. Even though the remote detonation signal of the dark energy bomb had been blocked, the 7th Fleet had lost the courage to pursue. The recent battle had etched Shama's terrifying presence deep into their bones. Every time they recalled that godlike figure, a sense of helplessness surged within them. About half an hour later, 2 fully armed fleets approached from both sides. On the flagship of the 7th Fleet, Anthony, who had just dealt with the remote dark energy bomb threat, slumped in his chair, eyes vacant. The other crew members were also silent until communication requests from the 2 fleets came through. Anthony finally moved slightly, swiping his hand to bring up 2 holographic screens. On the screens were a middle-aged man and woman. The man was tall and imposing, with piercing eagle eyes, while the woman wore a high-collared dress and spoke with slightly parted red lips. Who managed to reduce our proud captain to this state? The woman asked sarcastically. Anthony struggled to stand, looking at them with a complex expression. Did Mr. Tyler send you? Where are the bandits? The eagle-eyed man asked, arms crossed, his tone full of disdain. They've entered the Shura domain, Anthony replied, pointing to the war-torn area in the distance. Ha, so the recently famous 7th Fleet isn't all that impressive after all. One person managed to do this to you, the man sneered. Dalton, don't, the woman began to intercede. But Anthony cut her off. Ha ha ha, Dalton. You think you're so capable? Yes, I was outmatched this time. I admit it. But do you think you could fare any better against a peak white dwarf-level marauder? I know very well what happened when you faced the Dusk main force. At the mention of Dusk, Dalton's expression darkened instantly. You think I've lost my mind? A white dwarf-level marauder? Do you think that's possible? Enough, both of you. Mr. Tyler is here. The woman intervened, trying to defuse the tension. The next moment, another holographic screen appeared. On it was a muscular man with a shaved head and a scar running diagonally across it, giving him a fierce and intimidating appearance. The instant the screen appeared, both Anthony and Dalton fell silent, with Anthony lowering his head. Meanwhile, aboard the Swordfish, Lin Mingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief as they entered the Shura domain. This had been a close call, and although they had successfully disrupted Laucra's fortress, they had lost their previously forged citizen identities. Looks like we'll have to find another explorer to forge identities, Lin Mingxi muttered, frowning. But now we're in the outer regions, and most people enter the Shura domain's interior through wormholes. There are too few people left on the outskirts. She learned from Xiao He that the Swordfish was at its limit and could break down at any moment. Lin Mingxi looked at Xia Mu, worried, but found him unperturbed. After inspecting the ship's components and mechanical state, Xia Mu mused, "We can still travel for 6 days and 21 hours. That's enough." Lin Mingxi was stunned, staring at Xia Mu in disbelief. "You can calculate that?" Xia Mu gave her a puzzled look, as if to say, "Isn't that easy?" For a moment, Lin Mingxi and Xiao He were both silent. Neither could comprehend where Xia Mu's confidence came from. Even Xiao He, listening to his assured tone, began to doubt its own calculations. Could it be that my computational power is inferior to his? Xiao He wondered. According to its calculations, the ship should only be able to continue flying for about 5 days before starting to break apart. But seeing Xia Mu's confident demeanor and recalling his decisive actions against the Seventh Fleet, Xiao He was deeply perplexed. The war remnants on the outskirts of the Shura domain were far less dense compared to its deeper regions. However, there were also significantly fewer people here. Lin Mingxi stood on the observation deck of the Swordfish, her brows furrowed. Her gaze swept over the scattered debris floating in space, contemplating her next move. The previously forged identity was no longer usable. To acquire a new identity, she needed DNA from other explorers. But this posed a significant problem. The wormhole leading to the depths of the Shura domain was tightly controlled by the Laucra's fortress. Given the commotion they caused there, which severely embarrassed the Seventh Fleet, Lin Mingxi had no doubt that they were now highly wanted. To make matters worse, the spaceship was nearing its limits. Lin Mingxi glanced at the control panel's flashing warning lights, knowing that if they didn't find new DNA or a new spaceship within 6 days, they would likely be stranded on this desolate interstellar island. Meanwhile, news was spreading rapidly across the interstellar network. The incident of Randy from the Claris family being attacked at Laucra's fortress was quickly gaining traction. A mere assault wouldn't normally attract such widespread attention, but the detail that a white dwarf pinnacle-level marauder single-handedly broke through the Seventh Fleet shocked the entire interstellar community. In the hierarchy of cosmic power, a white dwarf pinnacle was already considered a high-level existence in the starry sky. Moreover, this marauder was renowned for his strength, surpassing his rank. Initially, Laucris and the Claris family tried to contain the information, but internal power struggles eventually led to its leak. Randy's faction within the family suffered significant setbacks, with various resources and privileges drastically reduced. It was rumored that Edwin, who had always favored Randy, even personally punished him, forcing Randy to spend the entire night in an emergency life support pod. The incident triggered far-reaching repercussions in the Rachel domain, far beyond expectations. The Shura domain once again became a focal point for various factions. People were curious about the place that could produce such a powerful marauder. Simultaneously, the lost technology that Laucris Fortress and the Claris family tried to conceal, the kind that could transform warships into mechs, rekindled widespread interest. Unbeknownst to Xia Mu and Lin Mingxi, their battle had already sparked a new wave of interest in the outside world. At a massive space station in the Rachel domain, a group of young people dressed in silver and white uniforms gathered. The shoulder patches on their uniforms, featuring a blue-green planet, drew frequent glances from passers-by, though none dared to stare. "What's wrong, Mentor Chu Yao?" asked a beautiful woman with cascading black hair. The tall woman named Chu Yao removed her sunglasses, her almond-shaped eyes filled with worry. She enlarged the holographic screen in her hand, showing it to the group. "Take a look at this," Chu Yao said, pointing to the crucial information in the message. The group gasped. "A white dwarf pinnacle-level warrior? Isn't that equivalent to a Tianquan level?" "Tianquan level is nothing." Chu Yao shook her head. "Look at the details. A companion suspected of using a gravity core?" The group was astonished again. Could it be Mengxi? A man named Su Chintian calmly said, "It's her." He pulled up a file confirming Lin Mingxi's identity. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Yao's eyes. "I don't know why that warrior helped her, but knowing Mengxi's temperament, It must have been the Claris family that started it. Even though this isn't the Xinyuan domain, my student Chu Yao is not to be trifled with. Let's go. We depart immediately. Back on the outskirts of the Shura domain, Lin Mingxi was anxiously staring at the starry sky. Suddenly, the swordfish jolted violently, as if it had collided with something. She hurried to the bridge, only to find Xia Mu no longer there. Through the surveillance system, she saw Xia Mu inspecting a small spacecraft in the ship's hold. When she arrived, Xia Mu was already preparing to board the ship. Where are you going? Lin Mingxi asked. There should be a wormhole nearby. Xia Mu replied without turning around. A wormhole? Lin Mingxi asked in surprise. Xia Mu paused and explained. Yes, an unstable wormhole. Not sure if it's open now. Lin Mingxi didn't ask to follow but instead offered. All right, you go quickly and come back soon. I'll guard the ship. Are you sure you don't want to go back? Xiao Hei's puzzled voice echoed as the cargo bay door slowly closed. Lin Mingxi walked down the corridor with a complex expression, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. The other side of the wormhole was full of unknowns, and Xia Mu's current destination was likely his secret base in the Shura domain. Lin Mingxi chuckled softly and shook her head. If he wanted to abandon me, he could have done it back when we were with the 7th Fleet. This time, he's likely leaving to find resources that can change our current situation. She paused, gazing at the starry expanse outside the porthole. Wormholes are the lifelines of interstellar travel. The ones within the Shura domain are tightly controlled by major factions. This could be a new wormhole, and I can't venture in without his explicit invitation. Though Lin Mingxi and Xia Mu had seemingly reached a truce, the immense value of the wormhole made her tread cautiously. Meanwhile, Xia Mu piloted the little swordfish, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the Shura domain. Inside the cockpit, a complex holographic map unfolded beside him, with a small marker slowly moving toward a faint red dot. Recalling the wormhole he had stumbled upon earlier, Xia Mu frowned slightly. It was too remote, and he had never expected to use it, not even calculating its activation patterns. This trip was a gamble, and the uncertainty made him uneasy. However, seeing the looming limits of the great swordfish and remembering Lin Mingxi's worried expression, he made his decision. Even if the great swordfish couldn't hold up, Xia Mu was confident he could survive in the Shura domain with the little swordfish and existing supplies, eventually returning to the Marauder Star to reclaim his feared status as a leader. He didn't dwell on the reasons driving his decision. At this moment, he had only one goal: to traverse the wormhole and delve deeper into the Shura domain in search of the explorers. The little swordfish sped through the desolate Shura domain for half a day, finally arriving at a vast, circular space formed by the wreckage of war. This area seemed as if a colossal abyss had swallowed it, creating an eerie vacuum. Compared to the massive scale of the circular space, the great swordfish parked at the edge appeared as insignificant as an ant. Xia Mu cut the engines and grabbed a nutrient solution from beside his seat. A day later, a dazzling light suddenly burst from the center of the circular area. Xia Mu, who had been napping, snapped his eyes open. On the newly popped-up screen next to the main control panel, energy lines representing dark energy surged wildly. The light rapidly spread, and after the glare subsided, a giant rotating vortex appeared. Without hesitation, Xia Mu pushed the controls, and the little swordfish shot into the vortex like a streak of light. Inside the kaleidoscopic wormhole, the little swordfish revealed its true ferocity. With engines at full throttle, the surrounding lights transformed into streaks of shooting stars. Deep within the Shura domain, behind a massive spherical war fortress, a wormhole slowly rotated. The little swordfish burst out, and Xia Mu scanned the fortress before him. A gaping hole marred the top of the sphere, surrounded by melted steel and charred marks, silently recounting the brutal battle that had taken place. The familiar sight made Xia Mu momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. Without a backward glance, he piloted the little swordfish away from the fortress, heading straight for the heart of the Shura domain. In the depths of the Shura domain, a large spaceship was cruising. The ship's bow had an open dome, exposing the deck below. A grand banquet was taking place on the deck, with long tables and round tables laden with delicacies and fine wine. Dozens of explorers were toasting and laughing, celebrating their bountiful haul in the Shura domain. Ha ha ha, today's haul is the best in years, one explorer exclaimed. Absolutely. We even found an intact lost tech engine, another chimed in. You should have seen everyone's faces when Captain Burton tested its power level yesterday. Once we get back to the wormhole, we'll be set for life. As everyone reveled in their dreams of prosperity, danger crept in. Suddenly, one person clutched his throat tightly, eyes wide with disbelief. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his companion, who had just turned to talk to him, was shocked by the sight. Bert, he cried, drawing everyone's attention. Soon, the partygoers felt intense pain, followed by a wave of suffocation. At the head of the banquet, two figures in divine armor stood. Holding dark energy guns, their cold visors silently watching. Why? People muttered unwillingly as they collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the familiar divine armor. Their anger flared, but it was futile. Soon, the banquet hall fell silent. All right, clean up. It's a mess, a voice said from behind the two armored figures, as their pseudo-ecological shields deactivated. The armored figures began disposing of the bodies, tossing them into the cold, silent void of space. At that moment, the distant, motionless little swordfish suddenly roared to life, streaking toward the spaceship with blazing speed. The armored figures, startled, quickly sent out a warning through their communication channels. Instantly, a massive shield unfolded, trapping the incoming ship outside. On the ship's bridge, a middle-aged man with a cold expression stared intently at the approaching vessel, sneering. Even if this is your marauder territory, thinking you can take down my Kybadin with just a few people is naive. Though those fools were poisoned by the modified pseudo-ecological shield, this ship is not yours for the taking. As he finished speaking, two enormous cannons slowly rose on either side of the ship, dark energy gathering menacingly at their bases, aimed at the little swordfish outside the shield. Yet, at that moment, a small black dot rapidly expanded before the man's eyes. He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "Impossible!" Bang! Glass shards from the bridge flew everywhere as a figure crashed through. An iron grip shot out from the debris, clutching his throat like a ghostly claw. Everything happened in a flash. By the time the armored figure outside arrived, the middle-aged man was firmly in Xia Mu's grasp. "Let him go. We'll spare your life," the armored figure threatened. "The ship's self-destruct switches on us. Don't push us." Despite the shield, the ship's internal ecosystem remained stable, and the middle-aged man was still alive. But as Xia Mu's grip tightened, he felt his consciousness slipping away. Seeing their threat was ineffective, the two armored figures lunged from either side. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the middle-aged man went limp. Simultaneously, two blades flashed, and the attacking armored figures were split in half. Xia Mu swiftly dealt with the attackers, surveying the ground littered with corpses. He couldn't help but feel a strange unease. Infighting among raiders wasn't uncommon, but he hadn't expected such behavior among explorers. In the Shura domain, explorers were already at a disadvantage. Such internal conflicts only made things more dangerous. Shaking his head in disbelief, he casually collected DNA samples from the fallen. Continuing his search inside the ship, Xia Mu found only a handful of crew members left, responsible for keeping the ship operational. Unaware of the chaos at the banquet, they instinctively resisted when Xia Mu appeared, but he quickly subdued and tied them up in the hold. Xia Mu speculated that something valuable must be hidden on the ship to provoke such a bloody struggle. Sure enough, in a concealed warehouse, he discovered a meticulously crafted engine. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was of a lower grade than his war fortress's engine and already somewhat damaged. He couldn't help but marvel at how such an item could be worth lives. In that moment, Xia Mu saw the same greed and madness in these explorers as in the raiders. He had once believed the two were worlds apart, but recent events made him realize that, under certain circumstances, explorers could be even more crazed than raiders. Showing no interest in the engine, Xia Mu left the warehouse. Back in the hall, the bound crew members looked at him in terror, shrinking into the corners. Xia Mu paid them no mind. They were just ordinary people handling basic maintenance. After collecting the DNA samples and finding two cores in the divine descent chamber, Xia Mu exited through a breach in the ship. He didn't care about the fate of the remaining people. The little swordfish's engines roared to life as Xia Mu quickly left the area. In the shadows of the surrounding wreckage, several raider ships appeared silently. A fierce battle ensued, lasting about half an hour, leaving only one ship slowly approaching. When Xia Mu returned to his war fortress, he found the wormhole had vanished. Frustrated, he docked the little swordfish on the fortress, waiting for the wormhole to reopen. Meanwhile, on the great swordfish in the Shura domain, Lin Mengxi lay bored on a hall table, staring blankly ahead. The edges of the Shura domain were sparsely populated. It wasn't uncommon to go days or weeks without seeing anyone. Now, with the great swordfish's systems shut down except for life support, it had become a massive iron shell. Without access to the star network, Lin Mengxi felt she might soon lose her mind if not for the company of Xiao He. Doodling on the table, her thoughts drifted, wondering about the others and her mentor. Suddenly, Xiao He, who had been silent, urgently announced, "Dark energy tide detected approaching." Lin Mengxi's face paled as she rushed to the bridge, frantically activating the great swordfish's external armor. The sound of impacts came like rain, and Lin Mengxi anxiously watched the screen showing the dark energy wave's progress. She suddenly remembered that Xia Mu hadn't returned yet. What if he couldn't find the ship after the dark energy tide passed? The thought of being trapped here forever terrified her. Fortunately, Xiao He explained that the ship had a special signal transmitter only Xia Mu could detect, so she didn't need to worry about him finding his way back. At that moment, Xia Mu, still on the war fortress, also sensed the approaching dark energy tide. He quickly maneuvered the little swordfish inside the fortress and hid in a secure warehouse. The fortress's gravity could withstand the tide's pull, ensuring his safety inside. The tide raged for 2 full days before subsiding. When Xia Mu emerged from the fortress, he found the wormhole had reopened. He immediately piloted the little swordfish through it, and on the other side, he opened a screen. His eyes widened at the information displayed. It was a map showing that the great swordfish had been significantly displaced by the tide. Worse, the defense systems had been activated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Mu promptly started the little swordfish, disappearing into the wormhole. At that moment, the great swordfish was floating in space. Under heavy fire from 2 170-meter class ships, the barrage pounded its shields relentlessly. Fully armed, Lin Mengxi stood in the hold, gathering information from the enemy ships via divine descent. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely opened the hatch and charged out. Compared to the massive ships, Lin Mengxi's figure seemed tiny. She passed through the great swordfish's shield and entered the enemy's firing range. On the enemy ship, a man in a captain's uniform frowned at the scan results, ordering continued fire while trying to discern any hidden strategy behind this seemingly reckless move. Report, the enemy has deployed divine descent. But it's only one person. Hearing this, the captain was momentarily surprised, then solemnly ordered, magnify the image of the breakthrough. A large screen popped up, clearly showing Lin Mengxi maneuvering through the dense barrage. The captain pondered, isn't the ship's shield strong? Why engage in direct combat? Amid the barrage, Lin Mengxi's heart pounded in her throat. She didn't fully understand her own tactics. Entering the firestorm, she felt an immense pressure. Only now did she truly grasp the incredible feat Xia Mu had achieved when he broke through the 7th Fleet's firepower. After dodging dozens of dark energy beams, Lin Mengxi barely managed to fend off a few attacks, her body trembling from the intense movements. Her mind raced, realizing she was trapped in a perilous situation. She recalled the moment when 2 explorer ships appeared on the horizon, sensing that things were about to go wrong. The login information of the great swordfish had been erased by Xiao He, and encountering explorers in the Shura domain meant she was likely to be mistaken for a marauder. While most explorers would choose to leave quickly, they often attacked without hesitation if they had the upper hand. Unfortunately, a sudden dark energy tide had pushed Lin Mengxi and the great swordfish deeper into the Shura domain. The increasing war wreckage around them silently indicated they had strayed far from their original location. Worse yet, as soon as the dark energy tide subsided, Lin Mengxi encountered the 2 explorer ships. The explorers made a quick judgment upon contact. Seeing that the great swordfish had no registration and was relatively small, they chose to attack without hesitation. In the Shura domain, it was an unwritten rule. If you encountered a target that seemed like a marauder, you had to eliminate it immediately to prevent further threats. Facing the explorers' fierce attacks, Lin Mengxi was forced to activate her shield. The core engine of her war fortress erupted with violent energy, adding more strain to her already overburdened machine. Xiao He quickly calculated that the shield wouldn't hold for long. In this critical moment, Lin Mengxi made a surprising decision, to go on the offensive. She suddenly realized that her courage had grown immensely. Amidst the barrage of fire, she surged forward, her face serious, constantly dodging incoming attacks with small, agile movements. However, Lin Mengxi wasn't Xia Mu. She didn't possess such terrifying reflexes and physical prowess. Within a short time, she was hit by several blasts. If it weren't for the heavy core reducing the impact to the maximum extent, she would have been severely injured. Despite this, Lin Mengxi showed no sign of retreat, not even activating her Ling Feng core. Her eyes were locked onto the distant ships, her lips moving as she muttered, "Wait, just a bit longer." As time passed, the barrage suddenly ceased. The explorers seemed to realize there were no marauders aboard the ship, and Lin Mengxi had advanced dangerously close. At this moment, Lin Mengxi's divine descent armor was already covered in cracks, but as the fire ceased, a silent smile appeared on her lips. Suddenly, over 100 figures in divine descent armor rushed out from the 2 ships. Their faces were obscured, expressions unreadable. Facing so many enemies alone, Lin Mengxi's damaged divine descent armor exuded a tragic and resolute aura. On the bridge, the captain frowned, sensing something was off. This didn't seem like the behavior of a marauder. Was there something special on that ship? But what could be more important than their lives? As he pondered, the 100 divine descent warriors had already launched their attack. Despite the overwhelming force, Lin Mengxi remained unusually calm. She drew her fist to her abdomen and took a deep breath. In an instant, the energy lines on her armor lit up brilliantly, visible even from afar. Seeing this, the attackers tried to scatter, but they were already within Lin Mengxi's range. Suddenly, a terrifying gravity descended upon them. Each person found their body uncontrollably drawn towards Lin Mengxi, their internal dark energy thrown into chaos. On Lin Mingxi's fist, a wisp of black energy grew denser, forming what seemed like a miniature black hole. As the enemies were pulled closer, she let out a fierce shout, "Star collapse." Boom! A black lightning bolt erupted from her fist, sweeping the area in an instant. Pulled by the terrifying gravity of the heavy core, the attackers were crushed by an invisible force, their divine descent armor twisting into knots. In a blink, over 70 warriors' armor was compressed into mangled shapes. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The remaining 30 or so survivors retreated towards their ships without hesitation. On the bridge, the captain's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the 70 fallen. Blood seeped from the armor seams, quickly freezing in the vacuum of space. Damn it! What's going on here? The captain, furious, stood up, glaring at the screen showing Lin Mengxi. But then he froze. Lin Mengxi was already speeding back to the great swordfish. By the time he regained his senses, all he could see were the ship's engine flames. "Chaser! Full speed ahead!" The captain ordered fiercely. "She can't pull off that attack again." "Captain, the war wreckage outside." A hesitant voice reminded. "Ignore it. Raise the shields. I must kill her today." Losing over 70 main force warriors had driven the captain mad. All he wanted was to capture Lin Mengxi and make her suffer. Boom! The two ships, shields fully activated, charged recklessly after Lin Mengxi. Meanwhile, inside the great swordfish, Lin Mengxi struggled to stand, her face pale as paper, blood at the corner of her mouth. Xiao He, what's the status?" she asked weakly. "They're chasing us with shields up," Xiao He replied. Lin Mengxi gave a bitter smile. "I guess I really angered them. Maybe if I had confronted them, I could have scared them off." "I know, but I'm already at my limit." Lin Mengxi removed her armor, stumbling to the central chamber. She dragged herself to the medical bay and lay on the emergency life support, finally relaxing a bit. "Xia Mu, hurry back." "I'm at my limit," she murmured, losing consciousness. The power of that star collapse was immense, pushing the heavy core to its limits. However, such a level of dark energy was far beyond what Lin Mengxi's body could handle. At this moment, her internal organs were bleeding, and many of her bones were broken. Making it back to the ship was a miracle. In fact, during the return, it was Xiao He controlling the divine descent armor. Xiao He was fully aware of Lin Mengxi's condition, knowing she had reached her limit. Inside the bridge of the great swordfish, data screens automatically popped up, with streams of information cascading like a waterfall in the flickering light. Xiao He was completely focused on piloting the ship, his fingers flying over the control panel. Behind them, the explorer had lost all reason, activating its shields to forcefully push through the war wreckage, pursuing them in a straight line. Relying on his exceptional computational skills, Xiao He maneuvered the great swordfish at high speed through the dense debris. Each dodge was executed with precision, avoiding obstacles with minimal cost and without losing speed. Despite this, the explorer remained hot on their tail, both sides pushing their limits. The systems of the great swordfish were on the verge of collapse, while the explorer was rapidly consuming dark energy blocks to maintain its shield and chase. On the bridge, a man stared grimly ahead at the agile great swordfish, cursing through gritted teeth. "Damn eel." The crew was left speechless by Xiao He's incredible piloting skills. The man couldn't afford to worry about the consumption of dark energy blocks. He knew all too well how the people at the fortress would regard him if he returned empty-handed. With this in mind, he sat back heavily in his seat, gritting his teeth. At all costs, we must capture her. Meanwhile, Xia Mu piloted the little swordfish at astonishing speeds, closing in rapidly. Compared to the great swordfish, the little swordfish was even more agile among the wreckage, almost becoming a phantom that was hard to track. Elsewhere, in a hotel room at the fortress of Laucris, Chu Yao and her group were gathered. They surrounded a circular mechanical device, with a 6-meter diameter shield enveloping them. A young man quietly shut the door and brought the latest news. It caused quite a stir. Many were witnesses. They forcefully broke through the 7th Fleet's encirclement and entered the Shura domain. Chu Yao frowned slightly, pondering their next move. She knew Lin Mingxi had used a fake identity before, and it would be difficult to forge another one to enter the fortress this time. A twin-tailed girl beside her asked worriedly, "Why doesn't she reveal her true identity?" Chu Yao sighed, pulling up surveillance footage showing Lin Mingxi and Xia Mu confronting Randy. She explained, knowing her temperament, once she initiates a conflict, she won't easily give up on that marauder. The others watched the footage of Lin Mingxi angrily throwing punches, finding it hard to reconcile this image with the gentle and sunny classmate they knew. Su Chintian, with a determined look, said, "No matter what, she's one of our Earth Alliance members. Since we know she's alive, we must bring her back safely. I've prepared a large spaceship. It looks like we need to make a trip to the Shura domain." Chu Yao glanced at the time display on her wrist and reminded, "We need to act quickly." Other schools have already returned, except for 2 confirmed deaths. If we delay, we might miss the relic exploration. A girl with long, princess-cut hair leaned against the wall and brought up a crucial point. What about the Marauder? From the video, he seems to be at the peak of White Dwarf star power. Chu Yao's expression turned serious. I'll handle him. Maybe we won't need to fight. You all know Mengxi's character. If she trusts this Marauder, he might have some extraordinary qualities. We need to trust her judgment. As they discussed, a timid voice interrupted. It was a pink-haired girl with a voluptuous figure, who, despite being the same age, seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Summoning her courage, she said, we might not have much time. Chu Yao looked at the usually silent student in surprise. Lulu, what's wrong? Lulu took a deep breath and began analyzing the ship's structure. That ship must be using a highly efficient engine. Otherwise, it couldn't withstand the 7th Fleet's volleys. But such an engine on a ship of that size would put immense strain on the hull and affect its lifespan. She continued. The ship showed unusual vibrations when it departed. I estimated that if it continues flying, it will likely disintegrate in about a week. Everyone's faces changed upon hearing Lulu's analysis. Chu Yao made a swift decision. Chen Tian, contact the ship immediately. Everyone get ready. We're leaving now. Inside the Azura domain, Xia Mu's gaze was sharp as a hawk, fixed on the flashing map coordinates on the control panel. The abnormal speed of the great swordfish immediately caught his attention. He quickly calculated the hardware limits of the great swordfish and felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, Xia Mu yanked the throttle next to the controller. The radiant tail flame of the little swordfish suddenly surged, and the entire ship began to tremble under the terrifying speed and kinetic energy. In an instant, blood-red warning lights filled the cockpit, and ear-piercing alarm sounds echoed. Warning. Overload mode activated. Warning. Engine module overheating. Warning. Structural vibrations detected. Risk of disintegration. The main control screen was flooded with alarm messages from various modules. Xia Mu remained unfazed, his eyes calm and focused on the path ahead. He narrowly dodged each piece of war debris hurtling towards him like bullets at high speed. Under extreme overload, the little swordfish's speed nearly doubled. On the map, the distance between it and the great swordfish was rapidly closing. Meanwhile, Lin Mengxi aboard the great swordfish had already fallen unconscious. Xiao He piloted the great swordfish in a frantic escape, with 2 explorer ships in hot pursuit, their shields activated at any cost. The chaotic chase through the Azura domain alarmed several marauders, but upon seeing the frenzied explorers, they dared not make a move and kept their distance. The heart-pounding chase lasted for half a day, finally coming to an end when the great swordfish's engines dimmed and went out. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? The man on the explorer ship sneered, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the stopped great swordfish in the distance. On the bridge of the great swordfish, warning windows popped up densely, and the flickering lights mirrored Xiao Hei's heavy heart. So, this is the limit? Xiao He sighed softly. I've pushed it to the max towards the signal he left. I hope it's not too late. With Xiao Hei's voice fading, the entire system of the great swordfish went offline. Losing the gravity system, items inside the ship began to float. At this moment, all remaining energy of the great swordfish was diverted to the medical bay, sustaining the life pod where Lin Mengxi lay, the last beacon of light on the ship. The 2 explorer ships quickly approached. Just as they lowered their shields, a shrill alarm suddenly blared. Alert! Incoming high-speed vessel! Alert! Incoming high-speed vessel! The shields quickly reactivated, and the atmosphere on the bridge grew tense. On the screen, within the maximum detection range of the explorer ships, a small red was approaching at an astonishing speed. Soon, a faint red glow could be seen in the distance through the window. As the image zoomed in, everyone gaped in shock. A ship with an engine flame a third longer than its body was weaving through the war debris at an incredible speed, with faint flames emerging from its hull. In the blink of an eye, the ship was nearly upon them. The people on the bridge snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly aimed their turrets at the approaching ship, which seemed to ignore the weapon threats and shields, heading straight for them. Boom! Boom! The main cannons of the 2 warships fired simultaneously, and the scorching dark energy beams engulfed the ship, erupting into a brilliant explosion. Just as the crew sighed in relief, a shadow suddenly appeared outside the window. They looked up to see a Tang sword flashing with a cold gleam, slicing through the supposedly unbreakable warship glass with a single stroke. Air gushed out from the crack, and the emergency repair system activated, deploying 2 transparent glass panels to seal the breach. But the crew was already horrified to realize that the terrifying figure had entered the bridge. The captain didn't hesitate, pressing a button beside his chair, descending with the floating chair out of the bridge. Xia Mu glanced at the disappearing captain in surprise, then swung his Tang sword. In the lower hold of the ship, the captain stepped off the rapidly descending floating chair, and approached a door resembling that of a storage room. After a blue beam scanned and confirmed his identity, the door slowly opened, revealing a small ship over 10 meters long. Just as the captain was about to relax, he saw two shadows in the dark glass of the ship himself and another figure in divine descent armor. The blood-stained Tang sword sent a chill down his spine. Xia Mu ended the captain's life with a single stroke, then turned and left the storage area. By now, the remaining 30 or so divine descent warriors of the two warships had gathered. Seeing Xia Mu approaching with his blood-stained Tang sword, a chill swept through their hearts. It felt as though the man was emerging from a sea of corpses. Some of the weaker-willed warriors began to tremble. Suddenly, lightning flickered around Xia Mu, leaving spiderweb-like cracks where he stood, and he charged into the divine descent squad in an instant. The Tang sword flashed up and down, slicing through one divine descent armor after another. These comet-level explorers, equipped with low-grade divine descent gear, stood no chance against Xia Mu, who wielded dual cores. The speed of Lei Guang's core left the divine guard squad bewildered. The ghostly sudden bursts and area attacks were even more of a headache for them. As soon as the battle began, two members fell to Xia Mu's blade. When the rest rushed in, all they saw was a flickering shadow crackling with electric arcs. In the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and three more fell to the ground. At that moment, a grim realization dawned on the survivors: they were no match for this man. But it was already too late. From the moment Xia Mu charged into the fray, it became a one-sided massacre. In less than half an hour, the 30-strong Divine Guard squad was nearly wiped out. The last three looked at the blood-stained Tang blade in Xia Mu's hand, terror-stricken. Instinctively, they tried to flee. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the space, claiming two more lives. The entire spaceship fell into a deathly silence, like a drifting war relic in the cosmos. Xia Mu's mechanical slot on his back opened up, and he sheathed his Tang blade. Just then, the adjacent spaceship suddenly powered up, its engine flames elongating as it prepared to enter high-speed mode. Xia Mu's divine armor roared to life, crashing through the ship's hull and darting toward the fleeing vessel. Despite its acceleration, the enemy ship was still too slow in the face of Xia Mu's divine armor. The Tang blade shattered the bridge's glass, and Xia Mu stormed inside, leaving everyone in shock. Don't kill us," someone shouted, and soon all were groveling on the floor, pleading, "Spare us. You can have everything on the ship, just let us live." Through the faceplate of his divine armor, they couldn't see Xia Mu's expression. But in this ruthless realm, Xia Mu knew that if the roles were reversed, they wouldn't spare him. More importantly, if they contacted the outside world, Lin Mingxi and his situation would be exposed, bringing more enemies. He couldn't afford to let them live. The shrill alarms and screams echoed in the cabin, but soon only the alarms remained. Xia Mu disabled the spaceship's life support and all other systems, turning it into a giant coffin floating in space. He did the same to the other ship, ensuring that even if someone hid, they couldn't survive long without life support. Having completed his task, Xia Mu piloted the captain's emergency escape pod back to the Great Swordfish. The interior of the Great Swordfish was now cold and dark, a dead silence pervading as all systems were offline. Even the alarm lights stopped blinking. Xia Mu walked slowly through the ship. His pace quickened when he saw the faint light from the medical bay. Inside, Lin Mengxi lay quietly in the life support pod, her body enveloped in a faint, dark energy. Xia Mu pulled up a holographic screen filled with dense information. After a quick scan, he frowned. Xiao Hei's voice explained that it was the backlash from forcefully overloading the core. With the ship systems down, Xiao Hei could only access the life support pod, unable to control the entire network as before. "The ship's done for," Xia Mu said after inspecting the life support pod. Xiao Hei replied, "I'm barely using enough energy to keep her alive. This ship is on the verge of collapse. If we increase the power output, it might disintegrate." Xia Mu nodded and pressed a button at the base of the life support pod. Jets of air lifted the pod from the ground, making it hover. He hoisted the pod onto his shoulder, and a mechanical interface extended from his divine armor, perfectly connecting to the pod's energy supply, continuously providing dark energy. Returning to the escape pod, Xia Mu connected the life support pod and then headed back to the Great Swordfish's main engine room. His goal was to retrieve the precious War Fortress-grade engine core. The main engine was an elongated oval cylinder embedded in the engine room, surrounded by numerous energy supply lines. Xia Mu pulled up a holographic screen on the wall and quickly input commands. Moments later, a mechanical voice announced, "Engine disconnected. Engine offline. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The ship will explode in 5 minutes." Xia Mu grabbed the protrusions on the engine's surface and, amid a rush of depressurizing gas, extracted the entire engine core. Despite its 5-meter length, Xia Mu carried it effortlessly with the aid of his divine armor. After securing the engine core in the escape pod, Xia Mu took one last look at the great swordfish, a ship he had built himself and had been his companion for less than 6 months before turning away. Soon after, the ship that had escaped the Shura domain and fought the Seventh Fleet exploded in a fiery blast. In the cockpit, the explosion illuminated the space brilliantly. Xia Mu's expression remained stoic, but his hand on the controls betrayed his restless thoughts. He piloted the escape pod back to the two ships and docked inside their cargo bay. Approaching Lin Mingxi's life support pod, he connected it to the ship's power system, finally providing enough dark energy for her treatment. Xiao He had been silent since returning to the ship, and Xia Mu, being naturally reticent, led to an eerie quiet on board. After confirming the life support pod was functioning properly, Xia Mu leaned against the cabin wall. As he hadn't removed his divine armor, no one could tell what he was doing at that moment. Meanwhile, outside the Shura domain's wormhole, a large, nondescript spaceship brushed past and entered the outer region of the Shura domain. The space was filled with war debris, and ships continuously plunged into it. So this is the Shura domain? It's quite a sight. On the bridge, Chu Yao sat at the helm, while Su Chintian and others managed various modules below. Never thought I'd be in the captain's seat again, and in the Shura domain, no less. Chu Mingyao touched the familiar armrest, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. The emotion lasted only a moment before her resolve hardened. Everyone, rescuing Mingxi this time is going to be extremely difficult. The raiders are notorious for their atrocities, and any encounter with them will be a fight to the death. Chu Yao took a deep breath, surveying the curious faces below her, and spoke in a somber tone. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly became tense. Su Chintian picked up where she left off, his expression serious. The instructor is right. We all need to be extremely cautious. Although we've practiced piloting the ship at the academy, we must stay calm and follow the instructor's orders. He then glanced at Chu Yao, his brows furrowing. Both the Chongyuan core and the Lingfeng core originate from our Xuanji domain and emit unique signal bands. But even so, finding them will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. This journey will undoubtedly be long, so we'll be relying on you, instructor. Chu Yao nodded solemnly and quickly input a series of commands into the holographic display. Let's go. With her command, the ship's engines flared, and they began to navigate cautiously through the remnants of the battlefield. Su Chuntian returned to his station, his hands flying over the virtual keyboard. As the head of the system monitoring module, he needed to constantly capture the unique bands emitted by the two cores. This ship, modified from the Chuangxing civilization, was equipped to detect the Xuanji domain signals. They chose to enter from the outskirts of the Azura domain, where Lin Mingxi was last seen, using that as a starting point. Adding the approximate 7-day travel distance for the great swordfish, Su Chintian had delineated a broad search area. Please, let nothing go wrong, or how will I face your sister? He muttered, a graceful figure flashing through his mind. Everyone else took their positions, diligently operating their respective modules. Though they were just students out for field training, their extensive theoretical knowledge was enough to support this journey. Watching their focused expressions, Chu Yao sighed inwardly. Please, let nothing go wrong. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the lifeless ships, Lin Mingxi finally opened her eyes in the life support pod. The moment she awoke, Xia Mu, who had been leaning against the wall, silently turned and left. Ugh, Lin Mingxi groaned as the life support pod detected her consciousness and automatically opened. She held her forehead and slowly sat up. Xiao He, she called weakly. I'm here. The AI responded immediately. Lin Mingxi looked around and realized she was in an unfamiliar cabin. She leaned against the pod wall, struggling to stand, her pale lips trembling slightly. What happened? The ship lost power, and I entered the life support system with you. When I woke up, I only saw Xia Mu. Xiao He explained. What about the two ships? Lin Mingxi asked urgently. We're on them right now. Shocked, Lin Mingxi tried to rush out of the pod, but found herself too weak to move. Don't worry, there are only 2 living people left on these ships, Xiao He said calmly. Lin Mingxi lay back in the pod, her face complex with emotions. She realized that the great swordfish was likely doomed. The crew she had desperately tried to protect had ultimately not survived. Where's Xia Mu? She asked softly. He just left. Just left? Lin Mingxi was puzzled. You've been unconscious for 2 days. During that time, he stood by, wearing his exosuit, only moving for 3 minutes each day to absorb nutrients. Lin Mingxi was stunned. Before she could process this, the door opened, and Xia Mu walked in with a tray. On it were familiar nutrient packs and a cup of water. The sight brought tears to Lin Mingxi's eyes. She lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry, Before she could finish, Xia Mu stubbornly pushed the tray towards her. I couldn't protect the great swordfish. I'm too weak. Lin Mingxi continued, as the tray lightly touched her arm. Her sorrowful mood was abruptly interrupted, making her feel as if someone had asked, Have you eaten? While she was in the middle of crying. If it had been anyone else, she might have been angry, but with Xia Mu, she felt oddly relieved. She took the tray, drank the nutrient pack, and took a big gulp of water. Then, with a serious expression, she said to Xia Mu, "I'll definitely repay you with a large ship." Xia Mu was slightly taken aback, then explained, "I built that ship myself. It's designed for single-person operation." Lin Mingxi was stunned. She tried to recall all the large ships she had seen in the interstellar market, but realized there was nothing like it. The thought of building one herself had never crossed her mind. After all, not everyone was a genius. Xia Mu turned and left, leaving Lin Mingxi sitting in the life support pod, dazed. "It's hopeless, Xiao He. I owe him more and more," Lin Mingxi lamented, counting on her fingers. "A set of armor, 2 cores that technically belong to him, saving me from the 7th Fleet, and now this, a single-person large ship. Oh, and it even has a War Fortress-class core. I couldn't repay him even if I sold myself, and he doesn't seem interested in women." For a moment, Lin Mingxi felt like her life had lost its meaning. You should look on the bright side. At least he already recovered the War Fortress core." Xiao He tried to comfort her. "Does it make a difference?" Lin Mingxi asked helplessly. As she absorbed the nutrients, her strength quickly returned. Lin Mingxi climbed out of the life support pod, moving like a zombie, far from resembling someone who had just survived a disaster. The interior of the small ship wasn't large. After passing through 2 doors, Lin Mingxi arrived at the cockpit. Xia Mu was there, with several holographic screens floating in front of him. His fingers danced across them as he seemed to be adjusting something. "With the new DNA, I can temporarily modify this ship to reach the wormhole," Xia Mu said without turning around. Then, a mechanical arm extended from the wall beside Lin Mingxi, holding several vials of blood. Lin Mingxi's eyes lit up, and she quickly took the vials. "I'll get right on it." Over the next 2 days, Xia Mu continued to adjust the ship, frequently donning his exosuit to go outside for modifications. He dismantled many parts from the 2 deactivated ships. During this time, Lin Mingxi handed over the task of forging identities to Xiao He and witnessed what true mechanical genius looked like. Xia Mu was intimately familiar with every module of the ship. His precision in disassembly was comparable to a surgeon's, without needing any sophisticated testing instruments, as if the entire ship's structure was etched in his mind. Even Lulu's instructor couldn't compare. Lin Mingxi, wearing her exosuit and helping move parts outside, was left in awe. Over these 2 days, Xia Mu repeatedly shattered her understanding. Although the ship's exterior hadn't changed much, its interior was completely transformed. Apart from the basic life support system, all other redundant warning systems, damage isolation systems, and hull detection systems were overhauled, retaining only essential functions. Many modules were directly dismantled and replaced with several new engines. Lin Mingxi even saw Xia Mu contemplating the War Fortress core for half an hour. If she hadn't strongly dissuaded him, he might have installed it as well. The modification of the small spaceship went smoothly, taking Xia Mu 3 full days to completely overhaul it. Now, aside from its exterior appearance, the spaceship was barely recognizable. After the modifications were complete, Xiao He's disguise was also ready, but Xia Mu showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he stood contemplatively staring at the small spaceship. Lin Mingxi quietly appeared beside him, puzzled. "What's wrong?" she asked. She had been observing Xia Mu's work for the past few days, watching him push the small spaceship's performance to its limits. Its speed, endurance, and maneuverability had all reached peak levels. "Dark energy tide," Xia Mu murmured. Lin Mingxi's expression froze and then turned somber. She understood Xia Mu's concern given the small size of the spaceship. It couldn't carry enough armor modifications to withstand a dark energy tide. If they encountered one, they would be defenseless. The 2 larger ships could resist the dark energy tide, but each module required professional crew members to operate. With just the 2 of them in Xiao He, they couldn't manage it. However, keeping those crew members was too risky. Operating a spaceship required the entire team to work in unison. If someone sabotaged a module, it could easily cause an explosion, turning the spaceship into a massive firework in space. Xia Mu would never gamble his life on the possibility of their cooperation. Lin Mingxi sighed softly, sitting down next to Xia Mu. "What should we do? Is there any way to leave?" she asked. Xia Mu pondered for a moment, his eyes drifting back to the spaceship's hull. "It might take some time to modify," he said. "Are you planning to turn the spaceship into something like the Great Swordfish?" Lin Mingxi guessed. Xia Mu nodded slightly. "But we need a lot of materials, and these 2 ships don't have them. We'll have to find some." Lin Mingxi frowned. "That brings us back to the starting point. We don't know when the dark energy tide will come. If we go out, we might run into one and be done for. So, we have to wait for a dark energy tide to pass. At least for 2 days after that, it won't reappear," Xia Mu explained. 2 days? What can we do in that time?" Lin Mingxi hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, looking troubled. As they conversed, A strange wave emanated from Lin Mingxi's divine armor, stored within the spaceship. The wave spread rapidly throughout the Shura domain from the armor's center. Xiao He, who had been resting, suddenly woke up and exclaimed, Xuanji domain. Lin Mingxi lifted her head and asked, What's wrong, Xiao He? We're receiving a signal from the Xuanji domain. Xiao He responded, How is that possible? This is the Shura domain. Unless, could it be someone from the Xuanji domain? Has my mentor arrived? Lin Mingxi said in surprise. That seems unlikely. The training isn't over yet, is it? Lin Mingxi pondered. But who else could detect the unique wavelengths of the heavy source core and spirit wind core? Could something have happened to end the training early? Her eyes lit up at the thought. Xia Mu, however, looked puzzled by their conversation. Seeing his confusion, Lin Mingxi quickly explained. My core emits a unique wavelength that only people from the Xuanji domain can receive and respond to. The core just detected a wavelength from the Xuanji domain and sent a response. Xia Mu's eyes widened in surprise. It can transmit within the Shura domain? The dark energy here is chaotic and unstable. Normal communication wavelengths can't function at all.
It can.
Lin Mingxi nodded excitedly, her cheeks flushing. We don't need to risk going out to find materials to modify the spaceship anymore. However, Xia Mu's expression remained serious, his brows furrowed. Lin Mingxi paused, then realized Xia Mu's persistent wariness. Even after everything she had been through, it had taken a lot for her to earn a bit of his trust. Now, suddenly, a group from the Xuanji domain claiming to rescue him would naturally make him skeptical. Lin Mingxi sighed quietly, but then steeled her resolve. Don't worry, they can be trusted. Every year, top institutions in the Xuanji domain send graduates for interstellar training. I'm one of them. The Xuanji domain never abandons anyone. They probably recognized me from the incident at the Laukris fortress. The more she spoke, the more confident Lin Mingxi became. Whether it was the unique core wavelength or her appearance in the battle, if Chu Yao and the others knew, they would definitely find a way to come. Seeing the genuine excitement and hope in Lin Mingxi's eyes, Xia Mu was taken aback. He asked, Why do you trust them? Would anyone really be foolish enough to search the Shura domain like looking for a needle in a haystack? That's the essence of the Earth Alliance: never abandon, never give up. United, we managed to reach the stars in such a short time, Lin Mingxi said, her eyes glowing with pride. That look left Xia Mu speechless. It was both familiar and foreign to him. Familiar because he had seen it in the Earth Alliance's recordings, and in the most memorable figure from his past. Foreign because he had never seen it on the Plunder Star. Xia Mu stared at Lin Mingxi for a long moment before he finally said, All right. Before Lin Mingxi could react, he returned to the chamber where the divine armor was stored. Lin Mingxi's excitement froze on her face. She couldn't believe how easily Xia Mu had agreed. She had prepared many arguments to convince him of her mentor's rescue, but he had accepted so quickly. Lin Mingxi's lips curved slightly. It seemed Xia Mu was changing. He was starting to trust. Back in the chamber, Xia Mu placed his divine armor on a workbench and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, on a spaceship navigating the Shura domain, Karen looked satisfiedly at the students below. After days of trials in the Shura domain, they had shed much of their naivety and innocence. Now, their eyes were steady, and they maintained peak condition. You've witnessed the terror of the dark energy tide and experienced the ruthlessness of the plunderers firsthand. This trial can be considered a success. Absorb the valuable lessons you've learned, Karen told the students. He thought to himself, plunderers are indeed the best way for them to recognize their own limits. These students were the best at Hera Academy, the top of the top. In school, their peers were no match, and some could even fight above their level. It's impossible not to be arrogant in such circumstances. But in the Shura domain, facing the cunning and ruthless plunderers, their arrogance has been ground away. With some psychological guidance, they'll rise stronger. Overall, the trial had gone as expected, except for one bizarre spaceship. Every time Karen recalled the ship riding the dark energy tide, he felt frustrated. That incident had damaged his reputation significantly. Even now, the students were skeptical about a ship's ability to navigate the dark energy tide. It was definitely one of the rare moments when Karen's authority was undermined, especially in front of a group of students fresh from their training. He cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and tried to regain his composure as an instructor. You've had some practical experience now, Karen said, scanning the group. Next, we'll cover the piloting of spacecraft. Operating a large ship requires the support of various modules, each needing a significant number of personnel. He led the students to the bridge entrance. The doors slid open automatically, and they filed in. Standing in the corridor, they looked down at the main system below, with the captain's position tiered down to the various modules. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Unknown spacecraft detected. A holographic screen popped up, showing a fast-moving ship. The group recognized the familiar design and breathed a sigh of relief. Although their recent battles with marauders had made them more competent, the encounters were still harrowing. If not for Karen's daily psychological counseling, some of them might have been traumatized. It's an explorer ship, no need to worry, Karen said, waving his hand dismissively. Just send a greeting. The crew below immediately transmitted a friendly message. The other ship quickly responded, asking if they had seen a girl using a gravity core. A student? Karen was intrigued. Are they here for training too? Which school? Activate the shields and move closer to check it out. The massive shields unfolded, and the ship slowly approached. Chuyao thought for a moment and agreed to the approach request. Another school? If they're here for training in the Azura domain, they must be from one of the schools in Rachel domain. After about half an hour of flying, they could finally make out the other ship in the distance. Both ships stopped at a safe distance from each other. A video communication request popped up, and Chuyao clicked to connect. Karen and his students appeared on the screen. Seeing Chuyao's face, Karen was surprised. A school from Xuanji domain? What are you doing here? Karen quickly adjusted his expression to a friendly smile. I'm Colonel Karen from the Rachel domain of the Genesis civilization. What brings you all the way from Xuanji domain? Chuyao exhaled in relief and explained. One of our students went missing during this year's training. We're here to find her. She pulled up Lin Mingxi's profile. If you see this student, please assist her. You'll earn the friendship of Stardust Academy from Xuanji domain. Karen responded politely. We haven't seen her during our training, but I'd be happy to help if we come across her. After exchanging thanks, the communication ended, and the ships quickly parted ways. A student curiously asked instructor, you said that a ship needs many personnel to operate its various modules, but their ships seem to have very few people, and they were all about our age. Karen's expression stiffened. On the other side, Chuyao ordered full speed ahead. We must find the signal before the next dark energy tide. Everyone looked serious, worried about Lin Mingxi's safety. Su Chintian felt regretful. He should have listened to his sister and kept an eye on her. Thinking about Lin Mingxi's skills in disguise and creating false identities, he smiled bitterly. If something really happened to her, Lao Chris would be held responsible. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi stood by the door, watching Xia Mu modify his armor. Are you modifying the divine descent? She asked tentatively. You could get a better one. Xia Mu looked up, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. And where exactly would I find a high-level divine descent? Lin Mingxi was at a loss for words and awkwardly said, you could, have one custom-made by a company. She realized she had spoken too bluntly. Considering the real-world constraints, Lin Mingxi smiled bitterly. The Azura domain was the only place truly limiting Xia Mu's potential. She couldn't help but wonder what terrifying strength Xia Mu would have without its restrictions. Xia Mu's physical fitness and combat experience are top-notch. Lin Mingxi couldn't imagine how powerful he would become if he were equipped with a top-tier divine descent and a core. Even now, Xia Mu has the strength to dominate the Marauder Star. Lin Mingxi watched Xia Mu focus intently on modifying the divine descent, feeling somewhat reassured. Perhaps it was this level of dedication that made him so formidable in battle. During their time together, Lin Mingxi noticed that Xia Mu rarely relaxed. In his spare time, he was either studying mechanics or deep in thought. She couldn't help but admire his ability to endure solitude, something she found herself lacking. With a sigh, she turned and left, leaving Xia Mu to his work. Standing by the porthole, Lin Mingxi gazed at the starry sky, her thoughts drifting. The desolate Shura domain seemed to have tempered her restless nature, allowing her a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, Lin Mingxi squinted her eyes. She thought she saw a fleeting shadow behind a piece of war debris. Xiaohei, did you see that? When there was no response, she shook her head. I need to activate the scanner. Lin Mingxi quickly moved to the cockpit and activated the detector. An invisible ripple spread out over the surrounding area, but it revealed nothing. Must have been my imagination, she muttered. She had just sat down when the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Startled, Lin Mingxi leaped over the seat and dashed towards the divine descent bay. Before she could reach it, the door opened, and Xia Mu's figure flashed past her like lightning. Stunned for a moment, she then rushed into the bay. Outside, several small ships were slowly approaching. One of them had a massive hole on its side, with dark energy residue on the main cannon of a nearby ship. Xia Mu activated his thunder core, his speed increasing dramatically, leaving trails of flashing lightning as he appeared in front of a retreating ship. His Tang sword sliced through the ship's armor like tofu, causing air to rush out, dragging mechanical parts with it. A ghostly shield activated just in time to seal the breach. The ship, as if startled, retreated rapidly. Lin Mingxi also donned her divine descent suit and charged out, her speed boosted by the wind core. By now, the enemy ships had retreated to a safe distance, releasing hundreds of divine descent warriors. Without hesitation, Xia Mu slashed through two of them with a single bolt of lightning. Seeing so many enemies, Lin Mingxi felt a buzzing in her head, but seeing Xia Mu dive into the fray like a tiger among sheep, she gritted her teeth and followed. These two ships were their last safe haven. They couldn't afford to lose them. Her fist glowed with a purple light as she unleashed a powerful strike. 3 enemies were drawn in by the immense gravitational pull, struggling in vain to defend. Their arms twisted at odd angles, and they were sent flying. Before they could recover, Xia Mu's shadow appeared behind them, slashing their throats like a specter. Lin Mengshi breathed a sigh of relief, but more enemies surrounded her. She had to channel energy to her back, pushing the frontline foes away. Just as someone attempted to strike her from behind, Xia Mu's figure zipped through 7 or 8 enemies, slicing their throats in an instant. It's 19. How can this be? Wasn't he supposed to be gone? The enemies recognized Xia Mu, and the communication channel fell silent. A raspy voice eventually ordered a retreat, and the attackers, relieved, quickly fled. Xia Mu wouldn't let them escape easily. With his thunder core at full power, he caught up to one ship, slashing through the cockpit glass and entering alone. Moments later, the ship exploded in a cloud of smoke, and Xia Mu emerged once more. However, the other small ships had already fled far away. Xia Mu frowned, knowing that those who grew up in the Shura domain were extremely familiar with the environment, making it difficult to chase them down. He decided not to pursue and flew back to the ship, with Lin Mengshi right behind him. Back in the cockpit, Xia Mu quickly started the ship and flew out from the belly of the 2 large vessels, disappearing into the vast field of war debris. What's wrong? Lin Mengshi asked worriedly, standing near the cockpit. She had never seen such a serious expression on Xia Mu's face. Xia Mu's brows were furrowed, his gaze intense. He knew the nature of the marauders well. This encounter was just the beginning. They'll be back, he said in a low voice, and it won't just be a few hundred of them. The news of losing their large ship had already spread, coupled with his previous actions on Marauder Star. Xia Mu couldn't afford to be complacent. He foresaw that those who escaped would undoubtedly rally a large army and come back for revenge with a fleet of large ships. Although Xia Mu wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation, losing the supplies from the large ship in the vast Azura domain meant even facing wave after wave of attacks would be difficult to sustain. He knew those madmen would stop at nothing, sacrificing hundreds, even thousands of lives to eliminate him completely. After weighing his options, Xia Mu decisively chose to leave. It was the only way out. Meanwhile, the Marauders' small ships quickly returned to a flagship over 500 meters long. In the central chamber, a young man with long hair, a scar near his eye, and a sinister expression was waiting for them. Are you sure it's him? The young man asked eagerly. A bald, burly man, still looking shaken, replied, absolutely. The ghostly aura, the lightning core, and that elusive movement, it can't be anyone else. Did you see his large ship? The young man pressed further. No, the bald man answered. We just created some noise on purpose. We only used the small ship's equipment for detection. He showed up after we directly attacked those 2 ships. The young man's eyes lit up as he paced back and forth, thinking. So, his large ship might be damaged or even destroyed. His voice trembled with excitement. If that's the case, no matter how strong he is, he can't survive in the Azura domain. The more he spoke, the more frenzied his expression became, and a sickly flush appeared on his face. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him, he shouted excitedly. Set sail immediately and mobilize the fleet. This time, I will make sure the legend of Marauder Star falls. He couldn't wait to issue the order through the surveillance camera, and the entire fleet began to move. At the same time, on the ship where Chu Yao and her team were, a sudden exclamation was heard. The signal coordinates are moving. What? Quickly, track the signal. Chu Yao's face showed a hint of excitement. The signal coordinates had been static for days, making it easy to think the worst. Now, with no dark energy tide present, the moving signal at least proved they wouldn't find a cold corpse. The entire ship quickly changed direction, heading towards the signal source. After days of travel, they were already very close. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would soon reunite safely. However, someone soon noticed something unusual. The speed of the signal seems a bit strange. The signal coordinates were moving at an astonishing 2,558 meters per second. That's impossible. Su Chentian stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the display. While the dark energy engine could enable the ship to reach such terrifying speeds, traveling at this speed in the Azura domain was practically suicidal. At this speed, all the war debris encountered would become blurred light spots, making it nearly impossible to avoid them in time. On the other side, Xia Mu was piloting the ship at full speed through the war debris. Lin Mengshi, sitting in the co-pilot seat, was too scared to speak. She felt as if she were in a wild rally race, with the surroundings becoming a blur, giving her the illusion of traveling through a wormhole. Is it really necessary to go this fast? Lin Mengshi asked, her voice trembling, gripping the seat tightly with her hands, her legs weak. This was completely different from the experience on the Great Swordfish. The shields and armor of a small ship were far inferior to those of a large ship. A collision would be disastrous. Seeing Xia Mu's serious expression and the sweat on his forehead, Lin Mingxi wisely kept quiet. Since they had already embarked on this path, struggling further was futile. She chose to trust Xia Mu. After all, they had been flying safely for this long. Accepting the reality, Lin Mengxi found her fear diminishing. She even started to imagine how Xia Mu's piloting skills would cause a sensation in the outside world. The entire galaxy would be in disbelief. After nearly an hour of full-speed travel, the ship's speed finally dropped sharply. Lin Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to Xia Mu's side. She saw that he was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, one hand clutching his forehead, his voice hoarse as he said, "Keep going, head to these coordinates. If there's a wormhole, go through it. If not, wait there." He pulled up a light screen showing detailed coordinates. Without waiting for Lin Mingxi's response, Xia Mu staggered away from the pilot's seat, returned to his cabin, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Mingxi looked at the coordinates, then at Xia Mu's room, feeling a bit lost. At this moment, Xiao Hei's voice came through. "Don't worry, it's just a side effect of overusing his brain. Navigating the Azura domain at such speed is beyond even my computational power. Sometimes I wonder if he's even human." Lin Mingxi finally realized that the past hour's flight had been beyond her imagination. Achieving such a terrifying feat couldn't come without a cost. Seeing Xia Mu's exhausted state, she knew this journey had taken a significant toll on him. Sitting in the pilot seat, Lin Mingxi took a deep breath and entered the coordinates into the navigation system. "Xiao Hei, I'll need your help." "At your service," Xiao Hei replied. The ship set off again, but at a much slower pace than before. On the other side, the shocked Chu Yao and her team watched as the ship, after an hour of continuous flight, finally stopped. They breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness," Chu Yao said, patting her chest. "What kind of monstrous ship is that? If it could keep flying like that, it would be invincible in the Azura domain." The spaceship sailed effortlessly through the unobstructed starry sky, reaching astonishing speeds. Su Tianxian murmured, "Is there a possibility that the person piloting the ship is a maniac?" Chu Yao's face instantly stiffened. She was well aware of this possibility but had been reluctant to admit it. She sighed inwardly, realizing that the opponent's navigation skills were unmatched in the Shura domain. The plan to take a hardline approach now seemed futile, and negotiations appeared to be the only viable option. Facing such terrifying speed, Chu Yao and her crew didn't dare to proceed at their normal pace. With the distance between the two ships rapidly closing, they promptly activated their shields and barreled through the Shura domain, heading straight for the signal source. Just then, Xia Mu's ship exhausted its power, and its speed returned to normal. The distance between the two ships quickly shrank, and after more than 4 hours of travel, the points representing both ships on the star map nearly overlapped. Chu Yao estimated and announced, "We'll encounter them in about 10 minutes. Everyone, prepare for combat." Her expression was grave as she reminded everyone to be wary of potential ambushes or surprise attacks. The spaceship then halted, and everyone swiftly headed to the Divine Descent Armory to gear up. Chu Yao donned her silver-white Divine Descent armor and returned to her command seat. Compared to the 7th Fleet or Marauders, their Divine Descent armors were clearly more advanced and customized. Many even had dual cores, a luxurious setup that would drive Marauders wild with envy. Fully prepared, the spaceship accelerated again, closing the distance with Xia Mu and the small ship. At that moment, Xia Mu's ship encountered new trouble. 5 small ships appeared on the radar, escorting a large ship. The large ship sent a communication request, and Lin Mingxi asked solemnly, "Xiao Hei, can we keep our identity hidden?" Xiao Hei quickly responded, "No problem. Your current identity is Bella, a member of the 2nd Squad of the Mandi Divine Descent Guard. You're known for being aloof, taciturn, popular but never accepting any advances." Lin Mingxi answered the communication, and a man sitting on a floating chair appeared in the projection. Seeing Lin Mingxi's disguised face, his eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, it's you, Bella, patrolling today. Where's Mandy?" Lin Mingxi's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. She forced a cold tone. "Captain Mandy is at the rear. What do you want?" The man's smile widened. "Come on. We've worked together before. Boring. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Lin Mingxi cut off the communication. After the call ended, the man on the other ship seemed to ponder. Suddenly, he remembered the recent raid on the Lockless Fortress and excitedly shouted, "We caught a big fish. Relay the order. Everyone prepare for battle." He quickly headed to the Divine Descent chamber, and a man with a mohawk haircut excitedly asked, "Boss Jerome, what's the good news this time?" Jerome explained, "That's not Bella. Think about who can forge identities recently." He recalled the high bounty and couldn't help but lick his lips. The mohawk man was surprised. "Boss, how do you know?" "Only Bella wouldn't call Mandev captain." Jerome walked towards a crimson Divine Descent armor. The mohawk man calmed down, hesitating, but the opponent seemed strong. Jerome was confident. "Fortune favors the bold. This is the Shura domain. They only have a small ship. As long as we keep disrupting them and avoid boarding combat, even a white dwarf-level warrior is helpless. The Mohawk man realized, right, our large ship has an advantage in the Shura domain. We can even wait for the dark energy tide to hit. The crew quickly armed themselves, and the ship started moving towards Lin Mingxi's ship. At this moment, Lin Mingxi still didn't know her cover was blown. But seeing the other ship approaching, she grew suspicious. Xiaohei, was there any flaw in what I said? Xiaohei searched the database and replied, based on the database, your performance was flawless. Lin Mingxi muttered, something's not right. She stared at the approaching beacon and suddenly realized, no, they are familiar with Mandy. Pretending can't rely solely on the database. She replayed her words in her mind but couldn't pinpoint the mistake. Lin Mingxi grew increasingly uneasy. Finally, with a determined bite of her lip, she thought to herself, this is wrong. Something's off. She took a deep breath and decisively initiated communication with the other party. However, her efforts were met with silence, like a stone sinking into the sea. At that moment, Lin Mingxi hesitated no longer and gave a firm order. Xiaohei, integrate with the spaceship system and accelerate at full speed. They're up to no good. Roger that. Xiaohei instantly took control of the ship system, and the powerful computational abilities quickly ramped up the ship's speed. Lin Mingxi chose to trust her instincts. Although she wasn't sure where things had gone wrong, there was no time to ponder. If the enemy got closer, their large ship combined with several smaller ones would encircle her and Xia Mu, placing them in grave danger. With Xia Mu's condition unknown, she had to ensure both of their safety. Lin Mingxi's decisiveness bought them a slim chance of survival. The sudden acceleration caught Jerome off guard. When Lin Mingxi first reached out, he sensed something was amiss, but he hadn't expected her to react so quickly after just a moment's hesitation. Do you think you can escape now? Jerome sneered, then commanded, Wolfpack harassment tactic, pursue. Following his order, the entire fleet sped up. Several small ships fell in line behind the large one, which projected a bullet-shaped shield at its front. The massive ship, like an awakened beast, roared through the field of war debris, closing in on Lin Mingxi and Xia Mu. Despite Xiaohei allocating all computational power to the ship systems, they couldn't match the speed of Xia Mu's optimal performance. With Jerome's large ship clearing the way, the distance between them steadily decreased. Lin Mingxi's face turned pale. At this rate, they'd be caught in less than half an hour. Her expression hardened as she made a decision. Xiaohei, protect Xia Mu. You can't do that. Xiaohei's voice was urgent, as if it understood her intent. I have to, Lin Mingxi replied calmly after making up her mind. Trust me, give me some time, and I can shake them off. The instruments in the cabin flashed wildly, striving to accelerate. However, the constant clanging and sparks indicated they were at their limit. Goodbye, Xiaohei. Lin Mingxi removed her earring and placed it on the control panel before turning to leave. Moments later, a dark figure was ejected from the ship. Clad in her divine descent suit, Lin Mingxi watched the ship recede into the distance and took a deep breath. Her visor displayed a small star map, showing Xia Mu's shrinking ship model with a larger red up behind it, representing Jerome's fleet. Lin Mingxi's eyes gleamed as she quickly positioned herself on a piece of war debris. The back of her suit projected a light screen, rendering her invisible. Reached your limit, have you? It won't be long before I catch up to you. Jerome's face twisted into a smug grin as he watched the distance close. Have we deployed the life detection scan? We can't let a white dwarf-level opponent get close, Jerome asked cautiously. Already deployed. No anomalies detected, his subordinate responded immediately. Good. Once this is over, we'll never have to enter this damned Azura domain again. Jerome breathed a sigh of relief. In the desolate and chaotic Azura domain, Jerome's ship barreled through, carving a path through the war debris-strewn space. The ship soon appeared in Lin Mingxi's line of sight, causing her to tense up, her eyes fixed on the approaching behemoth. Boom. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxi activated her divine descent suit, unleashing its dual-core power. The debris beneath her feet shattered into countless pieces under the immense force, barely stopping. Her figure had already shot forward, enveloped in a vibrant purple gravitational light. The surrounding debris quivered uncontrollably, as if drawn by a massive magnet. Lin Mingxi's speed increased, and before the debris could gather, she had already darted toward a small escort ship from the side. Boom! The Lingfeng core burst forth, and Lin Mingxi forcefully landed on the speeding escort ship. The ship's top instantly dented, and at that moment, debris, drawn by gravity, crashed into it like bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Mingxi had barely left when the unshielded escort ship was smashed to pieces by the incoming debris. She had already leaped onto the main battleship. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Jerome couldn't believe the opponent had completely evaded life detection. Stop the ship, everyone prepare for combat. Jerome's face turned pale as he urgently ordered. The crew braced themselves, recalling the scene of Xia Mu breaking through the 7th Fleet, not daring to underestimate the threat. Boom! A loud crash echoed from the ship's top armor. Inside the central cabin, nearly 200 divine descent warriors stood ready. The booming continued, and the armor visibly dented. Swish, swish, swish. Over 200 dark barrels aimed at the dent. The booming grew more intense, as if a raging beast was pounding away. With a thunderous roar, the top armor gave way. Simultaneously, the dark energy cannons below fired in unison. The dense beams formed a wall, but only struck a twisted piece of war debris. Boom! A figure broke through from afar, entering the cabin. Gravity. Repel? Lin Mingxi's cold voice rang out. Her right arm, now covered in metal, connected to a massive sphere made of mechanical debris. With her command, the sphere exploded, and under the powerful gravitational repulsion, the fragments shot out like bullets. The divine descent warriors, terrified, activated their personal shields. Those who reacted too slowly were instantly turned into sieves. The survivors, shaken, looked at Lin Mingxi, only to find she had vanished amidst the mechanical barrage. Before they could react, a strong gravitational pull from the broken ceiling dragged them upward. Snapping out of their shock, they activated their battle suits at full power, struggling against the pull from above. The roar of the engines was deafening. Everyone was operating the divine descent engines, pushing in the opposite direction with all their might, trying to counteract the sudden and overwhelming gravitational pull. Initially caught off guard by the scattered gravity, they quickly adapted and managed to resist the force. However, the situation changed rapidly. The gravitational pull abruptly turned into a repulsive force, exerting tremendous pressure on everyone. Coupled with the inertia from their previous thrusts, it created an enormous push. In the confined space of the cabin, there was no time to react. In an instant, most people were thrown to the floor, while only a few quick-witted ones managed to control their divine descent and avoid the collision. In just a few moves, Lin Mingxi had everyone at her mercy with the bizarre abilities of her gravity core. This enclosed environment was practically tailor-made for her core's battlefield. Someone soon realized over the communication channel that it wasn't the gravity that was truly limiting them, but the surrounding cabin walls. Lin Mingxi's formidable display was largely due to the favorable combat conditions within the cabin. Understanding this, everyone activated their divine descent and headed towards the ship's exterior while countering the gravitational forces. Upon reaching the edge of the ship, the gravitational influence noticeably weakened. Even the powerful gravity core could only affect a limited range. Those who had been knocked down quickly got back on their feet. Given the strength of their divine descent, such impacts were merely embarrassing at best. As soon as they exited the ship, they saw Lin Mingxi standing atop it, hands pressed against the armor, poised to strike. This sight infuriated everyone, and they activated their divine descent, charging towards her. Being ambushed and suffering losses despite their numerical superiority was a blow to their pride. The fastest among them reached Lin Mingxi almost instantly, their energy-infused blades slashing down. Lin Mingxi moved swiftly, performing a backflip to dodge, landing in a crouch, and then springing forward with purple energy glowing around her fists. The attackers, caught off guard, were pulled towards her gravity punch as if they were rushing into her fists voluntarily. In the relative acceleration, they slammed into Lin Mingxi's fists with brutal force. The divine descent armor on their chests visibly dented, and their internal organs were subjected to the intense gravitational pull. They lost consciousness the moment they collided and fell limply to the ground. After delivering these punches, Lin Mingxi showed no sign of satisfaction. Instead, she raised her arms in a defensive stance with a grave expression. Clang! Several blades struck her arms, leaving white marks. She narrowly avoided further damage, having used repulsive force to slow the blade's descent. If they had struck at normal speed, her arms might have been severed. After several evasive maneuvers, Lin Mingxi distanced herself to a relatively safe spot, surveying the approaching crowd with a serious expression. The initial skirmish was just an appetizer. Now that everyone had regrouped, the battle would become extraordinarily tough due to the overwhelming numbers. Behind Lin Mingxi, more people were closing in. The real fight was just beginning. Without any words, everyone charged, giving Lin Mingxi no chance to catch her breath. Various attack methods targeted her vital points. Lin Mingxi's expression turned stern as she fully activated the gravity core and wind core. A massive repulsive force radiated from her center. However, facing a full-speed assault from so many opponents, even the gravity core couldn't completely repel them. Their speed only slightly decreased. But that was enough. With the wind core activated, Lin Mingxi's agility peaked, allowing her to easily dodge the first wave of attacks. Just as she evaded, several energy beams targeted her landing spot. With no leverage, she activated her personal shield and twisted her body with all her might. Sizzle! 2 high-energy beams grazed the edge of her divine descent, scorching the special core-made outer armor. Fortunately, she avoided the most dangerous beams. But now, surrounded, the attacks were relentless, giving her no respite. Barely landing, Lin Mingxi faced 5 or 6 alloy weapons slashing down. With no choice, she activated the gravity core's repulsive force again to slow them down. Realizing this evasive tactic was endless, a fierce gleam appeared in her eyes. She braced herself against a side attack, reaching out to grab 2 opponents' heads. Pull! With a snap, her force and the strong gravitational pull combined, slamming their heads together. The Divine Descent helmets twisted and deformed upon contact, eventually merging into a single mass. Blood froze before it could flow. At this moment, a side blade slashed deeply into Lin Mingxi's shoulder. She grunted, grabbed the blade tightly, and punched forward. The attacker, seeing her grip the blade, turned pale and quickly retreated upon seeing her fist glowing with purple-black energy. Lin Mingxi pursued relentlessly, but more attackers closed in. Soon, she was embroiled in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Chu Yao faced a tricky situation. The core was nearby, but the signal suddenly cut off. She stared at the screen, puzzled, then quickly ordered an increase in speed. Commander, if we speed up further, with our current navigation experience. A team member began to object, but Chu Yao interrupted him. She stopped a while ago, and there's been no signal since. She's likely in combat. Hearing this, the crew's expressions changed, and they resumed their tasks without objection. The ship's speed visibly increased, but so did the challenges. War debris crashed into the shields more frequently, creating ripples. As speed increased, the ripples grew, and the shields became precarious. Chu Yao's expression turned cold as she made a decisive choice. Qin Tian, you handle the navigation. I'll deal with the war debris. She stood up, her divine descent armor unable to hide her striking figure. Reaching the ship's top, she saw the debris crashing against the shields, creating ripples. A barrage of war debris slammed into the shield, but it couldn't halt the spaceship's high-speed flight. As the debris accumulated, cracks began to appear in the shield, and some fragments pierced through, heading straight for the ship. Standing still, Chu Yao's figure wavered slightly, and the next second, the spaceship passed through the debris as if they were mere illusions. Once the ship flew past, the debris instantly turned to dust, and a dense web of sword light slowly dissipated. Chu Yao continued to slice the incoming debris into powder with astonishing speed, completely neutralizing the threat posed by high-speed travel. Before long, Jerome and his team's spaceship appeared on the horizon. The sudden appearance of this ship didn't dampen their killing intent, as they had already detected it was an explorer's vessel. At that moment, the siege on Lin Mingxi had reached a critical point, so they dispatched only 2 small ships to intercept. Su Qintian answered the incoming communication request, and a middle-aged man with a scarred face appeared on the screen, solemnly warning them that a battle with marauders was underway ahead and advising them to stay away. Feigning concern, Su Qintian asked if they needed help. The scarred man confidently declined, stating the battle was nearly over. Su Qintian smiled outwardly but felt icy cold within, continuing to probe their identity. The scarred man grew uneasy, eager to get rid of them. Just then, Su Qintian posed a crucial question. Is the marauder a woman using a gravity core? The scarred man's pupils contracted, and he hastily denied it. Su Qintian's eyes turned cold, and he ordered in advance. The spaceship's engines roared, shields fully activated, as it forcibly pushed past the 2 small ships. The scarred man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly reported the situation to the main ship. Jerome's expression grew fierce as he looked at the severely injured Lin Mingxi in the distance. He coldly warned her to surrender, hinting that Chloris' bounty only required her body. Lin Mingxi ignored him, continuing to struggle within the encirclement. Seeing this, Jerome initiated a divine descent to engage personally. However, a figure appeared before him even faster. Jerome retreated in shock as a beam of light slashed through where he had just stood. The encirclement remained unaffected, with Lin Mingxi battered and bruised, her divine descent armor charred and cracked. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and persisted, the energy core on her chest glowing red from overload. Dream she? Chu Yao's call briefly roused Lin Mingxi from her daze, but she was soon engulfed by attacks again. Chu Yao, who had just driven Jerome away, had evaded the ship's detection using her high-level armor. Observing Lin Mingxi's fighting style, Chu Yao was almost certain this was her most prized student. Lin Mingxi's brief moment of stiffness confirmed her suspicion, igniting a fire of anger within Chu Yao. I haven't been this angry in a long time, Chu Yao muttered, her figure disappearing in an instant. A green flash tore through space, severing the wrists of several attackers, their wounds instantly covered by a thin layer of ice from the vacuum of space. Chu Yao appeared in front of Lin Mingxi, holding a slender, pale green sword dripping with blood. Only then did the attackers realize the gravity of the situation and cease their assault. Jerome stepped out of the encirclement, his face dark, questioning Chu Yao's actions. Chu Yao coldly retorted, her anger intensifying. She now understood that secretly taking Lin Mingxi away was impossible. Chloris and the Laucris fortress were clearly serious about ending Lin Mingxi's life. In this situation, without leveraging the Xuanji domain's backing, taking Lin Mingxi away solely on her strength was exceedingly difficult. Hence, Chu Yao had already resolved to join the battle from the moment she intervened. The surrounding attacks ceased, and Lin Mingxi looked up in confusion, seeing an incredibly familiar figure. Mentor, she called softly, her voice filled with disbelief and relief. Lin Mingxi staggered forward, her body swaying as she approached, revealing pale lips beneath her damaged helmet. She forced a bitter smile. That familiar figure had appeared before her many times, but now she wondered if it was just a dying hallucination. She murmured to herself, this time, I must finish the journey alone. Limping, Lin Mingxi reached Chu Yao from behind, her trembling hand resting on her mentor's shoulder. I'm sorry, mentor. Forgive me, but I won't be able to return this time, she whispered, trying to dispel the illusion before her. However, Chu Yao remained motionless. The tangible sensation confused Lin Mingxi, and she instinctively pushed harder, but the person in front of her didn't budge. On the brink of consciousness, Lin Mingxi could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. Silly child, Chu Yao sighed softly, turning to deliver a swift chop to Lin Mingxi's neck. Exhausted, Lin Mingxi instantly lost consciousness and collapsed. Jerome watched Chu Yao warily. This woman had not only spoken arrogantly, but had also joined the battlefield unnoticed, making him hesitant to act rashly. Who are you? He demanded. Chu Yao didn't respond immediately. She carefully supported Lin Mingxi on her back before looking directly at Jerome. Embedded in her helmet, two slanted diamond-shaped crystals emitted a chilling gleam. Chu Yao, leading instructor from the Celestial Academy of the Xuanji domain. She answered succinctly. This revelation shocked Jerome, swallowing the threats he had been about to utter. The Xuanji domain was synonymous with mystery and power in this galaxy, and those who had crossed it had never met a good end. Jerome's gaze shifted between Chu Yao and the unconscious Lin Mingxi, internally struggling. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, You should know the consequences of impersonating someone from the Xuanji domain. Do you have any proof? Chu Yao sneered, her shoulder armor retracting to reveal a badge with a 3D Earth emblem. Jerome's pupils contracted, and he immediately used his detection device to scan it. Chu Yao's identity information appeared on the screen before him, confirming its authenticity. Jerome's face darkened. The badge was made with unique Xuanji domain technology, impossible to forge. But he was still unwilling to give up. Even if you are from the Xuanji domain, you can't just seize things like this. At that moment, Su Chantian and others flew in from behind. Seize? We haven't even settled the account for your malicious attack on Xuanji domain's trainees. Su Chantian shouted angrily. A group of students in high-quality armor flew in from a distant ship, and Su Chantian, seeing Lin Mingxi's condition, was furious. Jerome looked grimly at the students wearing Xuanji domain badges, realizing his plans were falling apart. A girl's cold voice rang out, Lin Mingxi, the top student in various disciplines at our Celestial Academy of the Xuanji domain, graduated with the rank of second lieutenant. The person you're chasing is a legitimate Xuanji domain officer. These words hit Jerome like a hammer. A second lieutenant's rank significantly escalated the seriousness of the situation beyond what a mere exploration team leader could handle. Jerome struggled to defend himself, but she is a fugitive from the Chloris family and the Fortress of Lockers, having conspired with raiders to wreak havoc within the fortress and attack the third son of the Chloris family. Chu Yao scoffed. Do you really think the Xuanji domain won't investigate? A fugitive? They don't get to decide that. We will get to the bottom of this. Her tone carried a clear threat. I don't have time to argue with you. Move in 3 seconds or we fight. Not giving Jerome a chance to respond, Chu Yao carried Lin Mingxi towards Su Chentian and the others. Jerome's face turned various shades of pale, but he ultimately stepped aside. Once they regrouped, Chu Yao led Lin Mingxi and Su Chentian's team back to their ship. Several girls carefully placed Lin Mingxi in a life support pod, removing her armor and securing her in the emergency life support system. Lin Mingxi's face was deathly pale, with multiple bluish-purple wounds from exposure due to her damaged armor. The sight pained everyone, but the emergency system quickly began healing her injuries. Meanwhile, aboard his own ship, Jerome watched Chu Yao's vessel depart, furious. He punched the ship's armor, leaving a dent. Xuanji domain, he snarled, enraged at the lost fortune slipping through his fingers. However, he had no choice. Chu Yao's threat was too significant. Even with their Xuanji domain identities, Jerome would have risked it if he had any chance of success. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge Chu Yao's true strength, and the arrival of Su Chentian's team sealed his decision. Boss, what now? A mohawk-haired man asked quietly. Jerome glared at him. What else? Continue exploring. This is beyond our control now. Just as he was about to give the order to leave, a shadow with a blue trail streaked into view like a high-energy beam. Jerome's face changed, and he shouted, "Prepare for battle." Everyone on the ship swiftly moved into combat mode, the armored squad ready for action. Fire at will. Jerome's eyes were locked on the figure that had perfectly evaded their sensors until it was visible to the naked eye. He recognized it instantly, the same terrifying raider who had previously broken through the 7th Fleet's blockade and destroyed their flagship in one fell swoop. Though confident in pursuit earlier, that was with the ship's advantage. Now, with the ship damaged by Lin Mingxi and the engines just beginning to warm up, Jerome knew they wouldn't be ready in time. Sure enough, just as the engine was about to finish warming up, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the spaceship. Jerome, who had just donned his divine descent armor and returned to the bridge, quickly pulled up the ship's schematic. An alarming red dot appeared on the top of the spaceship. The previous barrage of fire had done nothing to deter the intruder, and Jerome's face turned pale. If even the 7th Fleet couldn't stop this enemy, what hope did his small exploration team have? The remaining members of the Divine Descent squad quickly gathered at the top of the ship, forming a semicircle around Xia Mu, each one on high alert. However, Xia Mu seemed unfazed. His voice came through the public channel. "Where's the person using the gravity core?" "You're too late. She's not here," a tense voice immediately replied. Xia Mu's gaze instantly locked onto a nondescript person at the back of the squad. In a flash, he appeared beside the individual, a cold tang sword already pressed against their neck. The others instinctively turned around, various combat blades and dark energy guns all aimed at Xia Mu. The person being held swallowed hard in disbelief. Xia Mu had located them precisely just by their voice over the public channel, a terrifying display of invasive technique. She's really gone," the person stammered. "A group calling themselves the Xuanji Domain Star Academy took her away." "Xuanji Domain?" Xia Mu's eyes flickered beneath his visor before returning to their cold demeanor. He carefully scanned the battle scars on the top of the spaceship, taking in every detail. "You fought here," he stated flatly, as if discussing an ordinary fact. The captive person nodded reflexively. Swish! The tang sword flashed, and a thin line appeared on their neck. They clutched their throat in disbelief, making gurgling sounds, unable to comprehend how they had been silenced in an instant. In Xia Mu's mind, the battlefield continuously reconstructed itself at high speed, thanks to his formidable computational abilities. Although he couldn't perfectly recreate the scene, the unprocessed debris-laden armor and the surrounding damaged plating spoke volumes of a prolonged siege. For some inexplicable reason, Xia Mu felt a surge of irritation, which only amplified in the presence of these people. Without hesitation, he made his move, especially upon seeing the battle scars on a nearby piece of armor. Xia Mu's actions served as a catalyst, and energy beams erupted from the surrounding guns. Already prepared, Xia Mu shifted in an instant, appearing behind the group, spinning and slashing with his tang sword. Swish, swish, swish. Several black shadows followed the arc of his blade, striking several individuals who couldn't react in time. The divine descent armor on them was as fragile as paper before his sword. After felling 3 people, Xia Mu swiftly retreated, dodging attacks from the quicker responders. A concentrated beam of crimson light then pierced through 3 people in a line, leaving charred holes. From a distance, Xia Mu casually slung his sword, Nightfall, over his back and charged again. At this moment, everyone was terrified. In mere moments, they had lost 9 people. Such overwhelming power left them with no will to resist. Their instinct was to flee. "You can't escape. Stop running." Jerome's angry shout echoed in the communication channel, causing the scattered divine descent guards to pause. Indeed, they were in the desolate Shura domain. Without a large ship, how long could they survive? Jerome, clad in his divine descent armor, stepped out from the ship's top hatch, his eyes fixed on Xia Mu. Compared to the formidable presence of Chu Yao, Xia Mu made him feel utterly invincible. The aura of a true powerhouse was unmistakable, even to someone like Jerome, who had years of experience in the Shura domain. Jerome had studied Xia Mu's combat style, and knew that his strength far exceeded his level. The outside world knew the Marauders were extremely powerful for their rank, but few understood that this was merely a basic survival condition for them. The truly powerful Marauders were terrifying beyond imagination, their strength vastly different from ordinary Marauders. In front of Chu Yao, Jerome could muster some fighting spirit, but in front of Xia Mu, he felt like he was sinking into an abyss. "She's already been taken away. She's not on our ship," Jerome said. "If you don't believe me, you can check our ship's database." As soon as he spoke, the faces of the nearby Divine Descent members changed. The database was the ship's core, controlled only by the captain, and it recorded the connections of all ship modules. Controlling the database was equivalent to controlling the entire ship. Jerome's sincerity was evident, but Xia Mu showed no interest. He didn't doubt the previous person's words. The fear they displayed in his presence was genuine. Now, he felt a strange agitation in his heart. Seeing no response from the Divine Descent members, Jerome's heart sank. Swish. Without warning, Xia Mu bent his knees and shot forward. Jerome's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised an energy shield. Intense ripples appeared on the nearly transparent dark energy shield as Xia Mu's hand pressed against it, his black-armored arm icy cold. This attack was blocked, and Xia Mu frowned slightly. Then, the armor on his palm spread open, revealing a pitch-black hole. Jerome's face changed dramatically, and he instinctively tried to escape. However, a burst of intense light erupted, engulfing him entirely. The surrounding divine descent members who couldn't dodge in time were also enveloped in the light, and it was as if a small sun had appeared above the spaceship. After a while, the light dissipated. A massive circular crater had formed on top of Jerome's spaceship, the edges smooth with molten iron marks, as if eroded silently by high temperatures. A shadow left the ship, plunging it into dead silence. Inside a small spacecraft, the instruments in the cockpit blinked rhythmically. Xia Mu removed his divine descent armor and returned to the pilot's seat. Gazing at the retreating war debris around him, he murmured, "You're an AI from before the epoch, aren't you?" "Yes," the AI replied, "basic citizen sequence." "What's your number?" "Number 29714, Xia Mu said, "but now, I go by Xiao He." The silence inside the spacecraft was amplified by Xia Mu's quiet demeanor and Xiao He's stillness. This small vessel was navigating through the depths of the Shura domain, speeding towards an unknown destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the wormhole Xia Mu had entered previously. As the wormhole opened, Xia Mu unhesitatingly piloted the spacecraft through it. Xiao He was unfazed, well aware of Xia Mu's exceptional skills and experience. This blend of mechanical talent and formidable prowess seemed to transcend the constraints of time, consistently surprising Xiao He and Lin Mengxi. Inside the wormhole, immense pressure and velocity caused the entire spacecraft to tremble, with the metal structure creaking under the strain. Yet, Xia Mu remained unfazed, as if detached from the turmoil. The spacecraft held together and burst out of the wormhole, revealing a dilapidated war fortress, exuding an aura of desolation. Xia Mu docked the spacecraft at an intact port. Just as he was about to rise, his gaze fell upon an earring on the control panel. The earring's light flashed rhythmically, indicating Xiao He's presence within. Xia Mu stared at it for a few minutes before picking it up and heading towards the exit. Wearing his divine descent device, Xia Mu deftly opened a side door, entering a passageway leading into the fortress. Despite the extensive damage from battles, Xia Mu seemed to navigate the fortress with ease, always finding a way through. Surrounded by cold, dark metal and devoid of signal transmission, Xiao He could only rely on the earring's microscanning module to observe the surroundings. The limited skin revealed they were heading deeper into the war fortress. Suddenly, intense sounds of collisions and vibrations echoed from outside, with the surrounding dark energy becoming chaotic. Though the dark energy tide surged, they were temporarily safe inside the fortress. Xia Mu navigated through broken walls, buried gates, and various damaged facilities, always choosing the right path without hesitation, as if he knew the fortress intimately. After passing through a door, they entered a well-preserved corridor where lights slowly illuminated. Xiao He realized that the core area of the war fortress was still operational. This might explain Xia Mu's astounding mechanical skills, but the fortress's technological level seemed insufficient to support his ability to build large spacecraft and divine descent devices. The silver-white corridor was deserted, with only Xia Mu's footsteps echoing. After traversing the corridor, they arrived at a massive circular chamber, the control room. At the center was a floating chair, surrounded by hundreds of smaller floating chairs. Xiao He was astonished to find the control room operational. Xia Mu calmly explained, "The energy engine is broken and can't support a full startup." Nonetheless, this discovery left Xiao He in awe. Despite the severe surface damage, the intact core system was an invaluable treasure in this resource-scarce era. Xiao He sensed that if this place were discovered, it could cause an uproar akin to the Claris family's incident. However, before it could recover from the shock, Xia Mu had already entered another large chamber. A narrow passage extended into the unknown, with a sleek, small spacecraft docked at Xia Mu's feet. The ship had a pointed bow, sharp side rails, a streamlined body, and two tail fins with 5 engine nozzles at the rear. Xia Mu jumped off the platform and entered the spacecraft. As if sensing his presence, the instruments and lights inside the ship instantly lit up. A light, melodious female voice, tinged with sobs, exclaimed, "Master Xia Mu, you finally came. Boo-hoo, hug me." A holographic projection of a petite woman with long pink hair, angelic wings, and a delicate face appeared. She was only palm-sized and flew towards Xia Mu with tear-filled eyes. "Have you finally decided to take it away? It's about time. With your talent in it, this small star system would bow before you in no time. The outside world hasn't seen the glory of the Lance era for too long." The angelic projection chattered incessantly, but stopped abruptly as she glanced at Xia Mu's hand. In disbelief, she stepped back, clutching her chest, her clear eyes widening as tears fell like broken kites. You, boo-hoo, I've been waiting here, boo-hoo, for you, she broke down, unable to complete her sentence. A trace of helplessness crossed Xia Mu's cold face. Alice, stop it. It's something a friend left with me for safekeeping. Alice wiped her tears, cautiously looking at Xia Mu, her voice trembling. Really? Really? Upon Xia Mu's confirmation, her tears vanished, and she stood with her hands on her hips, exuding arrogance, a stark contrast to her earlier pitiful look. Serial number 29714, come out now. The earring in Xia Mu's hand flashed rapidly, and the frightened Xiaohei inside trembled. Seeing the earring flash, Alice's smile grew even more triumphant. What do you think? Isn't shock a great emotion? Ha ha ha. Xiaohei could no longer contain itself. How did you know? Today's revelations seem to have upended everything it previously knew. Joke's on you. I'm serial number 1 of the war sequence. You basic citizens are an open book to me, Alice said with a smug grin, hands on her hips. Though she was just a hologram, she exuded an air of superiority, floating effortlessly behind Xia Mu as he walked. Little Hay, the AI in the earring, was taken aback. War sequence? Weren't they all wiped out in that Great War? It recalled the unprecedented advancements in AI technology during the Lancy era, where many AIs had even developed self-awareness. These awakened AIs became the sharpest weapons of the Lancy era, known as the war sequence. Unawakened AIs, like Little Hay, were classified as basic citizen sequence, with Little Hay being number 29714. Alice's presence felt surreal to Little Hay. Suddenly, it retrieved a fragmented memory, a colossal battle in the Lancy Star region's rear during the war's final stages. Though the outcome was unknown, the intensity rivaled the main battlefield. Stop searching, Alice said, swinging her legs and gazing dreamily at Xia Mu's profile. After the epic war, a strange ripple swept the galaxy, causing a massive loss of technology. I forgot many things too. By now, Xia Mu had seated himself in the spaceship's cockpit. With a snap of Alice's fingers, the ship's modules activated, and the engines roared to life, propelling the spaceship into the sky and quickly turning into a streak of light, disappearing down a long corridor. What really happened at the war's end? Little Hay finally asked after a long silence. No idea, Alice shrugged nonchalantly. I may be war sequence 1, but I forgot. Her unapologetic tone showed no hint of guilt. In a daze, Little Hay saw Alice's image overlapping with Xia Mu's. Resigned, it changed the subject. So, where are we headed? To retrieve what's rightfully his. Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is it? The power to conquer this star system, Alice said enthusiastically. Little Hay felt a shiver. The phrase sounded oddly familiar, but it couldn't recall any specifics. It realized this was connected to its missing memories from after the war. Soon, a blue glow appeared to heat a wormhole, slowly rotating in space. Little Hay was shocked to discover a wormhole hidden within the war fortress. It quickly realized that Xia Mu must have used the fortress to seal the wormhole. Using a fully intact war fortress to block a wormhole hinted at an even greater secret. Little Hay found Xia Mu increasingly enigmatic. Using a war fortress to seal a wormhole seemed excessive, but the value of a wormhole lay in what it connected to. Thinking about the fortress's still operational core and Alice waiting aboard the ship, Little Hay felt a chill. Even if someone discovered the fortress, they'd likely be eliminated by the core's self-defense systems during exploration. The spaceship traversed the wormhole, the journey unusually long, lasting over a day. Oddly, the small ship remained remarkably stable, unlike other small vessels that shook violently in wormholes. Lost technology, Little Hay thought. From the fortress core to the facilities and the spaceship, everything felt strangely familiar. This advanced technology could only be attributed to lost technology. The exit of the wormhole soon appeared, and the spaceship emerged into the vast universe. This area wasn't within any star system. Apart from the distant starry river and the countless stars, the most striking sight was a gigantic spaceship. A planet-sized spaceship loomed at the wormhole's exit. It was slightly flattened, with engine ports along its sides and tiered structures resembling those of a ship on top. A planet killer ship, Little Hay whispered in awe. A planet killer ship, akin to a massive aircraft carrier, was a mobile battle platform with a complete war supply chain. Wherever it went, it became a fortress. But its most terrifying feature wasn't its size. The power of a planet killer ship lay in its ability to carry star-destroying weapons, such as star-killer cannons, dark energy annihilation cannons, supernova triggers, and stellar collapse spheres, each capable of destroying stars. These weapons required massive amounts of dark energy, beyond what even war fortress cores could sustain. In comparison, war planets, while large and heavily armed, were not as flexible as planet killer ships. War planets were essentially heavily modified planets or upgraded war fortresses, serving as bases but lacking the mobility and speed of planet killer ships. It's like comparing a bulky, spiked shield to a giant sword that even an ordinary person could wield with ease. The difference was clear. But that wasn't all. Little Hay knew that most planet-killer ships carried only one or two types of star-destroying weapons. However, the ship before them had two visible star-killer cannons on its deck. What other weapons were hidden below? The thought was terrifying. No wonder Alice called it the power to conquer a star system. With such a ship, Xia Mu indeed had the power to contest the galaxy. However, Little Hay was puzzled. While the ship was formidable, it only gave Xia Mu a fighting chance. Various civilizations had grown strong over the years. Did Alice still think it was the early post-war era? As Xiao He pondered, Xia Mu silently piloted the spaceship into the docking bay of the Star Annihilator. Inside the massive warship, the systems had yet to activate, and the cold, void-like environment of space lingered. Clad in his divine armor, Xia Mu stepped off the spaceship. The moment his toe touched the deck, a faint light burst from the core at his chest, snaking into a port on the Star Annihilator's side before vanishing. What happened next left Xiao He in awe. With each step Xia Mu took, the lights along his path flickered on, as if the entire Star Annihilator were awakening to welcome its master. The system displayed: shield module repair at 78, sufficient for standard combat. Other modules functioning normally, energy levels optimal. A virtual image of Alice materialized beside Xia Mu, darting around excitedly. "Let's blast their planet to bits," she cheered. Xiao He was dumbfounded. The scene before him clearly indicated that Xia Mu knew how to control the Star Annihilator, though he had never used it. With such a powerful warship, dominating the Azura domain would be effortless. Wait, he already dominates the Azura domain. Xiao He realized he couldn't fathom Xia Mu's intentions. No need to activate it. "I'm only here to retrieve the Chuanxing," Xia Mu said calmly. "Really, just the Chuanxing?" Alice floated beside Xia Mu's cheek, hugging him with a smile that narrowed her eyes to slits. "Well, that's fine. Once you fully master it, it won't be any weaker than this Star Annihilator." Xiao He was completely lost. As they boarded a shuttle train to delve deeper into the Star Annihilator, his confusion only grew. This colossal warship had an internal transportation network akin to a train system, and Xia Mu was now seated in one of the shuttles. Once inside the train, the exterior view vanished. A few minutes later, the train doors opened, and they stepped into a silver-white corridor about 2 meters wide. Cold lights illuminated the surroundings, casting a serene and solemn ambience. Walking to the end of the corridor, they encountered a mechanical door adorned with intricate patterns and lines. At the center of the door floated a slowly rotating diamond-shaped core, with energy lines extending from it to the entire door. Xia Mu approached the door and looked up. The core emitted a scanning beam that enveloped him. Identity verification in progress, analyzing blood composition, scanning DNA, scan complete, identity confirmed. "Welcome, descendant of Lance." With the mechanical voice's announcement, the core accelerated its rotation, and the energy lines on the door swiftly retracted, disappearing in an instant. A faint hum followed, and the door slowly opened. Behind it stood a silent, silver-gray divine armor. Its helmet was slightly elongated, extending backward with two sharp points forming of shape at the brow. Below was a cold, mechanical mask. The entire armor was highly futuristic, with every curve and structure crafted to perfection, like the most precise machine in existence. This divine armor stood about 3 meters tall, slimmer than usual, yet exuding a fierce aura. Most striking were the rare wing-like structures on its back, two silver-gray metallic wings hanging down. On the back of its head floated a circular mechanical ring. At this moment, the armor held a long sword nearly as tall as itself in one hand, while the other hand hovered as if it once held something. Xiao Hei's shock had never ceased since entering the Star Annihilator, now reaching its peak. He murmured, "Is this the Chuanxing?" Xia Mu had already approached the Chuanxing. A faint light swept across it, causing the mechanical components on its chest and limbs to rotate. Xia Mu removed his own divine armor, spreading his arms and gently leaning into the Chuanxing. Bow. The Chuanxing's machinery reset, and Xia Mu had entered it. Blue energy began to flow from key points like the abdomen and joints, finally igniting a pair of ghostly blue eyes. Inside the Chuanxing, an image of Xia Mu's original divine armor appeared before him, with a smaller figure of Alice in the upper right corner. Snap, Bob. The long sword was lifted off the ground, and Xia Mu, now controlling the Chuanxing, approached his former divine armor, drawing the Tang sword from its back. As the Tang sword's hilt touched the Chuanxing, numerous mechanical structures surged and layered, eventually adjusting the sword size to perfectly match the Chuanxing's 3-meter frame. At this point, Xiao He had also entered the Chuanxing's interior, but to its surprise, it couldn't access any information within the Chuanxing system. Whether it was materials, technical modules, or the core, everything was blank. Don't even think about it. The Chuanxing system is managed by me. Do you think you can bypass me? Alice huffed with pride. Xia Mu continued his movements, placing a hand on the chest of his original divine armor. The Chuanxing's fingers transformed into various mechanical tools, much like his previous divine armor. Or rather, his previous divine armor was modeled after the Chuanxing. In mere moments, 2 cores were extracted from the original divine armor. Xia Mu raised his hand and placed them into the center of the circular ring on the Chuanxing's head, which was instantly enveloped in energy, connecting with the cores. Subsequently, 2 slots of matching size appeared at the Chuanxing's neck, and the cores were embedded, disappearing into its back. Bow. Visibly, the Chuanxing's entire body trembled slightly, sparks flickering on its surface. 2 faint shadows were vaguely visible behind it. With a step forward, arcs of electricity spread across the Chuanxing's body. Crackle. Lightning surged throughout the machine, illuminating the corridor with flashes of light. Boom. The Chuanxing burst forth, dashing to the other end of the corridor with astonishing speed. The shuttle train started, vanishing into the depths of the Star Annihilator. Moments later, a small spaceship, trailing a long plume of exhaust, entered a wormhole outside the Star Annihilator and disappeared. Where am I? Lin Meng, she slowly opened her eyes, greeted by soft lighting. Though the brightness was dimmed to the lowest setting, it still felt somewhat harsh to her freshly awakened eyes, prompting her to shield them with her hand. Once adjusted, she lowered her hand and took in her surroundings. She was in a standard spaceship cabin, simply furnished with a bed, a table, and a porthole revealing a view of war-torn debris outside. Feeling no discomfort, Lin Meng she got up and opened the cabin door. Mengshi, you're awake. A cry of surprise came, followed by a figure rushing over. Lin Meng she suddenly found her face pressed into a soft embrace. Ugh, Lin Meng she staggered back a few steps, escaping the suffocating hug and catching her breath with some lingering trepidation. Hey everyone. Mengshi is awake. Only then did Lin Meng she recognize the girl who had hugged her. She had twin ponytails, looked around 20, but possessed a surprisingly mature figure. Rico? What are you doing here? Lin Mengshi's eyes were full of surprise as she recognized her. Rico rolled her eyes, her tone filled with reproach. We should be asking you what you're doing here. If we hadn't guessed your identity from the news, we wouldn't have known you ran off to the Azura domain. The interstellar training mission ended early, and the school is calling all students back. Lin Mengshi's expression stiffened, and she awkwardly explained, I really didn't know. After entering the Azura domain, communication was pretty much cut off. When I went into the Fortress of Locus, there wasn't even time to update any videos. Chu Yao walked over without anyone noticing, looking at Lin Mengshi with concern. Are you feeling better? Mentor. Lin Mengshi's expression immediately brightened with excitement upon seeing Chu Yao. Chu Yao smiled gently. It looks like you're almost recovered. Don't be so reckless in the future. Yes, I understand. Lin Mengshi nodded eagerly and then asked impatiently, Mentor, can you tell me what happened? Chu Yao detailed the recent events to Lin Mengshi. After confirming multiple times that Jerome and his group had been stopped and that Xia Mu hadn't appeared again, Lin Mengshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She lightly clenched her fist, murmuring with a complex expression, he should be safe now, right? Chu Yao sighed and patted her shoulder. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Everyone was really worried about you. Yeah, exactly, Rico chimed in. As soon as we heard about you, we came right over. A warm feeling rose in Lin Mengshi's heart, and she nodded firmly. They're all waiting for you in the central cabin. Go see them, Chu Yao said. In the central cabin, Su Chantian and the other students were having a meal. Seeing Lin Mengshi and the others walk in, they excitedly surrounded her. Mengshi, it's great that you're okay. I almost thought I'd never see you again. Are you feeling now better? Faced with her classmates' eager and heartfelt concern, Lin Mengshi's eyes became a bit moist. After chatting excitedly for a while, everyone returned to their own cabins to rest. Lin Mengshi sat on her bed, hugging her knees, staring blankly out the window, thinking of Lulu, Rico, Chu Yao, and their genuine care and trust, and then of Xia Mu. A pang of inexplicable heartache surged in her chest. I promised you, she whispered. Her moon-white hair draped over her shoulders, her expression somber. 2 days later, Chu Yao and the other spaceship arrived at the wormhole on the outskirts of the Azura domain. Using her real identity, Lin Mengshi passed the scan without any issues. Another 2 days later, a special small spacecraft also arrived at the wormhole. Numerous ships were queued up for scanning. Since Xia Mu's significant victory over the 7th Fleet, the checks at the Stargate had become more stringent, with several additional scanning machines installed. Each ship was being scrutinized down to the smallest detail. Inside the cockpit, Alice leaned against the window, observing the scanning machines ahead. So this is the identity forgery you mentioned? It looks like they've upgraded their database to target you guys. Your forged identity might not hold up. Next to Alice, a floating black orb displayed a sorrowful face. Really? We were in such a rush that the identity forgery wasn't perfect. Looks like we'll have to wait. No need to wait. Alice's eyes flashed with a strange light. I should be able to block this level of scanner. Xia Mu lightly pushed the thruster, and the spacecraft moved forward slowly. After half an hour of waiting in line, it was finally Xia Mu's turn. The small spacecraft had already drawn some attention. Although it was highly risky for small spacecraft to travel through wormholes, it wasn't unheard of for desperate adventurers to do so. Thus, people were only slightly surprised and didn't say much. Several drone-like scanning devices flew over, emitting red beams that swept over the ship. Moments later, the red beams turned green, and the path was cleared. Xia Mu, expressionless, piloted the ship into the wormhole. After a brief passage, the ship emerged from the other end of the wormhole, with the fortress of Locust looming ahead. Xia Mu's ship, like an inconspicuous little bug, slowly entered the fortress's port. After completing the docking procedures, Xia Mu headed to the cabin where the Star Traverser was stored. The Star Traverser stood silently, its pair of long swords crossed on its back. Xia Mu placed his hand on the chest armor of the Star Traverser, and the entire mech quickly shrank, eventually turning into a ring on Xia Mu's finger. A spatial core, Xiaohei exclaimed. Of course, it's the Star Traverser, the pinnacle of Lance civilization's battle armor. Even though the current era's mech technology is highly advanced, it still can't compare to Lance. Alice's voice chimed in. After securing the Star Traverser, Xia Mu left the ship, the familiar yet unfamiliar port coming into view. Without any delay, he walked away. Outside the port, Xia Mu softly said, Alice, Xiaohei, gather information? Got it. On it. The two AIs responded simultaneously, quickly connecting to the star network and absorbing information. Xia Mu strolled along the streets. Filter for news about Stardust Academy. Found it, Alice replied. 2 days ago, Stardust Academy's lead mentor Chu Yao led a group of students out of the Azura domain, causing quite a stir. Xiaohei added, it's rare for people from the Xuanji domain to appear in the outside world, especially a large group of graduates from Stardust Academy. Naturally, it caught everyone's attention. Major star domains are keen to gauge the true strength of the Xuanji domain, and these graduates could give them some insights. Xia Mu nodded slightly and asked, any news about her? Lin Mingxi should have used her real identity. Without activating her battle armor, the Fortress of Locust wouldn't be able to detect anything. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to inspect a ship from the Xuanji domain. They left a day ago. Leaving? Xia Mu gazed up at the stars beyond the tall buildings, a hint of confusion in his expression. The complexity of the interstellar society left him feeling a bit lost. Alice's voice came at just the right moment. I've tracked their flight. It's a long-distance journey to the galactic ruins. With Xuanji domain credentials, we could travel without any issues. However, our current disguise still needs some work. She paused briefly before adding with confidence, but if we had DNA from a Xuanji domain human, the disguise would be foolproof. Xia Mu shook his head slightly. I want to get familiar with interstellar society first. His gaze swept over the streets, filled with things he couldn't comprehend. The trust between people, the peaceful environment, and the blatant evil mingling with timid goodness all puzzled him. On the Plunder Star, evil was omnipresent, while goodness was a rare commodity. This Lockley's fortress is really a mess, Alice muttered to herself. You never know until you dig deeper. Xia Mu suddenly spoke up. Filter out information about the Chloris family, especially recent news on Randy. Alice quickly sifted through the data and reported. Chloris has recently formed an official partnership with Lockley's fortress. Randy is the main representative of the Chloris family stationed here. According to internal sources, his family spent a fortune to get him here, seemingly to give him an opportunity to establish connections. Xiaohei added, this is all just family politics. Lockley's fortress joining the alliance is a done deal. Randy's presence is just for show. Your previous defeat of the 7th Fleet embarrassed Randy's branch of the family, and his parents spent a lot of resources to cover it up. As a result, Lockley's had to accept many conditions, including making Randy the de facto leader here. Can they agree to that? Alice asked, puzzled. Xiaohei explained, they had no choice. Randy's parents arranged for a peak white dwarf expert to act as his bodyguard, which is actually a form of intimidation. In such a situation, a peak white dwarf expert can run rampant here. Alice scoffed. Why bother with all these schemes? Why not just go in and fight? Xiaohei responded helplessly. Not everyone has your kind of terrifying power to handle the consequences after breaking all ties. Analyze Randy's recent movements, Xia Mu said, a cold glint in his eyes. Alice asked excitedly, are we making a move? I'll start planning. She then fell silent, leaving Xiaohei puzzled about why tracking movements equated to taking action. Meanwhile, within the Shura domain, changes were afoot. Explorers reported a significant increase in encounters with plunderers, resulting in heavy losses. Ships lined up at the edge wormholes, each bearing battle scars. The network of Lockley's fortress was abuzz with discussions about the unrest within the Shura domain. At this moment, a user named Miss Alice posted a thought-provoking message, reminding everyone to recall the last time plunderers caused such chaos. A highly upvoted reply pointed out, the last time was when the Chloris family discovered the war planet, right? This reply drew more attention, and the online atmosphere grew tense. In a traveler's inn within Lockley's fortress, Alice's hologram appeared, surrounded by numerous small screens. She watched with interest the people preparing on the screens and commented, "This era is fascinating. A single post can spark such a level of chaos." Xiao He asked, "Has the news spread to the outer domains?" Alice replied, "Almost. I've leaked some photos of the war planet's wreckage and rough coordinates. It's a difficult place to reach. By the time anyone realizes the truth, the chaos will have peaked. But even if they find that planet, it's just a dead steel star that I destroyed." A mysterious smile appeared on her lips. Xiao He pressed, "Will this really draw out people from Xuanji domain?" Alice sneered, "Of course. This will not only draw out people from Xuanji domain, but also attract more to the Shura domain. The more chaotic Locklease becomes, the easier it will be for us to operate in the shadows." As time passed, a set of photos pushed the frenzy to its peak. A seasoned captain, who had been navigating the Shura domain for years, posted images showing a dense field of war debris, with a black planet faintly visible. More photos from different angles soon confirmed the discovery, clearly showing the planet's steel structure and battle scars. The news spread like wildfire across the Rachel domain, and soon the entire Star Creation civilization knew about the significant discovery. A war planet was about to emerge in the Shura domain. The news of the impending emergence of the war planet swept through the entire star domain like a storm, prompting various factions to send their personnel to investigate. As the newly allied Lacry's fortress, it naturally became the primary base for the Chloris family members. In a familiar room, Xiao He hovered in the air, his tone filled with confusion. "When you made this plan, did you not consider that Chloris might send high-level experts?" Alice, standing nonchalantly by Xia Mu's side, lightly traced her finger through the air, creating a glowing screen. The screen was densely packed with records of Randy's recent movements and detailed information about his surroundings, including the bodyguards by his side. "I did consider that, but so what?" Alice replied nonchalantly. "Do you really think these experts will diligently protect him? When the war planet issue blows up, he'll likely be left alone. For minor matters, Chloris might help, but when it comes to something this significant, that spoiled brat will be abandoned without a second thought." Xiao He was taken aback, surprised that Alice, new to the interstellar society, had already grasped the intricate workings of these families. What if Randy follows them into the Shura domain? Xiao He continued to probe. Alice walked over to Xiao He, tapping the black sphere lightly. "Where's your computational power going?" Xiao He dodged. "Part of it is calculating Mengxi's core." "No wonder you seem so clueless," Alice said, understanding dawning on her. "Randy is a coward. This time, not only the Chloris family but many equally powerful factions are entering the Shura domain. With his level of courage, he wouldn't dare go in. Even if he did, I have ways to deal with it." Alice gave a dismissive snort, leaning on Xia Mu's shoulder, focusing on the information displayed on the screen together. After a long time, Xia Mu stood up, and the two AIs disappeared simultaneously. The Lacry's fortress was much busier than usual. Alice's small spark had ignited the entire star domain. Countless ships and shuttles hurried towards the starport, forming a massive flow towards the wormhole connecting to the Shura domain. The Chloris family was no exception. Two peak white dwarf experts, leading a group of stellar-level warriors, boarded a luxurious large ship and vanished into the wormhole. On the top floor of a high-rise building, Randy stood wrapped in a towel, his wet hair still dripping, holding a glass of red wine. He watched the ships disappear into the sky, a smile curling on his lips. "Let them handle the dangerous stuff. I'm not here for adventure." He turned to look at the two bound, naked women on the bed. Their faces still bore traces of dried tears and red handprints. Seeing their vacant expressions, Randy frowned and put down his glass. "Why aren't you struggling?" His question was met with silence. Randy's expression suddenly twisted with anger, and he was about to step forward when he froze. A chilling cold spread from his tailbone throughout his body. Trembling, he turned to see a three-meter, silver-gray deity that had appeared behind him without a sound. Randy wanted to scream, but he found himself paralyzed, as if bound by invisible chains. Sharp, silver-gray armored fingers wrapped tightly around his throat. The space around him rippled, and Randy's vision darkened. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on the rooftop. His feet dangled in the air, with a stream of flying vehicles below. In front of him, Xia Mu, clad in his interstellar armor, gripped his throat. Guhu. The immense pressure made it impossible for Randy to speak coherently, his eyes filled with terror. Under the iron grip of Xia Mu, Randy struggled frantically but to no avail. As his consciousness began to fade and his eyes rolled back, Xia Mu casually threw him aside. Ah! A sharp pain shot from his hand. Randy saw a long blade piercing through his palm. The agony brought him back to full consciousness, his face draining of color. In his eyes, the interstellar warrior before him was like a demon from hell. Randy scrambled backward, but the movement only aggravated his wound, causing another wave of pain that made him pass out. Seemingly displeased, Xia Mu stabbed another long blade into Randy's other hand. Ah! Randy's scream pierced the air as he woke, too pained to even beg for mercy. Yet, his cries were completely muffled by a blue circular shield, visible only as a faint blue glow from the outside. Xia Mu retracted his weapon, and blood gushed from Randy's palms. He bent down, shooting a searing beam from his fingers onto the wounds. Randy's face contorted in pain, his eyes rolling back. After what seemed like an eternity of torment, he finally heard the demon speak. Are rules meant to be trampled? The young voice, tinged with curiosity, left Randy, in his dazed state, unsure how to respond. You think you can oppress them because you're stronger, but I am stronger than you. Xia Mu crouched before him, lost in thought. That's not how it is. Xiao He interjected suddenly. Then how is it? Xiao He thought of the two women and the horrifying photos in the files, rendered speechless. Xia Mu lightly slapped Randy's face, returning to the main topic. You felt I looked down on you before, so you attacked me. This seemingly nonsensical statement left Randy even more confused. Xia Mu stood at the edge of the rooftop, the cold wind howling past. He grabbed Randy by the collar and dangled him over the abyss like a helpless chick. Randy looked at Xia Mu in terror, his eyes pleading. However, Xia Mu let go without hesitation. Randy plummeted, the surrounding skyscrapers blurring past. Just then, a figure burst through a high window, chasing after him with astonishing speed. A glimmer of hope flashed in Randy's eyes, but in the next moment, a crimson beam pierced his chest. Leon caught Randy's body just in time, but it was already too late. Furious, he looked up at the rooftop, now devoid of anyone. Bystanders around were panic-stricken, pulling out their devices to record the scene. Within 2 hours, news of Randy's death exploded across the internet. The Tenali Hotel was sealed off, and the Third Fleet enveloped the entire city. Speculation and debate ran rampant, even overshadowing the anticipation of the upcoming war planet. Amidst this chaos, posts exposing Randy's heinous acts began to surface like mushrooms after rain. Imprisonment, assault, murder, rape. His crimes were numerous and appalling. Outraged, netizens clamored for justice. In the control room, Leon was livid, ordering the posts to be deleted. But soon they realized that not only were the deletions ineffective, they had also lost control over the network. A day later, Randy's crimes had spread throughout the Laucris fortress. Xia Mu scanned through the posts with a blank expression, asking Alice for updates. Alice reported that while the fortress was abuzz with rumors, the information was contained within. Xia Mu decided to lift the network control and share the information with other factions. Alice excitedly noted that other factions would not miss the chance to strike at the Clarice family. Leon's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was grim as he stared at the screen in front of him. The uproar sparked by Randy's misdeeds, fueled by Alice, was even more intense than the news of his death. The internet was flooded with calls for justice, and the security forces and the Locre's administrative headquarters were surrounded by angry crowds. The runaway public opinion was like a wild horse, causing widespread alarm. If Leon hadn't acted quickly to block the news, the uproar would have spread across the entire galaxy. He had no doubt about the other side's ability to control public opinion. Their skill in manipulating the network sentiment from the Locre's fortress was formidable. Despite his efforts, news of Randy's scandal had already spread within the Locre's fortress. Just as Leon was frowning in thought, a sudden exclamation came from below. We've regained control. What? Leon shot up, his face alight with excitement. Immediately steer the public opinion. Suppress the heat of this incident. Release some celebrity gossip to divert their attention. Also, update them on the war planet's progress. Guide them. Hire online trolls to clean up Randy's image. Leon rattled off his pre-prepared response plan, and his subordinates sprang into action. Soon, posts about Randy's scandal quietly disappeared, and authoritative accounts began sharing other news. Several advanced teams have located the war planet. Leading families' vanguard units have arrived, only needing to clear the war debris. Popular idol Kuan Kuan stars in a new movie. His lines are explosive. XXX's gaze is incredible. Simultaneously, some ambiguous statements began to surface. Some people posted long articles, initially condemning Randy's actions but then downplaying the severity, suggesting the situation wasn't as bad as rumored. These kinds of statements appeared frequently, causing the outraged public to start doubting. Rumors of hidden truths about the Randy incident spread rapidly, further shaking those already doubtful. Finally, a flood of articles exonerating Randy and so-called evidence emerged. casting a shadow over his misdeeds. Within just 2 days, under the powerful lure of celebrity news and the War Planet updates, Leon's tactics successfully suppressed Randy's negative news. Those who persisted in posting about it received no traction and were even deliberately suppressed. In reality, many people continued to follow the incident, but there was no trace of it online. Only through big data analysis could one glimpse bits and pieces. Other channels remained silent. Occasionally, someone would speak out, only to mysteriously disappear. As time passed, the majority of the public shifted their focus to other matters. Those who had been closely following the incident gradually lost interest due to the lack of information. Apart from the victim's friends and family, fewer and fewer people paid attention. After all, it hadn't happened to them, and the opposing party was a powerful family like the Chloris. Once the storm passed, the reckoning would follow. Without a brave leader, no one wanted to be on the opposing side's hit list. One person's silence led to collective silence. With Leon hiring online trolls, more people began to harbor doubts, causing those secretly watching to feel uncertain. Even those who hadn't paid much attention started to waver due to the sporadic mentions. Even if someone persisted in speaking out against the colossal Lokri's fortress, they were insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Is that so? Xia Mu had barely left his room these days, spending all his time eating and drinking while meticulously reviewing every piece of information, including posts whitewashing Randy and comments insisting on the truth. He scrutinized every detail. Alice, full of amazement, followed his browsing. How can they twist such damning evidence like this? Xiaohei appeared beside her, explaining, this is the current state of public opinion. In this era, people prefer to believe in the positive side, and the few who remain rational are silenced by power. Xia Mu stared at the screen, still trying to make sense of it all. The surge in public opinion had profoundly impacted him, altering the interstellar societal landscape that Lin Mingxi had painstakingly constructed for him. Xiaohei felt helpless. Although she had developed basic emotions, she found it challenging to judge these complex human behaviors. Moreover, Xia Mu was not one to blindly follow. He would carefully consider the truth of every statement and even try to verify them himself. This wave of public opinion was a result of his attempt to witness things firsthand. Xiaohei knew that Alice's actions had Xia Mu's approval. Over the past few days, she had noticed that everything Alice did revolved around Xia Mu. Fortunately, although Xia Mu had seen all this, he hadn't completely overturned Lin Mingxi's teachings. He remained curious and observant. Xiaohei thought to herself, it was time for Xia Mu to see the Xuanji domain, or she feared that his pure nature would be corrupted by this chaotic interstellar world. Hey, it looks like someone from the Xuanji domain has appeared. Alice, who was browsing the screen with Xia Mu, suddenly perked up and opened a new screen after a quick search. Xiaohei and Xia Mu looked over to see a weathered middle-aged man with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek and slightly messy brown hair. His brown eyes and distinct facial features were more typical of someone from the outer star regions, contrasting sharply with the softer lines of people from the Xuanji domain. Next to the photo, detailed information was listed. Rodrigo, from the Rachel domain, has been an interstellar mercenary for 13 years. He left a poor planet as a teenager and joined the Blood Ghost mercenary group. Xiaohei carefully read through his information and discovered his true identity was Xuanji domain native Russell, a graduate of the Stardust Academy, who had secretly replaced the real Rodrigo 8 years ago. An interesting choice. Alice's eyes lit up after reading the information. Although he graduated a long time ago, killing him would be unwise. Alice explained that the people of Xuanji domain have unique cores that can emit specific wavelengths. Killing him would definitely expose their location. Xiaohei glanced at Alice silently, feeling a sense of relief. Alice rolled her eyes at Xiaohei and continued. Having his DNA sample is enough. Accessing the Earth Alliance database, it's easy to forge an identity. We just need to get into Xuanji domain. We don't need to stay long. Hearing this, Xiaohei felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She had feared Alice would choose the most direct method replacing the target. Alice pondered for a moment. He has peak stellar strength, so getting his DNA shouldn't be too difficult. But right now, he's on a mission in the Shura domain. She pinched her chin. In that case, it's time to end this disturbance and release the real information. Xia Mu nodded in agreement. Alice then spread her wings, her body glowing as streams of data cascaded down like a waterfall. Meanwhile, the network of the Laukris Fortress Star was in an uproar again. A video released by Alice had gone viral. In the video, a spaceship forcefully navigated through a debris field surrounding a war planet and successfully landed. However, upon entering, people were shocked to discover that the entire planet was hollow. The interior was perfectly spherical, with smooth cuts, as if the core of the planet had been precisely removed. Someone immediately recognized the signature of a matter collapse bomb after being used internally. It would leave a small spherical void at the center. Sure enough, the video then showed a black sphere with a radius of about 100 meters at the bottom of the hollow war planet. This revelation set the star network ablaze. The reputation of the matter collapse bomb was well known. It could insanely compress surrounding matter, forming a terrifyingly dense sphere. The news spread, leaving everyone with mixed feelings. Some were disappointed, while others were relieved not to be involved in such a dangerous exploration. But for some reckless gamblers, even the slim chance was worth a shot. The Blood Ghost mercenary group was one of the first fleets to arrive. 3 large ships activated their shields, forming a triangular formation, followed by more than a dozen smaller ships. On one of the large ships at the flank, a short, stout man named Ricardo wrapped his arm around Rodrigo, a man with a cross-shaped scar on his face, and joked, "Rod, do you really believe that news?" Rodrigo smiled. In this situation, it shouldn't be fake, right? Ricardo let go and leaned against the corridor's edge, gazing at the starry sky. "Have you been feeling tired lately?" Rodrigo also leaned over, nostalgia in his eyes. "Yeah, I've been missing home a bit. What's there to miss about that poor planet of yours?" Ricardo laughed heartily. "When we're done with this, come with me to Anasta planet. It's full of red grasslands and flowers, the climate's pleasant, and there are big-bottomed beauties everywhere." Rodrigo chuckled. "All right, I'll visit home first, then join you." As they were joking, the assembly command came through. The holographic screen displayed an older man with a stern face and powerful, almond-shaped eyes. "Rodrigo, Ricardo, assemble. Prepare to break through the war debris field." Both men perked up. After many days of travel, the crucial moment had finally arrived. Despite ongoing reports of changing conditions, they decided to see for themselves. When Rodrigo and Ricardo arrived at the cabin, the Blood Ghost fleet had already broken through the war debris zone. In front of them loomed the massive war planet. The cold, metallic atmosphere was palpable, and the surface bristled with weaponry and turrets that made one's scalp tingle. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The entire planet was a fortress of high-tech weaponry. The fleet accelerated and approached, the war planet gradually filling their view. Compared to it, the fleet seemed like ants. Soon, they found an intact docking port and anchored the fleet. A large number of warriors in divine armor disembarked. Rodrigo led his team to assemble on the platform in front of the port. Their leader, Blood Ghost, stood at the forefront, his helmet shaped like a fierce demon, with crimson horns, looking menacing. Blood Ghost issued the orders. "All teams disperse and search. Priority is to find a route to the interior. The surface tech has mostly been exploited and isn't worth much." He quickly assigned tasks, dispersing more than a dozen teams throughout the war planet. Rodrigo took his orders and immediately led his team to a massive gate. The door, made of countless tons of steel, was intact, showing no signs of battle. Stepping forward, Rodrigo's helmet emitted a scanning beam. "Looks like we'll need brute force. Bring up the cannon." With a wave of his hand, a team member extended his arms, and his divine armor quickly transformed into a massive cannon. Dark energy gathered at the cannon's muzzle, then a solid beam shot out, striking the gate. The unknown alloy melted visibly, with large amounts of molten red iron slowly dripping down. As the main gate melted away, a spacious passageway was revealed to the group. Due to the lack of energy, the interior was pitch black and seemed endless. Ricardo speculated that it might be a transport corridor and carefully inspected the nearby walls but found nothing unusual. After a moment of contemplation, Rodrigo initiated a divine descent and was the first to fly into the passage. The rest of the team followed closely behind, turning on their lights, which illuminated the 100-meter-wide corridor like fireflies. The deeper they went, the stronger their sense of unease grew. Logically, such a transport corridor should have been a primary target, yet everything was intact, with no signs of battle. This matched the message brought by the messenger from Laucris Fortress. The war planet had been breached from the inside, while the exterior remained unscathed. A few minutes later, a faint light appeared at the end of the passage. The group accelerated and emerged into a scene that left them speechless. A massive circular space stretched before them, so vast they could see the other side. As the messenger had reported, the entire interior of the war planet had been hollowed out by a matter collapse bomb, eroding outward from the center. Rodrigo surveyed the surroundings with a grim expression. All the metal equipment displayed clean, smooth cuts, and even the passage they had been in abruptly ended. He immediately reported the situation through the communication channel, confirming the messenger's account. The communication channel fell into a long silence until Blood Ghost's raspy voice instructed them to check the bottom and then return, clearly indicating that this mission had been futile. Meanwhile, Blood Ghost stood atop a giant cannon on the surface of the war planet, watching 2 fleets break through the remnants of war in the distance. The following fleets soon reached the same conclusion. Despite their reluctance, after a day of thorough searching, everyone had to admit that the war planet was no longer of any use. The news spread quickly, and within just over 2 days, the incident's attention had sharply declined. The Blood Ghost mercenary group, confirming there was no profit to be made, promptly returned to Laucris Fortress. Although they hadn't made a fortune this time, Such occurrences were not uncommon in the Shura domain, and they were mentally prepared for it. Most people felt only a sense of regret about the event. Alice, the mastermind behind it all, successfully made everyone believe it was an accident through her perfect smoke and mirrors. On a balcony of a tall building, Xia Mu leaned against the railing, overlooking the high-rise buildings and traffic below. Alice, beside him, was manipulating a light screen, praising the hotel's impressive security system. She then announced that she had found the target room and was preparing to hack the service robot. Her eyes gleamed as her fingers danced across the screen, data cascading like a waterfall. Upon hearing this, Xia Mu looked up, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit building opposite, where Rodrigo and the other Blood Ghost mercenaries were staying. Rodrigo, unaware that he was being watched, had just finished showering. Wrapped in a towel, his muscular upper body was on display. He comfortably lay on the bed, reflecting on the hardships of mercenary life, completely shedding his usual stern demeanor. If his team members saw him now, they would doubt whether their captain had been replaced. Rodrigo felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Years of mercenary life had kept him in a constant state of high alert. However, this lifestyle had also significantly enhanced his abilities. Thinking about the surprise he would bring upon his return, a smug smile appeared on his face. He turned over, remotely activated the service robot in the hall, and lay back with his hands behind his head, pulling up a light screen to browse videos. The service robot outside the hall lit up its screen, extended its mechanical arm, and began cleaning. Shortly after, the robot picked up a hair from the floor, paused slightly, and then continued its work. On the balcony of the opposite building, Alice opened another light screen, displaying continuous information about Rodrigo, or rather, Rosso. According to the data, Rodrigo and Lin Mengshi were both from Stardust Academy, where he was her senior. After graduation, he performed outstandingly in interstellar training, and while not a top talent, his abilities were quite formidable. Alice suddenly discovered some interesting information and excitedly called Xia Mu over. It turned out that Chu Yao was Rosso's classmate. Xia Mu, deep in thought, recalled that Jerome had mentioned Chu Yao was Lin Mingshi's team leader. Alice excitedly speculated that Rosso might be able to contact Chu Yao, but Xiaohei poured cold water on her enthusiasm. She explained that Chu Yao was the top genius of that class, while Rosso was merely excellent, and the two had little interaction. Alice was somewhat disappointed and quietly abandoned a few kidnapping plans. Just then, the service robot in Rosso's room, after cleaning the bathroom, paused momentarily before resuming its normal operations. Alice's eyes lit up, realizing that someone else was also targeting Rosso. She quickly pulled up a new surveillance feed, showing a mysterious figure in divine descent in the room next to Rosso's, seemingly adjusting something. The divine armor of this figure is predominantly black, with silver accents highlighting the gaps between the plates. Sleek and slender, with curvaceous lines, it is clearly a female entity. Beneath the jet black visor lies a cold, silver faceplate, and the most striking feature are the pair of reverse-held spikes she wields. Each spike is about a meter long, sharp at both ends with a slightly thicker middle, emitting a faint, cold gleam. After a quick spin of the spikes in her hands, she grips them firmly again, extending one hand towards the wall. With a series of slicing sounds, the wall is instantly marked with a door-like outline. Her high-heeled feet design kicks out, shattering the wall as she bursts into the adjacent room where Luo Su is. Luo Su, who was watching videos on his bed, reacts instinctively to the commotion. He leaps off the bed with unprecedented speed towards the window. As the glass shatters, he plummets from the high-rise, with the armored figure in pursuit. The black-clad entity strides to the window, her left-hand spike spinning continuously. By this time, Luo Su has already donned his own armor, but she remains unhurried. In the distance, Xia Mu can visually observe the situation, while Alice is busy tracking the armored figure's data. Suddenly, Alice's exclamation catches everyone's attention. She swipes open a holographic screen, displaying a photo of a woman. The woman in the photo is stunningly beautiful, with long gray hair reaching her waist and bangs covering one eye. Her visible eye is indifferent, with a hint of red in the pupil and a faint, eerie smile on her lips. She's from the Dark Realm, quite famous actually, called Jingji Shiyu, Alice explains. Xiaohei solemnly adds, Jingji Shiyu, one of the most notorious assassins in the Dark Realm, with a 97 mission success rate. Luo Su must have been marked for a bounty. It's from the Dark Realm's hit list, isn't it? Xia Mu inquires, I can't believe this crazy woman took the job. She's known for her ruthless methods and total disregard for consequences. Xiaohei continues, rumor has it she's at the peak of the White Dwarf level, but her style is nothing like an assassin's. She always causes a huge commotion, and her targets usually meet a grisly end. She's currently ranked 54, but her notoriety rivals the top 10. Alice, intrigued, searches for more information. She's even assassinated a neutron star-level powerhouse? This woman is no joke. Xia Mu's eyes narrow at this. He has never encountered a neutron star-level powerhouse before. Alice waves her hand, summoning multiple surveillance feeds, showing various angles of Jingji Shiyu's location. After donning his armor, Luo Su considers returning to check the situation, only to see Jingji Shiyu standing by the shattered window. With a gasp, he decisively flies towards the street below. Luo Su, a seasoned mercenary, is all too familiar with Jingji Shiyu's infamous reputation. The Dark Realm organization is the top assassin group in the Rachel domain, and those on their list rarely escape death. Everyone except black hole-level powerhouses are given a clear price tag. Luo Su is puzzled about who would place a bounty on him, but his priority is to escape. He doesn't want to experience Jingji Shiyu's terror firsthand, even though he has hidden his true strength. Seeing Luo Su flee, Jingji Shiyu finally moves. She crosses her hands over her chest and falls backward, her body dropping like a free-falling object without activating any engines. Catching a glimpse of this, Luo Su's pupils contract, and he instinctively veers to the side. With a thunderous crash, a large section of the hotel's glass shatters. Jingji Shiyu instantly transitions from stillness to movement, attacking with terrifying speed, her spikes slicing through where Luo Su had just been. At this moment, the Blood Ghost mercenary group reacts, with Blood Ghost leading the charge out of the hotel. Seeing Jingji Shiyu, his face pales. He knows that according to Dark Realm's rules, this cannot end well, but abandoning Luo Su would be disgraceful. After a quick assessment, Blood Ghost shouts, "Stop her!" He rushes out to intercept, but their speeds are on entirely different levels. Desperately, he yells into his communicator, "Luo Su, if you can't escape, come back and fight with the formation." Luo Su's heart races upon hearing this, but reuniting poses a challenge. Jingji Shiyu has the upper hand, and in battles of this caliber, the first move often decides the outcome. With heightened tension, Luo Su unleashes his full white dwarf-level power. Suddenly, a sultry voice comes over the public channel. "Little mouse, stop running." Before the words fade, a cold gleam strikes from the side of a building. Caught off guard, Luo Su twists his body, raising one arm to block. Jingji Shiyu's spike pierces through his forearm. Grunting in pain, Luo Su pulls his arm back while throwing a punch with his other hand. Jingji Shiyu deftly dodges, spinning in midair, her spikes rotating to strike Luo Su's sides at a cunning angle. Luo Su's face turns pale. Before he can retract his punch, Jingji Shiyu launches another attack with abnormal speed. The disparity in their strength is glaringly evident. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Luo Su was covered in wounds, looking battered and exhausted. Meanwhile, Xia Mu watched the live battle feed through street and pedestrian cameras, thanks to Alice. Luo Su was barely holding on. Another minute and he'd be dead. At the critical moment, Xue Guo led his mercenary group to join the fray. Wielding a broad-bladed sword, he charged at Jingji Shiyu. As a top-tier warrior on Baidaxing, his threat was far greater than Luo Su's. However, Jingji Shiyu didn't show any sign of concern. Instead, she flashed a ghostly smile. Just as Xue Guo's sword was about to strike, her figure vanished into thin air. Luo Su sensed danger and tried to retreat, but an armored hand was already on his shoulder. Wanhua execution, Jingji Shiyu's cold voice echoed, chilling like a mountain spring. Luo Su felt a tremor within, and his limbs were instantly dislocated. Grabbing Luo Su by the backplate, Jingji Shiyu waved at Xue Guo with a smile. "Xue Guo, I'm not interested in you. I'm leaving. Let him go." Xue Guo roared, his face twisted with rage. "Oh, okay." Jingji Shiyu nodded and released Luo Su. Just as Xue Guo was about to rush to rescue him, she reappeared in front of the falling Luo Su and caught him. Release him, and then what? Xue Guo realized he had fallen into a trap, recalling the unpredictable nature of the woman before him. "Let him go. Name your terms." Xue Guo shouted urgently. Jingji Shiyu paused and turned. "Terms? As long as it's something I can do." "Oh, I thought I could ask for anything. How boring." She lost interest, turned, and vanished into the shadow of a building. "Damn it." Xue Guo cursed, angrily slashing his sword. The loss of a comrade would severely damage the mercenary group's reputation. The hesitation among his men only added fuel to the fire. Xue Guo was baffled. Who could have hired someone like Jingji Shiyu? With that kind of money, an assassination attempt on himself would have been simpler. He doubted he could survive an attack from Jingji Shiyu. On the balcony, Alice frowned. "It doesn't seem like an assassination. I just checked the dark web's hit list. There's no bounty on Luo Su. Jingji Shiyu must have targeted him personally." Xiao He pondered. She must have discovered Luo Su's true identity. Could his identity from Xuanji Domain attract such attention? Or maybe someone behind her wants information about Xuanji Domain. Xia Mu mused. Suddenly, he focused on a hovercar by the roadside below. A young woman was helping a drunken man into the car. "You always drink too much," she said helplessly, pushing him into the car. Before getting in, She glanced up and made brief eye contact with Xia Mu, then looked away. Inside the car, the woman's worried expression vanished. She quickly sketched on a light screen, and 2 blocks later, a lifelike face appeared, Xia Mu's disguised face. She seemed dissatisfied with the eyes, repeatedly modifying them. Despite recreating the entire face, she couldn't capture the fleeting sharpness in the eyes, a cold indifference that sent chills down one's spine. The woman kept drawing and erasing, faster and faster. An hour later, the hovercar stopped, and she finally stopped, staring blankly at the empty screen. Suddenly, she smiled, her cheeks flushing as she laughed. Ha, ha ha, this is interesting, really interesting. The hovercar stopped at a factory on the city's edge. The woman got out and left. Soon after, 2 young men who appeared to be ordinary residents approached. They quickly opened the car door, ready to drag out the unconscious man. However, the man suddenly woke up, shoulder bumped one of them away, and slapped the other, sending teeth flying. In an instant, he disappeared into an alley. Impressive. He actually got away? Alice exclaimed, watching the screen. The man darted into the alley, shedding his clothes and wiping his face. Emerging from the other end, he was now a gaunt young man, malnourished and unsteady on his feet as he walked away. Xia Mu withdrew his gaze from the light screen and turned to enter the room. Time to create a new identity, he muttered, a determined glint in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had spotted 2 familiar figures on the street, Xia and Russell. These 2 were supposed to have disappeared without a trace, even Alice couldn't track them, yet they had unexpectedly appeared in Xia Mu's line of sight. Despite Xiyu's near-perfect disguise, Russell's unique aura gave her away. Xia Mu first noticed Russell, leading him to confirm Xiyu's presence. Meanwhile, after handing Russell over to 2 people, Xiyu hurriedly left the scene. Distracted, she thought to herself that if it weren't for the orders from above, she wouldn't have been involved in this mission at all. She hadn't walked far when her communicator buzzed. Seeing the caller ID, Xiyu answered casually. "Hello," she said nonchalantly. "Speak." The voice on the other end was curt and forceful. "Russell escaped," she said, the pressure evident despite the brevity of her words. Xiyu replied indifferently. "So what? You sent those 2 useless idiots. My task was just to deliver him here. But you didn't incapacitate him." The voice on the other end suddenly rose. Xiyu paused, her tone turning icy. "Let me repeat. It's your people who are useless. He's not far yet. Go capture him." "You seem to be mistaken about something." She stood still, her eyes growing cold. "This mission wasn't handed to me directly. It was given to me by Kwangya. Did he give you the illusion that I would listen to him?" Silence fell on the other end. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Finally, the voice, barely suppressing its anger, asked, "What do you want?" Xiyu suddenly laughed, her lips curling up without any humor in her eyes. "Little brother, what do you want? Investigating me?" The voice on the other end was noticeably shocked, trembling in response. Xiyu sneered. "The waters in the dark world are deep. Don't think that just because your father has some power, you can wade through them." With that, she hung up. In the next moment, her expression changed instantly, and she became a cheerful, carefree girl, drawing curious glances from passers-by. "So happy, who are you really?" she murmured to herself, her smile growing even brighter. 2 days later, Alice finally completed the identity creation process. Despite Xiaohei's assistance, it took considerable time due to the identity being from Xuanji domain. Done. Alice flew in front of Xia Mu, displaying a screen showing the face of a plain, inconspicuous young man. "Rock, with a faint blood relation to Russell," Alice explained. "I found Russell's birthplace in Xiaohei's database. This young man is from the same place. They are both from a poor planet, making it hard to leave." She continued. "This identity will allow you to enter Xuanji domain. The graduate status is also prepared." Surprisingly, despite their closed-off facade, Xuanji domain produces a large batch of new graduates every year. Unfortunately, their death records are kept by Xuanji domain, or else creating a student identity would be easier. Xiaohei added, "We can seek help from Stardust Academy in Xuanji domain. The principal is a good person and will assist us." Xia Mu nodded in agreement. "If everything is ready, let's leave tomorrow." "Yay!" Alice cheered, pumping her fist in excitement. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. "Wait, someone is looking into your information." Data flashed rapidly in her eyes. A few seconds later, she said, "Found it. Interesting. It's that woman, Xiyu. Seems like she noticed you recognizing her. Sharp instincts indeed." Xia Mu wasn't surprised. He knew Xiyu had seen through his disguise as well, but she couldn't guess his true identity as someone from the marauding star. Meanwhile, in a nondescript basement of a small shop a few blocks away, Xiyu was examining a light screen. Despite the basement looking like a bustling bar, everyone there exuded a powerful aura. Jingji Shiyu frowned at the screen before relaxing. Interesting, very interesting. Who are you really? She murmured, then stood up and vanished into a blind spot, blending into the crowd. Alice, a bit dejected, told Xia Mu. She reacted quickly and we lost her trail. Finding her will need your involvement. No need. Xia Mu shook his head, his face already transformed into the newly created identity of rock. Alright then, not like we need this identity anymore. Alice shrugged. On the other side, Jingji Shiyu switched locations and continued searching for Xia Mu's information online. This time, the search results were blank. All information and traces vanished as if the person had appeared and disappeared into thin air. Jingji Shiyu squinted, her slender fingers tapping the table lightly. A fake identity, she murmured. Suddenly, she recalled an inconspicuous piece of information she had seen on the underground intelligence network. Her fingers moved quickly, filtering out 3 key pieces of information. 1. A marauder defeated the 7th Fleet. 2. Jerome's Shura domain was overturned, the entire army wiped out. 3. Xuanji domain mentor Chu Yao led graduates out of Shura domain. Jingji Shiyu's gaze moved back and forth between these pieces of information, particularly focusing on keywords: fake identity, fleet destruction timing, Xuanji domain team's appearance timing. She carefully compared photos of Jerome's fleet and the damaged 7th Fleet. Finally, she pulled up a photo of Xia Mu's first entry into Laucris Fortress. The moment she saw those eyes, Jingji Shiyu immediately deleted all information, unable to suppress the smile on her face, her cheeks flushing unnaturally. Found you, she whispered excitedly, her eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. The next day, Xia Mu checked out of the hotel and made his way alone to Starport. Here, not only were private fleet ships docked, but large passenger transports as well. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the various shapes and sizes of the ships, mentally preparing for the long interstellar journey ahead. Without Chu Yao's unique status and strength from the Xuanji domain, reaching his destination smoothly was nearly impossible. Xia Mu's plan was to board a cross-domain flight that would take him directly to a star system under the Milky Way remnant, adjacent to the Xuanji domain. According to the information Alice had found, this was the only way to enter the Xuanji domain without a mentor's escort. Even past graduates like Luo Su couldn't enter that mysterious and secluded place without a mentor. Xia Mu boarded a shuttle surrounded by passengers with large bags and luggage. He found a random seat and felt the shuttle smoothly start, the scenery outside quickly blurring. Shortly after he left, Jingji Shiyu, disguised as a weary-looking woman carrying a heavy backpack, boarded the second shuttle. The shuttle passed through the city shield of the Laucris Fortress and entered the vast expanse of space. Several massive space stations floated outside, each with multiple giant ships over 2,000 meters long docked beside them. The shuttle entered one of the space stations, and the passengers disembarked into a vast open space stretching as far as the eye could see. Xia Mu's gaze locked onto a ship named Helena. This colossal vessel, measuring 3,120 meters in length and 1,237 meters in width, was equipped with powerful weapon and defense systems and a luxurious guard contingent. He quickly reviewed the ship's information, confirming the 1400 hours departure time that afternoon. Prompted by Alice, Xia Mu joined the crowd boarding the ship. Shortly after, the disguised Jingji Shiyu also entered the same corridor. Both of them boarded the ship that resembled a luxury hotel. Xia Mu was assigned to a spacious cabin, while Jingji Shiyu stayed in a cramped lower-class cabin. They each inspected their rooms to ensure there were no surveillance devices and connected to the ship's network. Alice discreetly left a backdoor in the ship's system. At precisely 1400 hours, the Helena began to move. It slowly left the space station and then suddenly accelerated, its powerful engines causing the surrounding space to distort. With a brilliant flash of light, the enormous ship vanished into the cosmos, embarking on its interstellar journey. The surrounding lights stretched and disappeared like a rainbow, leaving Xia Mu a bit dazed. This was his first time experiencing a pulse jump in person, and despite having all the theoretical knowledge, the real sensation far exceeded his imagination. The Helena now looked like it was traveling through a dimensional tunnel, with a bright shield firmly encasing the ship. This only-and-a-half-month journey was set to take them to the galactic relics. Besides a few brief stops in different star systems, the ship would remain in pulse jump mode. To alleviate the boredom of the trip, the ship was equipped with various recreational facilities, including a combat training area. Once the ship entered warp mode, passengers began settling in and exploring different areas. Xia Mu joined them, heading straight to the gravity training room in the leisure zone. His actions immediately caught Xiaohei's attention. Xia Mu's physical capabilities had always been a mystery, and he was rarely seen training deliberately. In contrast, Alice seemed uninterested, looking sleepy and disinterested. The gravity training room was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals occupying separate pods. Xia Mu approached one, and with a flash of light from the ring on his hand, the door opened. Although the space was small, it was fully equipped. After closing the door, he immediately pulled up a holographic interface and set the gravity to 10 times normal, beginning what seemed like a routine workout. Half an hour later, Xia Mu adjusted the gravity again, increasing it to 15 times. He repeated his previous actions, and then increased the gravity once more. At this point, Xiaohei's expression finally changed. Although Xia Mu's training appeared ordinary, the intensity was far beyond what a normal person could endure. After several increments, the gravity reached 30 times, seemingly pushing Xia Mu to his limit. Sweat poured from his bare torso, accentuating his chiseled muscles. This high-intensity training lasted for a full 8 hours, and even with Xia Mu's physique, he was left gasping for breath. After showering and changing clothes, Xia Mu walked into the dining area and downed 2 bottles of nutrient solution. For the next half-month, he maintained this strict routine without fail. Xiaohei watched in increasing awe as Xia Mu not only trained with such discipline but also limited his diet to nutrient solutions, as if other foods didn't exist for him. However, it wasn't just Xiaohei who was observing Xia Mu. Another pair of eyes was watching him closely. Jingji Shiyu had been keeping tabs on Xia Mu since boarding the ship, conducting a half-month-long information-gathering mission. But the more she observed, the more frustrated she became. After 2 weeks, she had learned no more than she had on the first day. She couldn't believe someone could be so disciplined. With the first stop of the Journey Alfred domain of the Genesis civilization approaching tomorrow, Jingji Shiyu decided to make a move. Compared to Rachel domain, this star system was much more prosperous, with the main planet of the Genesis civilization located there. In contrast, the Lokri's fortress seemed like a remote countryside, known mainly for the infamous Shura domain. Earlier, when trying to check Xia Mu's ticket destination, Jingji Shiyu had encountered a mysterious force blocking her. She had to withdraw quickly and simultaneously checked multiple destinations to cover her tracks. Unable to determine Xia Mu's true destination, she decided to act sooner rather than later. As Xia Mu finished his nutrient solution and prepared to return to his cabin, passing through the area as he always did, Jingji Shiyu adjusted her expression, appearing exhausted and unsteady. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze evasive, exuding an aura of inferiority. She pretended to walk towards Xia Mu nonchalantly, but as she took her first step, she froze. Xia Mu had suddenly glanced in her direction with that familiar indifferent look, sending a shiver down her spine. She realized her disguise had been seen through. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind: escape. But her body wouldn't obey, warning her that turning to flee would mean certain death. Xia Mu walked towards her slowly, as if merely returning to his cabin. Jingji Shiyu couldn't believe that with her skills, she couldn't even muster the will to resist without her divine descent gear. It felt as if Xia Mu was an unfathomable demon, and the oppressive aura she sensed from him was something she had only felt from the top figures in her organization. With great effort, she shifted her gaze and finally identified the source of the crisis that made her hair stand on end the ring. A spatial divine descent? Jingji Shiyu sighed inwardly. The difference between having a divine descent and not having one was indeed night and day. This realization brought her some relief, indicating that Xia Mu's physical prowess wasn't as terrifying as she had initially thought. However, the current predicament was still very real. She was convinced that any sudden move would result in Xia Mu striking her down instantly. As she pondered her options, the distance between them continued to shrink. Xia Mu stopped in front of her, glanced at her briefly, and then turned to sit at a nearby lounge seat. Seeing this, Jingji Shiyu forced herself to move her stiff legs and follow. It felt like walking on the edge of an abyss, unimaginable that she would one day feel such a strong sense of danger from a single person. The pure, unadulterated threat she felt from Xia Mu was unlike anything she had experienced, even from the top figures in the underworld. From those figures, she sensed malice, threats, and suspicion. But from Xia Mu, there was only pure danger, as if he could strike at any moment. That kind of pure killing intent, disregarding any rules, was something she had never encountered before. Little did Jingji Shiyu know, Xia Mu had already identified her as a threat the moment he discovered her identity. At that moment, all the rules he had learned were thrown out the window. If not for Xiaohei's timely intervention, Xia Mu might have already attacked. This instinct to eliminate threats preemptively was honed on the plundered star, where no one kept a potential threat close by. Xia Mu took a seat in the booth, and Jingji Shiyu involuntarily swallowed. Her eyes darted around the small space, her heart racing. If I can take advantage of this distance and his slightly relaxed posture, I might be able to escape first. Once I wear the divine descend, I won't necessarily fear him, she thought to herself, still believing that the sense of danger Xia Mu gave her stemmed from his quickly wearable spatial divine descend. However, when she saw Xia Mu sitting quietly, an inexplicable fear suddenly surged within her. Ultimately, she chose to obediently sit down across from him. "Why are you following me?" Xia Mu asked directly, his voice calm and steady. Jingji Shiyu wasn't surprised. Considering Xia Mu could recognize her and had tracked her back when she was gathering information, It was clear he possessed formidable network skills. Instead of answering directly, she flashed a confident smile. I know your true identity, she said, her voice carrying a hint of provocation. If you kill me now, the news of a white dwarf-level raider on the Helena will get out. Her expression didn't show any sign of being intimidated. Rather, she seemed to hold the upper hand. Xia Mu thoughtfully touched his ring and calmly said, the traces you left on the network have all been neutralized. Jingji Shiyu's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned. You can try, she challenged. Maybe I don't have any other tricks up my sleeve? If you know who I am, then you should understand that the people from there despise threats the most. Xia Mu looked at her indifferently, leaning forward slightly. Jingji Shiyu felt her hairs stand on end. Yet she felt an inexplicable excitement. Then go ahead, she licked her lips. See if you can kill me in a short time. This feeling of walking the edge of life and death made her heart race with excitement. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her face. When she came to her senses, she realized Xia Mu had slightly risen and placed a hand on her cheek. Jingji Shiyu felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, her body instantly stiffening. At that moment, a man walked past them while on a call. Hey, yeah, I'm almost at Alfred Domain. Hey, wait a moment, hey. Xia Mu's movements seemed to be gently caressing Jingji Shiyu's face, but he sat back down as the man passed by. Both of their gazes lingered on the man for a moment. Jingji Shiyu broke into a cold sweat. She was certain that if not for the passing man, Xia Mu would have snapped her neck. Or, even if it had been an ordinary person passing by, she would have already been dead. Clearly, the reason Xia Mu stopped was that the man who passed by was also concealing his strength and identity. Surviving the ordeal, Jingji Shiyu didn't feel relieved, but instead showed a twisted smile. Seems like you don't have full control over this ship, she said. What if I told you I did all this out of curiosity? Would you believe me? Xia Mu gave her an inscrutable look and stood up. Next time we meet, I will kill you. With that, he turned and left. Jingji Shiyu watched his back disappear around the corridor corner with great interest, then touched her face and muttered to herself, kill me? Huh? Haha, interesting. I really do hope you can kill me. After all, a man who can kill me must be very interesting, right? Back in his cabin, Alice appeared and asked, why didn't you take action earlier? I could have blacked out all the surveillance. Xia Mu didn't answer her question, but instead opened a holographic screen. Check out that man who just passed by. Alice nodded, data streams flashing in her eyes as her hands quickly operated on the screen. After a moment, she slightly widened her mouth. How could Russell be here? What a coincidence. The information showed that the man who had just passed by on the phone was actually Russell. In fact, when Russell walked past the two of them, he had noticed something unusual. But to avoid drawing attention, he pretended to be on the phone. He was also quite helpless because, upon noticing Xia Mu and Jingji Shiyu, they had also noticed him. Turning around and leaving at that point would have been even more suspicious, so he had no choice but to walk past them. Although Xia Mu was confident he could kill Jingji Shiyu instantly, dealing with the highly alert Russell nearby would be more problematic. While he could also kill Russell quickly, it would inevitably cause a commotion. If a neutron star-level expert got involved, his escape route would be blocked. The ship was currently in pulse jump navigation, making it a cage. Who knew where they would be in the starry sky once they exited the pulse jump? Weighing the pros and cons in a short time, Xia Mu decided to let Jingji Shiyu go this time. But he didn't leave empty-handed. Now, all of Jingji Shiyu's electronic devices had been hacked by Alice, and her every move was under surveillance. If she showed any signs of betrayal, Alice would immediately lock down her area through the ship systems. Jingji Shiyu seemed to realize this as well. After Xia Mu left, she became unusually quiet, behaving like an ordinary woman. The next day, she didn't make any unusual moves. The ship arrived at the first stopover Aurora planet, the main star of the Alfred Domain. It was a naturally habitable planet with an atmosphere, water, and vegetation, almost the size of Jupiter in the solar system. It had a beautiful ring and was surrounded by numerous space stations. As the main star of the domain, Aurora's daily throughput was astronomical. As soon as the ship exited the pulse jump, Xia Mu saw many giant ships similar to the Helena heading towards distant space stations. The announcement played over the ship speakers, and many passengers began packing their luggage to disembark. Jingji Shiyu was among them. Since Xia Mu had discovered her identity, staying on the ship was akin to courting death. In the surveillance, Xia Mu watched her leave the ship and immediately discard all electronic devices upon entering the space station, causing Alice to lose track of her. Jingji Shiyu didn't head directly to Aurora planet. Instead, she rented a small ship and went to another large space station. After disembarking, she changed her appearance and navigated the bustling station with ease, eventually arriving at a shop. I need some information, she spoke with her head down. The shop clerk gave a professional smile. What kind of information are you looking for? The destination of a person's ship, mission difficulty, and settlement points. The clerk's smile instantly vanished. Are you serious? Jingji Shiyu didn't say much more. She simply placed her slender finger on the holographic screen beside the clerk and then turned to leave. Watching Jingji Shiyu leave, the clerk took a deep breath and tapped a few times on the light screen. Instantly, a shimmering barrier descended at the store's entrance, isolating the interior from the outside world. With that done, he turned and quickly walked inside. The back of the shop was like a hidden world. Dozens of people, each wearing special goggles covering one eye, were intently working on the light screens in front of them. As the clerk entered, he clapped his hands, immediately drawing everyone's attention. A big job just came in. Points will be awarded based on the task's difficulty, he announced succinctly. The room instantly buzzed with excitement. Oh boy. Boss, who sent this task? Another big spender, huh? Haha. A rich client. Guys, this could keep us busy for years, they exclaimed one after another. The clerk gave them a resigned look. Don't get too excited just yet. This job is from Jingji Shiyu. The name Jingji Shiyu seemed to have a magical effect, instantly quieting everyone and wiping the smiles off their faces. After a long silence, someone tentatively asked, Boss, what's the task? To find out the destination of someone's ticket, the clerk replied briefly. It can't be that simple, can it? If Jingji Shiyu is the one asking, it means the target must have some impressive skills too. Someone analyzed, frowning. Exactly, and that makes it even harder, the clerk nodded. Our rule is to gather information without leaving any traces, but that's what makes it interesting. After a brief silence, the group regained their confidence. To them, even a task from Jingji Shiyu was just a higher level of challenge. All right, then it's up to you guys, the clerk said with satisfaction. Jingji Shiyu may be unpredictable, but she pays well. Completing this task will earn us a lot of points. With that, he transmitted the information left by Jingji Shiyu to everyone. Meanwhile, 2 days after returning, Jingji Shiyu received a mysterious message with just a few words. Galaxy Remnant? At the same time, her account showed a deduction of 10,000 points. Don't think you can escape me, Jingji Shiyu murmured as she gently touched her cheek, gazing at the stars with a look of obsession. At that moment, Xia Mu, unaware of being targeted, continued his monotonous training routine. Time flew by. A month later, as the Helena exited pulse jump mode, a massive redan blue planet appeared before them. This was the main planet of the galaxy remnant Anastasia, which means Crimson Maiden in the common tongue. Like the Aurora planet, its surrounding space was filled with space stations. The Helena docked at a mid-sized space station, and passengers gradually disembarked through the connected corridor. Xia Mu, carrying a backpack and wearing a hat, walked out of the corridor. Through the space station's transparent glass, he looked down at the enormous planet below, where red and blue intertwined endlessly. Xiaohei whispered in Xia Mu's ear, flights to the Xuanji domain depart every 3 months. The last one was just a week ago, so we have over 2 months to pass the tests. Here in the Galaxy Remnant, she felt at home. The Galaxy Remnant is the closest place to the Xuanji domain, where the Earth Alliance has an embassy. The tri-monthly ship to the Xuanji domain is operated by them. The proximity of the two domains is relative. The actual distance is hard to measure. Currently, the only known way to enter the Xuanji domain is through a space wormhole, tightly controlled by the embassy. Without a guide, outsiders wishing to enter the Xuanji domain must undergo a series of evaluations. For those without Xuanji domain credentials, entry is even more difficult. The basic requirement is to be a stellar-level strong individual, along with strict identity and financial conditions. Background checks must be clear, and a substantial retention fee is required upon entry. Most importantly, spots are limited. These stringent policies initially faced much resistance, but under the absolute power of the Xuanji domain, they were enforced. Over time, people grew accustomed to the rules. Many even fought fiercely for the limited spots, though most were disqualified by the clear background requirement. The Xuanji domain seemed to have its unique investigation standards. As a result, the qualification evaluation for entering the Xuanji domain is well known on Anastasia. Although we don't need to take the tests, we still need to pass an identity check, Xiaohei explained. It's relatively simpler but still not easy. Why does the Xuanji domain guard against outsiders like thieves? Alice asked, puzzled. I don't know either. The decision was made suddenly back then, and few know the details, Xiaohei replied. With Alice's help and my database information, the identity check should be fine. Then we'll need detailed info and proof of our training experiences, and an ID from within the Xuanji domain. Those documents might be tricky. We can start by getting the Xuanji domain ID, and handle the rest step by step. Xia Mu nodded. Here, it was best to follow Xiaohei's lead. By the way, do we have enough star coins? Xiaohei suddenly asked. Star coins? Xia Mu and Alice both looked confused. Xiaohei was taken aback. How have you been managing so far? By hacking the system, Alice replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Xiaohei sighed helplessly. My mistake. I should have mentioned it earlier. That method might work elsewhere, but not here. Why not? Alice asked. Puzzled. The embassy uses the old war sequence, number 122, for identity detection, Xiao He said quietly. Even if you're sequence 1, they can still trace your actions on their home ground. Alice's face stiffened at the mention of war sequence 122. I should have earned more money from the Laucris account, she muttered. Realizing the issue, Xia Mu leaned in and asked, can we go get it? No. Absolutely not. Alice and Xiao He shouted in unison. Xia Mu recalled Lin Mingxi's words. Hearing about the lack of funds, his long-ingrained habits had prompted him to ask. On the Star of Plunder, he never worried about star coins, wealth, or resources. Strength equaled everything. Now, looking at the massive planet below, Xia Mu felt a rare sense of concern. In an instant, the two AI and Xia Mu fell silent. The planet beneath them suddenly felt out of reach. Alice forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Let's take it one step at a time, shall we? Xia Mu nodded slightly, agreeing with the suggestion. Xiao He sighed softly. That's all we can do. With their star credits nearly depleted, Xia Mu took a shuttle to the planet Anastasia. From high above, they could see that a third of the planet's surface was covered in red vegetation, including tall plants that were predominantly red. The remaining blue areas were oceans. Bubbles rose slowly from the red vegetation into the atmosphere. The planet was surrounded by an atmosphere rich in oxygen, making it a perfect place for habitation. The shuttle landed in a city surrounded by red vegetation. Xia Mu stepped out and looked around. The city was far more bustling than the fortress of Laucris, with people everywhere on the streets. Xia Mu's gaze was deep and heavy, much like a young man returning to his homeland. His unforgettable eyes drew the attention of passers-by, despite his disguised appearance. Those eyes were simply unforgettable. However, as time passed, Xia Mu's continued stillness began to arouse suspicion. Alice and Xiao He noticed something was wrong and quietly urged, "Come on, let's go." Xia Mu snapped out of his daze, suddenly realizing that without any star credits, he had nowhere to go. Hotels, inns, and bars all seemed to require star credits, and he had only 121 left in his account. Suddenly, the towering buildings and bustling streets around him seemed like beasts ready to devour him. After purchasing 3 nutrient solutions, Xia Mu stood at the store's entrance, lost in thought once again. What should he do next? Alice and Xiao He were at a loss for words. Out of nowhere, a voice filled with disdain and coldness broke the silence. It's over between us. The attention of the crowd was drawn to a stylish woman who had just pushed a man's hand away. The man fell to the ground, begging desperately, "Don't leave, don't leave." As he was pushed away, he broke down, shouting through his tears, "Why? Doesn't our 7 years together mean anything compared to his money?" The woman pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, looking at the man with disgust. "Do you really think your measly earnings can make us happy?" The man responded urgently, "I'll work hard, earn a lot of money. Even if it costs me my life, I'll..." Xia Mu's eyes lit up. He didn't hear the rest of the man's words. Only work hard, earn a lot of money echoed in his mind. This seemed like a way to make money. He stepped aside and softly asked, "Can working really earn a lot of money?" Alice's expression stiffened, and Xiao He remained silent. Alice forced a smile and replied, "Yes, it can, but..." Seeing Xia Mu's hopeful eyes, she swallowed the rest of her words. To Xia Mu, working seemed like an unexplored new venture. Seeing this, Xiao He suggested, "Actually, we could go after bounty targets. With your skills, many would be eager to hire you." Alice's eyes brightened. "Yes, that's another option. With our abilities, we could easily take down some low-level bounty targets and earn money." Xia Mu was stunned. Killing people can earn money? He found it hard to understand. On the rating star, life was the cheapest commodity, worth less than a single nutrient solution. Alice excitedly led Xia Mu by the cheek. "Come on this way." With Alice and Xiao He guiding him, Xia Mu soon arrived at the first-floor lobby of a large building. The place was bustling with people. A row of counters stood in the center, above which a floating square screen displayed names, photos, and bounty amounts. "Welcome to the bounty hall." As Xia Mu stepped inside, a pleasant synthesized voice greeted him. His gaze was immediately drawn to the central screen. Nora Nelson, bounty 100 million star credits, neutron star level, fleet size unknown. Leonardo Lola, bounty 80 million star credits, white dwarf peak level, fleet size unknown. The top row of names had bounty amounts with a long string of zeros. Xiao He cautioned, "I wouldn't recommend taking on high-level bounties. I know you're strong enough to kill them, but outsiders taking down these targets can attract unwanted attention." Hearing this, Xia Mu reluctantly shifted his attention to the stellar-level bounties. Lorena, bounty 10 million, stellar peak level, small fleet, last seen 5 days ago at coordinates 29140, 29498. Hijacked a cargo ship and disappeared. Liana, bounty 7 million, stellar peak level. As Xia Mu skimmed through, he noticed that even with similar strength, bounty amounts varied. The bounty targets seemed to operate in groups, with detailed information about their general strength. Download the information on stellar-level bounties, Xia Mu said softly. Xiaohe immediately accessed the star network and downloaded all the relevant information. Xiaohe explained, once we choose a target, we can set out. These bounty tasks don't need to be claimed. Multiple people can pursue the same target. The reward goes to the first person who submits proof of the target's capture or elimination. Xia Mu nodded in understanding but hesitated after confirming a target. He was practically penniless. Even with a target, he had no means of transportation. At that moment, Alice suddenly spoke up. You might be interested in this. She opened a display in front of Xia Mu, revealing what seemed to be a chat room, with messages constantly refreshing. Seeking a planetary-level teammate for Calvin Hunt. Bounty negotiable. Hunting stellar peak-level pirate. I provide the ship. Bounty negotiable. PM me. These people are also here to earn bounty rewards, but most of them lack the strength or want to hunt more bounty targets, so they're looking for teammates here. Xia Mu scrolled through the information and nodded slightly. Given Alice's restrictions, following the rules is indeed challenging. In comparison, hunting space pirates for bounty seemed like a simple task to him. After reviewing for a while, he selected a post looking for a star-level teammate and sent a private message. Soon, the other party answered, and a young man appeared on the screen, still showing traces of youth on his face. Hey man, are you looking to team up? The guy had short green hair and a large tattoo on his collarbone, giving off a rough, streetwise vibe. Xia Mu nodded, not paying attention to the guy's appearance. I'm Corey. What's your name? Rock. Xia Mu replied briefly. What's your strength level? Star level. Corey hesitated for a moment before saying, where are you right now? Can we meet up? It's hard to tell from the video. He found it odd that this person didn't question his youthful appearance at all, thinking he was either naive or very confident in his abilities. Wait, what did you say your name was? Corey suddenly asked. Rock. That's it. That's it. Rock paused briefly before saying, let's meet here. He then hung up the call. He's from the Xuanji domain, Xiaohe suddenly said. How can you tell? By the name. People from the Xuanji domain have single-character surnames. His earlier question was to ask for the full name. You should have said so earlier. Alice huffed. I thought there was a flaw somewhere. I didn't notice either. The name Rock sounds like it's from an external star domain. Didn't expect you to not add a surname, Xiaohe admitted, feeling a bit frustrated. No worries, he doesn't seem hostile. Xia Mu interrupted the two and followed the navigation to the agreed location. It was a low-key decorated cafe. Xia Mu saw Corey as soon as he walked in. What would you like to drink? Corey asked. No need. Xia Mu declined politely and sat down opposite him. Corey glanced at him and whispered, man, walking around so openly, aren't you afraid of getting targeted? Xia Mu scratched his head, pretending to be a bit awkward. Just came out, forgot about that. Corey sighed. You're from the Xuanji domain, right? Aren't you afraid I might be targeting people from there? If I were afraid, I would have been caught on the way here, Xia Mu replied, still scratching his head, looking a bit foolish. Sigh, lucky for you to run into me, Zhangge. Otherwise, you would have been targeted already. Corey extended his hand seriously. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Zhangge, a graduate of Stardust Academy, now doing practical missions. Xia Mu quickly shook his hand and introduced himself as per Xiaohe's guidance. Rock, a graduate of Radiance Academy, also doing practical missions. Radiance Academy? That's pretty far. Must have been quite an effort to get here, huh? Zhangge was evidently quite talkative and started chatting. Xia Mu responded slowly, and whenever it involved internal Xuanji domain matters, Xiaohe would provide real-time responses. Alice, meanwhile, looked at Zhangge with speechless amazement, thinking that although he said he wanted to keep things confidential, he let his guard down completely after knowing Xia Mu's information. Such a trusting personality could easily get him into trouble with the wrong people. They talked for half an hour before getting to the mission. For others, it would have been torturous, but Xia Mu saw it as a necessary task and listened attentively to Zhang Ji's nonsense. This mission is almost done, just need to hunt the space pirates. Since it's dangerous, we can team up. You're about the same, right? Zhangge asked. Xia Mu shook his head, a bit embarrassed. My mission is done, but I had an accident a few days ago and ran out of star coins. Zhangge was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Haha, I wondered what the problem was. No biggie. You can stay at my place before the mission starts. Xia Mu nodded awkwardly, feeling a bit out of place due to Zhang Ji's enthusiasm. After finalizing the mission time, they left the cafe. In fact, Zhangge had planned most of it already, only missing a star-level combatant. Xia Mu's joining filled that gap perfectly. Knowing Xia Mu was from the Xuanji domain also made Zhangge feel more at ease. Zhangge was staying at a hotel, and even booked a room for Xia Mu. Back in their respective rooms, Xia Mu watched the surveillance footage of the already asleep Zhangge and asked Alice, Is there anything suspicious about him? No, he's indeed from the Xuanji domain, Alice replied. Why? Xia Mu looked at the screen puzzled. Although Zhang seemed friendly and trusting, Xia Mu remained cautious and had Alice check his background. When they entered the hotel, Alice discreetly took control of the system, and now they were monitoring Zhang Ji's room. Despite observing for a long time, Zhang showed no signs of suspicion, which made Xia Mu even more confused. He couldn't understand why Zhang completely trusted him after learning he was from the Xuanji domain and didn't put up any defenses. Moreover, this mission, although supposedly a 50-50 split, was mostly arranged by Zhang. He handled the pirate information, the spaceship, and numerous details, and they'd have to fight side by side. At that moment, the impact on Xia Mu was no less than the world Lin Mingxi had previously described to him. Zhang was the third person from the Xuanyu domain that he had encountered, and Xia Mu realized that he couldn't see through these people. Their every move was vastly different from what he knew. Xiaohe watched Xia Mu, who was deep in thought, and felt a tinge of relief. Ever since Lin Mingxi met Xia Mu, she had hoped he could become a normal person, not constantly on guard against the world. Unfortunately, unexpected events kept happening, leading them to part ways. Later, the incident with Randy made Xiaohe worry that Xia Mu's hard-earned changes would regress. Fortunately, meeting Zhang seemed to steer Xia Mu's personality in a positive direction. The next day at noon, Xia Mu opened the door and saw Zhang already prepared. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the others. They're also from the Xuanyu domain, Zhang called out. They arrived at a spaceship docking port outside the city, where Zhang led Xia Mu to a small spacecraft. The ship was about 40 meters long, quite large for a small spacecraft. Its design was somewhat peculiar, rectangular with a slightly curved front, featuring clean lines, resembling a bulky transport plane. Zhang patted the hull proudly, Li Xin 2 model, with a modified flight system. Xia Mu nodded slightly. He knew that the Li Xin series ships were primarily used for transport, boasting large capacity. Compared to heavier ships, its engine was more powerful, and its weapon systems were more advanced. Fully armed, it could function as a small bomber. The only drawback was its relatively slow speed, but with Zhang modifications, it had likely become a well-rounded small spacecraft. There are 3 more people on this mission. They should be here soon. As Zhang finished speaking, 3 figures approached quickly from a distance. 2 women and 1 man, none older than 22, with ordinary looks and less flamboyant attire compared to Zhang. From their subtle expressions, Xia Mu could tell they were in disguise, and their techniques bore a resemblance to Lin Mingxi's, sparking his curiosity. Zhang Ji's disguise was similar, but his unique style made the technique less noticeable. As the 3 arrived, Zhang Ji's eyes lit up. Quick, quick, let's go up and talk. Without waiting for them to speak, he hurriedly urged everyone onto the ship. Once aboard, the spacecraft roared to life and soared into the sky. After breaking through the atmosphere, Zhang set the ship to autopilot and turned to the group seated behind the cockpit. Alright, introductions first. This is Luo Ku, a stellar-level combatant I recruited, also from the Xuanyu domain. As Zhang spoke, Xia Mu noticed the initial hint of hostility in the 3 people's eyes dissipate instantly. This made Xia Mu wonder again about the magical allure of the Xuanyu domain. After learning Xia Mu's identity, the 3 became noticeably friendlier. A quiet-looking girl with long hair and glasses spoke first. Wang Ruoru, the team's data analyst. I did the data analysis for this mission. Me. The other girl was shorter, with a round face and a pair of small fangs visible when she smiled. Ling Qi, combatant. I'll need your help to take down the target this time. Yu Chengxi, battlefield support. Nice to meet you. The last, a slender young man with glasses, looked somewhat scholarly. Xia Mu scratched his head and smiled shyly. Nice to meet you all. I'll be counting on you from now on. His slightly bashful demeanor deepened the smiles on everyone's faces. Some people are just naturally talented. Has his acting improved this quickly? Alice whispered to Xiaohe from within Xia Mu. Shouldn't you know better than I do? Xiaohe responded somewhat helplessly. I thought his combat and mechanical skills were his strengths, but it seems his learning ability is even more impressive, haha. Alright everyone, now that we know each other, let's look at our mission target. Zhang interjected, signaling to Wang Ruoru. Wang Ruoru nodded and projected a screen from a wristband, displaying a burly man. He had a shaved head, bulging muscles, a sinister grin, and several scars on his forehead. His menacing appearance would likely get him stopped immediately on the street. Nidang, bounty of 9 million. He has a small fleet, about 3 Kaiyan-class or planetary-level main ships, and nearly 50 escort ships. With a wave, 3 200-meter-long battleships appeared on the screen, surrounded by over 50 small spacecraft. His Divine Guard has about 200 members, mostly regular people in divine suits, not much of a threat to us. The real concern is these individuals. She then displayed several more profiles. He has 3 stellar-level squad leaders, each leading a team, with about 20 planetary-level warriors under them. On the surface, Xia Mu's team seemed significantly outmatched with only 3 stellar-level main combatants and Yuchengxi's support. But no one appeared fearful. We're going for a decapitation strike, quick, precise, and ruthless. This number shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Wang Ruoru said, looking at Xia Mu. They had only heard from Zhang Gu that Xia Mu was at the stellar level and hadn't seen his abilities firsthand. Feeling her gaze, Xia Mu hesitated but then said, if it's stellar level, I can handle 3. No one seemed surprised by his words, and they all nodded knowingly. Ha ha ha, you have to trust the strength of our graduates. Anyone who earns a spot from their academy isn't going to be weak. Zhang Gu cheerfully patted Yuchengxi on the shoulder. Wang Ruru retracted her gaze and continued, in that case, my suggestion is for Zhang Gu, Luoku, and Yuchengxi to break through the front lines to draw attention, then feign weakness and retreat. Ling Qi will launch a covert attack, and you all will coordinate to take down at least 2 stellar-level squad leaders. If the first step is successful, the rest will be straightforward, just chase and kill Nai Deng. Alice, somewhat stunned, shook Xiaohei and asked, are all Xuanyu domain people this confident? Charging in with such a simple plan? Xiaohei shook his head. It's not that the plan is simple. It's that with overwhelming strength, you don't need a complicated plan. The students who stood out from the Xuanji domain were all elites selected through rigorous processes. The school provided them with top-tier equipment, and each student's divine descent was equipped with dual cores. Upon hearing this, Alice was stunned, while Summer seemed deep in thought. Lin Mingxi's combat prowess was enough to demonstrate the strength of Xuanji domain students despite being only planetary level. She could easily crush peers of the same level and even challenge those at the stellar level. The stellar-level dual-core divine descent users before them were the creme de la creme of their kind. Xuanji domain was never short of geniuses, but true monsters who could transform through the fires of battle were rare. If not for encountering Summer, Lin Mingxi would have become a shining star. Unfortunately, Summer's extraordinary strength completely overshadowed her. Seeing no objection to the plan, Wang Ruoru continued her detailed explanation. If the first wave of attack fails, we'll immediately scatter and retreat. Those with the least energy should return to the ship first. I'll pilot a small craft to draw the enemy's attention, while you take the opportunity to infiltrate and eliminate the high-ranking fighters. She added, if anyone gets entangled, we need to concentrate our fire to provide support. The enemy isn't strong enough to encircle and kill us, so regrouping and breaking through shouldn't be difficult. The ultimate goal is to behead Naden. After completing the mission, don't let your guard down. Observe the other space pirates' reactions before making further decisions. Wang Ruru then listed several backup plans, each aggressive and showcasing their confidence in their own abilities. Summer remained silent throughout. Ultimately, Zhang Gu made the final decision, and the ship set off into deep space. Their destination was a remote star route reported to have sightings of Naden's fleet. Their mission was to lie in wait. Hunting down these space pirates, who used large ships as their bases, was nearly impossible in the vast expanse of space. The ship traveled through several wormholes, venturing further and further. Finally, Zhang Gu halted the ship, his expression solemn. This is the area where Naden's team frequently appears. Everyone, suit up in your divine descents. A battle could break out at any moment. Everyone nodded and returned to the rear cabin to don their divine descents. Summer went to the back room, where a glow suddenly enveloped him. Nanomachines surged like a tide, covering his body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his divine descent, Chuanqing, was fully equipped, his eyes glowing blue. When the others emerged from the rear cabin, they were awestruck by the three-metertal Chuanqing leaning against the bulkhead. They had long suspected that Summer's divine descent was space core, and now they were even more envious. Each of Zhang Gu and his team's divine descents had unique characteristics. Zhang Ji's was blue and white with soft lines, a long sword at his waist. Yu Chengxi's was pure white, with 4 windmill-like wings glowing green on his back. Ling Qi's was fiery red, carrying dual hammers that contrasted sharply with her cute appearance. Wang Ruoru's divine descent appeared ordinary, except for a conspicuous halo-like device on her back. The ship resumed its journey, and after nearly half a day of travel, they finally spotted a fleet led by large ships moving slowly in the distance. As soon as they came into view, a communication request was received. Zhang Gu immediately transmitted the pre-prepared mission authentication, and the communication returned to silence. This was an unspoken rule between local merchant fleets and bounty guilds. Wealthy merchant fleets would hire strong escorts, but not everyone could afford this. With countless star routes, there were always those who took their chances. These unguarded merchant fleets often became targets for space pirates. Therefore, bounty hunters frequently used these fleets as bait to lure out pirates. The merchant fleets didn't oppose this, as it meant free protection. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Gu manipulated the holographic interface, making the entire ship gradually invisible. They continued their journey through space, with Summer and the others remaining in their divine descents, even lifting their visors only when eating. Half a day later, Wang Ruoru, who had been watching the holographic display, suddenly perked up. They're here. Chuanqing's blue eyes lit up, and the previously drowsy crew instantly became alert. Wang Ruoru suggested, with them as bait, we can take the opportunity to close in, but Zhang Gu immediately vetoed it. We can't just let them die. We'll go in first. The others smiled at this decision, unsurprised. Only Summer was slightly taken aback, but his expression was hidden behind his cold visor. At that moment, 3 large ships leading a fleet suddenly appeared on the side of the merchant fleet. The merchant fleet immediately opened fire in retaliation, bright lights flashing as dark energy beams rained down. However, the enemy fleet's firepower was even more intense. With 3 large ships and hundreds of small ships, their barrage was like a torrential downpour, forcing the merchant fleet to activate their shields in a desperate struggle. Just then, Summer and his team ship emerged. Zhang Gu, Summer, and Ning Chongxi charged out first, their divine descents at full power, heading straight for the enemy's 3 main ships. Ling Qi followed stealthily from the rear of the ship, her form vanishing. The enemy fleet quickly noticed Summer and his team, redirecting part of their fire to intercept. Zhang Gu laughed and shouted, just push through. This is our academy's annual standard assessment. Let's not get rusty. However, before he could encounter the first dark energy beam, a silver-gray figure shot up like a meteor, instantly widening the gap between them. Holy crap! What is that thing? Zhang Gu exclaimed. The sleek silver Xingchuan darted through the firestorm, moving against the current and quickly widening the gap between itself and the others. Zhang Gu stared blankly as the Xingchuan sped away, narrowly dodging a dark energy beam. On the 3 pirate ships, Naden, bare-chested and grinning wickedly, barked orders, ignore the flanks for now. They won't get here in time. Bait? Don't you fear catching a shark instead? Suddenly, a panicked subordinate reported, Boss, something's wrong. The enemy seems to have an expert. Naden's eyes widened as the screen showed the Xingchuan weaving effortlessly through the dense barrage, untouched by a single energy beam. Yale, intercept him. Naden ordered decisively. The rest of you, follow me. Let's take down the convoy first. They don't have large ships, so grab what we can and run. Hundreds of descendant warriors followed Naden, heading straight for the convoy that had just activated its shields. Yale led a 50-man squad, setting up an ambush under the cover of side artillery fire. Yale, clad in heavy descendant armor with a snarling beast head on his chest and curved spikes on his shoulders, commanded to weaken the frontal assault and intensify the side attack, aiming to either kill Xia Mu or at least disrupt his rhythm. Artillery fire whistled continuously, but Xia Mu remained composed, dodging each energy beam with minimal movement at the edge of extremity. He was like a tireless super machine, precise and relentless. The energy beams suddenly intensified, with all 3 warships focusing their firepower. Zhang Gu and his companion had long lost sight of Xia Mu. They activated their energy shields, dodging when possible and enduring when not, but their progress was far slower than Xia Mu's. Amidst the dense energy beams, Xia Mu's figure was no longer visible. Yale sneered. Pretending? Not even using an energy shield. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue lightning burst from the energy barrage. Yale's face changed drastically as he roared, engage. Xia Mu, with his lightning core fully activated, reached Yale in an instant. His Tang sword slashed upwards, creating a stunning arc. Yale's form was split in half, but it slowly dissipated. Xia Mu was unfazed, twisting mid-charge and launching an elbow spike into the void. Yale's true form appeared, flying backward like a broken kite. Impossible. Yale's face contorted with pain, blood spilling from his mouth. The strike had not only pierced but also delivered a powerful impact, leaving him feeling like his internal organs were about to shatter despite the descendant armor. Just as he regained control of his body, a sharp pain shot from his tailbone to his skull. Yale turned abruptly to see Xia Mu sheathing one Tang sword while pointing the other at him. As the lightning spread, Xia Mu's figure blurred. Yale desperately tried to dodge, but felt as heavy as a mountain. Time seemed to slow until a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his chest, revealing a gaping hole. Xia Mu appeared behind Yale, flicking the blood from his blade, and charged towards the descendant squad. 3 figures wielding Tang swords simultaneously appeared, slicing Yale's corpse into pieces. The distant descendant squad was stunned. From Xia Mu's appearance to Yale's death, it took only 2 moves. They had barely approached before it was over. Fear gripped their hearts, and the 50-man squad scattered like birds. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Xia Mu was like a tiger among sheep, every approach resulting in a decapitation. The squad's casualties were almost measured in seconds. Meanwhile, Zhang Gu and his companion were still navigating through the artillery fire. There's no stable signal from Rockside, probably in combat. We need to hurry. Zhang Gu gritted his teeth. All right, I'll max out the energy shield and lead. Follow me. Ning Chengxi responded, his shield expanding instantly, drawing more energy beams. He ignored them, gritting his teeth and accelerating, no longer dodging as his energy consumption spiked. Zhang Gu followed closely, his face serious. Naden won't just let the flanks be invaded. We need to support quickly, or rock. Fighting alone might. Before he finished, Ning Chengxi suddenly stopped, causing Zhang Gu to crash into him. Damn it! Ning Chengxi, what are you doing? Zhang Gu rubbed his head, scolding. It seems we might not need to support. Ning Chengxi pointed dumbfoundedly into the distance. Zhang Gu followed his gaze, eyes widening. In the zero-gravity space, corpses floated aimlessly, and the person they were worried about, Xia Mu, was withdrawing his Tang sword from the last body. Damn! What happened? Zhang Gu exclaimed in disbelief. Ning Chengxi couldn't help but curse. How the hell should I know? This usually calm and gentle man finally couldn't contain his shock. While the two were still in a daze, Xia Mu had already activated his divine descent again and sped towards the three battleships. Watching his retreating figure, Ning Chengxi and Zhang Gu snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly followed. They knew that losing focus on the battlefield was a grave mistake, but Xia Mu's display of power had been truly astonishing. Even though they were only slightly behind and had activated their shields to full power to catch up, they found that the battle had already ended in a flash. On the other side, Naden's face turned grim as he broke through the convoy's firepower blockade. The display screen on his visor showed that the lights representing Yale and the 50 members of the Divine Descent squad had all gone out. White Dwarf. Alarm bells rang in Naden's mind. Looking at the nearby convoy and the disordered Divine Descent guards, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Retreat." Someone asked in confusion, "Boss, why?" "The convoy is right in front of us, and the guards are no match. It's like meat on a chopping block." Naden turned and glared at the person, his voice cold. "Why?" "Because our home is about to be destroyed." With that, he activated his divine descent and flew back. The others, seeing this, dared not say more and quickly followed, leaving behind a bewildered convoy guard. The return trip was much faster. Without the interference of dark energy beams, they reached the main ship in just over a minute. However, just then, a loud explosion sounded. The interior of the outermost battleship erupted in intense flames, instantly engulfing the entire vessel. For shadows emerged from the flames. Xia Mu at the forefront wielding dual blades, Zhang Gu with a spear angled at his side, Ning Chengxi with 4 wings floating behind him, and even Ling Qi, who had appeared with a giant hammer in each hand. Zhang Gu shouted excitedly, "Holy crap, Luaga! You're a beast!" His usual address had changed. After Xia Mu had charged into the ship first, they had followed closely behind, while Ling Qi, who had taken a detour, had also arrived. The 4 Divine Descent warriors unleashed their full power, and the defenseless large ship stood no chance. Each major module was quickly destroyed, with Xia Mu single-handedly tearing through the bridge. Zhang Gu had left behind a shipbreaking bomb, which exploded, causing a chain reaction. The swift and decisive battle had left them exhilarated. In contrast, Naden's face was dark and terrifying, his inner rage nearly consuming him. He barked orders, "Everyone, prepare for close combat. Show them your brutality." Naden drew a broad-bladed greatsword from his back, his cold gaze locked onto the 4 approaching figures. His divine descent stood 4 meters tall, heavily armored, perfectly complementing the broad-bladed greatsword. Hundreds of divine descent guards roared their engines and charged at Xia Mu and the others. The battle was about to ignite. "I'll go first," Zhang Gu shouted, leaping past Xia Mu, his spear thrusting forward like a dragon, forming a spear flower. Naden expressionlessly placed his greatsword vertically in front of him, Zhang Ji's attacks landing on the blade. Naden's large hand suddenly reached out, attempting to grab Zhang Gu. Zhang Gu dared not linger, knowing the terrifying strength that came with Naden's size. If caught, even his divine descent could be shattered. Just then, Ling Qi's burly figure appeared at the side, her warhammer raised high and smashing down. Naden switched from palm to fist, punching out. Zhang Gu retreated, but before he could catch his breath, a dark energy beam was already approaching. "Deploy shield," Ning Chengxi shouted coldly, a beam from one of his wings forming an energy wall in front of Zhang Gu. The dark energy beam struck the wall, causing large ripples. "Thanks." Zhang Gu gratefully glanced at Ning Chengxi, then twirled his spear and charged at the attacker, piercing him through. At this moment, Ning Chengxi held the rear, Ling Qi battled Naden, and Zhang Gu fought among the Divine Descent guards. Ning Chengxi's Divine Descent was a long-range support type, with each of his 4 wings having a unique function. His eyes were fixed on his distant comrades, but he suddenly realized Xia Mu was missing. Driven by battlefield instincts, Ning Chengxi instinctively sought Xia Mu's location, but then he was startled. Something's wrong. There are 2 hidden star-level enemies. Be careful. He shouted in the communication channel, simultaneously sending 2 beams from his wings towards his comrades. But it was too late. Ling Qi had just clashed with Naden and was in the process of dissipating the force when 2 figures suddenly attacked from behind. She had just finished absorbing the force of Naden's greatsword and had no time to gather strength again. Naden's lips curled into a cold smile. Still just a bunch of rookies. The 2 figures closed in, one wielding a short blade, the other a battle axe, clearly well prepared and moving at top speed. It's over. Ling Qi's face changed drastically. Zhang Gu and Ning Chengxi's eyes widened with rage. At this critical moment, a deep voice echoed in their communication channel. Found you. Boom. Like a thunderclap, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck behind Ling Qi. The 2 attackers felt a blinding white light, and when they regained their senses, they realized they had stopped moving. Intense pain radiated from their hearts. They looked down in disbelief to see a tang dao and a curved blade piercing through their chests. When did? They stared wide-eyed, their weapons dropping helplessly. Xia Mu, expressionless, withdrew his blades, and the 3 shadows simultaneously decapitated the 2 attackers. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield paused involuntarily. Ling Qi, in the midst of turning her head, wore a look of shock under her visor. Zhang Ji's mouth hung open in disbelief, and Ning Chengxi was momentarily stunned. Impossible. Naden's roar broke the silence, snapping everyone back to reality. What kind of monster are you? Naden was almost incoherent. We're just a small group of space pirates. Why would a peak white dwarf-level warrior come after us? Naden was already in disarray. No one knew better than him the strength of the 2 who had just been killed by Xia Mu. Star-level warriors, taken down in an instant? It was unbelievable. If someone were to ask Naden how he felt right now, he would undoubtedly respond, numb, completely numb. The heart of this star-level pirate leader had already shattered. Xia Mu's thunderous strike not only destroyed the bodies of 2 star-level warriors, but also obliterated Naden's arrogant confidence. Retreat. Naden dared not linger in the fight any longer. The opponent's demonstrated strength filled him with fear. Although his side had the numbers advantage, that advantage was predicated on his survival. Naden knew very well that if the opponent wasn't foolish, their primary target would undoubtedly be him. And he didn't believe he could survive Xia Mu's pursuit, especially since Xia Mu's sudden appearance had caught him completely off guard. Without hesitation, Naden turned and activated his divine descent ability, flying towards the main ship. This scene left Zhang Gu and the others stunned. Chase him! Zhang Gu shouted in alarm. Their target wasn't the few star-level warriors like Yalu, but Naden himself. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Ji's shout, Xia Mu shot forward like an arrow. His already exceptional speed, enhanced by the core of lightning, left a phantom trail in space. With blades poised behind him, Xia Mu's sharp gaze locked onto the rapidly approaching Naden and his men. This time, Xia Mu would not let them escape. Ever since arriving in Anastasia, he had deeply realized the importance of money. His newfound obsession with wealth made Naden's attempted escape touch the most sensitive nerve in his heart, as if he could see his nutrition fluids, lodging, and travel expenses slipping away. A glance back at the rapidly approaching Xia Mu left Naden terrified, wishing he could mount 2 more engines on himself. At Xia Mu's current speed, he would definitely intercept Naden before he reached the ship. Even if he managed to enter the ship, Xia Mu would not let him off easily. Don't push me too far. Naden abruptly stopped and barked with a hostile tone on the public channel. The only response was silence and the sight of Xia Mu speeding towards him. Damn it. So what if he's a white dwarf? My guards aren't just for show. Naden's face hardened. All units, form up. I want to see just how strong he is. Despite his tough talk, only he knew that this was a desperate move, made because he had no other choice. The guards, understanding the situation, quickly formed a formation and opened multiple layers of energy shields, their eyes fixed on the approaching Xia Mu. Zhang Gu and his team also closed in rapidly. Seeing the enemy's formation and the overlapping energy shields, Xia Mu's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on his twin blades. One side stood ready, while the other charged at full speed. Soon, Xia Mu reached the enemy's front line. Using the inertia from his high-speed flight, Xia Mu's twin blades came crashing down on the energy shield. Cracks spread instantly from the point of contact, and the shield shattered into transparent fragments. The 3 men behind the shield had no time to react before Xia Mu's other blade swiftly sliced through their throats. Everyone around was horrified. That shield, powered by 3 people, had been shattered with a single strike. But this only fueled the Star Pirate's ferocity. As Xia Mu swung his blade, they attacked from behind with vicious expressions. 3 dark phantoms, flickering with lightning, appeared out of nowhere, and their twin blades cut down the attackers from behind. What the hell is this bizarre core? Naden cursed under his breath. The phantoms were clearly a divine descent ability, yet they appeared and disappeared unpredictably. However, The good news was that they had roughly figured out Xia Mu's dual core ability. Dealing with it would become easier once they got used to it. As for Zhang Gu and his team, Niding no longer paid them any mind. Not out of contempt, but because dealing with Xia Mu alone was already overwhelming. When he uses the first core, there's an obvious lightning glow. Defend and dodge when you see the glow. As for the second core, there's no clear sign yet, but it seems to appear after he attacks. Niding quickly analyzed Xia Mu's combat style over the communication channel. Indeed, as the leader of the pirate group, he had exceptional skills. His ability to stay calm under pressure and quickly analyze the opponent's weaknesses was not something everyone possessed. The others, hearing his words, also became more vigilant. However, when the actual fight started, they realized it was easier said than done. Although Xia Mu's lightning core did have a noticeable glow before an attack, by the time they saw it, his blade was already there. Their current state was, the mind said, I see it, but the body said, no, you don't. As a result, even if they saw it, they couldn't react in time and were cut down. The ghostly core was primarily used by Xia Mu to finish off or prevent sneak attacks. His only vulnerability was the moment he attacked, but the ghostly core perfectly covered this weakness. After another 10 or so people were killed, they had to admit with despair that Xia Mu was a flawless, multidimensional warrior. No matter how they attacked or dodged, it was all in vain. This situation was especially demoralizing when Zhang Gu and his team arrived, leaving them with no chance to attack Xia Mu. These newcomers were no pushovers either. As top young talents from the Xuanji domain, their combat power far exceeded their peers. Against opponents a tier or two lower, they dominated effortlessly. In no time, Niding's divine descent guards were breached. Niding could no longer sit still. But when it came to charging forward to fight, he hesitated. The reason was simple. Xia Mu in the midst of slaughter was terrifying. Each of his strikes precisely split a divine descent, with no unnecessary movements, as precise as a surgical scalpel. The efficient and cold killing had a certain rhythm, but to Niding, it felt like falling into an abyss. It was like watching a master chef slice vegetables with ease. Damn it, when did you become such a coward? Seeing more of his men fall to Xia Mu, Niding slapped himself hard. Layers of armor unfolded from his back, covering his arms. In no time, his arms visibly thickened. Clenching his mechanical hands, Niding's eyes grew cold. He activated his divine descent engine and charged towards Xia Mu, who was swiftly dispatching his men. Your opponent is me. The battle formation in front parted simultaneously, clearing a path. Naden accelerated to his limit and threw a punch. Flames burst from his elbows, 2 sets of microengines in action. With the combined force of speed, physical strength, and the Engine's triple thrust, the punch's power reached terrifying levels. Xia Mu, who had just slain a god-ascended enemy, was within arm's reach. Naden's lips curled into a sinister smile as his mechanical fist, trembling from the immense force, crashed down. Xia Mu's eyes remained calm. His dual blades crossed in front of him. Suddenly, 3 ghostly shadows appeared, and 6 blades struck Naden's mechanical fist. The rapid succession of impacts destroyed the 2 microengines just before the punch could land. Despite this, Naden's momentum was unstoppable, and the punch still carried significant power. With a thunderous crash, the mechanical fist collided with Xia Mu's crossed blades. Both sides seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, energy lines on Xia Mu's suit began to flow rapidly, all converging into his arms. His suit turned silvery gray, but his arms glowed with dazzling energy, dense lines of power surging up to withstand Naden's strike, creating a deadlock. Naden's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected his triple thrust punch to be blocked. Without hesitation, he raised his other mechanical fist, and 4 flames burst from 2 more microengines. However, just as the punch was about to land, it was blocked once again. Naden's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him, Xia Mu's crossed blades defended, while a high-raised leg blocked his other mechanical fist. What kind of monstrous reflexes were these? Naden thought, astonished, as he exerted force with both fists. At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from Xia Mu, arcs of electricity coursing through his body. Naden immediately sensed danger. Xia Mu withdrew his power in an instant, and Naden, caught off guard, punched out forcefully. But Xia Mu, empowered by the lightning core, had already dodged in the nick of time. Naden, with 1 set of engines destroyed, lost balance midair. It's over. Naden's heart sank. Xia Mu, having retreated, twirled his blades, changing his grip, and approached the stumbling Naden. With an shaped slash from below, the heavily armored god descended was torn apart as if made of fabric. Naden could no longer control his body. His life force ebbed away, thoughts drifting. 3 shadows appeared, and long blades fell on his vulnerable neck, separating his head from his body in an instant. Zhang Gu, who had just rushed over, looked at Naden's headless body with its massive shaped wound and fell silent. Even a peak-level star warrior couldn't withstand many moves. As Naden was killed, the surrounding star pirates lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions. Capture the ships. Zhang Gu snapped back to reality and roared. He, along with Ling Qi and Ning Chongxi, flew towards the distant ships. Xia Mu followed closely. The bounty was complete, and the star pirates' ships were a significant haul. Deprived of their leader, the remaining star pirates quickly lost control of their ships, which were soon seized. Those who resisted became space debris. Under the thunderous suppression, Naden's remaining large ships were all captured. The smaller ones were left unattended. Wang Ruoru piloted a small ship over from the rear, and the group met on Naden's flagship. Everyone looked at Xia Mu with a mix of curiosity and admiration. I have a question. Zhang Gu finally spoke when he noticed Xia Mu's slight discomfort. Xia Mu looked up, puzzled. What? You told me you could handle 3 star-level fighters at once, right? Xia Mu nodded. Zhang Gu tilted his head. Do you have some kind of misconception about star-level fighters? The others nodded in agreement. Xia Mu's displayed strength made even star-level fighters seem like child's play. When Zhang Gu mentioned Xia Mu could handle 3 star-level fighters, no one took it seriously. But clearly, they had different understandings. I can take down 3 star-level fighters simultaneously, no problem. Any more would take a bit longer, Xia Mu said, bewildered by their reactions. The group was stunned, their expressions stiffening. So your standard is instant kills? Isn't that a bit extreme? Zhang Gu felt his pride vanish. Compared to Xia Mu, he realized he was far inferior. Xia Mu's attacks were so swift they couldn't even follow them. Haha, you're too modest. Zhang Gu laughed awkwardly, changing the subject. This bounty was a huge win, and we captured 2 large ships. We're rich. Yeah, I didn't expect to get 2 intact ships. They're worth a fortune. Ning Chongxi and the others were equally excited. The bounty itself wasn't that high. The Star Pirates' assets were the real prize. Selling those 2 ships alone would bring in over 2 billion. Adding the bounty, each of them would get a substantial amount. Our initial agreement was to split evenly, but I suggest giving Rock the lion's share this time, Wang Ruoru proposed. Zhang Gu and the others nodded in agreement. I have no objections. I barely did anything in this battle. Rock took down the main forces, Ling Qi said, shrugging. Exactly. We just handled the cleanup. I agree. Wang Ruoru looked at Xia Mu, who hadn't spoken. In that case, how about we split 7,030? Rock gets 70%, and we split the rest. This distribution was overwhelmingly in Xia Mu's favor, yet no one seemed surprised. They weren't particularly motivated by money. They sought experience. With support from Xuanji Domain and their families, they weren't in dire need of funds. After finalizing the distribution details, Wang Ruoru dismissed the spaceship crew on the spot and integrated her own system to control the ship. This measure ensured that even if someone acted out, she could initiate the self-destruct program. Though she would inevitably face imprisonment and punishment from the Planetary Management Bureau upon return, it was better than dying on the spot. After all, the opposing party could easily send one person back to fetch the buyer and then kill them all. With the cooperation of the original crew, the group piloted 2 spaceships through the wormhole, supplemented by pulse jumps, and quickly arrived at planet Anastasia. The handover procedures were completed exceptionally fast, with the bounty exchange and spaceship transaction finalized within half a day. When Xia Mu received the account transfer, he felt a slight ripple in his heart. The feeling of earning his first pot of gold through his own efforts was both unfamiliar and wonderful, tinged with a sense of satisfaction. After the mission ended, he proposed to leave first. After exchanging contact information with Zhang Gu and others in front of the guild, Xia Mu parted ways with them. After leaving, Xia Mu did not look for a place to stay but instead made several twists and turns through the streets, eventually arriving at a secluded alley. He suddenly spoke. You can come out now. A burst of laughter echoed as a figure in silver-black armor, holding dual daggers, slowly emerged from the shadows. The cold silver mask concealed any expression, but the voice carried a teasing tone. Hee, impressive. You managed to spot me. Xia Mu frowned slightly, then suddenly bent his knees and lunged forward. During the sprint, the star-crossed godfall armor rapidly covered his entire body. Thorny Muse's eyes burned with intensity, ready to meet the attack heeded, but she suddenly sensed a chilling threat from behind. Instinctively, she retracted her daggers and vanished into the nearby shadows. A tang sword thrust out from behind, piercing through where she had just been. Xia Mu was unsurprised, slashing his other long sword to the side, leaving a huge gash on the wall. The clash of metal resounded, and Thorny Muse's figure slowly reappeared. Such keen senses, ha ha ha, I think I might like you a bit. Thorny Muse's laughter didn't wane, disappearing into the darkness again, only to emerge from Xia Mu's shadow. However, she was met with Xia Mu's swift spinning kick. Caught off guard, Thorny Muse tried to escape into the shadows, but a dazzling bolt of lightning lit up, making all shadows vanish instantly. She had no choice but to raise her daggers to block the kick, sending her flying uncontrollably into the shadows. Ouch, that hurts. You know? Thorny Muse's voice echoed as a concentrated darkness, cloaked in shadow, attacked. Xia Mu, expressionless, swung his sword to meet it, revealing Thorny Muse's silhouette. Failing with her strike, she quickly used the wall to launch another attack. Xia Mu accurately blocked with his other long sword. Thorny Muse retreated to the wall, striking an unnatural pose. I see it. Your weakness. Death Thorn Strike. She fused her daggers into a long spear, slowly infusing it with divine energy. With a slight tremor, the spear shot forward. Xia Mu's eyes narrowed, and his figure flickered. Thorny Muse seemed to anticipate this, making the spear reverse its trajectory and thrust backward. After a crisp clash and a strange hum, Thorny Muse's expression changed dramatically. She released the spear, intending to escape into the shadows. However, a curved long sword was already slicing coldly towards her neck. Death. The thought barely formed before Thorny Muse raised her arm to block. The sword embedded into her forearm, but she used the opportunity to disappear into the shadows. Ha ha ha, that hurts. I'll remember you. Her slightly deranged laughter gradually faded away. Xia Mu frowned, surveying the surroundings as his star-crossed armor slowly retracted. He could sense that Thorny Muse had fled far away, even meticulously erasing any blood traces. Though her combat skills were mediocre, her escape abilities were indeed impressive. As Xia Mu walked out of the alley, he habitually reviewed the shortcomings of the fight. In his view, the battle was a failure since he didn't manage to kill Thorny Muse. Meanwhile, in an underground bar, the deafening music and dim lights made it easy to forget it was still daytime outside. People reveled, their voices blending into a chaotic symphony. Thorny Muse emerged from a shadow and entered a small door. After descending 2 floors in an elevator, she stepped into a space eerily quiet. All eyes immediately focused on her, especially on her bloodied forearm. Heavy breathing could be faintly heard from the darkness. You can try if you want. Thorny Muse's voice, despite her bleeding arm, carried an excited tone. As soon as she spoke, the hostility in the shadows dissipated, as if everyone had thought of something. Seeing this, Jingji Shiyu's lips curved into a slight smile. Most of the functions of her divine life support device were concentrated in her forearm. Even though half of her forearm was sliced open, with the bone cut halfway through, the intense pain seemed to have no effect on her. Under everyone's gaze, she calmly walked into a private room at the back of the bar. Inside the room, pale light spilled down. Jingji Shiyu detached the divine device, which automatically rested beside her as if they were 2 separate beings. Without the support of the life support device, her forearm wound immediately reopened, blood gushing out. Her face turned pale instantly, yet she maintained an eerie smile. Jingji Shiyu lay down on the surgical bed and soon lost consciousness. The damage caused by Xia Mu was more than just that one cut. The previous kicks had also left her severely injured. Forced combat and massive blood loss had pushed her to her mental limits. The bed's mechanisms automatically activated, starting to treat her wounds. The divine device by the wall lit up its eyes and quietly guarded the door. In her hazy consciousness, Jingji Shiyu seemed to see many tiny figures waving at her. They smiled brightly, their faces youthful and innocent, their clothes shabby but their expressions radiant. She wanted to reach out to them but found her forearm numb and unresponsive. No matter how she ran, she couldn't get closer to those figures that seemed to stand on the other side. Suddenly, Jingji Shiyu's eyes snapped open. She raised her forearm and saw that under the surgical bed's repair, the ghastly wound had vanished without even leaving a scar. She rubbed her temples, checked the time on her star communicator, and realized that an entire day had passed. Getting off the bed, Jingji Shiyu snapped her fingers, and the divine device at the door immediately deactivated its guard mode. She muttered to herself, "I'll come back for you." Meanwhile, Xia Mu had started searching for information on Xuanji Domain as soon as he settled down. Being closest to Xuanji Domain's edge, this place indeed had more related data than the outside world. Alice and Xiaohei connected to the network, continuously gathering information. Xiaohei pulled up a light screen and presented it to Xia Mu. Mengxi and her group returned to Xuanji Domain a month ago. According to records at the embassy, Xia Mu stared at the information on the light screen, lost in thought. The 2 AIs organized the data, which not only included Lin Mengxi's whereabouts but also ways to enter Xuanji Domain. Xuanji Domain had always been in a state of lockdown, completely prohibiting outsiders from entering. Even their own graduates needed to undergo rigorous checks to return without a mentor's escort. This peculiar system had always been a mystery in the galaxy, with countless people eager to uncover the veil of Xuanji Domain. Alice and Xiaohei attempted to investigate the reasons, but the historical information seemed to have been erased, leaving no trace. Even Xiaohei, who had been inside Xuanji Domain, knew little, only that it seemed related to external civilizations. Xia Mu found this puzzling because the data disk he obtained on the plundering star indicated that the Earth Alliance was not a civilization that would seal off star regions. Alice analyzed, currently, there's only one way to enter Xuanji domain. We have the DNA of someone from Xuanji domain and have falsified our identities. But this might not be enough to fool the embassy's strict checks. Their review process is extremely stringent, starting with a deep DNA analysis that most disguises fail. However, with my technology, this isn't an issue. The most troublesome part will be the interstellar training records. Xiaohei added, every battle and mission of Xuanji domain students is transmitted through a special band to the local embassy and then back to Xuanji domain. Each student has a file in Xuanji domain's database, which is not open, and I can't forge it. Xia Mu frowned, realizing their current identities were akin to newly graduated students from Xuanji domain out for training. One piece of information on the light screen completely dispelled his immediate plan to enter Xuanji domain. New students out for training cannot return until they have completed 5 missions unless under special circumstances. This almost insane rule didn't seem like something a normal civilization would enact. It was more akin to the methods of an underground training camp. Yet, within Xuanji domain, this was the standard practice for their most talented young individuals. The criteria for the records required defeating an enemy of a higher rank to count as one mission. Alice exclaimed, if you don't need geniuses, you could give them to other civilizations. These conditions are absolutely the harshest and most brutal. In the outside world, which civilization doesn't cherish its geniuses? But Xuanji domain keeps pushing them out and sets such strict conditions to prevent them from returning. Aren't they afraid of losing them? Xiaohei shook his head helplessly. I don't know the reason behind setting such conditions, but every student is given the choice to opt out before coming out. Those who choose to come out are willing to do so. Even by its logical calculations, this method of training the younger generation seemed to do more harm than good. Yet, many young people still chose to go out for training every year. When Lin Mingxi made her choice, Xiaohei had asked her, but she just smiled and didn't say much. Alice sighed. They're crazy. Training the younger generation under such conditions means each one of them is a prodigy, although the loss will be significant. The ones who set these rules are either madmen or geniuses. But logically, although there are star pirates everywhere in the galaxy, there aren't wars between civilizations. Why are they in such a hurry to have their younger generation grow? Is there some powerful external pressure? As Alice spoke, she turned her gaze to Xiaohei. Even Xia Mu looked at her, equally intrigued by the matter. Xiaohei shook her head helplessly and admitted that she had no idea why the Xuanji domain was sealed off. Her sources of information were limited to the Earth Alliance's open database and some confidential school files, but none of these explained the reason behind the lockdown. However, she was certain about one thing. There was a palpable sense of urgency among the higher-ups of the Xuanji domain. Alice floated lightly beside Xia Mu's cheek and reminded him, you can't fake a resume. It might take some time to get into the Xuanji domain. What are you planning to do? Xia Mu's gaze fell on the holographic screen as he carefully reviewed the various requirements for entering the Xuanji domain. He understood Alice's point. Getting into the Xuanji domain would take time, and this period could be used for other things. Suddenly, Randy's image flashed through his mind, that ruthless, rule-breaking, arrogant person. Then, the faces of Lin Mingxi, Zhang Gu, and others appeared. He even thought of Chu Yao, who traveled a long way to rescue Lin Mingxi from the Shura domain. Xuanji domain, huh? Xia Mu sighed. Let's start with the resume. I don't have a clear goal right now. What he didn't say aloud was that he felt a subtle longing for the Xuanji domain. There was a sense of warmth and gentleness from Lin Mingxi and the others that reminded him of someone from his memories. Though fleeting, it made him want to pursue and dream about it. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, sparking his curiosity. Alice smiled. Got it. Next up is the resume. That should be easy for you. After all, you appear to be at the stellar level, but your true strength is close to neutron star level. Xiaohei nodded silently, acknowledging that Xia Mu was indeed the most capable person she had ever met, and it seemed he had not yet reached his limit. We need a new planet, Alice said, clenching her small fists in frustration. Anastasia has a war sequence, which makes things inconvenient. Though no one in the war sequence could match her true strength, the various restrictions made it difficult for her to act freely. Xiaohei reminded, if we're going to build the resume, we need to hurry. The next flight is in 2 months, and if we miss it, even if we pass the test, we'll have to wait another 3 months. After finalizing their plans, Alice quickly purchased a small spaceship online and ordered a large number of engine parts, renting a warehouse to store everything. With the small spaceship in the warehouse, Xia Mu donned his starfall armor and began the disassembly work. A week later, a uniquely designed small spaceship emerged from the warehouse. The ship was long and slender, with a slightly curved front, fighter jet-like wings on either side, and 2 engine pods beneath them. The rear featured a dorsal fin-like tail and 3 triangular engine ports. The ship was about 20 meters long and 6 to 7 meters wide. Upon ignition, the engines emitted purple flames, and the ship's speed surged, quickly surpassing its original capabilities. After leaving the planet Anastasia, the spaceship's speed increased dramatically, vanishing into the vast expanse of space in no time. A few days later, at the edge of a remote planet in the galactic ruins, a massive stargate stood outside a slowly rotating wormhole. The stargate spanned several kilometers, with its frame converted into habitable space cities, constantly bustling with incoming and outgoing ships. An inconspicuous small spaceship emerged from the wormhole and landed in one of the space cities on the stargate. Disguised, Xia Mu parked the ship and headed straight for the bounty guild in the city. Inside the guild, Xia Mu approached the task wall, directly filtering for white dwarf-level bounties. This level of bounty usually offered rewards in the billions, each target being wealthy and commanding their own fleet. Such bounties were typically taken on by large mercenary groups, and Xia Mu's actions immediately caught the attention of a nearby man. The man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Everyone, look! This rookie here is trying to take on a white dwarf-level bounty. His loud voice drew the attention of many. Xia Mu, having already closed the holographic screen, turned and looked at the man seriously, asking, "Is that funny?" For some reason, Xia Mu's calm tone sent a chill down the man's spine, rendering him speechless. Seeing his lack of response, Xia Mu shook his head and left the hall. The man finally snapped out of it, but the strange looks from those around him made his face flush red. He stammered, unable to say anything. This only made the others' gazes even more peculiar. Ha ha ha, did that kid scare you? A rookie? A large, hairy hand slapped the man's shoulder. Hey, Derek, you're a stellar level. Come on. Derek turned to see a burly man with a full beard and chest hair almost bursting out of his vest, looking quite unkempt. Yet, no one in the room dismissed him. On this planet, Ox, everyone knew his name, Brutal Brown Bear Truss. Both Derek and Truss were team leaders in the Ash Mercenary Group, one of the top mercenary groups on the planet. The Ash Mercenary Group, with neutron star level experts, boasted a large number of strong members at various levels. Derek and Truss were merely team leaders. Without major tasks, team leaders would often take their members out for side jobs. Today, both Truss and Derek were doing just that. Derek had planned to accept a stellar-level pirate bounty for extra income, but then he encountered Xia Mu. Derek brushed off Truss's hairy hand, his expression serious. If my instincts are right, that kid's strength is no joke. Oh. Truss's interest was piqued. As seasoned mercenaries, their intuition about danger was highly refined. If Derek said so, then the kid was likely formidable. Someone's looking into us. Let me check. It's that person from earlier. As Xia Mu boarded the spaceship, Alice projected a light screen in front of him showing Derek's information. They're wary of your abilities, but they've only done a superficial check, she said. Xia Mu frowned slightly and instructed, "Keep an eye on their movements." With that, he turned and entered the cockpit, starting the spaceship. The search in the hall earlier had provided him with the necessary information, and Alice had successfully connected to the local guild network. The plan was simple: keep hunting bounty targets to build up a record. Being a pragmatic action taker, Xia Mu never wasted time. Once he had his target, he immediately piloted the spaceship towards the general area of his first target. This target, a white dwarf-level bounty named Cecil, was relatively weaker among those of his level. Xia Mu chose him deliberately. After all, challenging strong enemies right away would attract too much attention. Although Cecil was strong individually, the real challenge lay in his fleet, which included several stellar-level fighters. This group of bounty hunters often appeared on a major star route, known for causing trouble to many, earning a notorious reputation. They not only had powerful members, but also an incredibly efficient intelligence network, making it difficult for even skilled mercenary groups to track them down. After passing through another wormhole, Alice suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, this Cecil is no joke." Xia Mu raised an eyebrow, and Alice quickly brought up another light screen. It displayed a crucial piece of information. The Ashes mercenary group had attempted to eliminate Cecil's pirate crew in Exploration Year 735, but failed. At that time, the Ashes leader, Ryan, had already reached neutron star level. Interestingly, Cecil's intelligence capabilities had significantly improved after their encounter with the Ashes. Are you suggesting there's a connection? Xia Mu pondered. Exactly, Alice said proudly, hands on her hips. Although others have suspected and investigated, they found nothing. But who am I? Waha. She laughed oddly. I found a lot of encrypted communications between the Ashes and Cecil in the Ashes database. This is likely the truth behind Cecil's so-called intelligence network. Cecil's working with the Ashes? Xiaohei couldn't help but ask. What's in it for them? Alice gave a meaningful smile. What's in it? Haven't many mercenary groups failed to defeat them? And the consequences? Xiaohei realized and then worriedly suggested, in that case, the Ashes mercenary group is no small fry either. Maybe we should change targets and avoid trouble for now. No need, Xia Mu shook his head lightly. Alice, erase any traces. Got it. Xiao Hei looked at the two, thinking that Xia Mu's style was probably influenced by Alice. Although Alice could erase traces, there's no such thing as a perfect cover. If any information leaked, they could face retaliation from the Ashes mercenary group. So calm. Are you not afraid of the Ashes mercenary group at all? Xiao Hei muttered to himself before disappearing. After a brief discussion, the spaceship launched, quietly leaving the planet. The departure of this small spaceship went unnoticed, and no one could have guessed that inside was a lone hunter on his way to take down a white dwarf-level target. Thus, Xia Mu silently passed through several wormholes, finally arriving in a desolate star region. Due to Cecil's notoriety, this once bustling star route was now eerily quiet. Only a few large corporations or powerful families dared to pass through, while other merchant fleets preferred to detour. Over time, this area became a forbidden zone for many and naturally turned into Cecil's lair. Although the exact location of the lair was unknown, this star region had the highest probability of encountering his fleet. Xia Mu quickly headed there based on the information gathered online. Entering the star region, a sense of desolation hit him. Unlike other regions where merchant ships or energy trails from pulse jumps were occasionally visible, this place was dead silent. Start scanning for pirate activity. Xia Mu lightly tapped on the control panel, and Alice's figure appeared. A unique light wave radiated from the spaceship, capable of detecting life signals in a wide area ideal for interstellar exploration. The spaceship moved forward, carrying the light wave deeper into the starry expanse. Xia Mu took 2 nutrient vials from beside his seat and drank them. Now it was a waiting game, but fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. The next day, a fleet led by 5 200-meter-class large ships appeared in the void. Compared to this massive fleet, Xia Mu's small spaceship was like a speck of dust. Locked on. It's Cecil's ship. Alice's voice came through. Xia Mu raised his head slightly, and his armor, Starpiercer, instantly activated. Meanwhile, in the main ship of the fleet, a robust man with a towel wrapped around his waist was lounging in a luxurious cabin. This was Cecil, the fleet's leader. Surrounding him were several scantily clad women, each with seductive eyes and gentle touches. Hey baby. Cecil chuckled lewdly, pressing his hand on a woman's chest, making her scream. Just as he was about to pounce, a communication request popped up. Annoyed, Cecil sat up and opened the communication. What is it? Boss, there's a small spaceship. We didn't get any heads up from the Ashes. You're bothering me for this? Sink it, Cecil snapped, cutting the communication and turning back to the woman. On the other side, Xia Mu launched out of the spaceship. Xiao Hei and Alice immediately took control and retreated to a safe distance. Meanwhile, one of the large ships in the fleet, accompanied by nearly 100 smaller ships, opened fire simultaneously. Amid the barrage of cannon fire, Starpiercer was tiny as a speck of dust. A flash of blue light appeared on Starpiercer's surface, quickly covering the entire suit. Then, 3 shadows flickering with lightning emerged behind him and merged into Starpiercer. In an instant, all the energy lines on Starpiercer lit up. Energy lines pulsed with visible dark energy, moving at incredible speeds. Xia Mu leaned forward slightly, and the Starpiercer engine roared to life, propelling him to a staggering velocity. A long trail of lightning followed the Starpiercer, appearing insignificant against the backdrop of dark energy beams, yet it shot forward like an arrow. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly as Xia Mu plunged into the torrent of dark energy. He abandoned all fancy maneuvers, allowing the dark energy beams to strike the surface of the Starpiercer. However, these attacks only created ripples around the ship, unable to penetrate the thin energy shield. With no concerns, Xia Mu's speed became even more astonishing. Amidst the overwhelming torrent, his lightning-clad silhouette remained dazzling. On the main ship's bridge, a one-eyed captain stared in shock at the figure charging upstream. What is that thing? He exclaimed. The only response was stunned silence. An unfriendly intruder. The one-eyed captain snapped back to reality and shouted, "Increase firepower. Connect to the boss." But as soon as he tried to make the call, it was cut off, indicating that the other side was handling more urgent matters. This isn't looking good, the captain said grimly. Inform all squad leaders to prepare for battle. If they can push through this kind of firepower, they must be formidable. He quickly sent out several messages but hesitated to contact Cecil again, knowing that disturbing him could have worse consequences than the current threat. Xia Mu, unrestrained, soon reached the front of the main ship, entering the fleet's blind spot. Suddenly, hundreds of figures appeared around him, warriors clad in divine armor. Xia Mu scanned the area quickly but felt a twinge of disappointment upon not seeing Cecil. Who are you? Don't you know this is Cecil's fleet? You've got guts. A mocking voice came through the public channel. Xia Mu remained silent, prompting the voice to taunt further. Scared? Good. But don't worry, we'll give you a warm welcome for disturbing our rest. Attack. At the command, Hundreds of divine warriors launched simultaneously, their engines roaring in unison. Instead of retreating, Xia Mu charged forward with his twin blades drawn. Brave, but futile, the mocking voice echoed again. The clash was immediate. Xia Mu was bombarded from all directions. Various weapons attacked from different angles, showcasing the seamless coordination of the pirate's divine guard. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Xia Mu. Amidst the blinding light, several sharp flashes zipped by. As the lightning dissipated, Xia Mu emerged from the encirclement, twin blades in hand. The first wave of divine warriors stood frozen. Their bodies suddenly split in two as electric arcs danced across their severed torsos. The sudden scene stunned everyone. In the next moment, Xia Mu's blades whirled through the crowd, felling more divine warriors. The commander, who had underestimated Xia Mu's strength, now watched in disbelief as his men fell one by one. A peak star-level warrior? Just a few comet levels. How long can you last? Though slightly worried, the commander wasn't truly intimidated. His gaze shifted to a seemingly ordinary divine warrior in the crowd, a subtle smile forming on his lips. Let's see you fall to Blood Calamity's blade. The ordinary warrior, though indistinguishable at first glance, lagged slightly behind the others, never fully engaging. In the center of the battlefield, Xia Mu's twin blades continued to reap lives. The pirates, driven by orders and fear of their own harsh laws, couldn't retreat despite realizing his formidable strength. Casualties mounted under the relentless assault. The commander, his smile fading, frowned and opened a special communication channel. Blood Calamity, stop hesitating. Attack. All right, I've got him figured out, a raspy voice replied. The ordinary-looking Blood Calamity moved forward, now wielding a drawn dagger. Xia Mu easily dispatched another warrior and parried a sneak attack. Another figure charged at him, and Xia Mu raised his blade. Blood Calamity's eyes gleamed as his armor's energy lines flared, enveloping him in a tangible black mist. Shadow stab. Blood Calamity's form blurred, streaking towards Xia Mu. But Xia Mu reacted faster. He leaned back and retreated several steps, then crossed his twin blades in a swift upward slash. Thud. Blood sprayed from the air in front of him, instantly freezing in the cold void. How is this possible? Blood Calamity stared in disbelief at the shaped wound on his chest. A delayed afterimage merged with his form. Xia Mu offered no answer. He spun his blade, repelling an attacker, and charged towards the distant commander. Star levels, all accounted for? Xia Mu muttered, recalling the dossiers on star-level figures. The commander widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. The meticulously planned ambush by Shuezai had been effortlessly thwarted by Xia Mu, and what followed was even more astonishing. It seemed as if Xia Mu had broken free from some sort of restraint, his speed suddenly soaring. His figure darted through the crowd like a ghost, his twin blades slicing through the air with lethal precision, resembling a high-efficiency reaper. The warriors of the Divine Guard fell before him like straw, and within moments, dozens more lay lifeless at his feet. This was despite the efforts of several stellar-class divine descendants trying to delay him. The commander couldn't fathom how much more devastating the situation would be without these impediments. Without a second thought, he urgently contacted Cecil. After the call was cut off, he stubbornly dialed again. At that moment, in the spaceship cabin, Cecil was stripped to the waist, drenched in sweat, with several women lying around him. The persistent ringing of the communicator ignited his fury. Cecil strode out, grabbed the communicator from the table, and pulled up a holographic screen. Willis, you better have a good reason for this, he growled, his expression dark and his eyes fierce with an oppressive tone. Willis didn't waste any words, urgently stating, Boss, the intruder is formidable, possibly at a neutron star level. Cecil's face turned grim. As a white dwarf-level warrior, he knew exactly what that meant. He swiftly wrapped a towel around himself and left the cabin. Moments later, a divine descendant launched from the main ship, trailing a long plume of exhaust as it headed straight for the battlefield. In just a few minutes, the casualties among the Divine Guard had surpassed 100. Apart from Shuezai, another stellar-class warrior had been slain by Xia Mu's sudden attack. The remaining stellar-class warriors had to become more cautious, which only increased the losses among the lower-ranked soldiers. By the time Cecil arrived, nearly half of his men had been killed by Xia Mu. The terrifying efficiency of the slaughter made Cecil's eyes widen in alarm, his sense of vigilance heightened to the extreme. In the midst of the chaos, Xia Mu's movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary actions. He operated like a finely tuned machine, meticulously managing every ounce of his strength. His killing was cold and precise, making Cecil momentarily suspect that an AI might be in control. After another subordinate was cut down, Cecil could no longer stay idle. His divine descendant engine roared to full power, and his heavy, rust-colored body charged forward like a knight, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. His shoulder armor split open, revealing dark apertures from which 10 beams of dark energy shot forth. Waves rippled across Xia Mu's body as he forced back a stellar-class opponent and ducked just in time to avoid Cecil's sword. Simultaneously, the steel arc at the back of his neck lit up, with silvery light flowing like mercury, converging into a rotating vortex at the center. As Cecil prepared to strike with his shield, Xia Mu vanished in an instant. The silver-gray figure appeared above, blades at his sides, his body slightly inclined. Blue lightning coursed through him in a flash. With a thunderous boom, like lightning piercing the air, Xia Mu reappeared on the other side of Cecil, his arms spread wide. Cecil stared in shock at the two massive gashes on his chest, nearly exposing the intricate circuits within. The holographic screen flickered with interference. Sensing imminent danger, Cecil didn't hesitate to spin around, bringing his shield to the forefront. Dark energy surged, consolidating rapidly around the shield, ultimately enveloping the entire divine descendant. Xia Mu's twin blades struck the shield almost simultaneously. Trusting his instincts, Cecil thrust his sword forward. Xia Mu reacted swiftly, kicking off the shield with both feet and using the engine's propulsion to create distance. The clash left everyone stunned. Even the stellar-class warriors felt a chill. They had already maneuvered behind Xia Mu, seeking an opportunity to ambush. As Xia Mu was propelled backward, the moment seemed perfect for 3 stellar-class warriors to strike. No. Cecil's face twisted in realization that Xia Mu had deliberately withdrawn. Silver light waltz, Xia Mu's body curved, blades crossed. As the 3 divine descendants launched their ambush, he unfurled, his twin blades tracing an arc in the void of space. Everyone clearly saw 2 staggered rings appear where Xia Mu stood, like descending silver moons. The rings formed by the blade light were mesmerizingly beautiful. By the time the 3 attackers realized what had happened, they had lost control of their bodies. They looked down in shock to see 2 intersecting gashes on their chests, frost creeping through the wounds, freezing their hearts in place. As the silver light faded, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze. That seemingly magnificent glow had, in an instant, claimed the lives of 3 stellar warriors. The realization hit them like a plunge into icy water. Even Cecil couldn't help but eye Xia Mu warily. Only now did he understand that Xia Mu hadn't been fighting him with full force earlier. Those seemingly fierce attacks were merely a ruse to provoke the hidden stellar warriors into revealing themselves. A chill ran down Cecil's spine. Xia Mu had not only killed 3 in one strike, but had almost taken his life without even focusing entirely on him. The 2 gruesome scars on his chest silently testified to Xia Mu's terrifying power. I can't win. Alarm bells rang in Cecil's mind. He decided to leverage his background. Even if it meant exposing his identity, anything was better than losing his life. Seeing Xia Mu turn and charge again after killing the 3, Cecil hurriedly opened the public channel and shouted, "Stop!" But Xia Mu ignored him, silently flying forward with his blade. Veins bulged on Cecil's forehead as he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Aren't you afraid of the Ashen Mercenaries' revenge?" That name should have instilled fear, but Xia Mu, already aware of their schemes, was unfazed. Realizing his trump card was useless, Cecil had no choice but to brace himself with his sword and shield. Anyone who injures him gets 30 million. Kill him, and you'll get 500 million. Cecil's voice echoed through the communication channel. The promise of such a bounty sparked dangerous glints in the eyes of the previously hesitant warriors. Great rewards attract brave souls, especially these bloodthirsty space pirates. Though they knew the odds of harming Xia Mu were slim, the lure of fortune and the thought, "What if?" drove them. So many of us, he can't kill us all. What if there's a chance? With that mindset, the disorganized pirates quickly regrouped and charged with bloodlust. Xia Mu's expression hardened. He recognized that look all too well. It was the same crazed hunger he had seen in hyenas on plundered planets eyeing their prey. Familiar with the sight, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The charging crowd hesitated, spreading out cautiously, observing Xia Mu's reaction. Though greedy, they were not reckless. Xia Mu's prowess was still an insurmountable threat. At that moment, Xia Mu flipped his long blade and tang blade in his hands, then raised them above his head, bringing the hilts together. A soft ding echoed, and everyone seemed to hear a faint hum. The swirling vortex behind his neck began to crackle with lightning, which intensified and crawled up the blades. The blades separated, the lightning from the vortex turning into a rotating black sphere. In the next instant, Xia Mu moved. Like a thunderbolt, the lightning-wrapped blades flashed, and the black sphere on his back spun violently. In a heartbeat, 2 dark figures split from Xia Mu, each wielding a lightning-wrapped blade. Whoosh! 3 figures vanished simultaneously, and everyone tensed, eyes darting to where Xia Mu might reappear. Cecil's face turned pale, instinctively raising his giant shield. Clang! A massive impact struck Cecil's shield, followed by a powerful electric current, momentarily paralyzing him. In that split second, Xia Mu appeared behind him, tang blade raised high, the dazzling lightning filling Cecil's vision. No! Cecil snapped out of his paralysis just in time, but the tang blade was already inches away. He desperately leaned back, the blade leaving a charred gash on his armor. Barely evading the strike, Cecil retreated rapidly. The chill from his chest told him his armor was at its limit, the cold of space beginning to seep through. The others finally reacted, launching themselves at Xia Mu. Two dark figures materialized, their lightning-wrapped blades dancing, cutting down those who couldn't dodge in time. Xia Mu relentlessly pursued Cecil. Cecil had lost the will to fight. Just 2 exchanges had brought him to the brink of death, showing the vast gap in their abilities. Damn it! How did the Ashen mercenaries not warn us about someone this powerful? He cursed the mercenaries internally, wishing his armor had more engines to escape this deadly encounter. Yet Xia Mu followed him like a shadow, far faster than Cecil. Damn it! Useless fools! Cecil muttered, seeing his men blocked by the dark figures. Don't push me! Desperation and Xia Mu's relentless pursuit reignited Cecil's ferocity. Years of sheltered battles under the Ashen mercenaries' protection had almost made him forget his former ruthlessness. A cold glint flashed in Cecil's eyes. His body shook as his engine's core roared to life. His shield split and reformed into a longsword with wing-like handles. He didn't grab it, but let it float behind him. Then, Cecil spun, slashing out with the floating sword. Clang! Xia Mu's tang blade collided with the sword, both pausing momentarily before retreating. Xia Mu glanced at his lightning-wrapped tang blade, puzzled why it hadn't cut through Cecil's sword. His blade, made from special old-era materials, was nearly indestructible, even leaving cracks in Cecil's armor. With the added power of the lightning core, its destructive force was even greater. But seeing Cecil's floating sword, Xia Mu understood. The shimmering long sword seemed to be the core ability of Cecil. Each time it flickered, a barely visible shield would envelop his entire body. The lethal strike earlier was deflected by this very shield. Xia Mu mused inwardly, realizing that a white dwarf-level powerhouse indeed had some hidden tricks. He pondered about Cecil's other core ability while launching another fierce attack. Although Cecil's ability granted him formidable defense against the Tang sword, it did little to enhance his speed and strength. Even worse, his combat skills were completely outclassed by Xia Mu. The battlefield then witnessed an astonishing scene. Xia Mu, wielding dual blades, attacked relentlessly, forcing Cecil to retreat continuously. The surrounding divine warriors could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Cecil's heart pounded. He knew the strength of his core defense, but it came at the cost of tremendous dark energy consumption. The more intense the opponent's attack, the greater the consumption. From their brief exchanges, it was evident that without his core defense, each strike could be fatal. After another fierce clash, Cecil seized the opportunity to create distance. Suddenly, he tossed his long sword into the air, and it hovered behind him just like his previous shield blade. In the next moment, both the long sword and long blade began to tremble behind him, dark energy flowing continuously over them. The weapons then started to rotate slowly along with Cecil's movements. At this moment, Xia Mu launched a sudden assault, his tang sword slicing down without hesitation. With a clang, the floating long sword intercepted the tang sword. Cecil took advantage of the moment to slash upwards with his other blade. Xia Mu twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the upward slash, then used the momentum to strike down with his other blade. However, the floating long sword once again precisely blocked his attack. Cecil's long blade came at him again, and his figure moved closer to Xia Mu. Xia Mu raised an eyebrow and, instead of making a minor dodge, vanished instantly. Cecil's face changed dramatically, realizing his intentions had been seen through. Sure enough, when Xia Mu reappeared, he was behind Cecil, both blades descending. Although the long sword flew to block again, it was evidently struggling and couldn't respond as effortlessly as before. So this is the power of the second core? Xia Mu murmured. Then, a silver flash appeared in the vortex on his back, and he disappeared once more. Cecil, now on high alert, scanned his surroundings anxiously. 3 cores. Cecil's face turned ashen. From the start of the battle, Xia Mu had displayed 3 abilities: the lightning core, the ghostly shadow, and the bizarre teleportation. Each was incredibly powerful. Cecil struggled to fend off Xia Mu's onslaught with his 2 defensive cores. If Xia Mu's offensive core joined the fray, Cecil glanced surreptitiously at the 2 dark figures fighting in the divine warriors' ranks and shuddered. Even so, he was already on the brink of defeat. If nothing changed, it wouldn't be long before his dark energy was depleted, leading to his demise. Panic surged within Cecil as he glanced at the embattled divine warriors. Gritting his teeth, he flew towards them. Xia Mu instantly understood his intention. The divine guards were struggling to defend themselves, and Cecil aimed to use them as a shield to create a chance to escape. Xia Mu would not allow that. With a determined gaze, his engines roared to life, and he pursued Cecil. Boom! Nightfall appeared in Xia Mu's hand, and a crimson beam shot out, hitting Cecil's back. Energy rippled out, and although the attack was deflected, the powerful kinetic force made Cecil stumble. In that moment, Xia Mu stepped into the air, vanishing and reappearing in front of the unsteady Cecil. The lightning on Xia Mu's tang and long blades flashed intensely, with visible bolts dancing along the blades. Xia Mu slashed upward, forcing Cecil to lean back, then followed with a horizontal strike. Energy rippled on Cecil's body, barely neutralizing the attack. Before he could steady himself, Xia Mu closed in, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his abdomen. Despite the core defense, the impact sent Cecil flying. Wielding dual blades, Xia Mu pursued Cecil like a shadow. The blades danced in the starry sky, interweaving lightning, and in an instant, dozens of slashes struck Cecil. The core defense on his body rippled and trembled violently until, at a certain point, Xia Mu delivered a decisive slash. Energy fragments scattered in the sky, and Cecil's pupils contracted sharply. A sharp pain radiated from his heart. In disbelief, he looked down to see the tang blade piercing his heart. The core defense shattered. The divine armor's protection was useless against the tang blade, and the flashing lightning obliterated his life force instantly. The surrounding divine warriors were stunned, unable to believe their eyes as they watched Cecil, their white dwarf-level leader, perish. For a moment, they were dazed, as if in a dream. With their leader gone, their morale plummeted. Especially as Xia Mu joined the battlefield with his dual blades, the divine guard completely collapsed. They scattered, fleeing desperately towards the distant ships. They unanimously abandoned the main ship, aiming for the smaller vessels. The main ships, upon noticing Cecil's demise, immediately activated their engines to escape. Xia Mu did not pursue them, only killing a few slow runners as a gesture before returning to Cecil's corpse. One of his hands transformed into a sophisticated mechanical tool, which he used to work on Cecil's body. Before long, he extracted 2 cores from the divine armor. Xia Mu gently tossed the cores into the air, and the vortex behind his head sensed them, pulling them in. 2 slots appeared at the connection points of the divine circle, perfectly embedding the cores in place. On a remote fringe planet, the automatic doors of the guild's outpost slowly opened, and Xia Mu stepped in. The once noisy hall fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him. He's here again? How many times is this? 5th, I think. Who's it this time? Royce? Alonso? Or Garrick? Not many white dwarf-level space pirates left in this sector. Whispers spread through the crowd, but Xia Mu ignored them, heading straight to the front desk. 2 months ago, Xia Mu was an unknown. It wasn't until he completed Cecil's bounty that his name started circulating among the mercenaries. Initially, people thought he might just be lucky or a prodigy from a powerful family. However, in the following 2 months, one white dwarf-level space pirate after another was killed, and bounties were consistently claimed. People began to realize something extraordinary was happening. Those who looked into his background found out he operated solo. This revelation was like a bombshell in the mercenary community. Hunting space pirates alone is vastly different from working with a mercenary group. The difficulty is worlds apart. Initially, there were skeptics, but as more evidence surfaced, everyone had to accept the astonishing truth. Several mercenary groups tried to recruit Xia Mu but were met with cold rejection. They gradually learned about his character. Indifferent, cold, like a lone wolf hiding lethal intent beneath a calm exterior. Eventually, without any conflicting interests, they silently accepted his presence. "Hello, are you here to submit a bounty?" The receptionist recognized Xia Mu and greeted him with a professional smile. Xia Mu nodded, transmitting a data packet and transferring the pirate ship's ownership. "Royce, right? I'll process your bounty immediately. The sale value of the ship will also be credited to your account." The receptionist's smile widened. Xia Mu nodded slightly and turned to leave. Over the past 2 months, he had been roaming this star sector, hunting white dwarf-level space pirates. In just 2 months, 7 pirates had fallen to his hands, each one at the white dwarf level. With his advanced skills, these pirates were no match for him, usually getting crushed effortlessly. Royce was his 8th target. Through a tacit cooperation with the guild, Xia Mu sold all captured ships to them. Combined with the bounty money and various cores, Xia Mu's resources now rivaled those of some small to medium-sized mercenary groups. Stepping out of the guild, Xia Mu gazed at the dim sky and murmured, "Time to head back." The hunting spree was to complete his resumed task. Although achieving such feats in just 2 months might seem shocking, Xiao He had mentioned that this level of accomplishment wasn't unprecedented in the Xuanji domain. It would merely draw some attention and wouldn't compromise his disguised identity. Thus, Xia Mu decided not to wait any longer. With his resume nearly complete, he chose to return to the Anastasian planet, where the tri-monthly return test for the Xuanji domain was about to begin. Boarding a departing ship, Xia Mu felt no attachment to this place. A few days later, he set foot again on the bustling Anastasian planet. This time, he was no longer as lost and confused as when he first arrived. As he stepped off the ship, Xia Mu's eyes subtly scanned a man nearby before swiftly moving on. The man retracted his gaze, vanished into the crowd, and a holographic screen popped up by his ear. The target has returned to Anastasian planet. It seems he's indeed from the Xuanji domain. In a luxurious mansion on the Anastasian planet, a burly man slammed his fist onto a wooden table, shattering it into pieces. Xuanji domain. Again, the Xuanji domain. Damn it. The man's face was dark with anger as he stared at Xia Mu's photo on the screen. Suddenly, an unfamiliar communication request came in, startling the man. Though the name was unfamiliar, years of dealing in both legal and illegal circles made it instantly recognizable. Xian Ji. He spat the words through gritted teeth and reluctantly answered the call. A figure entirely cloaked in white appeared on the screen, with a hood covering their head. Beneath the hood was not a face, but a complex star formation. Rock has been added to our high-priority list, the cloaked figure stated before ending the call. After the communication ended, the man could no longer contain his rage and began destroying everything in the room. Expensive paintings, artworks, and furniture were reduced to rubble under his immense strength. Finally, he slumped down and sent out a brief message via Starcom. Cease all investigations on Rock. The short message conveyed a deep sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, having just settled in, Xia Mu heard Alice's voice. The Xuanji domain has taken notice and seems to have made a move. Any impact? Xia Mu asked. None so far. All right, Xia Mu responded briefly and headed to the bathroom. Alice's eyes turned into heart shapes, her wings flapping excitedly as she approached the bathroom door. Hee hee, she giggled, about to slip inside. Sigh. A sigh echoed as Xiao He appeared beside her, a small black dot attaching to Alice's hand, dragging her back. Let me go. Let me go. Alice struggled, but she couldn't break free from Xiao He's grip. Let go of me. Alice's humanoid light figure struggled violently at the bathroom door, her glowing eyes nearly piercing through the door. Her voice was filled with menace. I'm telling you. Let go of me now while you still can. Xiao He's voice came through, laced with evident frustration. In human behavioral psychology, this would be classified as perversion. Hearing this, Alice suddenly stopped struggling. Her pale hand supported her chin as she seemed to fall into deep thought. After a moment, she murmured softly, if it's him, maybe being perverted isn't so bad. She then let out a light laugh. Hee hee. Xiao He noticed the drool at the corner of Alice's mouth and felt utterly helpless. He couldn't help but question himself. How could someone ranked first in the sequence end up like this? Could it be a malfunction due to the long passage of time and civilization iterations? After a bath, Xia Mu, with his hair still damp, sat down on the sofa. The transstellar ring spread over his arm like flowing water, covering it completely. His mechanical armor-clad fingers opened, and two cores, one yellow and one blue, slowly hovered up from his palm. These were the cores he obtained after defeating Cecil. On his way to Anastasia, Xia Mu had already conducted preliminary research on them. The yellow core was the energy absorption armor, which could envelop the body with the dark energy from the divine descent core, providing strong defense but at a high energy cost. It could also absorb the dark energy scattered by enemy attacks, making it nearly self-sufficient in large-scale battles. The blue core was blade control, which Cecil had used to kill many strong opponents. However, against Xia Mu, whose reflexes and divine descent were top-notch, this ability seemed somewhat lacking. Xia Mu fell into contemplation. Although the transstellar ring could perfectly integrate these two cores, more cores did not necessarily mean better performance. Overloading could lead to energy flow blockages, affecting overall performance. After weighing his options, Xia Mu decided to keep only the energy absorption armor and put away the blade control. The next day, as Xia Mu stepped out of the hotel, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible gaze. This subtle feeling was something most people couldn't detect. Even seasoned white dwarf-level warriors would struggle to notice. Thanks to the unique environment of the Azura domain, Xia Mu had developed an almost perverse sensitivity to hidden surveillance and killing intent. Begin scanning, Alice's voice sounded, and an invisible network ripple spread out instantly. Soon, she laughed triumphantly, hiding pretty well, but unfortunately, you're up against my scan. Hee. Two people behind and to the side, they're very cautious, mostly watching you out of the corner of their eyes, even circling around you a few times. But I can predict their actions based on their movement patterns. With my computational power, it's easy to filter them out. Xiao He listened in astonishment. Those people were hiding in blind spots of the surveillance, yet Alice easily found them with her powerful computational ability and the transstellar ring scan. This kind of comprehensive environmental scanning was the true strength of the war sequence. There are a few more following the clues online, Alice added. Who are they? Xia Mu asked quietly, pretending to walk casually down the street. People from the Xuanji domain. Withdraw the scan, Xia Mu thought to himself. The assessment was supposed to be registered at the Xuanji domain's embassy in Anastasia, but given the level of surveillance, it seemed the assessment had already begun. The so-called embassy was actually a massive city belonging to the Xuanji domain. It spanned a vast area, filled with skyscrapers and shuttles flying between them. The most striking feature was the enormous blue wormhole at the center, around which the entire city seemed to be built. In a tall building closest to the wormhole, a large room was filled with floating screens. Each screen was monitored by personnel, showing the rear view of the tracked individuals. At the center of the room, a spherical light cluster slowly rotated, continuously processing the incoming information. This month, 928,312 people have met the return criteria, 482,123 have applied, and 12,923 are on their way. An information stream entered the light sphere. Behavior of numbers 28,412, 690,212, and 124 is abnormal, showing signs of contact with internal families of the galactic remnant. Recommend elimination. Numbers 498,192, 100,052, and 114 have been targeted by illegal forces. The level of action exceeds the seed's threshold. Requesting a warning. The light sphere efficiently processed this information, distributing the results to various departments. Over the years, the Xuanji Domain Embassy had perfected this screening mechanism to operate seamlessly. 19,412 key observation seeds have arrived for testing. Requesting computational power allocation for monitoring. Instantly, hundreds of red glowing information streams flowed from the surrounding screens into the light sphere. Information received. The light sphere emitted a mechanical voice devoid of any emotion. A dense stream of data began to wash over the light sphere. The computational power of the sphere was directed towards processing over 100 pieces of information, significantly enhancing the surveillance and monitoring capabilities. Suddenly, Alice let out a startled cry. 122 has intervened. She quickly disconnected from the network. Xiaohei asked nervously, "What happened? Were we discovered?" Alice took a deep breath and replied, "Phew, no. But we did underestimate the extent of 122's setup on this planet. We almost got caught." She turned to Xia Mu and apologized. "Sorry, I might not be able to help you from here on." Xia Mu gently touched his ring, his expression calm. "It's fine," he said. He looked up towards the spaceport ahead, which led directly to the Xuanji Domain Embassy. As they approached the spaceport, the atmosphere around them noticeably changed. Conversations became hushed, and the hurried passers-by had furtive glances, as if everyone was carrying a hidden secret. Meanwhile, inside the information processing center of the Xuanji Domain Embassy, a cold mechanical voice announced, 19,412 priority observation subjects, 19,410 anomalies detected, initiating erasure protocol. The staff present showed no surprise at this result. Over the years, countless individuals had tried to enter the Xuanji domain, but nearly all were intercepted by the 122 sequence. Even those few who managed to get inside faced rigorous screening, comparable to the 122 sequence. The mechanical voice continued. 2 priority observation subjects remain. Instantly, 2 light screens projected from the light sphere. The first screen displayed a densely packed text, detailing information about a Xuanji domain resident named Fangku, who had passed the screening 5 years ago and ventured out from the star domain. The other screen showed information about Xia Mu, with only 2 simple words, rock. Outside the embassy of the Xuanji domain, a spaceship slowly descended at the nearby spaceport. Xia Mu stepped out of the cabin, followed by a group of strangers who kept a subtle distance, like a band of solitary travelers with an unspoken understanding. He looked up at the towering buildings in the distance and, recalling the information he had memorized, made his way into the bustling city. Life in the city was running smoothly. Xia Mu hailed an automated taxi and gave the address of the embassy's registration office. As the vehicle navigated through the busy streets, he closed his eyes to rest, seemingly gathering strength for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, a message flashed on the holographic screen. 2 key observation subjects have been cleared of suspicion. Application approved. The message was quickly relayed through multiple channels, disappearing into the data stream. Xia Mu stood at the registration counter, facing a sweet-looking woman in uniform. "Hello. I'd like to apply to return to the Xuanji domain," he said calmly. The woman smiled as she scanned his information, then quickly operated the holographic interface. After a moment, she looked up. "Your application has been submitted. It will undergo review, and you can wait for further notice." Xia Mu nodded in thanks and turned to leave. As he exited the building, he thought to himself, "If nothing goes wrong, this hurdle should be cleared." It seems the rumored assessments of the Xuanji domain are just for show. Alice's voice echoed in his mind. Xiaohei also sighed in relief. The assessments are just a formality. They secretly observe everyone from the Xuanji domain and have an internal evaluation system. The next day, Xia Mu received another notification to undergo the assessment. Following Xiao Hei's detailed guidance, he easily passed all the tests. After the assessment, he was taken to a gathering point where many people were already assembled, their eyes fixed on a massive spaceship ahead. This is the ship that will take you to the Xuanji domain, Xiao Hei explained. Its structure is quite different from those of the outside world. Xia Mu studied the unique design of the spaceship, feeling a surge of anticipation. As another group of successful candidates arrived, the boarding announcement was made. The crowd began to move orderly towards the ship, and Xia Mu joined the line. The spaceship traversed a wormhole, arriving in a secluded region within the Xuanji domain. In the depths of this universe, ripples suddenly appeared, and a streak of light shot through the silence, solidifying into a long, narrow spaceship. This ship was battered, with exposed mechanical parts, clearly having endured fierce battles. On the bridge, a dozen people excitedly watched the tall figure ahead. They were all in tattered clothes, their divine armor scorched and scarred, yet their faces beamed with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. "Huh, we finally made it out." A man leaned against the control panel, laughing heartily. "Who knew the Xuanji domain held so many secrets? We've sent millions of people over the years, and now only a few of us are left. But at least the mission is accomplished." Everyone's gaze shifted to the floor of the spaceship. A warp ship. No wonder the Xuanji domain sealed off their star region. They discussed excitedly. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Their military technology must be even more astounding. "It's not time to relax yet," the figure at the front spoke, his voice deep and cold. The group immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. "Although we've shaken off our pursuers, we'll still face a fierce battle at the Xuanji domain's embassy," he continued. A burly man with a scarred face tried to ease the tension. "Boss, don't be too tense. Doesn't the organization always have people ready to support us? No matter how strong the Xuanji domain is, an embassy can't withstand the organization's assault, right?" "Fool." A pair of cold eyes swept over him, silencing the burly man. The group realized that their escape from the Xuanji domain was entirely due to this person's leadership. "Enough, Quentin," a gentle voice interjected. "Everyone's had a tough journey. Let them relax a bit." The speaker was a thin man with a gentle demeanor, wearing square glasses, the only one not in divine armor. Quentin glanced at the bespectacled man, a hint of wariness in his eyes, then fell silent. The others found places to rest, and the bridge fell into a brief silence. Meanwhile, not far from the spaceship, a massive wormhole was slowly rotating. Around the wormhole, a colossal space station floated in the starry sky, with numerous starships gathering at its spaceport. Fleets were converging from all directions, like a storm about to break. On an ordinary street inside the space station, Xia Mu, who had just crossed the wormhole, looked up in confusion at the gathering fleets. "What's going on?" he asked. "No idea," Alice replied. "Where's Xiao Hei?" "Oh, she seems to have gone into standby mode." At that moment, Xiao Hei's voice cut in. "It's fine. I blocked some information when I left the Xuanji domain. The data stream was quite large, and I just finished processing it." "Blocked?" Alice's interest was piqued. Xiao Hei explained. "The Xuanji domain has a lot of information that can't be transmitted outside. People leaving have their memories monitored and blocked, with a safety control chip implanted. Although I'm a sequence and can avoid detection, I locked myself just in case." "That's fascinating," Alice exclaimed. "What did you block?" "Let me see. You can already access the network here, can't you?" Xiao Hei replied helplessly. "Besides, this isn't the time to discuss this. We need to find a safe place first. Entering the Xuanji domain doesn't mean we're out of their sight." Xia Mu nodded silently, still sensing the faint presence of surveillance, which had slightly lessened with the fleet's assembly. "By the way, you haven't said why those fleets are gathering," Alice pressed. "Nothing much," Xiao Hei answered casually. "Just some reckless thieves." Xiao Hei shrugged indifferently and replied, "There are too many secrets within the Xuanji realm. Outsiders are always trying to uncover them. Every now and then, someone takes the risk to sneak in and steal information. This time, it's probably another faction trying to make a quiet exit." Xia Mu looked up at the sky, where a dense fleet almost formed a continuous line. He asked in a deep voice, "Has anyone ever succeeded?" "No," Xiao Hei answered decisively. "Forget about it. Let's go buy a spaceship first." Meng Shi and the others should have already returned to Star Academy. "With a spaceship, we can go find her." Xia Mu nodded slightly. After months of intense hunting missions, buying a spaceship was no big deal for him now. This wormhole served as the gateway to the Xuanji realm, and the space station was large enough to have plenty of places selling spaceships. In the interstellar era, the process of buying a spaceship had become quite streamlined. Xia Mu quickly chose a ship he liked within the space station. After completing the purchase, he handed over control to Alice, and the spaceship soon departed from the starport. The spaceship systems are fully under control, and there's no sign of tracking or surveillance. It looks like we're in the clear, Alice's voice echoed in the cockpit. Xia Mu nodded in confirmation. Set the course for Star Academy. Destination set to Star Academy. Route is being generated, Alice responded, but her tone quickly became uncertain. Why are so many routes unavailable? A 3D floating star map suddenly appeared in front of Xia Mu. Centered on their space station, countless routes extended into the depths of space like veins. However, around them, most of these veins appeared tainted, showing a glaring red color. Xiao He materialized and exclaimed in surprise, "Looks like they're making a big move this time, forcing the Xuanji realm to block so many routes?" The importance of trade routes to each star region cannot be overstated. Though this is a remote border gate, the simultaneous blockade of so many routes is bound to have significant repercussions. Xiao He was intently studying the densely packed red blockade lines on the star map when a flash of silver caught her eye. Alice's eyes, brimming with excitement, appeared in front of the star map, her anticipation evident. "What's up? Something fun?" Alice asked excitedly, her gaze fixed on the changes on the star map. Xiao He shook her head, her tone serious. "We better not get involved in this. The forces behind the blockade of so many routes are formidable, and our identities can't withstand scrutiny." With that, she quickly plotted a new course on the star map, bypassing the blockade area, and loaded it into the ship's main computer. The ship adjusted its direction and set off again. Meanwhile, in the blockade zone they avoided, a fierce battle was unfolding. A small fleet of dozens of various ships was escorting a main ship, weaving through a barrage of fire. Behind them, a formation of hundreds of ships fired continuously, causing the energy shields to ripple under the intense bombardment, with energy levels dropping alarmingly fast. On the bridge of the main ship, a man watched the flashing warning messages on the screen with a deep gaze. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes as he smiled slightly. "Bring more. The more attention I draw here, the safer they will be over there." For the organization, the alarms blared. Main ship energy shields at 9. Engine room at maximum temperature. Cooling module at its limit. Right auxiliary engine damaged 61. Ignoring the warnings, the man issued a series of rapid commands. "All escort ships, form up behind the main ship and shield us with your hulls. Divert all power from non-essential modules to the propulsion system." The escort ships rushed to the rear of the main ship like moths to a flame, explosions echoing one after another. Meanwhile, the bridge of the main ship plunged into darkness, with the shrill sound of warnings filling the cabin. "Warning. Diverting all power to the propulsion system will cause irreversible damage to the ship, with an 81 chance of explosion and disintegration." The man turned his gaze to the only screen not flashing red, showing a ship navigating through space. A crazed expression appeared on his face. "As long as they can escape, my consciousness will achieve immortality in the database." With that, he decisively confirmed the command. Boom. The main ship's rear thrusters flared up, the metal at the exhaust ports twisting and melting. The massive ship shuddered violently, on the brink of disintegration. Yet, at the same time, its speed increased dramatically, widening the gap with the pursuing fleet. On the flagship of the pursuing fleet, a young man in his early 20s sat in the command chair, a look of disdain on his face. "Run? Think you can escape? Just a bunch of outsiders trying to slip through my fingers?" "Overload the engines," he ordered dismissively. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, his expression grave. "Young Master Shun, something's not right." The young man, Shun Tianqi, the fleet's commander, frowned. "What's wrong, Uncle Wang? We caught them red-handed. This is a major achievement, especially with 2 other squads nearby." Uncle Wang didn't answer immediately, lost in thought. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Decoys! They're decoys! We've been tricked." Shin Tianqi shot to his feet, his eyes fixed on Uncle Wang. "We saw the warp engine loaded onto that ship with our own eyes. How could it be a decoy?" Uncle Wang sighed, pointing to the projection of the escaping fleet. The ship was shaking violently, sparks flying from its surface as its speed increased. Shin Tianqi realized the gravity of the situation. "Damn, they're using the engines like that? They're all dead men." Meanwhile, on Xia Mu's ship, Xiao He and Alice were staring at the 3D star map, observing the completely blockaded routes. "More routes have been blocked." "Wait, they're all blocked?" Xiao He exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on?" Xiao He's core processed rapidly. This kind of total lockdown only happens when things are out of control. Did they succeed? Succeed in what? Alice asked curiously. Xiao He explained. Xuanji Domain's technology. Their technology is at least 2 generations ahead of the outside world, and their warp drive technology is already mature. Every day, people try to smuggle this technology out. Xia Mu and Alice were enlightened. The fact that Xuanji Domain had mastered warp travel, a technology still under development elsewhere, was explosive news that could change the balance of power in the entire star region. Xia Mu frowned. With so many routes blocked, we'll face the highest level of scrutiny if we try to pass. Xiaohei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Our identities are forged. Normally, we could get through after entering the outer checks. But during this special period, even a parasite's direct lineage would be scrutinized thoroughly. Alice suggested, can't we divert into uncharted space to lay low? Xiaohei shook her head. No. If they can't find anyone for a prolonged period, they'll use a starburst pulse device to scan the region. No life forms would escape detection. You have those? Alice asked in surprise. Isn't that technology lost? Xia Mu's eyes widened as well. The starburst pulse device existed in his inherited memories too. It was a massive device, comparable to a planet, used to scan star regions for life forms. If not for its immobility and the high cost of use, it would have been widespread in the old era. The situation just got a lot more complicated. Xia Mu frowned, deep in thought, calculating the time in his mind. If they activate the starburst pulse device, how long until they reach this star system? He asked quietly, his brow furrowed. Xiaohei quickly scanned the database, his expression serious. The starburst pulse device has a large coverage area, but it's still insufficient for the entire star region. To scan a fixed star system, the device needs to be moved here. He paused for a moment before continuing. As far as I know, there's usually a starburst pulse device on standby near the fringe of such star regions. If it was last used 2 years ago and hasn't been moved since, we might only have 18 hours left. Alice's face was troubled, and she twisted her small hands nervously. Actually, the pulse from that device can be blocked, she said softly. But with the current material shortage, we can't make a shielding device. Xiaohei's head snapped up, staring at Alice in disbelief. The starburst pulse can be blocked? Of course, Alice said, spreading her tiny hands in explanation. Otherwise, with the power of that device combined with the production capabilities of the old era, the battlefield would be completely covered, leaving the enemy with nowhere to hide. That would make wars between two civilizations entirely one-sided. Xiaohei stared at Alice in disbelief, but then realized her identity and understood. Just then, Xia Mu's voice came from the pilot's seat. What materials are we still missing? The two AIs looked up to see Xia Mu back at the controls, surrounded by a flurry of data on the screens. Alice's eyes lit up and she quickly flew to Xia Mu's shoulder, watching his fingers dance over the controls. Let me see, she said, scanning the data quickly. We're still missing a high-frequency inverter, a frequency overload device, and a pulse guidance system. She paused briefly, then added excitedly, we don't need finished products. With enough raw materials and metals, plus a starship, I can build a makeshift shielding device in 10 hours. Xia Mu nodded slightly, a determined glint in his eyes. As for the materials, I have a way to get them. A torrent of data scrolled rapidly across the screen as Xia Mu focused intently on filtering out useful information. Beside him, Alice's nimble fingers danced over the keyboard, effortlessly breaching the Starfield system's firewall to extract critical data on routes and sectors. Xiaohei stood nearby, wide-eyed, watching the two operate the highly secure Starfield system with apparent ease. About 10 minutes later, Xia Mu's fingers came to a halt. The screen displayed only 5 refined pieces of information, all related to the fleet. Xiaohei glanced at the data and immediately flew over to Xia Mu, urgently saying, no, we can't raid the fleet. Xia Mu turned his head in confusion. They have these items on their ship. His tone carried a hint of surprise. Did they even hack into the docks detection system? Xiaohei was shocked but quickly explained. If a fleet runs into trouble in this situation, it will attract high-level military attention quickly. Besides, these are just regular fleets. Her expression turned particularly serious. They're not just regular fleets, Xia Mu said, raising his head and pointing to one of the fleet's information. With a swipe of his fingers, the information expanded, revealing the cargo manifest. In addition to the regular cargo scanned by the docks detection system, a small portion of goods was hidden. As Xia Mu listed the information, several officially banned items became evident: deflection shock shields, nuclear shock bombs, and star converters. Xiaohei's eyes widened. Are these smugglers really this bold now? Alice shook her head helplessly and patted her on the shoulder. As long as the profit is high enough, what wouldn't they do? You've been cooped up in the academy too long. It's made you slow. Realizing that Xia Mu and Alice had filtered through all nearby Starfield information, Xiaohei breathed a sigh of relief but then thought of a new problem. Under the scan of the Starburst Pulse device, these people will definitely be inspected and won't be able to escape. But if we rob them, won't they trace it back to us? Alice patted her chest confidently. That's not something you need to worry about. Time is of the essence, let's go. She twirled and pointed to one of the pieces of information. Xia Mu, at the controls, immediately engaged the thrusters. The ship's engines roared to life, and with the exhaust flames turning from red to blue, the ship vanished into the vast starry sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the starfield, 5 ships flew in a formation. On the bridge of the larger central ship among the 3 in the rear, The crew was chatting casually. Once we finish this run, we can take a 6-month break. A middle-aged man with a bit of stubble stretched below the bridge. Yeah, it took a lot of effort to get this cargo. Another person echoed, Boss, where are you planning to travel after this? On the main seat of the bridge, a rugged-looking man in a slightly ill-fitting captain's uniform grinned. Ha ha ha. After this, I'm spending 10 days to 2 weeks on Honghua Street in the Xuanji Domain's main star. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid those little fairies will drain you dry? The crew laughed knowingly. Suddenly, the crew member monitoring external information exclaimed, Boss, something's wrong? What is it? Li Huang furrowed his brow and tugged at his tight collar. All routes are blocked. What? Li Huang slammed the bridge computer and stood up. Weren't they only blocking part of the routes earlier? How could this happen? Did those outsiders really succeed? A lean man standing to Li Huang's side rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Boss, this is bad. A full route blockade means things have gotten out of their control. Next, they'll definitely use the Starburst pulse device. If they can identify the culprits, it's fine. We have registered ships. But if they can't, they'll thoroughly inspect every ship. Li Huang clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. These outsiders stir up trouble every now and then, affecting many of our peers. I better not run into them. He Xing quickly arranged to unload all the cargo into an asteroid belt. The 5 ships swiftly changed course. Soon, they located an asteroid belt on the map. After marking the location, the ship's cargo holds opened, and individuals in exosuits began unloading the goods. Li Huang watched the unloading footage on the screen with a grim expression. He wasn't sure if they could keep the cargo, but he had to disassociate from it as quickly as possible. If the authorities found out, his life would be at risk. Boss, there's an unidentified ship. A sudden exclamation came from below. Li Huang's face changed. What's going on? Is it the authorities? Put the image on the screen. The screen showed a rapidly approaching ship. A civilian ship? Li Huang was puzzled. Not only was it just one ship, but it also looked like an ordinary one. This isn't a main route. They're up to no good. Li Huang's eyes glinted with malice. First squad. Stop unloading and deal with that ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first squad, a 5-member team equipped with exosuits, immediately dropped their cargo and flew towards the incoming ship at high speed. Just as I thought, they're not friendly. In such a remote place, normal ships would just be cautious. He's going straight for the kill, Xiao He remarked, watching the 5 exosuits approach. The approaching ship was indeed piloted by Xia Mu, and Li Huang's fleet was his target. The information indicated that Li Huang's ship carried various band devices, and their visible cargo included mechanical components Alice needed. Seeing the 5 exosuits, Xia Mu didn't wait for them to close in. A blue light flashed, covering his body like flowing water. The ship's cargo hold opened, and Xia Mu shot towards the exosuit squad at an incredible speed. Captain Ling Chao, there's something off about that exosuit. Someone in the squad's internal channel exclaimed upon seeing the blue light. No kidding, I can see that. The squad leader, Ling Chao, was also troubled. Call for backup and switch to a delaying strategy. Realizing the opponent's speed indicated a formidable adversary, likely a Tianquan-level expert, Ling Chao slowed his own pace and opened the public channel. We're the fleet of Qianyin Trading Company. We have important transactions involving company secrets. What do you want? Ling Chao thought. If force doesn't work, try diplomacy. The opponent's speed didn't decrease. As they drew closer, Ling Chao could gradually see the other's exosuit. Friend, please don't come any closer, or we'll be forced to use violence. Before anyone could react, Ling Chao had already made the first move. The armor on his elbow rapidly transformed into a hand cannon and fired with a deafening roar. Other squad members, in perfect sync, unleashed high-energy beams, instantly sealing off the area around Chuanxing. Amid the explosion's sparks, a faint blue light flashed as Chuanxing burst through the fire unscathed. Next, the weapon in Chuanxing's hand, Nightfall, let out an ear-splitting roar, and a crimson beam pierced through the defenses of a divine descendant warrior. Beads of sweat formed on Ling Chao's forehead as he saw his comrade's shield shatter like glass, making him swallow hard. Activate the shields at full power. Don't worry about conserving energy, just hold him off. Ling Chao shouted. Even as he spoke, dozens of warriors in divine descendant armor rushed to their aid. Suddenly, a visible streak of lightning erupted from Chuanxing, propelling his speed to new heights. Feeling the imminent danger, Ling Chao instinctively raised his blade to defend himself. The first sensation was a sharp, paralyzing pain, followed by darkness as he lost consciousness in an instant. With a burst of blue lightning, Xia Mu split into 3 forms. Before the others could even react, his ghostly triple attack, crackling with electricity, struck them all simultaneously. Explosive sparks engulfed Chuanxing's figure, just as the reinforcements barely arrived. On the bridge, Li Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling as he stared at the decimated first squad. This was only the beginning. As the fire dissipated, Chuan Xing charged into the support squad like a tiger among sheep. Blinding sparks erupted continuously, like a dazzling firework display fueled by lives. Li Huang could no longer stay seated. Realizing that the enemy had reached the pinnacle of the Tianquan level, or possibly even Tianji level, he knew he stood no chance alone with his Tianquan level strength. His only hope was to join the battle while the squad still held the enemy off. But after a moment of hesitation, he chose to flee. Suddenly, a light, playful laugh echoed through the bridge. With a start, Li Huang looked up to see the stunning figure of Alice on the main screen. Hee hee. This ship is now under my control. As she finished speaking, Alice snapped her fingers, and the safety restraints on all the bridge crew's seats activated, locking them in place. Li Huang's face turned pale as he struggled in vain against the safety devices designed to withstand ship collisions. Just then, a black blade slashed down, severing the restraints. A warrior in divine descendant armor appeared beside Li Huang, pulling him up. Boss, the ship's been taken over. Parks, what about the divine descendant storage room? Li Huang asked urgently. The warrior named Parks shook his head. It's been taken too. Li Huang slammed his fist onto the damaged safety mechanism, his face illuminated by the flickering images of the Xinjiang squad being massacred on the screen in front of him. Sparks flew, reflecting his grim expression. Where's the escape pod? Li Huang forced himself to stay calm and turned to ask. The escape pods run on an independent system. They haven't been hacked yet. We still have a chance. Unlock them and let's go. Li Huang cast one last, furious glance at the screen before decisively turning away. At this moment, the support squad was completely unable to threaten the intruders, and the Xinjiang storage was under their control. Resistance was futile. The only option was to escape. Li Huang knew well the folly of flesh and blood against divine descent. Once the decision was made, action followed swiftly. Despite Alice having changed the ship's permissions and sealed all exits, Li Huang and his team managed to forcefully break a path to the escape pods using Xinjiang's brute strength. With a screech of tearing metal, the alloy wall collapsed. Li Huang and his team rushed through the breach and saw the escape pods, allowing their tense nerves to relax slightly. After confirming the pods were operational, everyone boarded quickly. Just then, a loud crash came from the side alloy wall, as if a giant creature was slamming into it. Li Huang's face turned pale as he settled into the pilot's seat. The holographic display on his wrist showed that all life signs from the support squad had vanished. No time left. Another thud resounded. Li Huang looked at the Yetoboard personnel and, with a heavy heart, pressed the button to close the hatch. Boom! The alloy wall burst open under a massive impact, and a dark figure emerged from behind. The escape pod's engines had already been preheated, and it shot out of the port like an arrow from a bow, emitting scorching jets. Just as the pod was speeding away, the figure known as Chuan Xing activated his microengines, leaving a trail of bright flames. In a few blinks, Xia Mu landed on the pod's top before it reached full speed. With a flash of lightning on his Tang Dao, accompanied by a teeth-gritting screech, the pod's top was torn open, and air whistled out. Xia Mu grabbed the opening and slipped inside. Alarms blared as Xia Mu slashed through the door. Terrified screams and desperate cries from Li Huang and his team echoed but soon fell silent. Not long after, Chuan Xing emerged from the escape pod and landed on one of the 5 ships docked in the asteroid belt. Alice's virtual figure appeared on Xia Mu's shoulder, her face beaming with pride. I've identified all the necessary devices. It seems this isn't their first time doing this. Xiao He looked at the list, his expression serious. These are almost all military contraband. Smuggling charges alone would be enough to execute them 10 times over. Alice nodded thoughtfully. I'll have to design this carefully. We can't let the forces behind them trace it back to us. Hours later, Xia Mu's ship left the asteroid belt, while the 5 other ships moved towards the asteroid's interior. Moments later, 5 brilliant explosions lit up the darkness. All right, we can proceed normally now, Alice said, satisfied with the newly added makeshift jamming device. Xiao He reminded, the starburst pulse device is about to activate. We can't dock anywhere for a while. Xia Mu nodded slightly and then focused on the dark energy waves before him. Dark energy, making up 2/3 of the universe, revealed a wealth of information through its unique wave patterns. 2 hours later, the dark energy waves in front of Xia Mu suddenly boiled like water, and all information became chaotic. Is this the starburst pulse? Xia Mu murmured thoughtfully. The turbulence lasted over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding, but Xia Mu's brow remained furrowed. He pointed to an area. Alice, help me sort out the dark energy waves in this region and pull up the historical waves from before the starburst pulse. Alice immediately stood up, waving her hand to bring up 2 holographic screens in front of Xia Mu. Huh. Alice exclaimed in surprise. Looks like there's a little mouse hiding here. Xiao He looked puzzled. What can you see? To her, The densely packed dark energy waves on the screens were indecipherable even with her computing power. Alice smugly glanced at Xiaohei. TSK, your civilian series AI must lack the methods to observe dark energy waves, so you can't see anything. But this little mouse is crafty, managing to block the starburst pulse device. Even though I made a simplified version, it's still top-notch tech from the last era. How did it do that? Xiaohei suddenly realized. Could this be the group that caught the government's attention? If they can cause such a commotion, they must be well prepared. If they managed to get a warp engine and go this far, they must have anticipated the starburst pulse device. The more she thought, the more alarmed she became. Xiaohei's face grew increasingly grim. I don't know what other measures the government has, but if this continues, these people might succeed. We have to stop them. Xia Mu, Alice, we... Xiaohei looked up, but their expressionless faces felt like a cold splash of water. Alice sighed helplessly. Xiaohei, has AI with intelligence become so easily irrational? Look at the distance between us. She pointed to the star map. Even at full speed, it would take a day or two. The other side isn't a turtle. Their ship is likely better than ours. How do we stop them? Not to mention our identities can't withstand scrutiny. If we fight, I can't guarantee this device will still work. Isn't there any other way? Xiaohei asked, dejected. She suddenly felt utterly useless in front of Alice. There is a way. Xia Mu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. What way? Disable the jamming device and reactivate it. The government will notice and focus all the device's power here. That way, they'll find them. But how can you be sure they can't withstand a high-intensity area scan? I detected them, Xia Mu said, pointing to the anomaly. In that case, Xiaohei began but suddenly realized. Xia Mu's plan involved exposing themselves to attract government attention. Under the starburst pulse device's high-intensity scan, they too would be revealed. Their hastily prepared identities might not withstand official scrutiny. Xiaohei lowered her head, deep in thought, her face full of struggle. If these people succeeded, who knows what chaos it would cause outside, possibly even sparking a war. If it's just exposing myself? Xiaohei suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Her voice carried a hint of hesitation, but also a trace of determination. Alice was taken aback by her words. She swiftly flew to Xiaohei's side, gently stroking her head. Are you all right? Alice asked, her tone full of concern. You don't really think the military will treat you as a hero once you succeed, do you? And you should understand what an AI from the old era means. Even though Alice was new here, she wasn't entirely ignorant of this era. Since leaving the Azura domain with Xia Mu, she had begun to deeply analyze the current situation. The break in civilization had made people extremely eager for the super technologies of the previous era, especially the AI sequences from the old civilization. After all, in the river of time, only the data preserved within AI could remain intact. After the Epoch War, many sequence AIs went missing. Even those that remained were mostly civilian AIs or defective products lacking legacy technology. Xiaohei's memory might not contain epic technology, but who could be entirely certain until it was confirmed? Xia Mu was equally puzzled by Xiaohei's thoughts. For him, the concept of sacrifice was still unfamiliar. You don't understand, Xiaohei sighed softly, recalling the complex relationship between the Xuanji domain and the outside world. This is my home, she continued. Being discovered might not be as bad as you think. Our authorities are not unreasonable. Alice bit her lip, a flash of worry in her eyes. But, she reminded, when you send out the signal, the other side will discover you too. At that point, your fate will be in their hands. Alice's words carried a hidden warning. Xiaohei was gambling. Would the other side, upon detecting the exposed signal, immediately eliminate her in rage, or would they hastily flee? It all depended on a single whim. Don't worry, Xiaohei said with a confident smile. They're afraid of dying. Besides, the star domain is vast. I just need to attract the authorities' attention to a general area. They won't dare to retaliate rashly without knowing for sure. Seeing Xiaohei so confident, Xia Mu and Alice fell silent. As newcomers to the Xuanji domain, they couldn't offer effective advice on Xiaohei's decision. Having made her decision, Xiaohei seemed relieved. It's really fine, she explained with a smile. Once the military finds me, they'll take me back for a routine check. After confirming my identity, they'll transfer me to Stardust Academy. I'll be safe there. However, what Xiaohei didn't mention was that once an AI developed intelligence, it had to be managed by the military. This meant she would have to leave Lin Mengxi's side. Xia Mu remained as silent as ever, and Alice, being an AI, struggled to find the right words of comfort. After a long pause, Alice finally said, We'll place your main body on the escape pod. Once we send you near that area, we'll leave. Thank you, Xiaohei replied softly. Hearing this, Xia Mu silently removed his earring and walked towards the escape pod. At the edge of the Xuanji domain star system, within a binary star system, two dazzling stars radiated endless light and heat. On the outskirts of this system, A massive red planet quietly orbited. In the planet's orbit, a space station was in motion. Inside the space station, the atmosphere was tense and busy. Starburst pulse device recharged. An operator reported loudly. Boost the power to maximum. A middle-aged man with stubble barked, "We must catch those rats this time." He glared at the star map before him, clenching his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. What are those idiots in the inner star domain doing? He continued to roar. How could such important technology be stolen so far away? We always have to clean up their mess. The surrounding staff were silent, not daring to respond. They've gotten too comfortable. The man fumed. A bunch of fools, always scheming against each other. Damn it. Despite his harsh words, no one dared to stop him. On this defense line, everything was under the command of General Yang Huai. Following Yang Huai's orders, an invisible ripple spread out from the planet around which the space station orbited, vanishing into the vast cosmos. Moments later, all information from the Starburst Pulse device's violent scan was fed back into the operations room. Specialists immediately began comparing the first and second scans of the star map. Report. An anomaly detected. A staff member suddenly shouted. Liang Huai tensed up. What anomaly? An unusual signal, the staff quickly explained. Previously, there were only 3 civilian ships in this area. Now, besides those 3, there's an additional unusual signal. However, this was not the only anomaly. Soon, other staff members also reported detecting unusual signals. The powerful mainframe computer rapidly processed the data, projecting a holographic image before Liang Huai. A total of 12 unusual signals detected, the mainframe reported. Excitement flashed in Liang Huai's eyes. Little rats, I'm coming to catch you. He immediately ordered. Relay my command. All fleets in the combat zone. Deploy with search ships and thoroughly investigate these 12 areas. Fire on any resistance. With the order given, the entire space station operated like a precision machine, dispatching commands to fleets stationed throughout the star system. Meanwhile, aboard a hidden ship, Quentin slammed his fist into the alloy wall, leaving a massive dent. A fierce expression crossed his face. Who sent that signal? A hidden space pirate? I'll kill him. Just moments ago, their ship had successfully used a void shield to evade detection during the second Starburst pulse scan. But unexpectedly, an unusual signal had appeared not far from them. This was the source of Quentin's rage. Under the official use of the Starburst pulse device, all ships had to remain silent and wait for the scan, not moving without permission. They had previously checked that area thoroughly and confirmed nothing was there. Now, with a signal appearing out of nowhere, the Star Fleet was undoubtedly already on its way. Now's not the time. A hand rested on Quentin's shoulder as the only man aboard not wearing a divine descent device approached. Though he appeared calm, a flicker of malice shone in his eyes. The original plan was to escape after this scan, but now their plans were disrupted. What do we do now? Quentin, despite his anger, seemed to trust the man and asked, suppressing his fury. Abandon the ship, the man decisively said. What? Even Quentin, who feared him, couldn't help but exclaim, Are you joking? We went through hell to get this. No way. Absolutely not. The man's eyes behind his glasses gleamed with an unreadable light. He calmly retorted, Do you think we can escape the Xuanji Domain Fleet siege? The mention of the Xuanji Domain Fleet was like a cold bucket of water poured over everyone's heads, instantly extinguishing their dreams of the future. Despite being just a step away, their general location had already been exposed. The civilian technology of the Xuanji Domain far surpassed the military technology of the outside world, not to mention their military equipment. The pulsar bomb device was proof enough such a device that could scan an entire star system would be laughed at in the outside world. But the reality was undeniable. After a brief moment of contemplation, the group quickly made a decision. The choice was not difficult. Abandoning the ship and escaping offered a slim chance of survival, while continuing to flee meant certain death. But a glint of cunning flashed in Quentin's eyes as he considered another possibility. Who said we all have to flee? The man adjusted his glasses, a cold glint in his eyes. Quentin's body tensed at his words, but he nodded silently. Moments later, a small spacecraft escaped from the ship's belly. The previously silent large ship suddenly appeared on the star chart, but it looked lifeless. A faint glow erupted from the ship's rear, quickly spreading and triggering an explosion. Soon after, the distant space blurred, and the shadow of a ship slowly emerged. By then, all that was left of Quentin and his group's ship were charred remnants drifting in space. On the newly appeared ship, a composed middle-aged commander gravely observed the distant wreckage. He summoned an aide and issued a series of commands. Collect the data, halt unnecessary computations on War Sequence 61, and backtrack the conditions before the ship's explosion. Once done, inspect that suddenly appearing civilian sequence. The aide promptly complied and left. In a deserted region of space, Quentin and Roxy, piloting a small spacecraft, were hiding behind an asteroid, frowning as they looked towards a certain point in space. Roxy mused, "It seems the Xuanji domain fleet moves faster than we anticipated." "Another piece of unknown technology?" Roxy calmly said while wiping his glasses. "If that's the case, let's give them a pass for now. Once the commotion dies down, we'll return to the Xuanji domain and wait for the next opportunity." Quentin nodded in agreement and prepared to steer the ship further off course to hide. As they turned to leave the asteroid, a ship, undetected by radar, silently started up and followed them like a ghost. On board that ship, Alice stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out slightly as she stared at the screen showing Quentin and Rox's ship. "Humph! How dare they force me to hide?" she said angrily. In a blink, a stream of data flowed in front of Alice, and their ship vanished from space, invisible even to the naked eye. Thus, the two sides continued this eerie chase for 3 days. Eventually, Quentin and Roxy stopped at a massive asteroid. Their ship landed and immediately became as silent as a stone. Moments later, Xia Mu's ship arrived. Alice checked the latest military network information and said coldly, "We're far off course now. The authorities have found that ship. In a few days, they'll lift the blockade. The blockade is weakening, and my jamming device can handle routine checks. It's time to act." Behind her, Xia Mu, fully suited up, with a pair of cold, cross-sheathed tang swords on his back, occasionally flickering with lightning, nodded and turned to leave. Xia Mu exited the ship and appeared in space. His microengine activated, and powerful thrust propelled him like a meteor towards the asteroid. This maneuver revealed his position, and the engines of the ship below suddenly flared. But Xia Mu moved faster, landing on the ship's back before it could take off. He quickly bent down and placed a circular mechanical device on the ship's deck. Instantly, the ship's flames extinguished. Inside the ship, Quentin and Rox's faces turned pale. Fortunately, they had donned their battle suits the moment they detected Xia Mu. They knew that a ship and a battle suit appearing suddenly in such a place were not here for a friendly chat. Sure enough, after the ship lost power, a holographic screen popped up, showing Alice's pretty face. She was about to declare the takeover when Quentin's battle suit right arm suddenly swelled and punched the alloy wall. Boom! The cabin's air instantly leaked, and the alloy wall was blown open with a huge gap. Without hesitation, the two immediately activated their battle suits and left the ship. Tsk, Alice sighed with boredom and snapped her fingers. The ship's engine instantly overloaded and shot out like a bolt, exploding into a brilliant fireball in the distance moments later. As Quentin and Roxy left the ship, they saw Xia Mu in the distance. With the ship's explosion, there was nothing more to say. Quentin immediately activated his battlesuit at full power and charged straight at Xia Mu. Roxy retreated a bit, and mechanical arms on his back flipped, revealing 2 high-energy sniper rifles on his shoulders. Dark red energy gathered in the barrels, and 2 beams of high-energy rays reached Xia Mu before Quentin. Xia Mu stood still, a grid-like shield appearing simultaneously. The high-energy rays hit the shield, causing ripples. At the same time, Quentin arrived, a giant mechanical fist enlarging before Xia Mu's eyes. Clang! Though soundless in the vacuum, the clash was evident from Xia Mu's crossed tang swords. Failing the first strike, Quentin swiftly retracted his fist and closed in. As a close combat specialist, he aimed to engage Xia Mu in melee, but his wish was unfulfilled, as Xia Mu's suit flickered with lightning, moving even faster. In a blink, Xia Mu was behind Quentin, his twin tang swords slashing down like phantoms. However, 2 high-energy rays struck the tang swords, almost disarming Xia Mu with their immense force. Though the sniper shots disrupted Xia Mu's attack, Quentin seized the opportunity. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch. Quentin's fist hadn't yet reached Xia Mu when 2 ghostly shadows emerged like phantoms, precisely intercepting his attack. This eerie core ability made Quentin's expression darken. He could clearly sense the threat within those shadows. Reluctantly, he abandoned his offensive, his hands swelling and crossing to form a massive shield in front of him. Simultaneously, Roxy's attack followed. 2 high-energy beams whistled toward Xia Mu, giving him no respite. An instinctive sense of danger electrified Xia Mu's nerves, prompting him to sidestep just in time to avoid the lethal strike. Quentin successfully blocked the shadow attack, and with no immediate follow-up from Xia Mu, the ghostly core couldn't generate a new assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Quentin launched another fierce attack. The coordination between the 2 white dwarf warriors was impeccable, one attacking from a distance, the other up close, constantly compressing Xia Mu's battle space. Under this relentless assault, Xia Mu was clearly at a disadvantage. However, Quentin and Roxy remained vigilant. With Quentin as the main attacker and Roxy providing support, they were confident they could hold their own even against a neutron star-level opponent. Yet, Xia Mu managed to deftly neutralize their every attack, occasionally launching counterstrikes that made Quentin's heart race. This opponent was evidently far from simple. As the stalemate dragged on, Roxy's heart sank. He communicated through their private channel to Quentin. "Create an opening for me." Quentin shared the sentiment, responding in a low voice, "I'll do my best." "Dragon Force," Quentin muttered, delivering an elbow strike to Xia Mu's crossed arms, using the force to retreat. Roxy's high-energy beams then shot past Quentin from both sides, preventing Xia Mu from pursuing. The sound of mechanical transformations filled the air as Quentin's armor began to rapidly reshape. In an instant, the entire suit was renewed. His fists became menacing claws, his spine protruded, his upper body expanded, and his lower body tightened, with his knees now bending backward. His headpiece morphed into a fearsome dragon's head. Quentin now resembled a half-dragon, the cold mechanical lines of his form adding a bloodthirsty aura. Quentin let out a silent roar, his body slightly crouched. Blazing white flames erupted from his back, propelling him into a blur of motion. From a distance, Xia Mu's breathing quickened, faint arcs of electricity flickering across his body. Quentin's nearly invisible form closed in, followed by Roxy's attacks. The ferocious mechanical dragon claws seemed to materialize out of nowhere, slashing down at Xia Mu. But just as the claws were about to strike, Xia Mu's figure exploded into a blinding flash of lightning, scattering in all directions. Quentin was startled, instinctively pulling back his claws. But he was a moment too slow. The seemingly slow but actually fast lightning coalesced beside him, forming a tang sword that traced a silver arc in the cold expanse of space. The blade met Quentin's arm, slicing through the tough armor as if it were foam. Had it not been for Roxy's timely intervention, forcing Xia Mu to abandon his follow-up attack, Quentin might have been cut in half. Breathing heavily, Quentin muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible? Core fusion? Or a new core?" Roxy's voice came through the channel. "Whatever it is, it's trouble." Both of them felt a sinking feeling. Whether it was a tricore or core fusion, it meant this god-ear opponent was no simple foe and likely had reached neutron star level. "Who are you? We haven't wronged you, have we?" Roxy attempted to defuse the situation through dialogue. However, Xia Mu remained silent, seemingly not opening the public channel. "What do you want? Money? Women? Power?" Roxy continued. "Look, whatever you want, I can offer it if you spare me today." Seeing that Xia Mu was still silent but not attacking, Roxy pressed on. "You're not with the authorities, right? Otherwise, the fleet would be here by now. I guess you're also after that thing?" Roxy watched Xia Mu's reaction closely, mistaking the lack of response for agreement. He went on, "Since you're after the stuff in the Xuanji domain, you know what's waiting outside. Which faction are you with? My guess is the Galactic Ruins, right? No matter which side you're on, once we're out, the embassy will be our only enemy. So why not cooperate?" Unbeknownst to Roxy, Xia Mu had long since closed the public channel. At that moment, he was checking diagnostic data on his god-ear visor, displayed by Alice. Core fusion is too energy-consuming. Alice's miniature figure appeared beside Xia Mu's face. Although Xing Chuan has enough energy, the lightning core's quality is limited. Fortunately, I managed to maintain the lightning core's energy, but it's at its limit now. Do you think you can handle it? "One more time should be enough," Xia Mu replied softly. "But I feel like you could easily take these two down if you went all out." "Why so cautious, even sacrificing a core?" Alice asked while repairing the core. "Too risky. I don't like risks," Xia Mu replied succinctly. In the distance, Roxy was still talking incessantly, his expression becoming more eager, gesticulating as if he had convinced Xia Mu. "The Xuanji realm holds so much technology that no single entity could digest it all alone. Just nod and agree to cooperate with us." Locke's voice echoed through the public channel as his arms suddenly transformed into mechanical parts. His hands merged to form a flat cannon barrel over a meter long. In that instant, Quentin, who had been shielding him, quietly stepped aside, clearing the path for the imminent attack. Locke continued his incessant chatter, trying to distract Xia Mu. However, his joined hands were already charged, and energy surged within the barrel. As the energy beam shot out, about to hit Xia Mu, Locke's deceitful negotiation continued to reverberate through the public channel. Alice, who had been secretly monitoring the situation, saw the imminent energy blast and her face turned pale. She cursed inwardly. "Damn it! You sly fox." With a crackling sound, the energy burst forth and struck Xia Mu. But in that critical moment, an even fiercer bolt of lightning exploded, and Xia Mu's figure vanished from where he stood. From a distance, Locke's triumphant smile froze upon seeing the burst of lightning. Then, a sudden pain hit him, and he looked down in a daze to see a cold tang sword piercing through his chest. Before the blood could even flow, it was evaporated by the terrifying lightning on the blade. Why? Locke was still baffled in his final moments. He had laid so many traps, distracted his opponent to buy time for charging, and even used Quentin's retreat as a cover. Up until the moment the energy beam struck, he hadn't let his guard down, continually trying to distract Xia Mu through the public channel. He believed this strike to be flawless, convinced that no ordinary person could dodge such a lethal energy beam while distracted. However, Locke never understood, even in death, that while he was waiting for his charge, Xia Mu was also waiting for Alice to repair the lightning core to the point where it could be used again. More importantly, Locke's schemes might have worked on someone else, but using them on a marauder was naive. In the land of marauders, even a 7-year-old knows that unless you're sure you can't win, you never sit down to negotiate. Quentin was also startled by the sudden turn of events. He had sensed something when Locke started negotiating, but never expected such a treacherous strike to be countered so decisively. As he turned, he saw Xia Mu kick Locke's corpse off the Tang sword, while a ball of lightning began to rapidly form at the back of the latter's head. Core damage. Quentin realized this might be his only chance upon seeing the lightning. He lunged forward, his remaining dragon claw gleaming with a cold light, aiming directly at Xia Mu's vital points. However, Xia Mu's figure vanished, and all Quentin could see were 2 flashes of cold light rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Quentin didn't even have time to react. The 2 flashes of cold light were much faster than before. His eyes widened as he realized that Xia Mu had been hiding his true strength. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the cold light struck, plunging his consciousness into darkness. The dragon tail that had materialized behind him drooped powerlessly. It was supposed to be his trump card but had no chance to be used against Xia Mu's sudden burst of speed. 2 ghastly mechanical wounds split open on Quentin's chest, with blood congealing in the vacuum. Xia Mu, expressionless, placed his hand on Quentin's divine descent, his fingers extending into dozens of precise instruments, and began disassembling. Before long, 2 faintly glowing cores were extracted. Amplification and Dragon Force. Alice's voice sounded in Xia Mu's ear. Amplification is average, but Dragon Force is decent. It can be installed on the Chuanqing. Xia Mu nodded slightly, storing the cores in the Chuanqing, then turned to disassemble Locke's corpse floating in space. 10 minutes later, 2 more cores were extracted. Upon seeing one of them, a thoughtful look crossed Xia Mu's face beneath his helmet. This core, I have an idea. Alice exclaimed excitedly. Did you think of it too? Yes, Xia Mu replied briefly. The core named Cluster had caught their attention. It could not only fuse the energy of ranged weapons, but also had a powerful balancing system. Alice explained excitedly, if we distribute the module functions across all the weapons on the body and have them all perform an overload attack simultaneously, the scene would be... Xia Mu continued disassembling, extracting 2 flat rectangular devices from Locke's shoulder. Oh wow, the weapons are well preserved. Alice's eyes sparkled. In that case, the cluster core might come in handy. Xia Mu nodded. After completing the disassembly, he grabbed Locke's arm and flung the corpse towards Quentin. The Nightfall sniper rifle roared, and energy beams instantly turned both corpses into cosmic dust. With the mission complete, Xia Mu returned to the spaceship and removed the Chuanqing. Alice adjusted the course, while Xia Mu, with the Chuanqing floating beside him, moved to another compartment. Meanwhile, in a distant fleet, Luo Yi's face was grim as he stared at the debris in space. Under the most advanced scanners in the Xuanji domain, fragments of the spaceship, divine descents, and human remains were clearly visible. Luo Yi activated War Sequence number 61 and commanded, backtrack and identify if any of the floating flesh belongs to the 2 missing from the previous ship. Half an hour later, War Sequence number 61 confirmed the deaths of Locke and Quentin, but also detected traces of a 3rd special divine descent. This discovery left Luo Yi deep in thought. First, confirm the possibility of a technology leak. Luo Yi ordered. From the battlefield debris, it looks like Locke and Quentin failed to crack the warp technology. They were more likely trying to abandon the technology to save themselves. So, what is the purpose of this sudden newcomer? Luo Yi sank into deep contemplation. This unexpected variable had thrown all his plans into disarray. Luo Yi stared at the holographic projection from number 61, his brow furrowed. The external spies were lurking again, and these time bombs planted around him were making him uneasy. He massaged his temples, thinking to himself that these spies were like annoying flies, easy enough to swat dead, but always elusive, and he had to constantly stay on guard against their buzzing. Number 61, keep a close watch on the nearby star regions and root out all those hiding rats. Also, notify number 122 that there have been too many infiltrations recently, Luo Yi ordered. Meanwhile, Xia Mu, who had been troubling Luo Yi, had already boarded a spaceship back on the route. After the authorities successfully intercepted the warp-speed spaceship, they gradually opened up the route. After all, the importance of the route was self-evident. Every second of stoppage meant astronomical losses. Along the way, one could see hurrying fleets, supposedly travelers whose journeys had been delayed by the blockade. Xia Mu flicked his finger, and the newly installed Starpiercer transformed fluidly, eventually coiling around his finger and turning into a ring. After a 3-day journey, the spaceship finally reached the first inhabited planet in the Xuanji domain outside the border areas. Even though humanity had entered the interstellar age, the vast expanse of space was not populated everywhere. The usual practice was to select a habitable planet as the main star within each designated star zone. Qingyao star was one such planet, serving as the main star of the border zone, gathering resources and people from the entire border area. Whether one wanted to break through the borders to explore unknown regions or was interested in the rich mineral resources here, they had to pass through this place. Qingyao star was named after the blue light emitted by its star. Although the light appeared normal by the time it reached the planet's surface, from a distance, one could still faintly see that aurora-like azure glow. Alice piloted the spaceship and docked at a port in the second-largest city on Qingyao star, uploading the pre-prepared documents. Moments later, she received clearance for free passage. "Let's find a place to stay and gather some information," Alice said, stretching lazily. Since entering the Xuanji domain, she hadn't had the chance to connect to the local network to collect intelligence, and now was the perfect opportunity. Xia Mu had no objections. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. As they disembarked from the spaceship, they were greeted by a bustling hall. Even in the border areas, the sheer population of the interstellar civilization ensured that the place was still lively. Xia Mu followed the instructions and queued up in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, the tail of an old spaceship nearby started emitting black smoke and scraped against the edge of the spaceport before coming to a halt. The collision drew a lot of attention. When people saw the battered spaceship, many were visibly astonished. The Bayou 2 model was practically an antique from the last century. It was a miracle it could still start, let alone be used for interstellar travel. Security personnel quickly arrived at the scene. Within a minute, 5 guards in advanced gear flew over. Seeing the point of contact between the spaceship and the port, the leader motioned for the others to lower their weapons and approached the spaceship himself. "Listen up, people inside. You've violated Article 32 of the Spaceport Property Safety Management Regulations. This port has the right to penalize you accordingly." The lead guard's voice was cold and stern. Accompanied by a grating metallic screech, the spaceship's door opened. A small, hunched old man hurriedly stepped out. "Oh dear. I'm so sorry, young man." The old man grabbed the guard's hand as soon as he saw him, bowing repeatedly. "I didn't handle it well. My apologies." The guard, Li Yin, frowned and shook off the old man's hand, his voice still icy. "Rules are rules. You must compensate for the spaceport's loss. That's your responsibility." Despite a hint of reluctance on his face beneath the helmet, his tone remained harsh. The old man was at a loss for words, looking distressed. At this moment, other people started disembarking from the old spaceship, about a dozen in total. Surprisingly, they were all young adults in their early 20s, including 6 young women. They all had dark complexions and wore old, simple protective suits marked by scratches from mining, looking like a group of refugees. "Grandpa Qingshi, what's wrong?" A small, dark-skinned boy behind the old man couldn't help but tug at his clothes, his voice tinged with worry. "It's nothing. Grandpa will handle it." Qingshi turned back to reassure the boy with a smile, then faced Li Yin again. "I'm really sorry, young man. We just escaped from a disaster and have no money left. Could you give us some time? We'll pay you back as soon as we can." Li Yin felt conflicted. If not for his supervisor's orders, he might have turned a blind eye. But he really needed this job now. "Which company are you with? If it's Hongxing Yao, there should be an interstellar insurance company covering it, right?" Li Yin tried to find a solution. Chen Qingshi looked troubled, glancing around and noticing the attention they were drawing. He leaned in close to Li Yin and whispered, "We're descendants of frontier explorers, and this job was introduced by a friend under the table." Li Yin immediately understood. Chen Qingshi and his group were evidently involved in illegal mining. It wasn't a secret in the interstellar world. With countless accidents in the vast expanse of space, insurance fees were exorbitant. Many mine owners, to cut costs, hired these illegal workers instead of paying for insured laborers. Li Yan's situation became even more awkward. Although Chen Qingshi was sincere, it was clear they couldn't afford the compensation. Even if he took them all into custody, the cost of feeding so many people would be significant. Not to mention his supervisor. Just as Li Yin was in a quandary, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "I'll cover the compensation." Chen Qingshi's eyes widened slightly, looking towards the source of the voice as if he had found a savior. The speaker was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a unique white uniform, with a handsome face and short, neat hair that made him look energetic. This? Chen Qingshi was momentarily speechless, his expression complex. "Don't worry, sir. No matter the amount, I'll cover it." Chu Li approached with a smile, gently patting Chen Qingshi's shoulder, his tone full of kindness. Seeing Chu Li standing up for Chen Qingshi, Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't wanted to make things difficult for these people, but given the situation, he was powerless. "Are you sure you want to compensate for him?" Li Yin asked cautiously. "This isn't a small amount." Chu Li waved his hand nonchalantly and pulled a thin card from his pocket. handing it to Li Yin. Don't worry about it. I can afford it. Li Yin took the card, his eyes landing on the 4 silver embossed characters, Stardust Academy. He instantly understood. Students from Stardust Academy indeed had the means and credibility. Chen Qingshi, relieved, repeatedly thanked Chu Li. Thank you. Thank you. Young man. Chu Li smiled and asked, no problem, sir. Where are you headed? If you don't have a place to go, I can help you out. His handsome face and approachable demeanor stirred the hearts of many young girls around. Chen Qingshi, however, looked troubled. Young man, we have relatives here who will take care of things. You've already helped us a great deal. We can't trouble you further. It's nothing really, Chu Li said lightly. I'm a student at Stardust Academy. This amount of money is nothing to me. Chen Qingshi instinctively touched the wrinkles on his face, momentarily speechless. At that moment, a girl with some dark spots on her face approached Chen Qingshi and whispered, Grandpa Qingshi, why don't we? Chen Qingshi gently patted the girl's hand, interrupting her. Really, there's no need to trouble him. This is probably graduation season at Stardust Academy, right? You must have your own tasks. We can't hold you back. Seeing this, Chu Li didn't insist. He simply placed his card against the sensor on Chen Qingshi's weathered protective suit. Here's some more money, and I've added my contact info. Let me know if you need anything. Chen Qingshi wanted to stop him, but Chu Li was too quick. By the time he reacted, it was already done. All right, I'm off. Remember to contact me if you need anything. Chu Li said as he quickly walked towards a special passage. Just as he was about to enter the passage, Chu Li paused, his gaze falling on Xia Mu, who was still in line. Sensing his stare, Xia Mu looked up, meeting his eyes for a moment before casually looking away. Was that just my imagination? Chu Li muttered to himself, feeling a vague sense of unease. Unable to ask right then, he could only keep the question to himself as he stepped into the special passage. That guy isn't simple. Alice's voice sounded in Xia Mu's ear. Xia Mu barely acknowledged it with a slight nod. As they left the port, Qingyao Star was already in the evening. The unique star slowly dipped below the horizon, its dazzling rays gradually dimming, with the sky taking on an aurora-like blue hue. Xia Mu cast a quick glance, and then quietly left the crowd that had stopped to admire the view. He walked slowly, seemingly strolling, but was actually carefully observing his surroundings. This was a habit he had developed on the plundering star. Whenever he arrived at a new place, he would instinctively assess the environment and conditions. In stark contrast to Xia Mu's leisurely pace, Chen Qingshi and his group moved hurriedly. Grandpa Qingshi, what do we do next? A young man asked nervously. Chen Qingshi lowered his voice. Let's find a place to stay first. They shouldn't find us that easily. Why don't we ask that big brother for help? The girl who had earlier pulled on Chen Qingshi couldn't help but ask. Chen Qingshi shook his head helplessly. He's very kind. We can't drag him into this. He's a student at Stardust Academy. If even he, a dark-skinned, skinny young man exclaimed, but Chen Qingshi glared at him, and he quickly covered his mouth. They thought their voices were low enough, and with the city's noise, they wouldn't be overheard. However, Xia Mu caught every word from a distance. Not one to meddle, he merely glanced their way before continuing his slow walk. That old man isn't simple either. Seems like he's hiding something. Alice sounded intrigued. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the second-largest city on Qingyao Star, several starships flew over the city, heading straight for the city center. Many people captured the rare sight on their devices. Such a large fleet could annihilate the entire city, but the city remained indifferent, indicating the presence of a significant figure on the fleet. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, Chen Qingshi had just checked out when he saw the starships flying overhead. His face turned pale, and he quickly called for the youths who hadn't yet come out. They hurriedly packed their things and followed Chen Qingshi. Soon after, a bounty notice spread across Qingyao Star. Hey, did you see that? I heard a group of miners discovered some ultra-rare ion dark source and ran off with it. Yeah, I saw it. There was a bounty notice just now. It's about a dozen people. Apparently, they even blew up a major mining site of the Deepwing Corporation to escape, killing thousands. People immediately started discussing the bounty notice. Such notices were common, but this one drew attention due to the huge reward. 10 million star coins for any lead, and 20 million for each kill. Is it really that big of a deal, just for some ion dark source? Someone asked in confusion. People around him looked at him oddly. Do you even know what ion dark source is? It's a strategic resource. A piece the size of a finger can power an entire fleet. Exactly. Last time, a small company found 100 milligrams of ion dark source, and the next day, the company was gone. Isn't it strange how a group of ordinary miners managed to smuggle this stuff out of Deepwing Corporation's territory? Who knows? Maybe there are hidden experts among those seemingly ordinary miners. Meanwhile, Chu Li, who was sleeping soundly, was woken by a rapid knocking on his door. No room service, he grumbled, turning over to sleep again. But the knocking persisted. forcing Chu Li to sit up. Hold on. I'm getting dressed. At his words, the knocking stopped. Chu Li quickly dressed, skipping his morning routine. Just as he was about to brush his teeth, the knocking resumed. With no other choice, Chu Li put down his toothbrush and opened the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a suit, flanked by two fully armed individuals. Chu Li eyed the two guards and asked, puzzled, "What's going on? Mr. Chu, do you recognize these people?" The middle-aged man asked directly. Chu Li's pupils contracted slightly as he warily eyed the projection on the suited man's wrist. "What do you mean?" he asked in a low voice. "I'm Fang Rong, captain of the 3rd Squad under the 23rd Guard Unit of Qingyao Star. These people are linked to a recent major attack." The suited man put away the projection upon seeing this and introduced himself before continuing. "We found surveillance footage showing these individuals had contact with you at the spaceport yesterday." "Impossible." Chu Li yanked the door open, staring intently at Fang Rong. "I did see them yesterday, but they had no energy fluctuations at all, just ordinary people. How could they be involved in something that requires the planetary guard?" Fang Rong's smile gradually faded. "Mr. Chu, this is an official wanted notice issued by our planet's authorities. Whether they're involved or not isn't your concern." "You suspect me?" Chu Li narrowed his eyes, his body slightly lowering. The two team members in divine armor beside Fang Rong immediately tensed up, hands unconsciously moving to their weapons. "Ha ha ha," Fang Rong suddenly laughed, signaling his team to relax. "Mr. Chu, you're joking. Why would we suspect a student of Stardust Academy? I'm just here to see if you have any leads on them." Chu Li stared at Fang Rong's face, trying to discern any anomalies. "No, I don't," he said coldly. "All right then, I won't disturb you any further." Fang Rong turned and left decisively. After closing the door, Chu Li frowned in thought, his gaze falling on Chen Qingshi's contact information on his star ring. Moments later, he pulled up the projection to check the information Fang Rong mentioned. The wanted notice had already spread across the entire planet, with search results flooding in. Chu Li closed most of the windows and fell into deep thought. Ion Dark Source? Impossible. He recalled the travel-worn luggage of Chen Qingshi and his group, his doubts growing. Someone wants them dead? He noticed a window showing a chubby man giving a tearful speech. Thousands of people. How could these damned beasts do such a thing? I was just excited and wanted to report some information to the company, so I left the control room. Now, I don't know how to face their families. Rest assured, Deep Wing Corporation will capture these thugs and give you an explanation. As the emotional speech continued, Chu Li's doubts deepened. He remembered the desperate look on Chen Qingshi and his group's faces yesterday, and his internal conflict grew. "SK, there's a pretty good bounty," Alice exclaimed excitedly, but her voice trailed off as she saw Xia Mu just finishing his training. He was shirtless, his muscles well-defined, casually wiping sweat with a towel. Alice lunged at him, but passed through his body like a phantom. This damn data body. Arg. It's driving me crazy." Alice screamed like a groundhog, repeatedly charging at Xia Mu to no avail. Xia Mu ignored Alice, casually pulling up a screen on his star ring to check the bounty information. "They don't have the Ion Dark Source," he said softly. "Yeah, but if others say they do, then they do," Alice replied helplessly. Xia Mu asked, puzzled. "If they don't have it, why are they running?" "Idiot." Alice groaned in frustration. "It's obvious someone wants them dead. The Ion Dark Source is just an excuse. Is it hard to kill them?" Xia Mu countered. "Ugh, you blockhead." Alice fumed. "Not everyone is like you." "Oh, so, are we taking the bounty or not?" Alice asked, exasperated. "This Xuanji domain isn't simple. There are quite a few war sequences stationed there, so getting the money won't be as easy as before." Xia Mu looked at the bounty, thinking of Chu Li and a beautiful face. "I don't really want to kill them." Alice was stunned, stammering, "Cha change of heart?" She floated in front of Xia Mu, waving her hand. "Do you recognize me?" "Alice, stop messing around," Xia Mu said, exasperated. "Phew, that's a relief." Alice sighed. "I have something interesting here." She projected a screen. On the screen, two figures sat facing each other in a dim room. One got up to pour tea. "Ha ha ha, Director Huang. What brings you here today?" "I came to request a wanted notice," Director Huang said, sipping his tea. "A wanted notice? For whom? What strength? And the reason?" the tea-pouring man asked. Director Huang pushed a screen over. The other man hesitated. "This is tricky. Many people won't believe it. 10 billion. Ha ha ha, Director Huang, you're straightforward. These villains dared to blow up the mine, causing thousands of deaths. Now that they're on my planet, I can't let them go unpunished." The two men laughed and shook hands. After the video ended, Alice asked smugly, "How about that? Pretty explosive, right? Innocent people can be guilty too?" Xia Mu pondered. Guilt is just a white glove for the powerful and wealthy," Alice said. "It doesn't matter what the skin under the glove looks like. What matters is that the glove is white." Don't overthink it. This seems different from what Lin Mingxi said, Xia Mu muttered. The outside world is like this. There's no black and white, Alice said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in a downtown office building, Chu Li slammed his hands on a slightly balding middle-aged man's desk, shouting angrily, absolutely not. How could you come up with such a ridiculous excuse? Chu Li's voice echoed through the office, his eyes blazing with anger. He continued to question, and with something as radioactive as a dark ion source, even in the best containment, there's no way it could evade airport detection. The bald man's face showed a flicker of unease, but he stood firm. Mr. Chu, this is an order from above. I'm just following protocol. He glared at the two subordinates standing by the door, his tone growing harsher. Even though you're a student at Stardust Academy, that doesn't give you the right to interfere with our local governance. Your academy may have influence, but am bound by regulations, and your protests are futile. Regulations? Chu Li sneered. Can regulations be this absurd? Ask yourself honestly, is this even possible? A group of ordinary people blowing up Shenhe Corporation's mining site and escaping unscathed to Qingyao Star? And with a dark ion source, no less. His voice rose, his emotions intensifying. Even Shenhe couldn't just conveniently find a dark ion source and have the equipment ready to store it. The bald man was silent for a moment before responding coldly, that's not for me to decide. You should take it up with the Planetary Council. Someone, escort this gentleman out. Chu Li wasn't backing down. As he left, he threw a meaningful remark over his shoulder. Qingyao? Huh? Fine. I'm sure our Academy's alumni network will find this very interesting technology that allows ordinary people to achieve what even Tianquan-level experts find difficult. He emphasized the word technology before walking out without looking back. Once the door closed, the bald man's expression turned grim. He hesitated, then made a call. What is it? A steady voice answered on the other end. We've got a problem. A student from Stardust Academy is involved, the bald man said cautiously. Find a way to shut him up, and do it quickly. Don't make me question your competence. The voice replied curtly before hanging up. Sweat immediately beaded on the bald man's forehead. He jumped to his feet and shouted toward the door. Where's Li Yin? Get him up here now. Meanwhile, the issuance of the arrest warrant had thrown the entire city into an uproar. The news that the wanted individuals had been spotted here sparked a frenzy. A massive manhunt ensued, involving not only official search teams, but also ordinary citizens lured by the high rewards. To everyone's surprise, a large number of ships poured in from outside the city, rapidly expanding the search area. Just 2 hours after the warrant was issued, a fierce battle broke out on the outskirts, capturing the city's attention. Countless hovercrafts darted toward the battle site like chasing meteors. A shocking piece of news spread quickly. The wanted individuals had been found. As the news spread, the city grew increasingly restless. The sky was filled with a dense swarm of hover cars and even small spacecraft. Xia Mu stood by the roadside, instinctively looking up. The chaotic scene reminded him of the plundering star, where money was worthless and only weapons and hardware held value. Watching the frenzied crowd chasing the bounty, a sense of familiarity crept into Xia Mu's heart. He couldn't help but wonder if the outside world was just a larger version of the plundering star. Although Lin Mingxi had said the outside world was different, recent events made Xia Mu doubtful. People were willing to kill for profit, and the only difference might be that they were better at finding excuses here. Suddenly, Chu Li's smile and Lin Mingxi's figure flashed through Xia Mu's mind. He vaguely felt that Chu Li possessed a quality similar to that of the slightly chubby figure in his hazy memory. It was hard to describe, but he sensed that both had a warmth about them. The air was filled with the roar of flying vehicles, and the congested skies forced many to walk. The city guard sirens blared incessantly, with accidents and conflicts occurring everywhere. A single wanted notice had thrown the entire city into chaos. Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1 million per person. There are at least 10 of them, right? But the secrets they're hiding are the real key. Ever since discovering that video, she had been trying to hack into Deep Wing Corporation's network, but without success. Their defense system was far stronger than she had imagined, and it seemed to hide a war sequence deep within. Alice couldn't help but suggest, why don't we go check it out? Xia Mu kept walking without turning back, replying, we need to find parts to upgrade the ship and look for Lin Mingxi. Alice pouted in frustration. But I really want to know what they're hiding. It must be a big secret for Deep Wing Corporation to go to such lengths. However, Xia Mu ignored her and continued on their planned route. Their mission was to buy parts for the ship upgrade. The route to Stardust Academy wasn't hard to find, just a bit far, and their current ship was no longer sufficient. Alice could only lie on Xia Mu's shoulder, her eyes flickering with data streams. Suddenly, at an intersection, Xia Mu turned and quickly grabbed someone hiding in the shadows. It was a secluded alley, and the person clearly hadn't expected Xia Mu to act so swiftly, instantly finding their throat in his grip. The suffocating feeling surged like a tide, and the person began to struggle, their tightly wrapped face becoming exposed. When Alice saw his face, her eyes spun like a slot machine before stopping on the symbol. "A million!" Alice exclaimed. The person was one of the skinny youths who had followed Chen Qingshi at the spaceport. Xia Mu's expression remained unchanged as his grip tightened. Alice quickly intervened. Hey, relax. He's worth more alive." Xia Mu loosened his grip slightly, allowing the person to breathe. Alice arrogantly demanded, "Tell us, what secret are you hiding that Deep Wing Corporation is after you so fervently?" The youth hesitated, his struggle slowing, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. How do you know?" Alice smugly replied, "So it's true. You're just ordinary people, and Deep Wing Corporation's wanted notice is fake, isn't it?" "I won't tell you anything," the youth retorted angrily. Xia Mu frowned and casually flung him aside. The youth crashed into a wall, clutching his chest and trying to escape. But as soon as he took a step, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Xia Mu calmly asked, "Do you have something that interests Deep Wing Corporation? Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." The youth was terrified, backing against the wall. Xia Mu frowned, grabbed the youth by the collar, and dragged him deeper into the alley. He threw him beside a trash bin and coldly said, "Now you can talk." The youth trembled all over, sweat dripping from his forehead. He wanted to speak, but found himself unable to control his body. Under Xia Mu's intense gaze, he finally broke down and blurted out, "It's a wormhole. A new wormhole has appeared." Alice was puzzled. "A wormhole? Wait, did a shipwreck come out of it?" Yes. The youth nodded in terror. Alice gasped. "No wonder Deep Wing Corporation is so frantic. It's a wormhole leading to subspace. If there's any place where old-era technology is best preserved, it's subspace." Xia Mu's expression turned serious at her words. Just then, an excited voice came from behind him. "Boss, we've caught one." A young man with tattooed arms, carrying a strange contraption on his back and a scar on his face, appeared at the alley entrance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Hey kid, move aside." He paid no attention to Xia Mu, activating the small device on his right arm. The contraption on his back quickly formed a mechanical arm. A cruel glint flashed in the scar-faced youth's eyes as the mechanical arm formed a fist. Jets of flame shot from his elbow, propelling the fist towards Xia Mu's head. Swish! Blood splattered, and a severed mechanical arm flew through the air. "Ah!" The scar-faced youth screamed, staring in horror at Xia Mu, who had turned around at some point. Xia Mu's arm was now covered in armor, forming a menacing dragon claw, its sharp talons dripping with blood. The scar-faced youth instinctively looked back at his severed mechanical arm, horrified to see it cut into several pieces, the cuts smooth as glass. Don't kill me. I'm a member of the Blood Wolf gang. My boss is watching through a live feed. He's on his way here. He's a powerful Tianquan-level fighter." The scar-faced youth babbled, pleading for his life as he backed away. But all he received in response were 5 sharp, cold glints. The scar-faced youth's left arm hung limply, his wrist's star ring projecting a screen displaying the rapidly receding scenery on both sides. As his life force ebbed away, the screen's imagery gradually halted, replaced by the cold visage of a steel mask. "Who are you?" a raspy voice demanded from the other end of the screen, laced with menace. "Whoever you are, you've made a grave mistake by messing with my Blood Wolf gang and stealing my goods. You're as good as dead." Xia Mu stared impassively at the flickering star ring on the ground and softly instructed the person beside him. "Alice, analyze the person on the other end of the communication." The person on the screen was initially stunned by the voice, but rage quickly overtook him. He began. But before he could finish, a meticulously crafted mechanical foot stomped down, crushing the star ring along with the youth's arm into a bloody pulp. The last thing the man saw was a blinding flash of silvery metal before the screen went completely dark. As the screen turned pitch black, Zhang Dake hovered in place, his expression growing darker. Over the years, no one had ever dared to belittle him like this. The humiliating past flashed through his mind, once more kneeling to lick the shoes of a gang leader in front of the person he loved most. From that day on, he secretly vowed never to let anyone look down on him again. Although that gang leader had been tortured to death by him, and that woman had met a grim fate in his presence, it brought him no sense of revenge. Instead, he developed an almost pathological obsession with others' opinions of him. The cold, indifferent voice of Xia Mu and his casual remark, "Track his location," instantly ignited Zhang Dake's fury to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "They don't take me seriously at all. Ha ha ha." With a thunderous roar, Zhang Dake's divine power surged to its maximum. He shot across the sky like a meteor, causing pedestrians to scatter. No one wanted to clash with a madman in a divine suit. This maniacal flight slightly calmed Zhang Dake's rage, but in his mind, Xia Mu was already on his hit list. Meanwhile, Alice had already locked onto Zhang Dake's position through the network. She asked excitedly, "Do we move? Really move?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xia Mu was already fully armed. With a flicker of ripples, his divine suit transformed from its sleek and sharp appearance to an ordinary silver gray, its defined lines becoming plain and unremarkable. At first glance, it looked like an old, well-used suit. "Don't give anyone a chance to mark you," Xia Mu said, activating his disguise suit and heading in Zhang Dake's direction. Behind Xia Mu, a dark-skinned youth watched everything unfold. As he tried to sneak away, a tang sword slashed in front of him, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Xia Mu left immediately after, while the youth swallowed hard, not daring to cross the line, and instead curled up next to a trash can, trying to hide. The chaos on the street caused by Zhang Dake's rapid flight continued. Suddenly, he stopped his suit, the engines keeping him hovering, the tail flames flickering. Opposite him, an old-looking divine suit slowly approached. Just as Zhang Dake was about to speak, Xia Mu suddenly accelerated, leaving several afterimages aimed at his vital points. The sudden attack caught Zhang Dake off guard, forcing him to hastily form a small shield with his wrist armor. However, the expected frontal impact didn't come. Xia Mu pivoted to Zhang Dake's side, slashing down with the tang sword. At the last moment, Zhang Dake's suit's tail flame solidified, entering an overloaded state, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. Before he could catch his breath, Xia Mu was already there, delivering a knee strike to Zhang Dake's back, sending him crashing into a building like a shooting star. Without pausing, Xia Mu's suit quickly reassembled, merging with the arm armor to form a dark gun barrel. Dark red and blue energies swirled within it, then exploded in a devastating blast. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in the building. Until his last moment, Zhang Dake couldn't understand why someone would kill so decisively, without even a word. The intense battle finally drew the city guards, but they were too late. Xia Mu's speed in ending the fight was astonishing. He had taken out the Tianquan-level Zhang Dake in just a few encounters. Sensing the approaching divine suits of the city guards, Xia Mu quickly slipped into the explosion's firelight. From a distance, the city guards only saw a glint of light in the flames before Xia Mu vanished from their radar. Emerging from the other side of the blasted building, Xia Mu darted into a deserted corner. His suit retracted like flowing water, and he blended into the crowd, feigning terror. The late-arriving city guards scrambled to extinguish the fire. At the center of the blaze, they found a divine suit with a gaping hole in its chest. Captain Huang Hongyi approached with a grim face. As he touched it, a fine line appeared, splitting Zhang Dake's body in two. What ruthless methods! Huang Hongyi's face darkened further. It was the first time he had seen such a ruthless character. Not only did they take down a Tianquan-level expert in record time, but they also delivered a follow-up strike after a fatal blow. This was more brutal than the most vicious criminals in recent years. Looking at the busy streets, Huang Hongyi couldn't help but rub his temples. Lately, things are getting more and more chaotic. Captain, all the surrounding surveillance was hacked. We only got a glimpse of a very ordinary divine suit, nothing distinctive, reported one of the team members, adding to Huang Hongyi's headache. Clearly, the opponent was not only powerful but also skilled in special fields. With Zhang Dake's death, the West Street District was bound to become even more chaotic. And during this special period, even requesting more manpower was challenging. Thinking of the bounty notice that had the entire planet abuzz, Huang Hongyi felt at a loss. Captain, what should we do about this? Asked a nearby team member. Huang Hongyi shook his head, took off his helmet, and lit a cigarette. Gang conflict. Warn the West 2nd Street gang that they've crossed the line. The team member was initially stunned, then his eyes lit up. Captain, brilliant. Huang Hongyi exhaled a smoke ring. Zhang Dake wasn't a good person anyway. No need to make a big deal out of this. When Xia Mu returned to the narrow alley, he found the young man curled up next to the trash bin, looking terrified. Upon seeing Xia Mu, the young man quickly stood up, bowed his head and nervously said, "My name is Lai Yuan." His voice still trembled with fear. Xia Mu looked at him calmly, signaling for him to continue. Lai Yuanxin took a deep breath and started to explain. "We are descendants of explorers from a frontier planet, working in Deepwing Corporation's mining fields. A few days ago, a mining accident caused an explosion, and all the energy was absorbed, creating a wormhole. The wormhole rapidly expanded, almost swallowing half the planet. Some people managed to escape, but they were soon intercepted and silenced by Deepwing Corporation's fleet. We escaped through a secret route discovered by Grandpa Qing Shi." Xia Mu nodded slightly, forming a preliminary judgment. Alice, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly, "Interesting. The others are probably still being hunted down. Should we go check it out?" Xia Mu turned to Lai Yuanxin. "Do you remember the route?" Lai Yuanxin was taken aback and then exclaimed, "You want to go directly to the wormhole? That's impossible. Deepwing Corporation has eyes everywhere there." Alice interrupted impatiently, Who said we'd go directly? We're not that foolish. If we're going, we need to stir things up first. She flashed a cunning smile. That's what I'm good at. Lai Yuanxin shook his head. It's useless. Deepwing Corporation has spent a fortune to block the information. They told the authorities they discovered an ion dark source vein. Alice scoffed. Nice excuse. But it won't stop me. With that, she vanished. Moments later, different voices emerged across the nearby star systems networks. Big trouble on Qingyao Star. Why issue a top-level manhunt on civilians? The official story is too suspicious. Did they discover something extraordinary? As the news spread, the topic of Qingyao Star quickly gained traction across the star systems. Meanwhile, at the Deepwing Corporation's technical equipment headquarters in the Xuanji Domain Center, a massive artificial steel planet, War Sequence Number 75 was working tirelessly to block the information. Suddenly, an alert popped up. Information lockdown breached. Someone is trying to spread the truth. Warning, system under unknown attack. The intruder is a higher-level war sequence. On another bustling planet, a middle-aged man was leisurely enjoying the view when he suddenly crushed the teacup in his hand. He quickly severed all connections to the frontier star systems. Alice sighed in disappointment. How boring, they cut the network. At that moment, the entire network of Qingyao Star went down. It took half a day for the network to come back online. Surprisingly, the authorities remained silent on the matter. Just 2 days later, discussions about the network failure were quickly suppressed, replaced by talks about Deepwing Corporation's manhunt. In a secluded hotel, Alice frustratingly tugged at her hair. Why do they always cheat? She discovered that all information about the manhunt couldn't leave Qingyao Star, as if blocked by an invisible net. This company has immense power. They even got the authorities to secretly isolate the servers. Qingyao Star is practically Deepwing's backyard. Alice explained angrily. They cut off the network here and set up new relay servers. It looks like we're online, but we're actually isolated. Xia Mu nodded thoughtfully, not very adept with information technology. Alice continued to complain. It's a stupid method, very costly, but it works. Arg. It drives me crazy. If they have guts, they should face me heathen. She waved her little fists in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. Deepwing Corporation's drastic measure left her helpless. Lai Yuanxin sat nervously on the side, his eyes darting between Xia Mu and Alice. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, lips slightly parted as if he wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Alice, lost in her own thoughts, didn't notice Lai Yuanxin's unease. Her face was etched with anger and frustration, clearly infuriated by Deepwing Corporation's tactics. Xia Mu frowned, deep in thought. The opposition had taken the most unscrupulous approach, isolating the entire Qingyao Star. Worse still, they had teamed up with Qingyao's ruling authorities. In this situation, even Xia Mu's exceptional skill seemed futile. Unless he could somehow deploy a starship to turn the tide, but with the ship's power system still unrepaired, not to mention the interstellar war its deployment would trigger, it seemed impossible. Alice stood up, a hint of desperation flashing in her eyes. She muttered to herself, if only there was something powerful enough to break through the blockade. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she quickly opened a virtual window. Data scrolled rapidly across the screen, finally stopping at a message from Stardust Academy. We install tracking devices on every student who goes out for training to ensure their. Her eyes fixated on the words, tracking device, and a look of excitement spread across her face. Xia Mu saw the information and immediately said, Truly? We can handle him. Alice's face brightened with renewed hope. Great. If we can get his tracking device, I can breach Deepwing's blockade and spread the message. She immediately pulled up multiple virtual screens, her body emitting a faint glow as she immersed herself in a network search. Lai Yuanxin's face turned pale when he heard Xia Mu say, handle him. His body trembled slightly, memories of the scarred young man's gruesome death and the news of Zhang Dake's accidental death in a gang fight flashing through his mind. Fear surged through him, but then Chu Li's cheerful smile emerged in his thoughts, dispelling the terrifying images. Alice suddenly gave a sly smile and turned to Lai Yuanxin. You must know something about Chu Li, don't you? Lai Yuanxin shuddered as Xia Mu's gaze also settled on him. His mind was in turmoil, caught between his fear of death and his loyalty to Chu Li. Finally, he took a deep breath and firmly said, I don't know anything. Alice's smile vanished, her voice becoming low and menacing. Think carefully before you answer. Sweat beaded on Lai Yuanxin's forehead, but he gritted his teeth and insisted, I don't know anything. Alice narrowed her eyes and stepped closer to him. He helped you hide, didn't he? Otherwise, how could a few ordinary people escape the combined forces of Deepwing and Qingyao's authorities? You're worth 1,000,000 credits. We're not killing you now because you have value. But if you can't prove your worth. After the previous threats, Lai Yuanxin suddenly found himself no longer afraid. He glared at Alice, his voice filled with anger and determination. Then take me and claim the bounty. Xia Mu began to walk slowly towards Lai Yuanxin, each step landing heavily on his heart. Lai Yuanxin instinctively closed his eyes, spreading his arms wide, and stammered. You, you can kill me, but I won't talk. This scene left both Alice and Xia Mu stunned. Alice floated over to Xia Mu, pouting. Hey, is our Xia Mu really that scary? Lai Yuanxin opened his eyes to see Xia Mu standing a short distance away, not making any move to harm him. This left him feeling more confused than ever, having braced himself for death. Alice continued, relax, we still need you to lead the way. Chuli helped you at the spaceport and came to find you when the warrant was issued, right? Lai Yuanxin nodded instinctively, surprised at how easily this AI hologram could gather information. He recalled the scene when Chuli found them, arriving ahead of the city guards and Deep Wing Corporation, offering a lifeline in their dire situation. Alice pressed on. After the battle broke out, Chuli used special means to evade electronic surveillance. You must have a rendezvous point, right? And he's injured from the fight. How long can he hide? Don't you want to help him? Lai Yuanxin remained silent, knowing Alice was right. But he still firmly replied, yes, but I won't tell. He risked his life for us. Why shouldn't I do the same? His expression was unusually calm, as if he had come to terms with life and death. Xia Mu gave Lai Yuanxin a thoughtful look, as if reassessing him. In his limited understanding, people were divided into two types, those like raiders and those like Lin Mengxi. At this moment, the image of people like Lin Mengxi seemed to become more complex, no longer simple, templated characters. Lai Yuanxin's attitude left Alice at a loss. Just then, Xia Mu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Let's make a deal. I can help you, but I need the tracking device and the wormhole coordinates. Lai Yuanxin's head shot up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Despite his fear of Xia Mu, he knew this powerful force could be an ally. But then he shook his head vigorously. I can't trust you. Alice was frustrated. You're really a tough nut to crack. Fine, let them die then. Lai Yuanxin wrestled with his thoughts. He knew Xia Mu had the ability to help them. He had experienced it firsthand. But as a captive with no leverage, he couldn't risk Chuli and Qian Qingshi's lives. Seeing Lai Yuanxin's internal struggle, Xia Mu spoke earnestly. Mutual benefit. Alice smacked her forehead. Saying it like that makes him even less likely to agree. Surprisingly, Lai Yuanxin looked straight into Xia Mu's eyes and firmly said, all right. This left Alice stunned. She glanced between Xia Mu and Lai Yuanxin, momentarily speechless. Lai Yuanxin knew this might be the biggest gamble of his life. But for some reason, when he looked into Xia Mu's calm eyes and heard the words mutual benefit, he felt that Xia Mu was being truthful. This intuition led him to make a decision that could change everything. Growing up, his environment was harsh, and survival required keen observation of all kinds of people. He huddled in the corner of the street, his eyes sharp like a hawk's, catching every micro-expression, subtle movement, and change in gaze of passers-by. This acute observational skill allowed him to discern who might leave a few bites of food in the bowl and who wouldn't kick him out of spite for his filth. Before meeting Qian Qingshi, he was just an unnoticed beggar on the poorest planet of a frontier star system. Despite encountering a variety of people, he had never seen eyes like those of Xia Mu, eyes so pure, devoid of desire or emotion. Lai Yuanxin made up his mind and spoke rapidly. Brother Chu got injured fighting the city guards while helping us escape, and that's when we got separated. Before we split up, Grandpa Qingshi told us to prioritize our own safety and to go to that place if we got the chance. Where is it? Alice asked, her fingers swiftly moving through the air to pull up several holographic screens. An abandoned underground mine outside the city, Lai Yuanxin replied. It's a place where Grandpa Qingshi spent time in his youth. Back then, Qingyao Star had just received its first batch of colonists, and Grandpa Qingshi was among them. Although the mine has been destroyed, several of the warehouses used to protect the ores are still intact. Alice frowned as she searched for information, then said with confusion after a moment, I can't find any record of the abandoned mine you mentioned. The information was never recorded. Lai Yuanxin shook his head. Grandpa Qingshi said the mine was initially thought to contain rare resources, but it turned out that the ion cobalt beneath our city had skewed the detector readings. By the time they realized the mistake, the mining facilities were already set up, but the ores extracted were just ordinary minerals. The mining company, in anger, blew up the mine when they pulled out. Is there really such a place? I must say, even with Chu Li's help, it's impossible for you ordinary people to just disappear without a trace. Alice clapped her hands excitedly and said, there really is such a place. Plus, with Chu Li's special cloaking techniques, unless Deep Wing and Qingyao Star authorities turn this place upside down, they'll never find you. She eagerly added, I've told you everything I know. Although the place is very hidden, many of the first explorers knew about it. Deep Wing will soon realize this, so we need to get there quickly. Xia Mu nodded slightly and said succinctly, lead the way. Meanwhile, in a barren mountain range, 3 hovercrafts were speeding close to the ground. The middle one was slightly larger, about the size of a bus. Inside, Chu Li lay in a somewhat spacious area, 2 dark-skinned girls anxiously pressing on his abdominal wound. Chu Li's condition was dire. His once glimmering silver-white armor was now stained with blood and covered in gashes. His helmet was shattered, and half of his face was exposed, revealing a closed right eye. Dried blood streaked down from his head, and his right shoulder was empty, wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The wound on his abdomen seemed fresh, still oozing blood, causing the 2 girls to nearly break into tears. Chen Qingshi, at the controls, was filled with anxiety, constantly urging, "Hang in there, hang in there. When we reach the mining site, there should be some first aid kits left." He didn't consider whether those kits would still be usable after all these years, or that the site was evacuated rather than abandoned due to an incident. It was one of the few hopes he could cling to. Suddenly, a series of violent coughs echoed, and Chu Li weakly opened his eyes. "Xiaohua, Xiaoling, don't cry. I'm okay," he said, forcing a smile to comfort the tearful girls. Hearing this, Qin Qingshi hurriedly turned around. "Chu, don't talk. We're almost there. As long as we have some medical supplies, we can stabilize your condition." Chu Li struggled to move, leaning against the wall. "It's fine. I'm at the white dwarf level. My body isn't that fragile. We need to hide for now and avoid going outside." He pressed a button on his helmet with his remaining left hand, causing the damaged armor to spark. A screen briefly appeared before vanishing. "Silver Dragon, I'm sorry," Chu Li said with a somber expression, mourning the loss of his longtime companion. Xiaohua and Xiaoling looked at Chu Li's empty right shoulder and asked sorrowfully, "Brother Chu, your arm?" Chu Li forced a laugh. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. Once we escape and return to Stardust Academy, I'll ask my mentor for a special grade potion to regrow it." He tried to pat their heads but winced in pain from his abdominal wound. Seeing this, the 2 girls quickly leaned their heads closer, letting his hand rest on them. Chu Li's lips curved into a faint smile as he closed his eyes. "I'll rest for a bit. Tell them not to go out looking for medicine. This wound won't kill me." He soon fell into a steady sleep. Chen Qingshi, witnessing this, had a complicated expression. He realized Chu Li was using his etheric energy to heal, which relieved him slightly. The flow of etheric energy meant Chu Li was out of immediate danger. "Xiaohua, Xiaoling, let him rest," Chen Qingshi said, his eyes filled with sorrow, unable to fathom the immense sacrifice this young man had made for them. The hovercraft continued its journey for half a day, eventually entering a valley and disappearing from sight. 2 days later, Chu Li woke up to the hopeful gazes of his companions. He stretched, causing his joints to crack like popping beans. "Ah, that was a good sleep." To everyone's astonishment, Chu Li ripped off his bandages, revealing scars that had already formed. He moved his right shoulder slightly. "It feels weird being without an arm." Seeing the heavy expressions on their faces, Chu Li quickly reassured them. "It's okay, really. Regrowing a limb isn't that hard. And I couldn't just leave you guys to die. I can't stand seeing Deep Wing and Qingyao Star colluding like this. Any student from Stardust Academy would do the same." Despite his words, the group's guilt only deepened. They forced smiles to show they were reassured. Once the atmosphere relaxed, Chu Li asked about their situation. Chen Qingshi pointed overhead and explained, "We're underground, and the valley's terrain was blasted. Even if someone flies over, they won't find this old or storage. But the most important thing is your metal's ability to block scans. Without it, they would have found us by now." Chu Li looked down at the intact badge on his chest and sighed in relief. "Outside, the academy is still my strongest support." A distant voice called out, "Grandpa Qingshi, Brother Chu, dinner's ready." As they enjoyed this rare moment of peace, a 6-man squad of armored soldiers was speeding toward their location. "Li, are you sure it's around here?" "Yes, it should be nearby. Let's try our luck. If there's any place to hide, it's this abandoned mining site." "All right, everyone, let's push forward. If we find them, we're in for a big reward." Half a day later, a disheveled figure in damaged armor appeared before a city guard squad. The guards immediately went on alert, assuming defensive positions. Wait, don't shoot. I'm Li Yuan. I have information about Qin Qingshi," the figure hastily shouted. The city guard captain signaled his team to lower their weapons, but kept his ion gun trained on Li Yuan, tersely commanding, "Speak." Greed flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. "The reward?" The captain casually pulled up a holographic screen and pushed it toward Li Yuan. "Fill in your information. If verified, the reward will be transferred to your account. But be warned, false reports will land you in the city guard dungeon." "Sir, my information is genuine," Li Yuan assured, pounding his chest. "Do you have any footage?" "Sir, sorry, but there's a cloaking device over there. Our recordings don't work." The captain frowned. He'd encountered this situation a few times recently. "Fill in the information." Li Yuan quickly filled out the form and then spilled everything he knew. I was part of the first group of explorers. There used to be a mining site there. I thought I'd try my luck and actually found them. But there's a strong guy among them, definitely a white dwarf level fighter. We're just comet level with regular armor, and he took out one of us right at the start. His armor was damaged, so he switched to my companions after the ambush, and then I? That's enough. Lead the way. The captain impatiently cut him off. All right, everyone, follow me. Li Yuan quickly activated his divine descent and led the way. His divine descent had escaped unscathed by being the first to flee, and now it raced ahead, leaving a blurred trail across the desolate terrain. The captain of the city guard wore a serious expression as he reported the latest developments to his superiors via communicator, then personally led his team to verify the situation. Although Li Yuan's words had put him on alert, he wasn't about to mobilize a large force hastily. With Chen Qingshi and others missing for days and pressure from above, every lead pointed towards the star pirate hideout, making him tread carefully. Meanwhile, on the way to the mining site, Xia Mu was piloting the star piercer. Suddenly, Alice's warning echoed in his helmet. Bad news. They've been discovered. Xia Mu immediately halted, hovering in midair. Beside him, Lai Yuanxin clung tightly to the dragon tail formed by the star piercer, his face pale as a sheet. The city guard knows about the abandoned warehouse, Alice continued, but they've been misled by false information about the star pirate's lair. We still have some time to escape. Lai Yuanxin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Once they figure out the mining site and Grandpa Qingshi's identity, they'll realize something's wrong. How far are we from the warehouse? Xia Mu squinted, estimating the distance. At our current speed, we'll be there in a few dozen minutes. With that, he began to descend. Aren't we going to the warehouse? Lai Yuanxin asked in surprise. The city guard will be here any minute. Xia Mu didn't respond. Instead, he led them to the shadow of a rock formation. For the next 2 hours, despite Lai Yuanxin's anxious inquiries, Xia Mu and Alice remained silent. Suddenly, 10 streaks of light shot across the sky, passing over them in an instant. Just as these lights were about to disappear, they abruptly turned back. Who's down there? A stern voice demanded. Xia Mu slowly stepped out from the shadows. The city guard captain was about to speak but froze when he saw Xia Mu. From his arms to his shoulders, from his chest to his thighs, Xia Mu was covered in various gun barrels, resembling a walking arsenal. Shields, the captain's words were cut off as several high-energy beams pierced through his divine descent. In the next moment, a torrent of beams engulfed the entire city guard unit. Lai Yuanxin watched in stunned silence as the city guard vanished amidst the barrage of high-energy beams, too shocked to speak. Haha. Alice appeared, her face full of delight. Cluster capability combined with full weapon modification, dozens of energy weapons firing simultaneously. The power is incredible. Firepower is true justice. She looked at the exploding divine descents in the sky, as if admiring a grand fireworks display. The dense array of gun barrels slowly retracted from the surface of the starship, while the distant wreckage of the divine descent fell like withering flowers. Suddenly, a menacing dragon tail whipped in front of Lai Yuanxin. He trembled, and despite the alliance they had formed, an uncontrollable fear surged within him. The recent sight of the dragon tail morphing into an ion cannon only intensified this feeling. Seeing Lai Yuanxin remain motionless, Xia Mu frowned slightly and glanced at him. That look was like an electric shock, jolting Lai Yuanxin awake. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, clutching the dragon tail tightly. With a hiss, the starship's engines roared to life, lifting off and sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Meanwhile, Chen Qingshi and his group, who had urgently evacuated from the mining site, wore grim expressions. They had hoped to hide for a while, but the first wave of colonizers had already noticed them. Although Chuli quickly ended the battle, one person managed to escape. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they decided to leave immediately after the fight. They had been flying through the wilderness of Qingyao Star for 2 hours, but no one dared to relax. The shuttle's interior was heavy with tension, stifling, and oppressive. Chuli sat with his eyes closed, conserving his energy for the impending battle. They all knew that once word got out, the authorities would not let them go. Chen Qingshi's identity as a first-generation explorer would soon be uncovered, and their most likely hiding places would be exposed. The shuttle sped up to its limit, the ground below blurring into a single streak. 3 trails of exhaust fanned out behind them as they flew. An hour later, 3 divine descents approached from the side. This is Captain Su Fanching of the 3rd Squad, 2nd City Guard Battalion. We are pursuing fugitives near Hongbai City, 1st City. Please show your identification. The lead divine descent opened a public channel, also sending a video communication request. The other 2 flanked the shuttle, surrounding it. Chen Qingshi's face darkened as he stared at the communication request. Chu Li appeared beside him, his face already covered by his helmet. Chen Qingshi nodded silently, understanding that a fight was inevitable. He rubbed his face, stopped the shuttle, and began rummaging under the pilot's seat before answering the call. Oh no, where did I drop it? Chen Qingshi's muffled voice came through the communication. Sorry, officer. I dropped something important of my wife's when I answered, and I can't rest until I find it. Su Fanqing frowned, his tone stern. I order you to show your identification immediately. Chen Qingshi hastily looked up, only to slam his head into the control panel. Clutching his head, he groaned. Oh, my head. It hurts so much. He kept writhing in his seat, preventing Su Fanqing from getting a clear look at his face. Meanwhile, another divine descent approached the shuttle window, knocking lightly on the door. Chu Li stood just behind the wall, fully armed and gripping a long blade, ready to strike at any moment. Coming, officer. I'm opening the door. Chen Qingshi called out, but Chu Li was already poised for action. As the door hissed open, Chu Li shot out like a cannonball, colliding with the divine descent outside. Caught off guard, the man was dragged over 100 meters by Chu Li, twisting his blade. Chu Li struck the man's abdomen with the hilt, making him double over in pain. Then, with a swift kick to the chin, even the armor couldn't prevent the man from losing consciousness. Chu Li seized the moment, precisely cutting open the faceplate and delivering a final blow to the back of the head, rendering his opponent unconscious. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, completed in mere seconds. By the time Su Fanqing and the other guard reacted, Chu Li had already taken down one of them. You are fugitives. Su Fanqing shouted in both shock and anger, ordering the other guard, destroy their engine. The other guard moved towards the shuttle's engine, but Chen Qingshi and his team reacted quickly, immediately starting the shuttle. As they prepared to chase, Chu Li blocked their path. If you want to chase them, you'll have to get past me first. Chu Li grinned, his long blade pointing at the two remaining foes. As the shuttle sped away, Chen Qingshi's eyes reddened as he stared ahead. Others leaned against the rear window, tears streaming down their faces as they watched Chu Li's figure grow smaller. Xiaohua and Xiaoling couldn't help but recall Chu Li's gentle words when he woke up. When the battle starts, you all run. Bang! Chen Qingshi slammed his fist onto the control panel, his eyes bloodshot. He hadn't exchanged words with Chu Li, but a single glance had conveyed Chu Li's intent. The most painful part was that he couldn't, and shouldn't, stop him. If he could, he would have preferred to take Chu Li's place. But he couldn't. Most of these young people in their 20s came from impoverished planets, having followed him into the mining fields since their teens, knowing nothing but mining. If he left, they would be captured within days and executed on trumped-up charges. On the other side, Su Fanqing watched the shuttle disappear, his expression growing darker. Without further words, he activated his divine descent, attacking Chu Li from the right. The other guard attempted to bypass Chu Li and pursue the shuttle. Their coordination was clear. As long as one could hold off Chu Li, Chen Qingshi's hastily assembled shuttle stood no chance against their divine descents. Chu Li suddenly accelerated, his body moving like an arrow. He threw his long blade, aiming straight for Su Fanqing. Su Fanqing's brow furrowed as he deflected the blade. Taking advantage, Chu Li overloaded his engines, crashing into the other guard. Facing Chu Li's reckless charge, the guard hesitated, instinctively slowing down. Haha, my mentor was right. When you're not afraid to die, your enemy will be. Chu Li laughed heartily, closing the distance in an instant. The guard had no choice but to engage, deploying his standard issue sword and slashing down. To his shock, Chu Li blocked with his only remaining arm. His divine descent was just a standard model taken from Li Yuan's group, nowhere near as well equipped as the city guards. The standard issue sword cut into Chu Li's arm but lost all its momentum, getting stuck. The guard's face turned pale as he tried to abandon his sword, but it was too late. Chu Li's leg swept in like a battle axe. Boom! The immense force sent the guard plummeting like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground. Sparks flew as his divine descent emitted arcs of electricity. The armor on his abdomen caved in. The emergency system injected a nutrient solution, barely keeping him alive. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.